Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 134, Investigation and Useful Information. After Alex arrived at the apartment of one of Arasaka's former researchers, dismissed for mysterious reasons, he knew the true nature of the matter. This researcher had become yet another victim of experiments with a shard of the mechanical man's power. When he began to lose his mind, he was simply discarded as expendable and replaced with a new recruit. Arasaka's labs were filled with such people, each one tossed aside as soon as they became useless. Now Alex was in the apartment of one of these researchers, hoping the men might still be alive. But seeing the scene before him, he began to doubt it. The apartment looked like something out of Dead Space. Walls, ceiling, and even the floor were covered in strange symbols and drawings in an unknown language. The images were eerie, resembling illustrations from forbidden books, and the bloody smears only added to the sinister atmosphere. Alex's eye involuntarily twitched at the sight. "Please, don't let it be blood," he muttered, crouching to examine the markings. Running a finger over one of the symbols, Alex confirmed it was indeed dried blood. Suppressing his irritation, he stood up and surveyed the room. Covering that much wall space would have required a lot of blood, which meant the poor man likely lost his sanity completely before he died. He carefully placed GIR on the floor and asked the robot to take pictures of the inscriptions. His thoughts drifted to the ancient language of the Necronomicon. Perhaps this was the same language. After finishing his inspection, Alex headed toward the researcher's room, the likely source of this bloody scene. Entering the room, Alex noticed that not even light was coming through the windows, which were smeared over, also with blood, as it turned out. He suppressed another nervous tick and scanned the room. In the corner, a figure sat motionless on a chair, facing away from him. Alex turned the body around, revealing a corpse clutching a pistol. Now it was clear that the smell in the apartment came not only from the blood but also from the decomposed body. This poor soul blew his brains out, and judging by the state of the corpse, it happened a while ago, Alex said, sighing. He attempted to read the dead man's memories but saw only scattered images in return. The chances of extracting useful information from the body were slim. Alex then connected GIR to the researcher's chip, but it, too, was empty. Someone had thoroughly erased all data, including communications and visit logs. Disappointed, Alex scanned the room, hoping to find any lead that could shed light on the situation. Together with GIR, they checked every corner, emptied all the cabinets and drawers, but found nothing besides clothes. The other rooms were similarly barren of clues. Returning to the living room, Alex realized he needed to move on to the other netrunners and researchers on his list while there was still a chance of finding them alive. "Looks like Silas Johnson won't be able to help us anymore. We can cross him off the list," Alex muttered, glancing at the bloody symbols. Trying to find some connection between the symbols, he understood it was nearly impossible to grasp their true meaning. He decided he couldn't leave these inscriptions behind, not wanting to risk random people going mad upon seeing them. The city already had enough fanatics worshipping an outer god, and the sight of this masterpiece would only fuel their descent into madness. So, he turned to his loyal companion. G.I.R. "Clean this place up so no one sees our late friend's bloody, artistic vision," Alex said, pointing to the inscriptions. GIR stared at Alex with a hurt expression but reluctantly got to work. Pulling a rag from his compartment, he began wiping the symbols off the floor. Alex, unfazed, continued reviewing the files on other Arasaka employees who might still be alive. Eventually, though, he noticed GIR's patient, methodical scrubbing of the blood-stained floor. G.I.R. "I said clean it up, not just to tidy up. I meant burn everything here with the fire of the Inquisition," Alex muttered, holding back a grin at his little but diligent helper's antics. Hearing Alex's words, GIR looked up at him, clearly offended. With an annoyed flick of his paw, he tossed the rag onto the floor, marched over to Alex, extended his paw, and pointedly gestured, indicating he needed something more suitable for the task. "What do you want?" Alex asked, unsure of what the robodog was hinting at. "Give me a flamethrower. Or I'll tell Gloria's mom that you made me clean up bloody symbols with a rag," GIR stated with a hint of menace. The corners of Alex's mouth twitched, watching his robotic companion who looked less like a subordinate and more like a younger brother with an unshakable cheekiness. Alex knew full well that if GIR complained to Gloria, she'd take his side instantly, leaving Alex under her reproachful glare. Sighing, Alex pulled a flamethrower out of his subspace. He thought about equipping GIR solely with weapons from the Warhammer universe, given his fascination with it. "All right, here's your flamethrower, you little snitch," Alex said, handing over the weapon. GIR, looking satisfied, took the flamethrower, checked its functionality, and, ensuring it was in working order, headed to the center of the living room. Ready to cleanse the area of corruption like a true inquisitor, he took a few test shots, raising tongues of flame with each pull of the trigger. Ha 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 ha. Gir's gleeful, maniacal laughter echoed as he torched the apartment. Alex lit a cigarette, watching his robodog take on the role of a fire-wielding inquisitor with full permission to obliterate everything. He only hoped that Lucy and Gloria wouldn't find out about this mission, especially Rebecca, who would storm into the workshop demanding a flamethrower for herself. Within moments, the room was engulfed in flames, and Gir approached Alex with pride, tucking the flamethrower into his inventory so Alex couldn't take it away. Little did he know, Alex had access to all the family inventories to clear out the junk that Gir and Rebecca often left. Well, now that you're done, let's head to the next target. And let's hurry before the fire department, or whoever's responsible, shows up, Alex said, placing Gir on his shoulder. Passing through the wall, Alex cast a spell to contain the fire within the apartment, ensuring it wouldn't spread to other areas or bring down the building before the fire department arrived. Just to be safe, he instructed Gir to lock the doors, preventing anyone from entering until all traces were erased. Once they reached the street, Alex heard the fire alarm blaring inside the building as people started rushing outside. Glancing at the burning apartment, he headed to the next target, a netrunner operating on the lower floor of Arasaka. All right, let's go, Alex said, turning away from the crowd already gathering around the flaming building. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the mega building where Lucy had previously lived. Entering, Alex headed for the elevator to reach the target floor. Ensuring the coast was clear, he approached the netrunner's apartment, phased through the wall, and found himself inside. Inside, it was dark, so Alex instructed Gir to turn on the lights. When the lamps illuminated the room, they were met with a strange and grim sight. The apartment owner's body hung from the ceiling. This time, the walls weren't stained with bloody symbols, but the hanging netrunner still evoked an ominous feeling. Alex approached the body and gently laid it on the floor, cutting the rope. He tried to read the netrunner's memories, but only fragments of unclear images appeared, like chaotic pieces of someone else's dreams. Turning the body face down, Alex connected Gir to extract data from the netrunner's messages, hoping to find a lead. But the conversations revealed only fragmented descriptions of strange creatures and the recipient's monotonous responses, just dots. Alex quickly skimmed through the messages but found nothing substantial, only hints of hallucinations and strange texts. He exhaled, feeling the tension building. Detective movies always made this look so easy, but reality was proving far more complex. Noticing the netrunner's computer, Alex connected Gir to it for hacking. Soon, they accessed the data, but it held little of use, only appointments with a therapist whom the netrunner had started seeing after being fired from Arasaka. Among the records, there was nothing specific except mentions of auditory hallucinations. G.I.R, can you hack into the archives of the therapist he was seeing? Alex asked, glancing at his assistant. Gir hacked the required archive instantly, and Alex began searching for the netrunner's name. When he found the relevant records, he dove into the psychologist's notes, hoping to understand what the specialist thought about their patient's condition. The diagnosis was simple: manic syndrome with persecution delusions. It indicated that the patient hadn't slept for days, claiming he was being watched and constantly felt that someone was nearby. Alex figured this was likely why the netrunner had moved into a small apartment, wanting to be sure he was alone. Unfortunately, it hadn't helped. It looks like we won't find anything here either, Alex sighed, rubbing his tired eyes after reading the report. He leaned his head back, pondering if it was worth visiting others only to come up empty again. Despite the faint hope of finding another pawn or possibly even the name of the main perpetrator, his expectations were low. The only hope was that one of these people might have left behind some clue or record leading to the true culprit. Looking at the netrunner's body on the floor, Alex sighed. The poor soul had been unlucky enough to encounter the avatar of an eldritch god. Saving him had been impossible, even his soul was now in the clutches of that sinister being. Well, we're done here too. Gir, cross Isla Ward off the list, burn everything, and delete all records of her, including her therapist visits. I don't want anyone investigating this case. The last thing I need is a hero meddling in and ruining everything, Alex ordered as he stood from the chair and addressed his assistant. Gir nodded and immediately began erasing any traceable data while Alex moved toward the exit, planning to leave as soon as the work was finished. Once the deletions were complete, Gir disconnected from the computer, hopped off the table, pulled out his flamethrower, and set the apartment ablaze to erase all evidence. Alex knew all data tied to Isla Ward would disappear regardless, but the fire was one more attempt to cover their tracks and confuse anyone trailing them. Alex's appearance was meant to throw the unknown party off balance, forcing them to make a mistake. He was already aware that the data on these cases had vanished from police records, something only powerful people could achieve. Casting a spell to keep the fire contained within the apartment, Alex grabbed Gir by the head and walked through the wall to the elevator. He pondered how many more high-ranking people might be involved. After all, the dead researchers and netrunners had worked for various megacorporations, most of which were still connected to Arasaka. He'd already disrupted these people's plans by stealing a shard from their safe and breaking into the lab. Thankfully, GIR was skilled at covering tracks, leaving no loose ends that could lead back to Kiwi or Falco. Once outside, Alex lit a cigarette and glanced back at the burning building. A crowd of onlookers began to gather, curious about the cause of the fire. "How many are left?" Alex asked GIR, who was perched on his shoulder. GIR held up 3 fingers, indicating the remaining targets. Alex nodded, checking the location of the nearest target, and set off. Next was a netrunner who had also worked on the lower floor of the lab, and Alex had little hope that he was still alive. 1 incident is chance, 2 is coincidence, 3 is a pattern, Alex thought. And who could survive an encounter with an outer god? Even Lovecraft, who wrote dozens of stories, only lived to 46, which only reinforced Alex's belief, if an outer god doesn't want your life, the end is inevitable. "Let's see what this person left us," Alex sighed, entering the building. He made his way to the target's apartment. Finding the right door in a building that resembled a drug den, Alex entered a room filled with a foul odor and piles of trash. Moving through the chaos, he found the netrunner's body on the couch, eyes wide open as if he'd died from terror. Alex sighed, enduring the stench, and placed a hand on the netrunner's head, attempting to retrieve memories. This time, the images were clearer but only for the last few days, during which the netrunner had been hiding, mumbling something incoherent. The last memory seemed odd, it resembled a sleep paralysis episode that ended in death by sheer terror. Alex realized this was the final stage of infection, and even without external intervention, he would have been doomed. He and GIR searched the apartment for a tablet or computer, but found nothing except disconnected devices, as if he'd been afraid someone would reach him through the network. "Empty," Alex said, peering into yet another cabinet. GIR returned to Alex, reporting that he'd found nothing useful other than piles of trash scattered across the apartment. Alex rubbed his eyes again, realizing that they truly wouldn't find anything here. Time to move on. A heap of garbage was all this netrunner had left, aside from the fragmented memories they'd managed to extract. These fragments were from the final days of his life, by which point his mind had deteriorated so much that it was impossible to glean anything useful. "All right, GIR, set this place ablaze and cross Jack Hill off the list," Alex ordered in a tired tone. GIR nodded and, not wanting to stay in the filthy place any longer, began setting the apartment on fire. He even thought it would be difficult to rid his metallic skin of the unpleasant smell. As usual, Alex cast a spell to keep the fire contained within the apartment and, without waiting for the next crowd of onlookers to gather to watch the blaze, headed to the next target. Entering an alley, Alex leapt onto the roof of a nearby building and began moving quickly across the rooftops to shorten the distance and avoid obstacles along the way. His next target was in Haywood, so he had a fair distance to cover. Accelerating, he aimed to finish this job as quickly as possible. Alex knew that only a few people remained who might hold any clues for his investigation. Unlike Orario, where rumors spread quickly and among them you could often find the truth, in Night City, information was often controlled, making it much more difficult to decipher. Reaching the next megatower where the researcher lived, Alex entered the building and took the elevator to the top floor. Phasing through the wall, he stepped into a spacious apartment bathed in daylight, with no signs of decay or disorder, no blood-written messages on the walls. This gave him hope that the person might still be alive. Quickly checking room by room, Alex found nothing indicating the researcher's presence, so he headed to the second floor, where the master bedroom was located. He froze upon glancing into the first room, stunned by the scene before him. "You've got to be kidding me," Alex muttered, taken aback. Stepping inside, he saw the dead researcher, who had slit his throat with a shard of glass and even left a message on the wall. Alex felt disappointed, as if he were stuck in a game, forced to search every location in order, only to finally find the right one. Even if he had gone to the correct place immediately, it somehow would have ended up being the last, by some twisted law of luck, or lack thereof. "He's already close to me," Alex read from the message on the wall. Realizing that his hope of finding someone alive had vanished yet again, Alex looked at the dead researcher with pity, just another victim. Sighing, he shook his head, aware that only one person remained, and the likelihood that they were still alive was extremely slim. "Looks like this one couldn't handle the whispers in his head either," Alex remarked to his small companion. GIR nodded in agreement. He didn't consider these people important, his programming focused on protecting his family and those close to him, so he felt that people like the researcher didn't deserve protection. In GIR's view, only the weak and innocent, like children, were worthy of care, while everyone else was just insignificant passers-by who meant nothing to him. If Alex knew what GIR was thinking, he would probably give the robodog a whack, reminding him that, while he wasn't a hero, that didn't mean he'd turn away if someone nearby needed help. "All right, let's look around quickly, and if we don't find anything useful, we'll head to the last target," Alex said, setting GIR down on the floor. GIR nodded and ran off to inspect other rooms while Alex focused on the current one. First, Alex decided to extract the researcher's memories, hoping to find at least something useful. Placing his hand on the dead scientist's head, he swiftly sifted through the last thoughts, but as with Jack, there was only a jumble of recent fragments. However, one memory caught his attention. The researcher had recorded a message. It was the only valuable piece of information in hours of searching. Now, I just need to find where he hid that recording, Alex said, removing his hand from the researcher's head. The memories hadn't shown an exact location where the recording could be. Alex hoped it was still somewhere in the apartment, unless the researcher had sent it to someone else, trying to keep it hidden. He carefully searched the room for a safe or stash where a data chip might be hidden, but, finding nothing, he exited the room. At that moment, GIR ran up to him with something in his paws. "Did you find something?" Alex asked, looking at GIR. GIR nodded and handed the chip he was holding to Alex. Alex examined it closely and recognized it as a recording left by the researcher. A faint smile appeared on his face. Finally, there was some hope of obtaining useful information, though he had no illusions that it would be anything more than the ramblings of a madman before death. "Well, let's see what Weston Thomas left for us. There might be something valuable here," Alex muttered, turning the chip in his hand. Grabbing GIR, they descended to the first floor. Alex sat in a chair and inserted the chip into GIR's interface so that he could project the recording onto the wall and show what had happened to Thomas before his death. On the screen appeared the weary, haggard face of the researcher. Thomas looked as if he hadn't slept in weeks, and before he began to speak, he glanced around several times, as if he were afraid of something behind him. "If you're seeing this message, it means I'm already gone. And no, I wasn't killed by anyone. I ended it myself because I could no longer bear the whisper that grew closer every day. It all started when I was promoted and given access to a new Arasaka project. Back then, I was inspired and only thought about how to make a name for myself and earn even more recognition. But what I encountered now haunts me everywhere. Initially, everything was fine. We were assembled into a team of several people, and I admit I didn't immediately notice the worn faces of my colleagues. All I cared about at that time was my career. I thought they were just tired from the intense work. But after a week of working on a project that used an unknown energy source, I realized I had begun to hear a strange, distant whisper, as if someone was calling me from afar. This whisper grew louder and closer each day, and soon I began to understand why my colleagues looked so tired and insane. Nightmares, so horrific and grotesque that they are impossible to describe, began to visit me every night. I barely slept. At work, I was barely tolerated, and the next day, I was simply fired. When I returned home, left alone with my thoughts, the whisper turned into a clear voice that whispered things in my ear that were both incomprehensible and unbearable. And here I am. Run if you're reading this. Get as far away from Arasaka as you can. They're plotting something terrible. I don't know what exactly, and I don't want to know anymore. And lastly, to the bastard behind all of this, Yorinobu Arasaka, may your soul burn in hell." The screen went dark. Alex frowned, pondering what he had just heard, but one thing was clear. He now knew the name of the person behind this horror. Yorinobu Arasaka. Alex mentally thanked Thomas for this lead and knew that at the last place, only a faint hope awaited him to learn something more. "Delete everything you can," Alex instructed GIR, gesturing to the apartment. GIR spat the chip into Alex's hand and began erasing any traces, while Alex sat in the chair, contemplating Thomas's final message and slowly exhaling smoke from his cigarette. To be continued. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Completion of the Investigation. While GIR was erasing the data, simultaneously saving it to the archive, Alex sat in the chair, staring wearily at the ceiling and smoking a cigarette. Thomas had managed to provide one useful lead, the name of a man entangled in this chaos, Yorinobu Arasaka, the second son of the Arasaka dynasty, the one who chose to tear down the corporation's empire instead of living a life of luxury. Yorinobu had once founded a gang that sold Arasaka's corporate data, aiming to weaken its influence. Alex understood the men must have harbored intense hatred to go to such lengths. But what had brought Yorinobu back to Arasaka now? Alex wondered if that mechanical man might have forced Yorinobu to return. A few theories swirled in his mind. Maybe this figure had promised to help him destroy Arasaka in exchange for loyalty. Or perhaps Saburo Arasaka, fearing death, was willing to do anything to extend his life, planning to use his son's body. It could even be simpler. Yorinobu might have just been brainwashed. Whatever the case, Alex knew Arasaka was nearing the completion of its plans, and that was bad news. One look at the cyberpsychosis statistics was enough to realize something was wrong. Cyberpsychosis cases were increasing daily, whereas 1 or 2 cases were reported per week before. Now it was up to 10 per day, and those were just the ones making it to the news. Alex rubbed his tired eyes, glancing out the window where the sun was already setting. Only 2 days had passed since he learned of Nyan's avatar, but life had already changed drastically. "Ah, where's my old peaceful life?" he murmured, watching the dying light. Sitting in the chair, Alex lamented how his desire for a simple, peaceful life had become impossible. He had dreamed of traveling and trying out various professions for fun, but instead, he kept encountering gods craving chaos and destruction. He knew he would meet villains of all kinds during his journeys, but he certainly didn't want to attract the attention of gods who, for some reason, seemed interested in him. One of them even visited him just for candy. Sighing, Alex refocused on the current problem. Well, enough complaining, time to get back to work, he said, rising from the chair. Alex glanced at GIR, asking if he'd finished erasing Thomas's data. The robodog gave him a thumbs up, signaling the task was complete. Alex nodded and decided to search the apartment one last time to make sure they hadn't missed anything. After thoroughly checking every room, he returned to the living room, confident the job was done. Just as he was about to tell GIR to set the apartment on fire, he heard footsteps outside the door. Quickly grabbing GIR by the head, he activated his invisibility and leapt to the ceiling, hanging upside down. At first, Alex thought the footsteps were heading toward another apartment on the floor. But just as he concluded he'd been mistaken, the door unexpectedly swung open, and a group of people entered. Alex immediately recognized them, members of the Maelstrom gang. Now it's clear who's doing Arasaka's dirty work, he muttered, watching them from above. Alex decided to observe what these idiots would do to cover their tracks. As he expected, they were alarmed by the mess he and GIR had created while searching the apartment. Clearly, they suspected someone might still be there and began a thorough inspection, trying to find the intruder. Not finding him, the members of the Maelstrom gang gathered in the living room, discussing the possibility that someone had beaten them to it, and that this person might have already destroyed other key locations as well. Alex, smiling, hung on the ceiling, pleased that he had managed to throw a wrench in the enemy's plans. He tried to catch any useful information from their conversation, but the gang members only argued, giving away no critical details. The only thing he gathered was that Maelstrom was covering Arasaka's tracks. Their loyalty to the corporation made sense, they were Chrome fanatics, and the mechanical man, who had set up in Arasaka, was their ideal. Realizing he wouldn't get any more useful information here, Alex decided to eliminate them to disrupt the enemy's plans further. GIR, time to chop up these heretics, he whispered, glancing at his robodog. GIR's eyes lit up with excitement. He pulled a chainsword from his inventory, ready for battle. Seeing his companion prepared, Alex hurled him at the nearest gang member. The Maelstrom members were too engrossed in their argument to hear any noise, until one of them collapsed suddenly. When they realized what was happening, they saw GIR standing over the first fallen target, gripping the chainsword, which roared with the distinctive sound of a chainsaw. Without hesitation, GIR drove the weapon into the chest of the gang member, slicing straight through. The green outfit GIR typically wore was instantly drenched in blood. As GIR finished off a second target, Alex gracefully landed, shattering the skulls of the remaining two enemies, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Looking around, he noticed his pants were now stained up to the knees. With a slight grimace, he cleaned his clothes with magic and, while he was at it, wiped down GIR, who was still methodically slicing through his defeated opponent, muttering something like, "Death to the heretics." Alex shook his head and, grabbing GIR by the head, asked if any Maelstrom members remained. There were only 4, GIR replied after checking the cameras. Alex nodded, approached the first body, placed his hand on the gang member's forehead, and began searching through his memories. Everything was chaotic, as if someone had fast-forwarded a movie just to see the end. He tried with another body but encountered only fragmented, tangled images again, as if someone had intentionally wiped the memory. Glancing at the 2 mangled bodies, Alex realized he wouldn't get anything useful from them either. Turning to GIR, he noticed candy wrappers scattered across the floor. "All right, GIR, we're done here. Burn this place," he said, turning away and heading toward the door. GIR nodded, pulled out a flamethrower, and began setting the apartment ablaze, paying special attention to the corpses, which were now burning the brightest. Watching, Alex thought that if GIR had a human face, it would likely be one of satisfaction. For a moment, he even considered taking the flamethrower away from GIR to prevent him from accidentally burning down half the city, then remembered Rebecca, who would probably be all too happy to join the chaos. Alex mentally promised not to give her anything too flammable, maybe incendiary rounds at most. He could almost hear her manic laughter in his head. Snapping out of his thoughts, he saw that GIR had already finished and was now standing beside him. "All right, let's go pay our next target a visit," Alex said, grabbing GIR by the head. Passing through the wall, Alex routinely used a spell to contain the fire, ensuring it wouldn't spread further. With that done, he headed for the elevator to go down to the first floor. Exiting the building, he noticed a crowd of onlookers gathered to watch the fire. Pushing through the crowd, Alex slipped into an alley and leaped onto the roof, moving toward his next target, a recently fired researcher, who should still be alive, though likely in a state of delirium. Leaping across rooftops, Alex closed in on the target building. This time, he decided to enter through the door on the roof instead of the main entrance. Descending to the necessary floor, he entered the researcher's apartment, immediately greeted by the heavy smell of blood permeating the space. Quickly moving to the living room, he came upon a gruesome scene. The researcher's body had been torn apart, limbs scattered across the room, and his head resting on an improvised altar. A wide grin was frozen on the deceased's face, as if he'd been happy to be the sacrifice. The bloody writings on the walls were in the same language as those found in Silas Johnson's apartment, which they had examined first. It looks like this happened just recently. GIR, can you check the surveillance footage? Alex asked his small companion. GIR nodded and started reviewing the recordings while Alex searched the apartment for clues. He meticulously examined every corner, every cabinet, and drawer, hoping to find hints left behind by the researcher. Suddenly, GIR tugged at his hair, catching his attention. All recordings have been deleted, GIR reported, meeting Alex's gaze. Can you try to recover them? Alex asked, frowning slightly. GIR nodded and set to work on restoring the deleted files. Knowing this might take some time, Alex continued searching for clues. Reaching the researcher's room, he searched it first before sitting down at the desk and turning on the computer. A password was required, so he connected his phone and ran a hacking program developed by GIR to assist Lucy. After gaining access, Alex began reviewing the information, hoping to find something useful. The recently dismissed researcher hadn't yet deleted his chat records, where he discussed topics with his colleagues. Before his dismissal, he had been sending numerous erratic messages, praising God and urging others to accept him wholeheartedly, promising salvation. Sure, the mechanical man will just grant you salvation like that, Alex muttered sarcastically as he read the researcher's latest messages. From the chat history, it was clear that instead of fearing the sinister voices and nightmares, the researcher had decided to embrace them with open arms, quickly spiraling into madness and losing his colleagues' support. Those who had previously tolerated him had thrown him out of the chat. Shaking his head, Alex browsed through other messages in search of useful information. It all boiled down to the same thing: the man was pushing his newfound faith onto every friend until everyone eventually blocked him. Even his parents suggested he see a specialist, and then his father sent him away until he could clear his head. Alex couldn't help but compare fanatics to addicts who try to drag down everyone they can. Finally, he came across an interesting conversation with someone named Royce, who, by the looks of it, had been guiding the researcher along this path of faith. The researcher eagerly shared any detail with him, even asking for advice on how to enhance the body to completely forsake flesh. Just like in a joke, two crazed fanatics meet and argue over who loves their God more, Alex smirked, reading their chat. In recent days, they had argued because the researcher wanted to draw people to the faith more quickly, while Royce insisted that the time wasn't right and that people would either accept the mechanical God or die. The researcher refused to back down, wanting to spread the God's greatness as soon as possible. The conflict escalated to mutual insults until Royce hinted at an upcoming meeting, to which the researcher eagerly agreed. When did this world turn into a gathering of fanatics? Alex muttered, shutting down the computer. Turning off the computer, Alex faced GIR and asked, "Did you finish restoring the camera footage?" GIR nodded. "Just finished." Alex gave an approving nod and requested to see everything that had happened in the researcher's apartment before their arrival. GIR began projecting the recordings onto the wall, and Alex focused intently on the events, trying to understand what had happened to Nathan that day. "Let's see who you met today, Nathan," Alex murmured, watching the recording closely. At first, the footage showed Nathan, barely awake, sitting at his computer and frantically sending out identical messages filled with long speeches about the greatness of the mechanical man and calls to join his faith. Alex shook his head, realizing that Nathan was extremely clumsy in his attempts at propaganda. Every recipient of his messages refused to engage and promptly blocked him. A strange smile appeared on Nathan's face as he began a conversation with someone, likely Royce, who seemed to have promised to meet him soon. Alex made a guess, considering Nathan's current state, scattered throughout the living room, this was likely his last meeting. GIR, fast forward to the point where something interesting happens. "I don't want to watch an entire day in the life of a fanatic," Alex said. GIR obediently sped up the footage, skipping ahead until they reached the moment Nathan heard a noise and headed to the living room. Alex also requested to see the footage from the cameras that captured someone entering the apartment. GIR displayed images from other cameras, and Alex saw members of the Maelstrom gang entering the apartment, led by a tall, muscular man with a strange cybernetic eye implant, making his appearance even more menacing. GIR, find out who this is, Alex ordered, keeping his gaze fixed on the screen. GIR quickly checked the databases and sent the file to Alex's phone. It turned out that the man was Simon Royce Randall, the leader of Maelstrom, who had seized control of the gang by force. After reviewing the information, Alex realized that Royce was a ruthless and clearly unstable individual, and the fact that he believed in the mechanical man suggested either that he had bowed to the deity after seizing power or had initially gained it through some unknown force. Anyway, it doesn't matter when he started worshipping the mechanical man. What matters is that he needs to be eliminated, Alex commented to his little assistant. In response, GIR pulled out his chainsaw sword, which buzzed threateningly. Alex smirked and then focused again on the recording, which showed Nathan and Royce meeting and beginning to argue. The conflict quickly escalated, and in the end, Royce plunged his hand into Nathan's chest, ripping out his heart. However, even after that, Nathan didn't die immediately. With a mad smile, he declared that he would reunite with the mechanical man faster than Royce, after which he died with a frozen smile on his face. "All right, it's clear enough here," Alex said. "Gir, turn off the recording." With a slight smirk, Alex realized he had new targets for his investigation. First and foremost, he decided to deal with Royce and his Maelstrom gang, who were serving as the mechanical man's dirty work enforcers. It was clear that he didn't want to be known yet. He planned to present himself as a messiah once he acquired a physical body. However, Alex pondered why Nyanyan's avatars were so eager to take her place or absorb her power, and why she allowed them to chew the leash and act independently. "Well, better to ask her what's going on in her head when she suddenly decides to show up again," Alex muttered with a grin. Finishing his thoughts, Alex stood up from the table and, stepping out of the room, paused on the second floor to look down at the living room. The room was drenched in blood, covered with bloody inscriptions, and in its center stood an altar. Alex simply shook his head, unable to understand the fanatics who believed in evil gods, for after death they could expect only such terrible torments that even the devils in hell would shudder in horror. "Gir, strike Nathan Carter from the list." "We're done for today," Alex said, turning his gaze away from the blood-soaked living room. Gir nodded and, as usual, pulled out a flamethrower, preparing to burn the apartment. Alex noticed this movement and was about to let Gir perform his usual ritual, but then remembered the incendiary grenade he had hastily assembled not long ago. "Wait, Gir, this time I'll light it myself," Alex stopped his assistant. Gir tilted his head, looking at Alex in confusion. Without answering, Alex took out the grenade and threw it into the center of the room. The grenade bounced, rolled across the floor, and came to a stop right in the middle. Thick white smoke began to pour out of it, and nothing more. Alex looked at the grenade in surprise. His creations had never failed him before. Gir, not missing the chance, began to laugh and point at Alex, unable to hide his amusement. But Alex ignored his assistant's laughter, continuing to stare at the grenade on the floor. "Well, this is something new and a bit surprising," Alex started to say. But before he could finish, the grenade exploded loudly, spewing forth a powerful blast of fire. The room ignited like a Christmas tree. Gir, who was still laughing and pointing at Alex, was thrown to the floor by the shockwave, now lying there as if his battery had run out. Alex cast a contemptuous glance at him. "This is what happens when you laugh at others," he remarked with a slight smirk. Gir lifted his head, sensing the mockery in his master's words, and, feeling annoyed, jumped up on his paws, beginning to thump Alex on the leg. "I'm going to report you to the Animal and Child Protection Services," Gir exclaimed, not stopping his little blows. Alex, distracted from the burning room, looked at his assistant with disdain. "First, decide if you're an animal or a child," Alex smirked, not hiding his sarcasm. Alex's words made Gir stop and ponder his essence. He looked at his paws, realizing that he could be considered an animal because of the green dog suit he wore for cuteness. But that was just a disguise. Alex, shaking his head, watched as Gir clenched and unclenched his paws, clearly lost in deep thought. Deciding not to trouble himself with his feelings, Alex thought it was time to leave. However, exiting the apartment the usual way was risky. People had already started to rush out of neighboring rooms, drawn by the fire. After thinking for a moment, Alex decided to check on his sword, Yamato. Summoning the katana, he smiled upon seeing that Yamato was in perfect condition. "I missed you, my friend," Alex said, admiring the restored blade. Grabbing Gir by the head, he made a few swings with the katana, slicing through space to create a portal. Giving one last look at the burning room, Alex stepped into the portal and found himself in his living room, where surprised eyes were fixed on him. The girls were in shock at his sudden appearance. They had been peacefully discussing how to help Alex in his battle against the mechanical man when a strange portal opened beside them, and out came Alex, holding Gir by the head. "Yo," Alex said, lifting Gir, who waved at the girls in return. Everyone froze, staring at Alex and the portal that was closing behind him. Their faces displayed a clear cognitive dissonance. However, two girls, Valerie and Rebecca, watched the scene with shining eyes. Rebecca had already forgotten Alex's words about his katana being able to slice through space and was now filled with curiosity, eagerly pondering how he had done it. She was already anticipating the possibilities that such power could unlock, imagining how many weapon storages she could rob to add to her collection. To be continued. Chapter 136, Investigation Results. Alex looked at the girls, and they looked back at him with clear surprise in their eyes. But Alex himself was also a bit surprised, as he had only recently told them about Yamato's ability to slice through space. He had even tried to demonstrate how a portal opened so that they would have no doubts. Under their watchful eyes, Alex quickly changed into comfortable clothes and let Gir go, who immediately dashed to the kitchen for a milkshake to refresh himself after a day spent burning Heretic's apartments. Shaking his head, Alex thought with some irony that he knew exactly what GIR was up to and headed for the armchair, feeling the weight of his exhaustion. Under the watchful gaze of the girls, who tracked his every move, he finally sank into the chair, stretching out like an old man worn out by a long day and dealing with people. "Phew, I'm so tired," Alex murmured, settling in comfortably. Leaning back, he closed his eyes, wanting nothing more than a bit of sleep. The last 2 days had been exhausting. First, a mission from Padre to eliminate members of the Maelstrom gang, who had turned out to be fanatics worshipping the avatar of an outer god. Upon returning, Alex encountered Yog, another outer god who had come to him for candy, and that conversation made him realize that his presence in this world was no coincidence. Then he met with Hanako Arasaka to gather useful information, which only confirmed a possible connection between the Arasaka family and an outer god. The next day, Alex had to kidnap Tanaka to uncover more, and then he investigated the apartments of deceased researchers and netrunners. Only at the end of the day did he find enough clues to understand who was behind this game. "And how long are you going to act like an old man?" Rebecca asked, climbing onto him. Alex felt someone settling on him but didn't even open his eyes. Only Rebecca would dare to do such a thing. Unlike the others, she enjoyed climbing onto his lap or hanging off him like a little koala. Hearing her teasing, Alex frowned slightly, knowing there was some truth to her words. "I'm still in my prime," he said, opening his eyes and, with a smile, grabbed her nose. Rebecca batted his hand away, giving him an irritated look. "In your prime? Then why is the first thing you did when you got back to sit in a chair and groan like an old man?" she said, starting to poke him in the nose. Alex had no real argument. He had been pushing himself hard, and unlike in Orario, where the goddesses help ease part of his burden, here he had to handle everything himself, all while being careful not to draw unnecessary attention. Besides, the mechanical man could control any city resident, and he himself had no physical body yet, making it nearly impossible to defeat him now. "All right, if you say so," Alex replied, not wanting to argue, and gently tugged on Rebecca's cheek. The other girls, watching their playful bickering, just sighed or rolled their eyes. Lucy, tired of watching them engage in yet another childish scuffle, stepped in to stop them. She was more interested in what Alex had discovered during his investigation and had been patiently waiting for him to share, all while Rebecca continued to tease him. "That's enough, you two. Tell us what you found out," Lucy said, lifting Rebecca off his lap. Rebecca immediately began to struggle, wanting to return to Alex. Her favorite spot was always on his lap, and she even liked to sleep there. Seeing her resistance, Alex simply picked her up and placed her back on his lap. She smiled triumphantly, resting her cheek against him and casting a defiant glance at Lucy, whose eye twitched slightly. Lucy decided to ignore Rebecca but was already planning her revenge in her mind. Tonight, she wouldn't let Rebecca fall asleep on his lap. "GIR will be back soon, he's recorded everything. Some things need to be seen, not just heard," Alex said, patting Rebecca on the head. Lucy nodded, giving Rebecca a quick glance and nudging her lightly with her foot before returning to her seat. Rebecca felt the nudge and, turning around, stuck her tongue out at Lucy, who just rolled her eyes, ignoring Rebecca's childish behavior. A loud slurp sounded from the kitchen. GIR had finally made himself a milkshake and was heading to the living room. His small, quick steps and prolonged sipping noises soon reached the room. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he confidently made his way to his favorite cushion, where he loved to relax. "GIR, not there, over here." "We're not finished yet," Alex called out as GIR was just about to settle down on the cushion. GIR turned around with a look of clear annoyance, realizing that Alex had deliberately waited until he got comfortable to call him over. Of course, Alex wasn't holding a grudge, nor did he remember that time when GIR laughed at his grenade that didn't go off immediately. GIR had just moved to the cushion too fast for Alex to call him back in time. "Stop giving me that sulky look and come here. The day isn't over, and you're already getting cozy," Alex said, looking at GIR like a boss scolding a lazy employee. GIR glanced at his milkshake, briefly considering throwing it at Alex. But he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that doing so would strip him of all his combat accessories. Instead of being the mighty Ultramarine, he'd end up as just a robot in a green dog suit. Alex caught his look, smirked, and added, "Just try to throw that milkshake at me, and I'll take away all your weapons, and forget about any new gadgets. Say goodbye to the Thunderhammer, Power Sword, and especially the Adeptus Astartes armor I've been designing for you," Alex said, squinting. GIR froze, staring at Alex in bewilderment, as if Alex had just betrayed him. Realizing that Alex wasn't joking, he quickly hid the milkshake behind his back and stepped up to the table, ready for further discussion. "You're kind of harsh on him," Rebecca whispered, smirking, and gave Alex a playful nip on the hand. "He spoiled himself," Alex teased with a smirk. "If you start acting the same way, I'll take away your toys, too." Rebecca shot him an offended look and bit his hand again in retaliation for threatening her beloved babies she had collected herself. Alex ignored it, knowing it was time to focus on the main task, sharing what he and GIR had discovered. Suddenly, he noticed one familiar face missing from the room. "Where's that lazy little one?" Alex asked, looking around and realizing Valerie was absent. "She went to finish her show in her room, saying our conversations were distracting her," Gloria explained with a smile. Alex shook his head, deciding it was just as well. Valerie didn't need to see what he was about to show. The footage from the investigation would be disturbing, and it was better for her to hear about it secondhand from the girls. GIR, now standing on the table, connected to the screen, ready to display what he and Alex had uncovered. "All right, first subject, Silas Johnson, a researcher working on the lower levels of the Arasaka lab," Alex began, displaying information about the first victim. A photo of Silas appeared on the screen. The girls leaned in, studying it closely to better understand who he was. GIR began playing the recording, showing how they entered Silas's apartment. The walls were covered with strange bloody inscriptions and eerie images of creatures that seemed to stare into one's soul. "What language is that, and who are these creatures?" Kiwi asked, a chill running down her spine at the sight. "The language is tricky, it's an ancient dialect unknown to me. As for the creatures, they're likely spawn of the primordial chaos," Alex replied, shaking his head. Seeing that there were no further questions, Alex continued explaining his findings until he and GIR came upon Silas's room, where he had taken his own life with a gunshot to the head. Alex immediately anticipated the girl's question about what could have driven Silas to such an act and why he left those bloody symbols and images of monsters. "It's the consequence of a mere mortal coming into contact with the power of an outer god. This fool, Silas, was experimenting with a fragment of such power, which sealed his fate," Alex said, preempting their questions. The girls were puzzled. What could have driven him to that state if he was merely studying a small crystal Alex had taken from Arasaka? Alex realized they underestimated the dangers of outer god power and decided to clarify. The power of such gods doesn't lie in brute strength but in how they affect reality. Their very presence can distort it. Even a weak avatar with just a fraction of their power can drive people mad. These scientists were exposed to the shard for too long, which led to tragic consequences. "Is there a way to protect oneself from this power?" Lucy asked with interest. "Yes. For centuries, people have summoned avatars of the outer gods. To avoid going insane, one must seal their soul and mind within a protective amulet created through a ritual. However, the stronger the avatar, the less effective such an amulet becomes," Alex explained. Lucy nodded, continuing to listen. On the recording, Alex and GIR were examining Silas's home but found nothing significant. At one point, Alex placed his hand on Silas's dead forehead, prompting questions from the girls. "Why did you touch his head?" Gloria asked. "I was trying to read his memories, but his brain had already turned to mush, and I couldn't find anything useful. Besides, someone erased all records of Silas," Alex explained. The girls exchanged glances, realizing that Alex could read people's memories, and stared at him intently. "You can read minds. Why didn't I know that? What am I thinking right now? Tell me." Rebecca shook him excitedly. "I'm not a telepath, it's more complicated. Reading memories isn't the same as reading thoughts," Alex smiled, trying to calm her down. Rebecca froze, remembering how Alex often dragged out explanations. She sighed and asked, "Can you explain it briefly?" "There are two ways to read memories. The first is through the brain, like I did just now, and the second is direct interaction with the soul," he replied concisely. Lucy nodded, intrigued by all this magic, and found herself wanting to learn it when she visited Alex's homeworld, where she could study magic. She remembered Alex mentioning an elf girl skilled in magic who could help her if she decided to pursue it. When Kiwi asked if there could be consequences from such interference, Alex added, "There can be. If a person agrees willingly, everything will be fine. But if memories are extracted forcefully, it's possible they could end up, well, like a vegetable. To put it simply, the first method is like carefully examining a tree, while the second is like ripping it out by the roots to study it." Kiwi nodded thoughtfully at Alex's response. Although his explanation seemed a bit complicated, she grasped the main point. Seeing there were no more questions, Alex continued his account of the investigation. He glanced at GIR, hinting that it might be best if he didn't disclose what happened to Silas's apartment if he wanted to keep his new flamethrower. GIR caught Alex's look and nodded vigorously, indicating he wouldn't let him down, especially since he hadn't yet fully enjoyed his new weapon and unleashed a true firestorm. After they examined Silas's apartment, the recording switched to Isla Ward's small apartment, which reminded Gloria of her old place where she used to live with Alex. The first frames from Isla's apartment showed her hanging in the center of the room. The girls were intrigued, as, unlike Silas's room, there were no bloody symbols or other creepy attributes. They decided not to interrupt Alex and waited to hear him out. The screen showed a moment when Alex attempted to access Isla's personal computer, reviewing her files and therapist's notes, prompting more questions from the girls. Why did the first guy's place look like a horror movie scene, and this one, like the owner just lost all hope? Rebecca asked, looking up at Alex. To answer that, I need to explain how madness manifests under the influence of outer gods, Alex began. There are several ways it can develop. The first is like Silas's case, where under the influence of power, a person loses control, begins painting bloody symbols, and acts strangely. The second is Isla's case, where the sense of an ominous presence and constant paranoia slowly drive them insane. Dreams turn into nightmares, and insomnia gradually destroys their mind. In the end, death only worsens the situation, as their souls fall into the hands of the outer god, facing a fate far worse than reincarnation. The girls nodded in understanding at Alex's explanation, realizing that outer gods were far scarier than they had imagined. They recalled the beautiful little girl who had visited their home the day before. On the surface, she seemed sweet and very beautiful, but who could have known that this little girl was far more dangerous than she appeared? And it was clear that she was the original, not some avatar that would have been much weaker. Noticing that there were no more questions for now, Alex continued, showing footage from the next hacker, Jack Hill's apartment. His place looked like a drug den, causing the girls to grimace in disgust. It was here that they saw the third form of madness. Jack had died of a heart attack after encountering something horrifying. Were you able to see anything in his memories? Since he died from fear, you should have seen what he saw, right? Gloria asked, distracting Alex. No, nothing specific, Alex replied, shaking his head. Madness destroyed his mind, turning his brain to mush, so there were no clear memories left. And from the smell in the apartment, it's obvious he died a while ago. Rebecca was also curious about what had scared Jack so badly, but after hearing Alex's answer, she just shrugged and decided not to dwell on it. Wrapping up the account of Jack, Alex smoothly transitioned to the death of the researcher Weston Thomas. This guy turned out to be useful by naming one of the key figures involved in these events. Alex didn't go into details, except to mention the recording of Thomas's last words. He asked GIR to play it so the girls could see for themselves what a person who had faced madness looked like. On the screen appeared the gaunt face of Weston, as if he hadn't slept or eaten for a long time. When the recording finished, the girls froze. The name mentioned in the recording was known to anyone who didn't live under a rock. Don't tell me Arasaka is this deeply involved, Lucy said, frowning. Sadly, it is, Alex replied, looking at her. In that lab from which you managed to escape, Arasaka was looking for what they wanted to use, and you were just expendable. Anger and sadness surged over Lucy. She knew Arasaka had used them, but now, learning the truth about the fate of the souls of her deceased friends, her fury ignited with new intensity. Her eyes reddened with rage and pain for those who were trapped in eternal torment. Can their souls be saved? Lucy asked, looking at Alex with hope. Alex saw Lucy's hopeful gaze and paused for a moment, considering how to respond. If her friends had died a natural death or from brain damage, their souls had likely transitioned to a new life through reincarnation. But if they had fallen under the influence of an outer god, Alex didn't know if they could be saved. He didn't want to deceive Lucy or give her false hope, knowing it was important for her to find peace by understanding the fate of her friends' souls. In that moment, it struck him whom he could ask, someone who could provide a precise answer to such a complex question. All right, it's worth a try. Father, answer my question, are Lucy's friends' souls safe, or have they fallen into the hands of the mechanical men? If so, is there any chance of saving them? Alex said, folding his hands and beginning to pray. The girls exchanged surprised glances when Alex started praying. However, remembering who his father was made everything clearer. Once he finished, Alex waited for an answer, feeling a bit awkward. It was his first time praying, and while he had never denied the possibility of higher powers' existence, he always believed in taking responsibility for his own actions. The wait felt strange, as addressing his father seemed overly formal. It felt simpler just to send a message. After a while, Alex's phone vibrated, and he saw a message with a reply. Their souls are safe. You can tell your wife not to worry. P.S. It's better to call next time. Seeing the response, Alex sighed with relief, but at the same time, his lips twitched into a nervous smile at the end of the message. What does better to call mean? Where could I possibly get the creator's number? He imagined the scene of telling the girls, I'm going to call God now. Rebecca, sitting on his lap, noticed his confusion and laughed when she heard him mumble it out loud. A mixed grimace of relief and embarrassment crossed his face. In short, your friends' souls are okay, Alex said, looking at Lucy. According to the reply from my father, they weren't infected, and their deaths were caused by something else, so you can relax. Lucy sighed with relief, realizing that her friends' souls had found peace. Once she was assured she was calm, Alex was about to continue his investigation story, but Gloria, having caught his strange reaction, asked a question. Why did you have that face, as if you just swallowed a lemon? Alex exhaled and handed his phone to Gloria so she could see for herself. Gloria, Lucy, and Kiwi leaned in, reading the beginning of the message and becoming intrigued by the ending. The phrase, "tell your wife," made Lucy blush slightly as she shot a shy glance at Alex, meeting his sincere smile. When they saw the last line, the girls couldn't help but smile, looking at Alex, who looked like he had eaten a lemon. "Stop looking at me like that," Alex mumbled, pouting. "Who knew you could just call? I thought you could only reach God through prayer." Deciding to change the subject, Alex continued recounting what happened next, showing footage of the Maelstrom gang members entering an apartment. He immediately explained that it was they who were covering up all traces for Arasaka by killing the laid-off researchers and netrunners. By covering up the traces, if those laid-off people ended their lives, it was better to let those who could handle the dirty work without fearing it would tarnish the company's image do it. All Arasaka had to do was say they would do everything possible to punish those responsible for their employees' deaths, or simply claim they weren't involved and shift all the blame onto the Maelstrom gang. After all, everyone in Night City was already wary of that insane gang filled with cyber psychos. Finishing his explanation, Alex moved on to the meeting with the last target of today's investigation. There wasn't much to say there, except to show what happens to people who embrace the madness of an outer god and want to infect others. They also showed the recording of how the last target died and who was responsible for the death, the leader of the Maelstrom gang, who had become the loyal dog of the mechanical man. "Well, that's it. I learned a little, but as they say, better this than nothing," Alex said, moistening his throat after the long explanation. The girls pondered what they had seen, realizing that something truly serious was approaching. They were already alarmed by the ever-growing number of cyber psychos, and it was clear that even more dangerous events lay ahead for them to endure. "What's your plan?" Kiwi asked, drawing Alex's attention. "It's the same as before. We wait, prepare, and arm ourselves for the day when everything goes to hell. The mechanical man will acquire a body sooner or later, and that's inevitable. Our task is to reduce his resources to limit the number of those who can help him. We'll start with the key members of Maelstrom, eliminating the most important and dangerous ones. At the same time, we need to find out who in Arasaka is supporting the mechanical man, excluding Hanako. She's been vetted," Alex explained his plan. "So the plan is to wait and eliminate anyone who can assist this god?" Lucy clarified. "Pretty much," Alex nodded. "By removing his important pawns, we'll force the mechanical man to act. The more obstacles there are, the more he'll rush. Despite his divine nature, he still possesses the arrogance typical of most gods. To him, humans are just cattle capable of feeding his power. So when faced with resistance, he'll want to eliminate whoever stands in his way. That's why he'll need to acquire a body." The girls agreed with the plan, understanding that their main task was to support Alex. He would take on the battle with the mechanical man, but they would have to protect GIR, who would need to cleanse the remnants of the enemy's consciousness. They would also have to fend off attacks from those who might try to interfere with GIR completing his work. To be continued. Chapter 137, Fulfilling a Dream and Saying Goodbye. After finishing his conversation with the girls, Alex thought about finally getting some rest. Sleep was the best remedy for the accumulated fatigue of recent days and would help ease his mental strain. However, after a brief moment of thought, he decided to stay and spend time with his friends, who were now deep in thought about his plans. Out of boredom, Alex began braiding Rebecca's hair again, changing up her usual hairstyle. Normally, Rebecca either wore her hair loose or in two braids like Hestia. Alex had done the same with Hestia, occasionally changing her hairstyle, and now his new victim was Rebecca, since the other girls in the family didn't have long enough hair for his experiments. Noticing that Alex was once again working on her hair, Rebecca didn't mind, though some of his styles seemed strange to her. Satisfied with the final look, Alex even considered taking a picture of his masterpiece. However, knowing Rebecca, he realized she'd fight him to the end to make him delete it. "Congratulations, you're now a galactic princess," Alex said, finishing her hairstyle in the style of Princess Leia from Star Wars. The girls overheard him and turned to look at Rebecca with curiosity, unable to hold back their laughter. She truly looked a bit odd, as if wearing oversized headphones on her ears. Confused, Rebecca pulled a mirror out of her inventory to check herself, and, seeing her hair, she understood the reason for their laughter. "Are you serious right now?" Rebecca asked, eyeing Alex with a mix of disbelief and irritation at her new look. Alex tilted his head, as if feigning innocence. Wasn't it fun? She should be glad he didn't go for something like a pineapple or a palm tree considering her hair length. Seeing his lack of reaction to her irritation, Rebecca decided to show her displeasure in her own way, by biting his cheek and giving it a good chew. Alex, used to her antics, calmly let her do it, only wiping the saliva off his face afterward. After letting Alex go, Rebecca settled back into her seat, and Alex, reaching for the TV remote, asked GIR to disconnect from the screen and take a break. GIR immediately jumped off the table and headed to his cushion, taking his half-finished milkshake with him. Alex turned on the TV, hoping to distract himself before bed, but seeing that it was on the news, he quickly turned it off. The girls noticed his swift reaction, puzzled as to why he'd so quickly turned away from watching. "Why did you turn off the TV?" Lucy asked, giving him a suspicious look, sensing he was hiding something. Alex averted his gaze, unwilling to explain. After all, he couldn't just tell them that every apartment he visited during the investigation had to be burned, not only to avoid the risk of infecting random people but also to throw the enemy off track. GIR also understood what news was playing and, fearing for his new flamethrower, opted for a swift escape to the kitchen to avoid the conversation. "Oh, it was just nothing interesting again, thought it'd be better to go to sleep," Alex said with a slight smile, hoping to steer the conversation away. Sensing it was time for a tactical retreat, he decided to make his exit. But before he could take a step, the TV switched back on, showing a news report about 5 fires across the city that had affected apartments previously owned by Arasaka employees. Lucy gave him a dry, demanding look, clearly expecting an explanation. "Nothing you want to explain?" Gloria asked, watching him closely. "I can understand your jokes on the job, even the chaos you stirred up at Arasaka. But what about the burned apartments you visited?" Following Freya's guidance, Gloria allowed Alex harmless mischief but kept in mind other warnings that prevented him from crossing the line. Realizing he couldn't dodge their questioning, Alex quickly came up with an excuse. It was necessary to avoid any random passers-by getting infected. "I mean, I can't exactly stash corpses in my inventory, so burning the apartments was the best option." "Only those apartments were affected, the neighboring ones stayed untouched," Alex said, giving a thumbs up. Lucy continued to look at Alex with a reserved expression, only half convinced. She knew he could have used his magic to burn just the bodies and that it hadn't been strictly necessary to set entire apartments ablaze. However, she also saw that the first and last apartments probably needed to be destroyed completely. Gloria sighed, deciding to believe Alex only partially, suspecting he might have just enjoyed causing fires. Alex realized he'd avoided a lecture about not torching others' apartments and exhaled in relief. But just as he thought the incident was behind him, he felt a disapproving gaze practically burning into his back. Turning around, Alex saw Rebecca's hurt expression, as if he'd betrayed all their shared moments. "How could you go around burning apartments without me? What, you don't love me anymore? What about all those promises that we'd cause chaos together?" she asked with feigned indignation, playing the role of an offended spouse. Alex instantly understood that Rebecca was trying to coax something out of him. Normally, she'd ask him right away how he did it or which techniques he used, but now she was acting like a scorned wife. The other housemates also noticed Rebecca's little performance, sensing she was aiming to get something. "All right, what do you want?" Alex asked, seeing through her game. Rebecca realized her acting had worked and quickly hid her pleased smile, though everyone had already seen it. Her mind began racing through ideas of what she could ask for in exchange for his betrayal. "How does your sword work? Can it create a portal anywhere?" she asked, before making her actual request. Alex frowned slightly, realizing where Rebecca was going with this. He'd already explained Yamato's capabilities when the sword was still broken, but he remembered that Rebecca often tuned out anything that didn't involve destructive weapons. "I already told you what my sword can do, or did you forget again, you forgetful potato?" he replied with a smile, giving her nose a light pinch. Rebecca tensed, trying to recall, and vague memories surfaced of the day Alex revealed his true nature. "Well, there was something like that," she muttered, not entirely confident in her memories. Alex smirked slightly. He knew he couldn't stay mad at Rebecca and adored her as she was, even if she often forgot anything unrelated to weapons. "I remember you saying you could open a portal anywhere, even to the moon," Lucy noted, deciding to step in. "Right, the moon," Alex repeated thoughtfully, nodding at her words. His eyes gleamed, and he turned to Gloria, who gave him a knowing smile. Alex recalled his promise to help Gloria save up for a ticket to the moon, and even though troubling events had started in the city, he decided to fulfill her dream. Now, he just needed to make sure nothing would endanger the girls when they reached the moon. "Stay put, and call Valerie." "I'll be back soon," Alex said, summoning Yamato and opening a portal. The girls were a bit puzzled but decided to call Valerie as Alex had asked. Stepping through the portal, Alex found himself on the moon. He glanced at Earth, realizing that no movie could ever convey the view that now lay before him. In films, Earth often seems large, but the real distance paints a completely different picture. Turning his gaze away, Alex began preparing for the girls' arrival. He knew he'd need to protect them from the solar radiation they'd be exposed to on the lunar surface. After creating protective barriers, he decided to add a touch of comfort, setting up a table and chairs to give them a place to sit. Once everything was ready, Alex opened a portal back to the living room and returned. Upon his return, he saw that everyone was already gathered, including an annoyed Valerie, who had once again been pulled away from her favorite show. Rebecca, Lucy, Gloria, Kiwi, and even GIR, who had prudently retreated to the kitchen to keep his flamethrower safe, were now waiting for his explanation. Alex smirked and said, "Glad to see everyone's here. Follow me, there's a surprise waiting." "Gloria, bring David along," he added with a wide smile. Alex stepped through the portal first, leaving the girls in the living room. They exchanged glances and followed him. Rebecca charged forward eagerly, with the others following close behind. Lucy, on her way through, tossed a reluctant GIR into the portal, saying that if everyone was going, he had to go too. Just before vanishing, GIR cast a disgruntled look at Lucy, but she paid it no mind and stepped through as well. Valerie went in last, followed by Kiwi and Gloria, who lingered thoughtfully. She approached the urn with her son's ashes, took it gently, hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped through the portal, finding herself on the moon, the place she had dreamed of for so long. Looking around, she saw Rebecca and Valerie joyfully competing to see who could jump higher. Lucy and Kiwi, entranced by the sight of Earth, stood nearby, their gaze fixed on the distant blue orb. Gloria felt her dream had come true. She turned to meet Alex's warm gaze. "I'm sorry, Gloria. I remember promising to save up for a ticket so you could go to the moon, but with recent events, I thought it'd be better to make the dream happen this way," Alex said, giving her a slightly apologetic smile. Those words warmed Gloria's heart. She knew how hard he'd worked to make it happen the honest way, despite her urging him to take it easy and not wear himself out for this goal. Even if they'd arrived through magic, she was content. After all, she had once resigned herself to the thought that, with her income, this might remain only a dream. "It's all right, Alex. I saw how hard you tried, and I'm grateful to be here now," Gloria replied, gently squeezing his hand. Alex smiled and squeezed her hand in return. They continued watching as Rebecca and Valerie tossed GIR back and forth like a ball, ignoring his desperate protests that he was meant to be an ultramarine, not a toy. Gloria, holding onto Alex's arm, sank into this rare, cozy atmosphere. It had all started that day when she found Alex in the alley, and since then, her life had transformed for the better. He'd helped her cope with the loss of her son and made her feel that she wasn't alone. "Will you help me scatter David's ashes?" Gloria asked softly, looking at him with hope. Alex noticed her expectant gaze. He understood how important it was for her to have him by her side in this moment, and, of course, he couldn't refuse. "Of course, we'll do it together," he replied, gripping her hand tightly. Alex and Gloria stepped away from the others to scatter David's ashes. Pausing, Alex gave Gloria time to say her farewell. She looked sadly at the urn in her hands, at a loss for words. There was so much she wanted to say, to see him just once more, to hug him tightly and let him know she never wanted things to turn out this way. She had dreamed of a better fate for him, but no one could have foreseen that David would fall victim to an evil god bent on destroying the universe. Taking one last look at the ashes, Gloria opened the urn and scattered them, silently speaking her final goodbye. "Goodbye, David. I hope we meet again. I found someone who might fulfill my selfish wish, to give us one more chance to meet," Gloria whispered, holding back the tears that filled her eyes. Alex stood by, silently supporting her. A wild idea grew in his mind, one he was willing to pursue, but he knew he first had to deal with the mechanical man, ensuring that no one would stand in his way. Watching Gloria say her farewell to David, he struggled to keep his own emotions in check. "Gloria, I could make a pendant or ring for you with some of David's ashes, so he'll always be close by," Alex suggested, looking into her sorrowful eyes. She turned to him, meeting his gaze full of tenderness and care. Gloria hesitated. Part of her knew she had to let go of the past, but another part of her couldn't completely leave it behind. "I'm not sure, Alex. I know I need to let him go, but I want a part of him to stay with me," Gloria whispered, looking at the urn. Alex nodded silently, understanding her feelings, and with a touch of magic, he took a small portion of the ashes and crafted a pendant. For him, it was important that David's memory lived on. A person remains alive as long as they're remembered. This pendant would be a symbol of a boy named David Martinez, loved by his mother, Gloria Martinez. Alex placed the pendant around Gloria's neck and gently held her face, guiding her gaze to his. "Gloria, as I've said before and I'll say again, David was and always will be your son, living in your heart. Let this pendant remind you that there was a young man named David, the beloved son of Gloria Martinez. Remember him with a smile," Alex said, wiping away her tears. Gloria listened to Alex's gentle words as he tried to comfort her. She attempted a smile, but tears continued to stream down her face, unstoppable. She had thought she'd be able to let David go, but it turned out to be far more difficult than she'd imagined. And Alex understood, which is why he created the pendant with a part of David's ashes, to give Gloria some peace in her heart. At first, Alex only wanted to repay Gloria by helping her earn enough for a ticket to the moon, but in the end, they had fallen in love. Because of this, Alex was willing to go to great lengths to ease Gloria's inner pain. More than once, Alex had considered resurrecting David, but each time, his conscience reminded him of the potential consequences. Alex could be selfish, but he also had a conscience. He knew that the David he might bring back might not be the David Gloria once knew, or he could even attempt a time travel spell to capture David's soul and resurrect him. If there were a proper reincarnation system in this world, Alex would have resurrected David long ago. But unfortunately, that doesn't exist here, and the universe itself is on the brink of destruction at the hands of an avatar of an outer god. Thank you for being here, Gloria whispered, wiping away her tears. I'm glad I didn't leave you in that alley back then. You've been a light in my darkest days, when my life seemed to be falling apart. I don't know what would have happened to me if I hadn't met you. I love you, my demon king. She smiled, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Alex, pouring all the depth of her feelings into it. Alex returned her kiss, feeling the intensity of Gloria's emotions. But their moment was abruptly interrupted when GIR flew toward them, loudly complaining about injustice and threatening to file a complaint with Animal Protection Services. Without changing his expression, Alex caught GIR by the head. He glanced over at the girls, who looked sheepishly in their direction, then shifted his gaze to GIR, who looked back pleadingly, hoping for Alex's support. Alex recalled how GIR had betrayed him, running away when Alex had to explain the cause of a fire that damaged 5 apartments. So, the great and mighty GIR has become the victim of 2 girls who used him as a ball. Alex teased with a smirk. Hearing the taunt, GIR immediately started waving his arms, attempting to attack Alex in a vengeful outburst. But Alex, understanding that this little nuisance had far too much energy, simply tossed him back to Valerie and Rebecca. The girls quickly caught GIR, who once again started wailing about the injustice. Gloria, seeing his reaction, laughed, finally feeling a sense of relief after fulfilling her wish to say goodbye to her son alongside the one she loved. You shouldn't have treated him like that, he's already been through enough with Valerie and Rebecca, Gloria said with a smile, holding Alex's hand. Let this be a lesson for his betrayal, Alex chuckled, watching the girls start to toss GIR around again. He should be grateful I didn't take away all his weapons and snacks. They both laughed, then turned to admire the view of Earth sparkling in the distance. Alex had always found the sight beautiful, especially after his lone trip to space, where everything around him had been empty and lifeless. This moment felt entirely different. He put his arm around Gloria, standing beside her and watching the slowly rotating planet. After a while, Gloria suggested they return to the others, and Alex nodded, taking her hand. As they approached the group, a lunar buggy zoomed by. Rebecca, sitting behind the wheel, sped along like a mad racer, with Valerie and GIR shouting next to her, begging not to let Rebecca drive again. Alex shook his head with a smile and let them have their fun, knowing that he had set up protective barriers in case of any unforeseen circumstances. I think Rebecca's having fun, Gloria remarked, watching their race with a smile. She is, but I'm not so sure about Valerie and G.I. Alex replied with a slight smirk. They reached the table where Lucy and Kiwi were discussing their impressions of being on the moon, sipping drinks and enjoying snacks. Seeing Alex and Gloria holding hands, Lucy thought about how much she wanted to thank him for everything but knew he would probably brush off her words with something like, why not take a trip to the moon, right? Alex and Gloria joined the conversation, and Kiwi immediately asked how they could breathe on the moon, not freeze, or get burned. It's simple, Alex shrugged. I created a magical barrier that mimics Earth's atmosphere. This time, you explained it shorter, Lucy smirked, rolling her eyes. Where's your long and boring explanation that would take hours to explain how everything works? Alex couldn't help but smirk. He knew that long explanations always tired them out, but the short ones rarely satisfied anyone. So, in response to Lucy's remark, he just grinned and playfully tugged at her nose. They continued discussing potential worlds and topics for their travels until Rebecca and Valerie joined them, with Valerie holding GIR. GIR looked like he had been through a long war, and upon seeing Gloria, he stretched out his hands hopefully. Gloria smiled and picked him up, comforting him, while Alex watched the scene with a satisfied grin, knowing he hadn't brought them here in vain. He had helped Gloria say goodbye to David, fulfilled Lucy's dream, and created unforgettable moments for the whole group, whom he considered family. Right now, Alex felt free from the thoughts of what needed to be done. This break had given him much-needed relief and helped release the tension of the past few days. But soon, he would have to muster all his strength to protect his family and friends. To be continued. Chapter 138, Back to Work, and Another Visit to Hanako. The trip to the moon turned out to be a great idea, a chance to slow down, relax, and clear his mind. After Alex learned of the existence of an avatar of an outer god in this world, he immediately started devising plans and countermeasures in case of a confrontation with a being from the digital realm. His brain was working at its limit, calculating all possible scenarios, and the trip to the moon offered a perfect opportunity to unwind a bit. The girls were thrilled, even Kiwi, usually reserved and composed, couldn't help but smile. Everyone enjoyed this unusual visit, except for the robo-dog, GIR, who was first used as a throwball and then taken for a ride on the lunar buggy by Rebecca. GIR, despite being a daring racer himself, hadn't anticipated that Rebecca lacked concepts like obstacle or braking. Valerie and GIR soon realized it was better to keep Rebecca away from the wheel in the future, as every bump and uneven surface became a challenge she tackled head-on. When they finally returned to the group, Alex thought everyone was worn out, but Rebecca made a grand finale by crashing at full speed into a barrier, completely wrecking the buggy, with GIR flying forward and hitting the barrier face first. Back from the moon, life resumed its normal rhythm. Gloria no longer mourned David's passing, as she had been able to say goodbye and kept part of his ashes in a pendant Alex had crafted for her. Now Gloria wore it all the time as a reminder of David's presence. Meanwhile, the increase in cyberpsychos had given Alex even more work, and he couldn't handle it all alone, so he got the entire group involved. Initially, Maine was against this kind of work, but with Alex's guidance and support, he agreed. The group split into pairs to track and neutralize the runaway cyberpsychos terrorizing the city. Alex swiftly handled his part of the work and returned home to continue investigating those who had become pawns of a certain mechanical man. He suspected that Maelstrom and someone from Arasaka were aiding this entity, so he decided to start with members of the Maelstrom gang. To deal with their numbers, Alex tested a theory: could he eliminate targets without leaving home? In a high-tech world where everyone is connected, it proved possible, especially with GIR as his assistant. At first, Alex didn't believe it would work, but he soon saw his idea come to life. He chose a lower-ranking Maelstrom member as the first target, and, with GIR's help and a few trial-and-error attempts, achieved the desired outcome. Alex then invited Rebecca and the other girls to demonstrate the process. GIR hacked a car's system, accelerated it to high speed, and directed it into a wall, staging an improvised crash test. Initially, Alex wanted the car to fall off a bridge into a river, but GIR had his own ideas. The curious Robodog decided to test the resilience of cars in this world and drove it straight into a wall. It looked incredibly realistic. GIR even edited a video of the crash with epic music. When Rebecca realized she could control a car remotely, she immediately asked Alex to let her try, but he firmly refused, foreseeing that it could turn into a scene from Final Destination. The others, especially Gloria, fully supported his decision. Meanwhile, GIR continued experimenting with remote elimination options, snapping a cable in an elevator, using high voltage, and even setting fire to a warehouse with blocked exits. Initially, all of this felt like something out of a movie to Alex, but he soon considered giving GIR a black military uniform. However, what concerned him most was that GIR recorded all these moments, edited them, added music, and proudly showed the videos to Rebecca, who, along with the other group members, clearly enjoyed these spectacles. After realizing he could eliminate people without leaving home, Alex decided to focus on other unfinished projects and allowed GIR to have fun orchestrating the accidents that had become increasingly frequent throughout the city. Alex could work in peace, except for the constant laughter of GIR echoing through the workshop, as if he'd turned into a mad scientist discovering a dangerous toy. Eventually, Alex assigned GIR a separate space to avoid disrupting his work. Time flew by, and even Kiwi, now a regular visitor, had somehow moved into the apartment. Alex hadn't noticed until one day he decided to relax, take a hot bath, and brainstorm new ideas. Without noticing anyone around, he walked into the bathroom, and ran into Kiwi, wrapped in a towel. Alex was stunned. He hadn't expected to see Kiwi at that time and in his own home. Staying a gentleman, he tactically retreated to find out why she was in their bathroom. The girls informed him that Kiwi had been living with them for several days. To his bewilderment, they all chorused that he should leave the workshop more often and stop locking himself in like a reclusive scientist. With no response, Alex simply waited for Kiwi to finish so he could finally take his own bath. Now aware that Kiwi was living with them, Alex noticed her more often, especially at unexpected moments. Soon, he faced another problem. Maelstrom gang members had started behaving cautiously. It seemed someone was warning them about the accidents, which greatly frustrated GIR, who had grown quite invested in his work. Seeing no other option, Alex decided to go hunting himself. No one was more disappointed than GIR, who could no longer create his epic montages to boast to the others. To console his companion, Alex crafted a powerful force spear for him. When GIR received his new weapon, he joyfully shouted for the annihilation of heretics, his cry echoing through the workshop. Alex began to suspect that GIR had become too invested in the Warhammer universe, but decided to ignore it as long as GIR didn't try to impose his ideas on others. Alex instructed GIR to mark Maelstrom bases on the map and highlight those with the highest enemy concentration. In the end, 2 targets remained. Knowing that clearing them out could take some time, Alex suggested the girls handle one of the warehouses. Rebecca immediately agreed, rushing to pack her weapons bag, while Lucy and Kiwi reluctantly followed, knowing how dangerous Rebecca had become with Alex's help. He gave each girl a protective bracelet in case of unforeseen situations. When Alex handed Kiwi her bracelet, she took it as a sign of interest and unexpectedly kissed him. Alex didn't mind, as he was attracted to Kiwi, tall, beautiful, and with a cold yet kind heart. Once ready, Alex and the girls headed to the parking lot. The girls announced they'd be taking the car, as there were 3 of them, while Alex was just one, and GIR didn't count, since he was small. Under Alex's watchful gaze, his beloved car rolled out of the garage, and with a sigh, he realized that in relationships, personal items easily become shared property. Sighing, Alex got on his motorcycle and headed to the warehouse where the Maelstrom members were hiding. Climbing onto the roof, he and GIR scanned the building, using sonar to confirm it was the right location. Pulling out flashbang grenades, Alex handed a few to GIR, sending him to the other side of the warehouse to make their attack simultaneous, leaving no escape route for their enemies. Once GIR was in position, Alex held up 3 fingers and began the countdown. As he folded the last finger, he and GIR threw a barrage of flashbangs into the warehouse, disorienting everyone inside. When the room flooded with bright light, Alex realized he might have gone a bit overboard with the number. The blinding explosion could have lit up an entire city, and all within an enclosed space. Dropping in through a skylight, Alex landed on the floor and began taking out the nearest enemies, opting to use his favorite pistols this time rather than makeshift weapons. Meanwhile, GIR crashed through the glass and landed on one of the opponents, piercing him with the force spear so powerfully that the floor cracked. Thanks to his small size and agility, GIR expertly dodged incoming bullets and methodically eliminated enemies, slicing through them with his new weapon like a hot knife through butter. Alex had already dealt with his half of the enemies and waited with interest for GIR to finish. Lighting a cigarette, Alex listened as the sounds of gunfire and screams slowly faded until silence fell. Suddenly, the body of a Maelstrom member flew toward Alex, landing right at his feet, impaled by the spear. Clearly, GIR wanted a dramatic finale to his mission, though he had slightly overdone it by throwing the enemy with the spear across the warehouse. Moments later, Alex heard the pitter-patter of small paws and saw GIR, covered in blood, trotting over to him. Alex exhaled a stream of smoke and shook his head, smirking quietly. "Done, I see," Alex said, watching as GIR hopped onto the fallen body to pull out the stuck spear. GIR raised the spear, flashing a peace sign, and Alex nodded in reply, wiping the blood from his Robodog suit. Then, grabbing GIR by the head, he headed for the exit to check on the girls. Seating GIR on the motorcycle, Alex leaned against the seat, pulled out his phone, and dialed, waiting for Lucy to answer. When Lucy picked up, she asked why he was calling. "Just wanted to check if you all were done." "GIR and I are already finished," Alex explained. "We're all set too, though Kiwi and I didn't have much to do." "Rebecca took out the whole warehouse with a machine gun," Lucy replied with a sigh. Alex tried to recall where Rebecca could have gotten such a powerful machine gun, and then it hit him. He remembered that he'd promised to make Rebecca a dangerous machine gun just because he was curious to see how someone her size would handle such a massive weapon. Alex frowned, disappointed that he'd missed it, and could only sigh, realizing he'd lost a perfect chance to watch Rebecca wield a massive machine gun. "Well, head home, and we'll clean up here and join you soon," Alex said, making his decision. Lucy was about to reply when a powerful explosion erupted in the background, and Alex felt the ground shake. He looked up and saw a mushroom cloud rising from the area where the girls were. Alex's face darkened with shock, his expression marked by black streaks, while GIR pulled out his small camera and began taking souvenirs. "Are you okay?" "And what the hell was that?" Alex asked, trying to keep his calm. "We're fine, we were in your car." "And that was Rebecca," Lucy replied in a tired tone. "How did she manage that?" Alex asked, struggling to hold back his irritation. "I'll find out now," Lucy responded, and Alex could hear her trying to stand up to assess the situation. Alex calmly watched the mushroom cloud towering over the explosion site, gradually losing his patience at the sound of camera clicks coming from GIR. He was enthusiastically taking photos and even managed to snap a few selfies against the background of the explosion. Alex lit a new cigarette and waited for Lucy's response, hearing the rising argument about Rebecca's actions on the other end of the line. Finally, Lucy spoke again. "Our gremlin stole a box from your desk labeled Big Boom 3, she said tiredly, and in the background, Rebecca's voice could be heard, defending herself, claiming she didn't know it would be so powerful. Thank the gods she didn't take the first or second edition. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a quarter of a city left," Alex sighed, rubbing his forehead. Lucy sighed again and glanced at Rebecca, who was sulking with her arms crossed, muttering that she didn't know the effect would be so strong. "How many buildings were affected?" Alex asked, removing his hand from his face. "Just the warehouse we were clearing, a few shattered windows, and some chunks of concrete flying around," Lucy answered, her voice sounding as tired as his. "Good. I'll have GIR check if anyone was hurt by the explosion, and you all head home. Tell Rebecca we'll talk when she gets back," Alex concluded, ending the call. Putting the phone down, Alex turned to GIR, who was now sitting and looking at his photos, clearly pleased with himself. Seeing his owner's attention, GIR quickly hid the camera behind his back, as if expecting Alex might take it away. Alex just shook his head, suppressing a smile, and finally said, "Check if anyone got hurt from the explosion," he ordered his little assistant. GIR immediately began his check, ensuring the blast hadn't harmed any innocent people. Alex thought for a moment, though his weapons were destructive, he never wanted them to harm innocent bystanders. Everything he created was solely meant for eliminating enemies, or as he called them, sinners. GIR finished his check and gently tugged at Alex's sleeve to snap him out of his thoughts. No one was hurt. Since Maelstrom had occupied the warehouse, people were too scared to go near, avoiding encounters with those idiots, GIR reported. Great. But Rebecca will still have to explain why she took something from my desk without permission. Did you find the ones helping Maelstrom avoid trouble? Alex asked, looking at GIR. Not yet, still hunting for those bastards who keep ruining my fun. GIR responded dramatically, clenching his fist. Don't talk like that, don't be like your mom, Rebecca, Alex said, lightly flicking GIR on the head. GIR gave Alex an offended look, not understanding why he had received that flick. Alex, however, ignored this and remembered that he needed to visit Hanako. She was clearly sticking her nose where it didn't belong. Either she had already fallen under the influence of the mechanical man, or there was still a chance to save her. Send a message to our friend Hanako and schedule a meeting in a couple of hours, Alex said, glancing at his watch and deciding that she was probably still in a meeting. GIR stopped glaring at Alex and got to work sending the message to Hanako. Meanwhile, during her meeting, Hanako received a notification about a new message. The sender's number was not displayed, which only added to her irritation. She hadn't been able to sleep properly in the past few days, and she was constantly haunted by the feeling of being watched, her focus slipping away. What made it even more intriguing was the fact that someone had sent her a personal message without identifying themselves. Opening the message, Hanako noticed a strange notification. She was informed that someone was planning to break into her apartment again. Despite her surprise, she decided to agree to the meeting. Her suspicions about her strange feelings not being random had been bothering her, and she felt that this visit could shed light on her recent anxieties. While Hanako wrapped up the meeting, Alex and GIR decided to relax a bit. At a decent diner, Alex ordered a burger and a drink for himself and a kid's meal for GIR, just to tease the little robo-dog. To his surprise, GIR actually liked the toy that came with the kid's meal. Realizing his plan had backfired, Alex started eating, contemplating the situation with the Maelstrom gang and their possible allies. After dismissing the idea of the mechanical man, he thought about the Voodoo Boys, the only gang in Night City that could interfere with GIR's operations so skillfully. But what could possibly motivate them to get involved with Maelstrom remained unclear. Deciding to leave that for later, Alex checked the time and realized it was time to head for his meeting with Hanako Arasaka. All right, let's go, we have a meeting, Alex said, getting up from the table and tugging on GIR's head to follow him. Arriving at an alley near Arasaka Tower, Alex stored his motorcycle in his inventory and asked GIR to check the cameras to see where Hanako was. GIR quickly found out that she was already in her penthouse, waiting for the visit. Alex decided to approach her in a new guise. He changed his hair color to blood red and grabbed a mask and a red coat that suited the role. How's this? Will it work? Alex asked, showing off his updated look to his companion. GIR gave a thumbs up in approval, which gave Alex the idea to change GIR's outfit too. He swapped the usual green Robodog look for a skeleton costume. After inspecting himself, GIR also seemed pleased, and Alex, placing him on his shoulder, headed for the building. When they reached Arasaka Tower, Alex decided to take the elevator up to Hanako. Ignoring the security and reception, he called for the elevator and told GIR to send him to the penthouse floor. Meanwhile, Hanako, sitting and waiting on the couch, once again felt the annoying ringing in her ears that had been bothering her for several days. Recalling her conversations with her bodyguard Oda, she tried to convince herself that it was just fatigue and stress. Just as she was thinking about pouring herself some wine, she heard the sound of the elevator doors opening. Turning around, Hanako saw an unfamiliar man with blood-red hair, wearing a red coat and a mask. She was surprised not only by his appearance but also by the audacity with which he had used the elevator, as if entering his own home. Alex, noticing her surprised and irritated gaze, smirked beneath the mask, realizing that he had managed to make the desired impression. "Good evening, Miss Hanako," he said in a cold tone. With the greeting spoken, Alex, without wasting any words, calmly made his way to the chair and sat down opposite Hanako, meeting her intense stare. It was only then that she snapped out of her brief confusion and cleared her throat. "Good evening to you too. It seems you already know my name, yet I still don't know yours. It would be polite of you to introduce yourself," Hanako said, maintaining her composure while carefully studying her visitor. "Alexander Van Lowell." "You can call me Van if it's more convenient," Alex responded in a calm, cold tone. The name seemed strange to Hanako, much like those of the other members of the mysterious organization, but what intrigued her more was why the one who had come to the meeting wasn't Hiruko, but this unfamiliar man. "What position do you hold in your organization, Mr. Van?" "If Hiruko Kajitane is your bishop, then what are you?" she asked carefully, trying to probe the situation. "I'm an inquisitor, just like my little partner," Alex nodded toward GIR. "We deal with those who need to disappear," he explained in a cold, emotionless manner. Hanako pondered this. Her guest clearly held that very position that was whispered about in dark rumors, eliminating anyone pointed out by the leaders. Deep in thought, she tried to understand the purpose of this meeting. Meanwhile, Alex observed her carefully, and his expression twisted beneath the mask. Hanako was infected. It had likely happened recently, as the darkness in her soul had not fully spread, and it could still be removed. But Alex felt irritation, realizing that Hanako had ignored the warning and ventured into places she shouldn't have. "Miss Hanako, it seems you've already been warned to stay away from certain matters," he addressed her, drawing her attention. Hanako flinched at the cold voice and looked at him warily. "What do you mean, Mr. Van?" she asked cautiously, trying not to show her unease. "Exactly that. You've poked your nose where it didn't belong, and now you're infected," Alex replied, never taking his eyes off her. The words about the infection made her tense up. She again felt that strange buzzing in her ears that had been tormenting her for the past few days. "And what do I need to do to get rid of this?" Hanako asked cautiously. "Not a difficult task, but it seems someone won't let me do that," Alex said with a smirk, glancing away. Hanako followed his gaze and saw that he was looking at her bodyguard, Oda, who had been unusually quiet and reserved lately, often maintaining an impassive expression. "What do you mean by that?" Hanako asked suspiciously, glancing at her bodyguard. Alex smirked, never taking his eyes off Oda. Beneath his calm exterior, there was a swirling dark energy that seemed almost inhuman. "Oda, what's it like being the loyal dog of the mechanical man?" Alex said with clear disdain in his voice. Before Hanako could respond, Oda suddenly lunged forward, his mantis blade flashing in the dim light. Alex didn't even attempt to dodge. Hanako held her breath, unable to believe her eyes as she saw what happened next. To be continued. Chapter 139, Taijutsu is the key to victory. When Alex called Oda the mechanical man's dog, he expected an immediate attack, and he wasn't wrong. But the cause of the assault wasn't the insult itself. Oda was acting on orders to eliminate anyone obstructing the mechanical man's plans. By decree, he was to remain inconspicuous near Hanako until her soul fully succumbed to infection. However, being exposed forced Oda into action. Activating blades that resembled mantis claws, he lunged toward Alex, aiming to deliver a fatal strike. But his blades clashed against a force spear from GIR, preventing them from reaching Alex's neck. Alex watched Oda with a cold, piercing gaze, examining his soul, now overtaken by chaos and madness. Almost nothing remained of the former Oda. His soul was consumed by darkness, leaving only a hollow shell. This made Alex frown, not just because of what Oda had lost, but because after full corruption, Oda's soul would be destroyed permanently, leaving no chance for redemption or rebirth. "So quick to succumb, Oda. Only a few days have passed, and you're already gone," Alex remarked, staring intently at Oda's twisted, hate-filled face, an expression unfit for any living person. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Oda retreated with inhuman speed, seeking a new opening for attack. Hanako, shaken by the scene, suddenly grasped that her bodyguard had turned into something monstrous. His face was distorted with hatred, his eyes a sinister yellow tinged with red, and his skin was marbled with dark purple veins. In confusion, she instinctively moved closer to Alex, sensing that beside him was the safest place now. Alex noticed her presence nearby but didn't object. He had come here to check on her condition, knowing he was partly responsible for her involvement in this dangerous game. Beside him, GIR, his loyal companion, stood ready, intensely watching every move Oda made. Alex, however, remained calm, observing the mutations that were transforming Oda into something grotesque, driven only by a thirst for destruction. "We found you. You're one of those obstructing our plans," Oda's voice suddenly broke out, layered with multiple, fractured tones. Hanako went cold with fear, watching the changes in her bodyguard. He was no longer the calm protector she knew, something dark and merciless had awakened within him. She recalled how he had become silent and withdrawn over the past few days, though he had once given her advice. Only now did she realize that all these changes marked the start of his transformation into a monster. Terrified, Hanako gripped Alex's arm, desperately trying to find some support in this nightmare. Alex frowned, noticing the desperation in her gaze and sensing her infection intensifying. Realizing it would only hasten the process, he cast a spell to calm her mind. The less she feared, the better her chances of resisting the transformation. "So, you've been looking for me." "I can't say I'm thrilled by the attention," Alex replied, keeping his gaze fixed on Oda. Meanwhile, the changes continued, the veins on Oda's face grew darker, his eyes were consumed by blackness, and his voice thundered with many tones once more. "Our eyes are everywhere, yet we cannot find you. Who are you to elude us?" Oda asked, his voice echoing like a rumble from the underworld. Alex stood up, gently freeing his arm from Hanako, who stared at him in fright. He exhaled slightly, pressing a finger to her forehead to completely dispel the lingering traces of infection in her soul. Then he turned to Oda, whose face, twisted with malice, looked at him like a ravenous beast ready to strike. "I am the one who owns everything, and I am the one who will destroy your plans," Alex said, slowly stepping to the side, positioning himself face to face with Oda, whose eyes flashed with fury and hatred. Alex moved to the side and stopped a few meters away from Oda, and they locked eyes, each studying the other's movements. Initially, Alex had wanted to observe the extent of Oda's mutation, but he realized there was no time to waste. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment, and it was crucial to protect Hanako without revealing his true power. Let the mechanical man continue believing he was merely a powerful human, difficult to track. Alex decided to strike first, before Oda completed his mutation and became a being that would be difficult to destroy without magic. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and appeared before Oda, using taijutsu techniques to conceal his true strength. He didn't want to cause destruction or harm innocent people, as this chaotic infection could spread uncontrollably. Taijutsu technique, Leaf's Thunderbolt, Alex whispered, delivering a swift kick to Oda's ribs. Leaf's Thunderbolt, a taijutsu technique by Might Guy, involving a powerful side kick so fast it creates a flash resembling lightning. The lightning-fast strike caught Oda off guard. He tried to defend himself by raising his arms, but the force of the blow was so great that there was an audible crack of bones. Oda was sent flying deeper into the penthouse, smashing through walls one after another. Alex watched the whole calmly, knowing that Oda would soon recover. The blow wasn't fatal, and Alex knew that Oda had rapid regenerative abilities. In less than a minute, Oda burst out from the rubble, now wielding a katana enveloped in a sinister purple energy. Alex sidestepped to avoid him and positioned himself close enough to deliver another blow. The previously broken arms of Oda had already healed, becoming even stronger. Taijutsu technique, Strong Fist, Alex said, landing a powerful punch to Oda's chest. Strong Fist, a combat style aimed at breaking the opponent's bones. Oda was knocked back into the wall, sinking to the floor as thick, tar-like black blood dripped from his mouth. Alex gave him no time to recover, immediately continuing his assault, leaving behind an afterimage to throw Oda off and prevent him from identifying the real target. Taijutsu technique, Leaf Whirlwind, Alex whispered, sweeping Oda's legs out from under him to destabilize him. Leaf Whirlwind, a taijutsu technique that deals significant damage to the opponent. Primarily used to throw the enemy off balance by knocking them off their feet. If countered, it can knock the opponent down, causing serious bruises or fractures. When Oda lost his balance, Alex seized the opportunity, striking again. Taijutsu technique, Leaf's Rising Stone Breaker, Alex said, slamming his elbow into Oda's body, sending him crashing through yet another wall. Leaf's Rising Stone Breaker, a taijutsu technique by Might Guy in which he charges at the opponent with an elbow strike, using the other arm as support. As the name suggests, it can shatter rock. Hanako watched everything unfold with a mixture of awe and worry. She had seen that her former bodyguard had turned into something horrifying and wanted to intervene, but Gir stopped her, raising his spear before her. He indicated that it was too dangerous and that his priority was to protect her while Alex fought. Alex brushed his hair back again to keep it out of his face and realized it had grown longer and started to get in the way. Just as he managed to do that, Oda burst out of the hole in the wall again, aiming for Alex's head. Alex ducked, dodging the strike, and shifted into a new stance, ready for another attack. Taijutsu technique, Rising Leaf Stream, Alex declared, delivering a powerful kick to Oda's chest, sending him airborne. Rising Leaf Stream, this technique involves a kick that connects with the opponent above the user's head. The fight continued, with Alex methodically accumulating damage on his opponent, preventing him from fully mutating. Alex crouched after dodging Oda's attack and countered, preparing for his next move. He kicked Oda in the chest with such force that he crashed into the ceiling, becoming stuck there. Oda struggled to free himself to continue the fight, but Alex had no intention of giving him that chance. Pulling his hand back, he prepared to use another technique from Might Guy's arsenal, aiming to deal even more damage as Oda's regeneration slowed, along with his mutation. Taijutsu technique, Morning Peacock, Alex said, launching a cascade of strikes so fast his fists ignited from the friction with the air. Morning Peacock, the user opened 6 of the 8 gates, kicking the opponent high into the air, then sending them back down with countless blows that ignite from the force of the friction. In truth, the technique was adapted, as the strikes usually send the enemy downward. But since Oda was stuck in the ceiling, Alex adjusted it to the current situation. Under the barrage of attacks, the ceiling broke apart, and Oda's body crashed through the structure, flying up to the next floor. Alex jumped right after, determined not to give his opponent a single second to recover. Hanako, watching the battle, couldn't believe a human could deliver such strikes. She was especially awestruck at the moments when Alex's hands literally flared up from the speed of his attacks. Her penthouse now looked like a battlefield, with a massive hole in the ceiling. She wanted to get closer, but Gir, her loyal protector, blocked her way with his spear, signaling the danger of intervening. On the next floor, Alex surveyed his surroundings warily, preparing for a possible ambush. A rush of wind behind him forced him to dodge an attack aimed directly at his chest. Despite his slowed pace, Oda continued mutating, additional eyes appeared on his face, and strange extra layers formed on his pupils, giving him an eerie look. Alex quickly closed the distance, grabbing Oda by the face in a vice-like grip and slamming him into the floor, creating cracks around them. Knowing he had limited time to finish the battle, he formed his hands into a seal resembling a tiger's face. Taijutsu technique, Afternoon Tiger, he announced, releasing a powerful compressed air blast that took the shape of a tiger and struck Oda with devastating force. Afternoon Tiger, after opening 7 of the 8 gates, the user strikes with a powerful blow, leaving a tiger-shaped trail in its wake. The compressed shockwave shattered the floor beneath them, and both Alex and Oda plummeted back down, landing directly in Hanako's penthouse, where GIR was still protecting her. Oda's body, covered in black blood, was twisted and torn with countless open wounds. Alex noticed that even such devastating damage hadn't been enough to finish Oda off, so he decided to go with a more drastic approach. He pulled a new V2 incendiary grenade from his pocket and forcefully embedded it into Oda's chest. "It's time to go," he said, approaching Hanako. "Go? What does that mean?" she asked, confused, stepping back, unable to comprehend the situation. Alex didn't answer. He simply lifted her into his arms, princess style. She tried to break free, unsure why he was doing this, but he paid no attention. GIR retracted his spear into his inventory and jumped onto Alex's back, gripping tightly. Alex walked to the shattered window, where a strong wind whistled through. Looking back, he saw Oda staring at him with hatred and contempt, as if Alex were nothing more than an obstacle in his grand plan. Suddenly, a strange, chilling voice echoed in the room, seeming to come from the very air around them. "I will find you, mortal, you won't be able to stop me from achieving my plans," the voice sneered, dripping with scorn and coldness. "Many have tried and ended up as nothingness or became part of me. This world will belong to me, for I am the only god here. Your pathetic power cannot overcome what awaits this world." Alex recognized the voice. It was identical to the avatar of Nyarlathotep he had fought before arriving in this world. Realizing he should keep his identity hidden for now, he decided to throw out some misleading words to make the mechanical man think Alex was unaware of his true identity. "A pathetic artificial intelligence, dreaming of a body, dares to call me mortal," Alex replied with disdain. "Stop playing God. You'd be better off deleting yourself." A loud, scornful laugh, full of arrogance, echoed through the room, but Alex ignored it. He glanced at Hanako and calmly told her to hold on tight. Not immediately understanding, she guessed Alex was about to jump from the building's edge as they stood right at the precipice. Clinging to him, Hanako frantically tried to dissuade him, but ignoring her protests, Alex sharply pushed off from the edge, leaping into the air to the mocking laughter of the mechanical man. Hanako screamed, convinced that the fall would be fatal. However, Alex landed skillfully on the roof of the neighboring building and set her on her feet. As soon as she touched the ground, Hanako dropped to her hands and knees, mentally thanking every god she could think of for her survival. Forgetting her fear, she glared at Alex angrily, but he seemed oblivious to her gaze, his focus entirely on her penthouse. Catching his wary look, Hanako also glanced at the crumbling building, awaiting what would happen next. "G.I.R, get the camera," Alex said calmly. GIR understood his intent and quickly pulled out a camera, ready to capture the grand spectacle. Hanako couldn't quite grasp what they were planning, but her curiosity outweighed her confusion. Leaning on Alex, she stood up, eager to see what they were preparing. At that moment, the entire floor of her penthouse erupted in bright flames. Flames erupted from the windows as if a dragon was raging inside, breathing its hellish fire. Hanako froze, unable to believe her eyes, and her shock only deepened when she heard the camera's clicking sounds. GIR was taking shots of the blazing building from different angles. What the hell happened to my apartment?" Hanako exploded, forgetting her manners and etiquette. Alex looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a fierce outburst from a noble woman. "Do you want the short version or the long one?" he asked with a slight smirk. "What difference does it make what version you tell me? My damn apartment is burned down, my bodyguard turned into something with hideous eyes, and you've destroyed the entire penthouse while fighting him. And after all that, you're asking me which version to tell?" Hanako snapped, completely losing her composure. Alex felt a twinge of sympathy for her. She had lost everything in such a short time, faced unimaginable horrors, and endured the impossible. He wanted to comfort her, but she sharply pushed his hand away, glaring at him with contempt. "I don't need your help. Just explain what the hell is going on and who that voice was calling itself a god," she said coldly. Alex shrugged and decided to give her a brief explanation to clarify the situation before they found a safer place. "Your bodyguard was infected by a very unpleasant entity and started mutating. The fire was necessary to finally rid him of that corruption. As for what's going on here and who this god is, it's best not to discuss it now, it's not the time or place," Alex replied. Hanako, one of the smartest women, quickly grasped the meaning of his words. She realized that Oda had been infected by something that caused his mutation and made him a difficult opponent. She also connected the events with the mysterious voice that claimed to be a god. However, more questions began to plague her as she remembered how the voice in her head vanished after Alex touched her forehead. She understood that it was probably him who freed her from that tormenting influence. Meanwhile, Alex noticed that Hanako had fallen into thought, so he shifted his attention to GIR, who was still taking selfies in front of the burning penthouse. Alex gave him a slight kick to get his attention. "Find the nearest entrance to the sewer so we can get home," Alex ordered. GIR put the camera away and quickly scanned the map, optimizing the route. Receiving the coordinates on his phone, Alex saw that the nearest entrance was very close. Thanking his little assistant, he turned back to Hanako, who was still lost in her thoughts, and touched her shoulder to bring her out of her reverie. She turned to him with an irritated look. "What do you want?" Hanako asked, annoyed. Alex didn't respond to her irritation, simply turning his back to her and crouching, inviting her to climb onto his back. Hanako raised an eyebrow, not understanding what he wanted from her. Realizing her confusion, Alex decided to explain. "Hop on, we need to hurry before they start looking for us. We've already lost a lot of time, and the longer we stay in one place, the higher the chance they'll start hunting us down," he explained. Hanako froze for a moment but eventually climbed onto his back, surprised at how wide and sturdy it felt. Wrapping her arms and legs around Alex, she held on tight, ready for the journey. Once Alex was sure Hanako was securely settled, he called out to GIR, signaling him to latch onto him as well. GIR effortlessly jumped up and hung onto Alex's chest, gripping tightly. Hanako briefly glanced at the strange creature that had appeared next to Alex but decided not to ask any questions, realizing it was not the right time. She decided to remain silent, though she was becoming more and more curious about where GIR's spear and camera had gone. "Hold on tight. I'll run fast," Alex said, and without waiting for a response, he jumped off the roof into the dark alley. Hanako nearly screamed, feeling the familiar sensation of freefall, and clutched Alex tighter. Landing, Alex quickly moved through the alleys, heading for a manhole that led to the sewers. Once inside, he followed the pre-planned route, avoiding dead ends and breaking down obstacles with his foot. Checking the path on his phone, which GIR was updating, Alex made sure they were headed in the right direction. "Looks like we're here," Alex said, glancing up at the manhole leading outside. GIR confirmed it was the end of the route. Alex nodded and, noticing the manhole cover was closed, grabbed a stone from the floor and skillfully knocked it off. Soon, they emerged on the lower level of the underground parking garage in the tower where Alex lived. Hanako breathed in the fresh air, relieved to escape the awful stench of the sewer. She looked around and noticed cameras scattered throughout the space. "Aren't you worried they might track us through these cameras?" she asked, pointing. Alex followed her gesture, shaking his head as he replied, "The whole building is under my control. No one will see anything I don't want them to," he said, heading toward the elevator. Hanako was still clinging to his back, unable to slide off as Alex continued walking. She decided to stay, taking advantage of the moment. "What do you mean, you control this building?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "It means that GIR controls all the cameras here. If anyone tries to hack into the security system, they'll only see what I allow them to," Alex answered, pressing the elevator call button. She relaxed, nodding. This day had been so unusual for her, from the meeting where she learned about the infection, to the mutation of her loyal bodyguard, and finally, the complete destruction of her penthouse along with her personal belongings. When the elevator doors closed, Alex silently watched Hanako, understanding that she needed time to process everything that had happened. It was possible that the hunt would soon be after her as well. Maybe she had become an important figure for their enemies, or perhaps she had just stuck her nose where it didn't belong, and infecting her was the only way to get her out of the way. Reaching his floor, Alex stepped out of the elevator calmly, with Hanako still on his back and GIR securely fastened to his chest. He headed toward his apartment, and upon entering, he heard the sound of the TV playing a report on the recent fire at Hanako's penthouse and her mysterious disappearance after the explosion. Upon hearing the news, Hanako frowned. Alex walked into the living room, where the girls were already looking at him. Gloria, Lucy, and Kiwi met him with stern looks, silently questioning what had happened after he and GIR completed their mission and sent them back home. Rebecca and Valerie, on the other hand, were smiling, clearly eager to hear the details of what had transpired. However, what surprised them the most were Alex's blood-red hair and the fact that the missing Hanako Arasaki was now sitting on his back. "Yo, I brought a guest," Alex greeted with a light smile and a raised hand. The girls only sighed in response to his carefree greeting and finally noticed something strange hanging from his chest. It was GIR, but now in new clothes. Hanako, however, felt completely confused. She didn't understand what was going on or why everyone was looking at her so strangely, as if laughing quietly. The girl with green hair stood out in particular, as she seemed to be genuinely entertained. Beside her stood a girl with red hair, whose face Hanako caught a hint of pity on. The situation was becoming increasingly baffling for her, but she decided that answers would come soon enough. Hanako was determined to wait for Alex's explanation, deciding that she wouldn't give up until she learned everything she was curious about. To be continued. Chapter 140, Hanako Arasaka's shock. After Alex sent the girls home and headed to Hanako, they immediately shared all the news with Gloria, especially about Rebecca's behavior. She had somehow managed to steal a powerful bomb from Alex's desk and caused a small explosion. Upon hearing this, Gloria looked at Rebecca in a way that made her immediately shrink into the chair, avoiding her gaze. After all, Gloria was always considered the most responsible one in their group. She continued to look at Rebecca expectantly, waiting for an explanation. "Is there anything you'd like to explain, Rebecca?" Gloria asked in a calm but firm tone. Rebecca flinched at her words and tried to hide her embarrassment. Normally, she could act confident, but under this gaze, she felt like a child caught misbehaving. "I didn't know the bomb would go off that strongly," Rebecca mumbled, looking away. Raising an eyebrow, Gloria clearly didn't believe a word. This wasn't the first time Rebecca had swiped something from Alex's desk, and he usually managed to stop her before she could use any dangerous items. "And wasn't that enough for you? Like last time, when you almost demolished the building with that massive gun Alex made?" Gloria continued with the same calmness. Rebecca guiltily turned away. She couldn't help herself, her nature constantly drew her toward destructive devices and powerful weapons. Gloria simply sighed heavily, deciding to hold back further reprimands. Alex had promised to talk to Rebecca personally. But Gloria already knew how that would go. Alex would scold her a bit, then forgive her, as always. She also noticed that Alex and GIR were still not home. "Where did Alex and GIR go?" Gloria asked, glancing around. "He said they'd be a little late, they had some things to take care of," replied Kiwi, already dressed in her home clothes. Gloria nodded and returned to watching TV until a news report about an explosion at one of the warehouses appeared on the screen. The scene was impressive, the explosion had been powerful, and once again, she shot a stern look at Rebecca, who was, however, watching the news with shining eyes, like a child seeing something incredibly exciting. Sensing Gloria's gaze, Rebecca immediately shrank back into the chair. But as soon as Gloria looked away, Rebecca resumed watching with the same wide smile. Just then, Lucy returned from the kitchen carrying 3 cups of coffee. She placed one in front of Gloria and one in front of Kiwi, who nodded in gratitude. Lucy also noticed Rebecca's reaction to the news and smiled, shaking her head. She, like Gloria, knew well that Alex wouldn't really punish Rebecca harshly for her antics. The girls decided to relax and wait for Alex to return to find out what he'd been up to after clearing out the warehouse. Suddenly, shuffling footsteps sounded from upstairs, and all eyes turned toward Valerie, who was coming down in shorts and a cropped t-shirt, lazily dragging her feet like an elderly person. Gloria rolled her eyes yet again at the sight of such attire, reminding herself that she was tired of explaining to Valerie that she shouldn't dress like that, especially since there was a man living in the house. But Valerie would always respond that Alex was like an older brother to her, and there was nothing wrong with it. Ignoring Valerie, the girls returned to watching TV as she slowly made her way to the kitchen for a late-night snack. Her sleep schedule was like Schrodinger's paradox. It was as if it existed, and yet, somehow, it didn't. When Valerie disappeared into the kitchen, the girls continued watching the news, where there was talk about the increasing number of cyberpsychos, which grew every day. At first, they thought cyberpsychosis was only caused by cyber implants, but later they learned that it was actually due to the mechanized man, who had spread these technologies to expand his influence and control over the world. His true goal was to enslave humanity, or rather, to watch people destroy each other in the struggle for resources and territory. Alex had already explained why the mechanized man was doing this, inciting wars between people. They were also curious about what Alex planned to do next and how he intended to fight the mechanized man. All they knew was that he wanted to trap him in another dimension to prevent him from returning to the digital world. The only dimension that came to Lucy's mind was the mirror dimension, where Alex had taken them when they first learned his true identity. But this was just speculation. Since his return from the moon, Alex had been constantly locked up in his workshop, creating something, only coming out to grab a bite or complete a job. But ever since GIR mastered the ability to arrange accidents, even this wasn't strictly necessary for him. Lucy smirked, recalling video clips where GIR proudly displayed his accidents to the others. Rebecca and Pilar were especially fond of these clips, they were GIR's biggest fans. However, when someone tried to stop him from carrying on, GIR was visibly upset and spent the entire day moping, staring gloomily at the ceiling from his spot on his cushion. Pushing these thoughts aside, Lucy returned to watching the news, which showed the same updates every day. Soon, a TV series started that everyone in the house watched, except for Rebecca and Alex, who preferred horror movies. Hearing the series intro, Valerie, who was eating breakfast in the kitchen, rushed into the living room with a bowl of cereal. Seeing yet another silly show, Rebecca sprawled in her chair and pulled out her tablet to search for weapon parts on the black market. The others ignored her, grumbling that they should put on something more interesting and bloody than this soap opera. After the series ended, emergency news flashed on the screen again, showing footage of an incident at the Arasaka Tower, with scenes recorded by witnesses capturing the chaos in Hanako Arasaka's penthouse. Footage showed shattered windows and sounds of fighting coming from the penthouse until a powerful explosion obliterated an entire floor. The girls immediately realized it had to be Alex. No one else in the city was capable of that. At that moment, they heard the sound of the door opening and all turned to see Alex with a new look. He wore a red coat and a mask hiding his face, and his hair was now a blood-red shade. Hanako Arasaka, recently declared missing, sat on his back, while Gir clung to his chest, dressed in a Halloween costume that looked like a skeleton. "Yo, I brought a guest," Alex said, raising his hand in greeting. Gloria looked at Hanako with a hint of sympathy, while Lucy and Kiwi stared in surprise, wondering why Alex had brought her here. Rebecca and Valerie, on the other hand, watched the scene with obvious amusement. Hanako glanced around at the girls, and Alex, noticing this, decided to introduce them. "Ahem, as you all know, this is Hanako Arasaka," Alex said, attempting to lighten the mood. The girls nodded in greeting, and Hanako returned the nod, still clinging to Alex as if she had no intention of getting down. "Hanako, this is my family. The one with red hair is Gloria, the one with white hair and a rainbow fringe is Lucy, the one lounging in the chair with green hair is Rebecca, the blonde with the bob is Kiwi, and finally, this lazy potato here is Valerie, my younger sister," Alex introduced, gesturing to each of them in turn. Hanako carefully looked at each girl, trying to remember their names. Alex noticed they had some questions and decided to give them a chance to start the conversation. "All right, does anyone have questions before I begin?" he asked, glancing at the girls. "Yes, why is your hair that color?" Valerie asked, raising her hand and pointing to his hair. Alex ran a hand through his hair, remembering he'd forgotten to return it to its usual appearance. He reasoned that it could be forgiven, he'd been preoccupied with other things at the time. "It's just camouflage," he replied, returning his hair to its original color and length, ensuring it wouldn't get in the way during a fight. Hanako was more surprised than anyone when Alex's hair suddenly changed back to black, as dark as the night. Satisfied with his usual look, Alex nodded, though he wasn't against experimenting with a different shade in the future. Black suited him more, but he was considering occasional changes for variety. "Any other questions?" he asked, looking around at the girls. "Yes. How long is this woman planning to hang onto your back?" Kiwi asked coldly, staring into his eyes hidden by the mask. Alex realized that Hanako was still holding onto him and that he'd grown used to someone hanging onto his back, mostly Rebecca. Giving himself a light tap on the forehead, he turned to Hanako. "Oh, right." He patted her hand, signaling her to let go. Hanako stepped onto the floor, her heels clicking loudly as she landed. Since the girls had no further questions, Alex intended to change his clothes, but then he felt Hanako tugging on his sleeve, drawing his attention. Surprised, he turned to her, expecting her to say something later, after he'd changed. Seeing his attention, Hanako asked the questions that were troubling her. "Why are you still wearing a mask? How did your hair change color? And who are you, really?" Realizing he still had the mask on, Alex removed it under Hanako's watchful gaze, revealing his face. To say she was surprised was an understatement. Hanako was stunned to see a young man who looked no older than 18. But what struck her most were his rainbow-colored eyes, which added an air of mystery to him. "So young," she murmured. Alex smirked, choosing not to explain further. Age was a relative concept to him. He didn't even know how old his soul truly was, considering the time he'd spent in a different place before he met the god who reincarnated him and later accepted him as a son. His original age before reincarnation was 25, and given all that had happened, he decided to start saying he was 18, it was just simpler that way. Yes, young. And the hair, well, you can just call it magic, he said with a shrug. His casual answer made the girls laugh, especially Rebecca and Valerie, while Gloria, Lucy, and Kiwi just smiled, shaking their heads, knowing he always answered this way. Whenever he talked about himself, it was either cryptic or full of long, convoluted explanations that could last for hours. Snapping out of her thoughts, Hanako gave Alex a long, searching look, trying to understand how someone so young could possess such power. "So, who are you, really? Why are you so strong?" she asked, looking directly into his eyes. Alex raised an eyebrow and answered with a question, "Are you sure you want to know?" Hanako hesitated, sensing that the answer might be anything but ordinary. Behind Alex, Rebecca and Valerie were whispering to each other, placing bets on her reaction if she found out the truth. Rebecca guessed that Hanako might try to attack him, Valerie thought she'd scream and try to run, while Kiwi and Lucy predicted she'd faint. Gloria refrained from betting, recalling how she herself had passed out when she learned Alex's true identity. Finally, Hanako nodded, ignoring the girls' whispering. "Well, I'm a demon," Alex said with a cheerful smile. Hanako looked at Alex as if he were an idiot and didn't believe a word he said. "If you're a demon, then I'm a magical girl," she replied with open sarcasm. Her response made Rebecca laugh, while the other girls only looked at Hanako with understanding, knowing that there were even bigger revelations ahead. "No, seriously, I really am a demon," Alex said, looking at her in surprise. "And I'm, apparently, a a magical girl, Hanako replied, still with sarcasm. Alex was more impressed by how quickly Hanako regained her composure than by her disbelief. An ordinary person, faced with events like these, would likely be in shock, trying to process the reality-shattering experiences around them. Especially since Hanako had witnessed the dark side of Alex's work and the horrors he had to deal with. Lucy, Gloria, and Rebecca had learned about it by accident and hadn't seen the full extent of it as Hanako had, and Kiwi had only heard about it without witnessing it firsthand. This resilience was why Alex was impressed by her. "All right, how would you like me to prove I'm a demon?" he asked with a weary tone, hearing the girls' laughter behind him as they clearly enjoyed the situation. Alex glanced back at them, noticing how amused they were by what was happening. Hanako scrutinized him from head to toe, trying to recall everything she knew about demons. Remembering the legends of Oni demons from her homeland, she noted one common detail: demons always had horns. Her gaze lingered on his forehead, but there were no signs of horns. "If you're a demon, then where are your horns, tail, hooves, or whatever demons usually have?" she asked with sarcasm. Alex's face twisted as if he had just tasted a lemon. He was already fed up with the stereotype about demons having horns and tails. Rebecca couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and wiping away tears. The other girls, watching Hanako with amused interest, couldn't help but smile as well. "Enough about the horns and tail." "I don't have any," Alex grumbled, frowning. "Then how will you prove you're a demon?" Hanako asked with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Alex considered, briefly entertaining the idea of using magic to grow a pair of horns, as he sometimes did before. But deciding against it, he chose another way to surprise her. "All right, watch this," he said, and his body began to glow. Hanako watched in amazement as Alex started to shrink until he took on the form of a 12-year-old boy. Her mouth fell open, but she couldn't say a word. Her gaze darted from him to the other girls until, eventually, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Alex managed to catch her before she hit her head on the floor. Sighing, he glanced at the girls, who were laughing uncontrollably, except for Gloria, who looked at Hanako with regret, remembering how she herself had ended up in a similar situation. Alex ignored their laughter and called for Chastafol, on which Gir was already lying. Feeling himself being pushed off the pillow, Gir complained and started grumbling, claiming the pillow belonged to him. Alex just smirked and placed Hanako on the pillow so she could recover. "What?" he asked, looking at the girls with his childlike voice, tilting his head to the side. "Nothing," they replied in unison, shaking their heads. Alex shrugged and turned his attention back to Hanako, who was peacefully lying on the pillow. Nearby, Gir sat glumly, eyeing the intruder on his territory with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed above his head, a real one, which no longer surprised anyone in the house. Gir settled down next to Hanako, getting comfortable as if she wasn't an issue. Shaking his head, Alex walked over to the couch, waiting for Hanako to regain consciousness. He noticed that all the spots were occupied by the girls, and after thinking for a moment about where to sit, he decided to join Kiwi, who was sitting in a chair. He jumped onto her lap and settled down, resting his head on her chest, which greatly surprised her. "Why don't you return to your usual form?" Kiwi asked, looking at him. Alex lifted his head and looked at Kiwi, pondering her question. After all, he had transformed into a child just to prove to Hanako that he was no ordinary human. But the situation had turned out poorly, and Hanako had fainted. "Yeah, I haven't used this form in a while, so I just want to stay in it for a bit," he replied, gesturing with his hands. "The last time I used it was to show the girls some magic and other things." Kiwi nodded, intrigued by why else Alex would adopt the form of a child. Hearing her question, he smirked and began to tell her how, in this form, he had trained the girls of his family and walked around the city. He even shared how several times he was mistaken for his own son, child of Alex and one of his acquaintances, Ace. When Rebecca heard this, she laughed again and curiously started asking for more details. Alex continued, explaining that once, he was nearly kidnapped for blackmail, but they were after him. His trusty staff came to the rescue, with which he had taught many idiots. "What else can your magic do, aside from all the dangerous spells you've mentioned?" Kiwi asked with interest. Alex paused, touching his chin. His magic truly could create unimaginable things, even planets and galaxies, but he still needed to grow to make that possible. His body and soul adapted too quickly to the destructive power, so he had to impose restrictions on himself. Deciding to entertain Kiwi a bit, Alex, using the magic Lily used to escape Soma's family, transformed, cat ears appeared on his head, and a cat tail materialized behind him. "Well, now I'm a kitty, Naya," Alex said, striking a cute cat-like pose. Seeing him in this form, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Lucy quickly covered her nose to hide a thin stream of blood, while Valerie and Rebecca gazed at him with shining eyes, looking at him in adoration. Gloria's maternal instinct kicked in, and she barely restrained herself from pulling him into a hug. Kiwi, sitting closest to him, wasn't indifferent either. She reached out and gently touched Alex's cat ears. "Are they real?" she asked, lightly stroking the ears. Alex flinched sensitively and, twitching his ears, tried to pull away from her touch. The sensations from the contact with his ears and tail made him feel strange. "Yes, they're real." "And stop touching them, it's a weird feeling," he said, moving away from her hands. But the girls' looks indicated they wanted to touch him more. Alex immediately became alert, remembering that when he used this combination of appearance in the Danmachi world, the local girls had started a full-on competition to be his mother. He shuddered, hoping the same wouldn't happen here. Just then, a weak groan was heard. Hanako was beginning to come to. She opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Memories flooded her, her bodyguard, who turned into a monster, her rescue, the savior's confession that he was a demon, and then his transformation into a child right before her eyes. Shaking her head, she looked around and noticed the child with cat ears and a tail sitting on Kiwi's lap, waving at her. "Hey, I see you're awake," Alex said with a smile. A short circuit happened in her mind, and she almost fainted again. Trying to make sense of the situation, Hanako slowly slid off the floating green pillow she had just noticed. Hearing the soft click of her heels on the floor, she took a deep breath to gather her thoughts. She walked up to Alex and, standing in front of him, looked at him carefully. Finally collecting her thoughts, Hanako asked the first question that came to her mind. "Are you a demon Nikomata?" she asked suspiciously, towering over him. Alex waited for Hanako's answer, but her words made him laugh. She thought he was a demon Nikomata. Hanako blushed, seeing how much he enjoyed her guess. "Well, that's definitely something new." "No, I'm not a Nikomata. If you noticed, I only have one tail." Alex pointed to his tail with a smile. "These ears and tail are made with magic." Hanako, taking a closer look, saw that the tail was indeed only one. But when she first noticed his cat ears and tail, her first thought was that he was a Nikomata. The girls became curious about what Nikomata were and why Hanako had called Alex that. "What are Nikom, whatever?" Rebecca asked, stumbling slightly over the word. Hanako, hearing the question, averted her gaze from Alex and explained. "It's Nikomata, not Niko something. A Nikomata is a spirit of a cat from Japanese folklore and legends. They were once ordinary cats, and then became spirits. Nikomata can be either protectors of the home or vengeful demons if they've suffered at the hands of humans. They usually have two tails, but as they grow older, they develop more tails and become stronger. So, it's just a cat with multiple tails," Rebecca summarized, not delving into the details. "Well, in a sense," Hanako replied with a smile. She then turned back to Alex with a more serious expression on her face, clearly waiting for an answer to the main question. "If you're not a Nikomata, then who or what are you really?" she asked, staring at him intently. Alex's smile grew wider, as if he was anticipating how shocked Hanako would be. He braced himself in case she fainted again. "Let me introduce myself properly," he said, placing his feet on Kiwi's lap to be at eye level with Hanako. He removed his cat ears, adding seriousness to the moment. "My name is Alexander Voldegode. I am the Demon King from another world and the first demon created by God. Pleased to meet you, Miss Hanako Arasaka," he said with a slight bow. Upon hearing his words, Hanako couldn't hold back a shudder, realizing who Alex truly was. All of this stirred a storm of emotions and thoughts inside her. Wait, by which God do you mean?" "Do you mean that God, with a capital G?" she stammered, trying to collect herself. "Exactly. My father is the God who created everything," Alex replied calmly, settling back on Kiwi's lap and laying his head on her chest. Hanako stared at him with her mouth agape, not knowing what to say. Turning to look at the other girls' reactions, she noticed that they had accepted the information calmly, and only a few of them were quietly laughing at her reaction, which irritated her. Soon, she realized that they were already aware of Alex's true identity. What surprised her the most was that he, the son of God himself, acted so casually and hadn't used magic to fight her bodyguard Oda, even though he was physically much stronger than an ordinary human. Now she was beginning to understand where his power came from, but many questions still remained. Most of all, she was concerned about what had happened to Oda and whose terrifying voice had called itself a god. To be continued. Chapter 141, before the finale. Alex watched Hanako as she tried to process his revelation. He expected a strong reaction from her, as he had just revealed he was a demon, unlike the other girls who each took the news in their own way. Gloria had thrown a fit, feeling deceived. Lucy and Rebecca immediately assumed it was some kind of joke, and while Kiwi looked a bit suspicious, she hadn't panicked. Valerie, like a child, bombarded him with questions, but then everyone calmly continued the conversation, curious about his past. Hanako, however, was trembling in shock. Alex thought she might need to sit down to process the information calmly. "Maybe you should sit down. It might help you relax and take in everything I said," he suggested, tilting his head and watching her reaction closely. Hanako jumped at the sound of his voice, as if waking up from a daze, and looked around at the others, expecting judgment or surprise. Instead, they all watched her with interest, which only added to her nervousness. She took a deep breath to steady herself and noticed all the seats were already taken. "And where am I supposed to sit?" "On your flying pillow?" Hanako asked, trying to keep her voice steady, though the tremor gave her away. Alex glanced around the room. Gloria, Lucy, and Valerie were on the sofa, Rebecca was sprawled in an armchair, and Kiwi had him on her lap. Initially, he thought of expanding the sofa, but he realized Hanako might feel uncomfortable sitting so close to the others. So he lightly patted Kiwi's arm to get her attention. "Let's give Hanako the seat so she can gather herself," he whispered. Kiwi nodded, lifted Alex in her arms, and stood up. Once the armchair was free, Alex gestured for Hanako to sit. "Go ahead," he said while Kiwi held him. Hanako looked at the vacant seat, hesitating as she realized there'd be nowhere for Kiwi and Alex to sit. "And where will you two sit?" she asked, still uncertain. Alex smirked. "Don't worry, we'll manage," he said with a wave of his hand. Noticing her hesitation, Alex snapped his fingers, and a grand stone throne appeared behind Kiwi, seemingly cast in gold. Hanako nearly fell into the chair in shock but managed to grab the armrest just in time. With a second snap, he conjured a cushion for the throne's seat. "A pillow?" Kiwi asked with slight confusion. "Would you prefer sitting on bare stone?" Alex rolled his eyes. Realizing that sitting on the throne without a cushion wasn't ideal, Kiwi shrugged, took her seat, and settled Alex on her lap. After a moment's pause, Hanako sat in the armchair and closed her eyes, resting a hand on her forehead to collect her thoughts. Alex, making himself comfortable, noticed her state and, resting his head on Kiwi's chest, patiently waited for Hanako to regain her composure. When she opened her eyes and saw everyone watching her, she looked slightly embarrassed. She was used to attention, but right now, the intensity of their gazes made her uneasy. "I see you're back with us." "Almost. Now we can talk calmly," Alex said in a relaxed tone, still lying across Kiwi's lap. Hearing Alex's voice, Hanako turned to him, momentarily tuning out the others. She tried to reconcile him with the image of demons from legends and myths, but sitting before her was the same Alex in the form of a child. Curiosity began to build inside her. Like any intelligent person, she wanted to know more about who he truly was and what he was capable of. She had already seen his floating cushion, the throne appearing out of thin air, and the transformations he skillfully used, his childlike form, the cat ears, and tail. She understood that all of this was just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, she hadn't forgotten how he referred to his techniques as shinobi arts. She was familiar with them, as they often served as bodyguards in her family. Gathering her thoughts, she nodded, showing she was ready to talk. "But first, let me ask you something. Who were you meeting after I warned you? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, and there won't be any problems," Alex said, narrowing his eyes at Hanako. Hanako's eyes widened, and she pointed at him, unable to get the words out. You. She started, but couldn't finish. "Oh yes, that was me," Alex answered, pointing both thumbs at himself. "Hiroko Kajitane, that's also me, Alex." Stunned, Hanako realized that there was no secret organization lurking in the shadows as she had imagined. "So there's no flying spaghetti monster organization secretly helping people?" she asked, trying to keep her cool. Rebecca burst into laughter at her words, followed by the others, while Gloria and Kiwi just shook their heads. "You're partly right," Alex shrugged. "There is a cult of the flying spaghetti monster, but its purpose is to stir up trouble for the bad guys." Gloria slapped her forehead, mentally apologizing to Hephaestus for not being able to stop Alex from realizing his idea. Kiwi flinched. It turned out she was already part of this strange cult, while Lucy, smiling contentedly, thought herself lucky to remain on the sidelines. Valerie and Rebecca, on the other hand, agreed with Alex since they had willingly become his comrades. "So what about those incidents you were involved in?" Hanako asked, trying to stay calm. "Which incidents exactly?" "There have been so many I can't even remember," Alex replied, raising an eyebrow. Hanako pressed her lips together, realizing that most of Alex's activities were well concealed, and she only knew a fraction of them. "The limousine incident?" she asked, staring at him intently. "That was a job from a fixer." "Lucy and I were involved," Alex nodded in Lucy's direction, and her eye twitched nervously. Lucy suddenly realized she'd become part of the cult, while Kiwi, usually composed, understood that she'd been drawn into it without her consent. Hanako sighed, realizing her suspicions were correct. There was no organization, just a group of mercenaries who enjoyed making life difficult for the bad guys. "And the incident with the police?" Hanako asked another question. "That was just me." "Well, and Kiwi guarding the car," Alex shrugged, nodding to her. "And the attacks on Arasaka?" "That was me and Kiwi too," Alex replied with a cheerful smile. Hanako's eye twitched nervously. She no longer considered him a demon, he was a teenager capable of any mischief. Looking at Kiwi, she realized that she had been dragged into this cult unwillingly. Let me save you some questions, Alex added, seeing she had plenty more. If it involves spreading dirt on corporations and gangs, that's me and Lucy, sometimes Kiwi. Explosions and shootouts, that's me and Rebecca. And if it's bloody mayhem and unfortunate accidents, me and Gir. As he pointed to each of the girls involved in various incidents, they each silently nodded, acknowledging their part. Upon hearing her suspicions confirmed, Hanako leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, processing everything she had just learned. It seemed that the actions of this cult were aimed solely at creating problems and causing trouble for those who deserved it. When she opened her eyes, she met Rebecca's mocking gaze, clearly enjoying Hanako's reaction, and noticed that Alex was chuckling too. This made her even more nervous. All right, I've answered your questions. Now it's your turn. Who were you meeting with after I asked you to stay out of things you shouldn't? Alex said, looking intently at Hanako. Hanako tore her gaze away from Rebecca's mocking look and glanced at Alex, who now looked serious. Like a strict teacher, he made her feel like a child caught breaking the rules. After our conversation, my older brother, Yorinobu, arrived in Night City. I spoke with him about the project you mentioned, and about that strange black crystal, Hanako said, looking away. Alex slapped his forehead, openly showing his disappointment. He no longer saw Hanako as a genius, but as just another woman unable to resist diving into danger. Alex used to call you a genius, but you've proven to be an ordinary fool, unable to grasp simple words, Rebecca said disdainfully to Hanako. Hanako frowned, meeting Rebecca's openly contemptuous gaze. For Hanako, raised in a strict family and accustomed to etiquette, it was unexpected to encounter such blunt rudeness. But Rebecca, skilled in sharp retorts, had no intention of backing down. What does that mean? Who are you talking to like a child? Show some respect, I'm old enough to be your grandmother, Hanako snapped, furrowing her brows. I did say you're old, but you've got the brains of a child, Rebecca sneered, not hiding her irritation. An argument flared up between them, with Rebecca, an experienced trash talker, easily capable of making anyone cry, while Hanako, used to politeness and restraint, struggled against her attacks. Alex noticed Rebecca reaching for her gun and quickly stepped in to prevent unnecessary violence. All right, that's enough arguing, Alex said, clapping his hands. Rebecca, why did Hanako's actions bother you so much? Rebecca set the gun aside, but her gaze remained cold. Because this foolish woman forced you to reveal yourself. You've spent so much time planning against that bastard, and now everything might go sideways. She's ruined all your efforts, Rebecca said irritably, gritting her teeth and glaring at Hanako. Hanako realized her actions could indeed have harmed Alex's plans and sighed under the scrutinizing gaze of the other women. Alex, understanding her predicament, tried to calm the situation. I appreciate your concern, Rebecca, but don't worry. I didn't reveal anything too critical, just used a bit of physical strength and a few techniques. That god is too arrogant to take me seriously. He just sees me as another hero standing in his way, Alex explained. But. Rebecca began to protest, but Alex cut her off. No buts. This may speed up some events, but he still doesn't take me seriously. To him, people in this world are just cattle, Alex said, shaking his head. Rebecca fell silent after Alex's words, but continued to glare at Hanako. Family meant everything to her, and she wasn't about to forgive anyone who endangered them. She knew Alex was incredibly strong and could protect them, but that didn't mean she would let enemies act without consequence. After the betrayal by her own parents, she had found a new family and was ready to protect it at all costs. Hanako felt Rebecca's hostile gaze on her and, not knowing how to handle the awkwardness, decided to change the subject. You said that voice belongs to a god. Which one, exactly, she asked, trying to ignore the tension. It's simple. Different worlds have their own gods, good and bad. But this one belongs to a special category, Alex replied, thoughtfully stroking his chin. In what sense? Hanako asked. Put simply, while the mechanical man is considered a god, that's only because of his essence. Primarily, he's an avatar of an even more dangerous entity that has loosened its leash and allowed its other avatars to act on their own. One of these avatars is the mechanical man, who ended up in this universe and wants to consume it to become stronger, Alex said, stroking his chin. After he finished speaking, Alex looked at Hanako, expecting more questions, but he noticed that she seemed even more confused by his explanation. He could tell she was lost by the looks the other women were giving him after his convoluted explanation. Realizing he'd only muddled things, he decided to leave it to the other girls to explain it clearly, rather than his usual roundabout way. Jumping off Kiwi's lap, he transformed back into his adult form and stretched to loosen up. Lucy, you explain it to her, since she's clearly confused. And show her those videos on my phone, Alex said, tossing his phone to Lucy. Catching the phone, Lucy glanced at Alex and sighed, realizing the task of explaining was now on her shoulders. She looked at Gloria and Kiwi, who immediately shook their heads, signaling they didn't want to get involved. Sighing, Lucy resolved to explain everything to Hanako in simple terms to avoid further confusion. And what are you planning to do? And which videos do you want me to show her? Lucy asked, raising an eyebrow at Alex. I'll go for a smoke, and as for the videos, show her the ones from the apartments where I was investigating, especially the recording with Thomas, Alex explained. Lucy nodded and turned to Hanako to begin explaining in a way she could understand. Alex, seeing that Lucy was taking responsibility instead of acting like a lazy cat, smiled. Turning away, he decided to step onto the balcony for a smoke. Rebecca followed, not wanting to stay in the same room as Hanako. On the balcony, Alex leaned on the railing, lit a cigarette, and noticed that Rebecca had joined him. What happened to you, Rebecca? Where's my sweet, feisty little gremlin? Instead, here's this angry girl, ready to shoot anyone, Alex asked with a playful smile. Rebecca didn't respond to Alex's words and simply walked over, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his chest. Her embrace tightened, and Alex placed a hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. He looked up at the stars in the sky, continuing to smoke as he petted Rebecca's head, waiting for her to speak. Rebecca lifted her head, noticing that Alex was gazing at the stars, so she looked up as well and decided to join him in stargazing. Are you sure your plans for the battle are all in order and there won't be any unexpected changes? Rebecca suddenly asked, catching Alex's attention. Alex stopped looking at the stars and exhaled smoke through his nose. He himself wasn't sure how much faster the mechanical man would accelerate in carrying out his plans, but he knew one thing: the behavior of an entity seeking more power was quite easy to predict. This was already the second avatar of 999, who sought more power to surpass the original, but Alex was still curious as to why this woman allowed her avatars to break their leash and attempt to surpass her. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to gain the power that 999 possessed, for she was essentially Azathoth's first creation and his messenger. No matter how much Alex thought about it, he couldn't understand what was going on in this woman's mind. He could predict the behavior of most enemies he might face, and even if it were an unfamiliar enemy, Alex could still anticipate their actions. But what went on in the minds of beings like Nyan Nyan and Yog was beyond his comprehension. Actually, I had a plan for this in case everything goes to hell, but since I haven't revealed who I really am, the mechanical man might think, or already thinks, that I'm some special person with great power. And because of that, he might want to play with me, to eventually crush me and show his superiority, Alex said, exhaling smoke through his nose. But you said the previous avatar of that woman was able to notice you. Isn't it a different situation now? Rebecca asked, pressing her nose against Alex. At that time, I didn't manage to hide my soul and power because I had just arrived in that world. Since then, all my power has been concealed with spells. No matter how much that idiot stares, he still wouldn't see anything, Alex replied, a smile on his face. Rebecca silently nodded and pressed herself back against Alex. His words, that the mechanical man hadn't uncovered his true nature, reassured her a little. She knew that the previous avatar of that entity had tried to absorb Alex for his power, and it was likely that this one wouldn't pass up the chance either if he knew the truth. Once she was convinced that Rebecca wouldn't ask more questions, Alex turned his gaze back to the stars, contemplating his risky plan to destroy the mechanical man. Alex understood that a battle in a mirrored dimension could affect the real world in unpredictable ways. If, in the Marvel world, mages used mirrored dimensions for battles to avoid causing harm to reality, then facing an opponent like the mechanical man could result in the destruction of the entire space, with consequences unknown. A regular battle in that dimension, yes, but a fight with such a being went far beyond the ordinary. So, what are you going to do after you defeat this idiot? Rebecca suddenly asked, confident in Alex's victory. Alex, lost in his thoughts, looked away from the stars and glanced at her. I think we'll head back to Orario first, and then we'll see, he replied with a slight smile. Unless we could steal you a pet. Rebecca instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling. She remembered that Alex had promised to give her an unusual pet, a chaotic cosmic dog. Are you talking about Stitch? You're not joking, are you? Rebecca asked excitedly, bouncing like a hyperactive child. Yes, we'll get you Stitch, Alex smiled, confirming her guess. Hooray! I love you, she shouted, wrapping her arms and legs around him and showering his face with kisses. Alex simply smiled, glad that Rebecca was back to her usual self. He waited for her excitement to calm down, then returned to the apartment and noticed that Hanako was sitting with a vacant stare, her eyes fixed on a single point on the floor. He looked questioningly at Lucy, who silently indicated with her eyes that Hanako had been upset after hearing the name of her older brother in one of the video recordings left by the investigators. Maelstrom gang members were also involved in this situation. Alex sighed and sat in the chair where Rebecca had been sitting. She settled on his lap, trying not to look at the downcast Hanako. Do you have any more questions? Alex asked, drawing her attention. Hanako slowly lifted her empty gaze to him. What will happen to my family when you kill this god? She asked in a barely audible voice. Alex sighed, carefully choosing his words. If a soul was completely infected, then, unfortunately, nothing could be done to fix it, no matter how hard he tried. He didn't know how deeply her family's souls had been infected, but he had a feeling they had already fallen under the influence of the mechanical men. Do you want to hear the harsh truth or the sweet lie? He asked gently. I need the truth, Hanako answered quietly, maintaining her emotionless tone. The truth is that your older brother's soul is already completely infected, and there's no saving him. Your father is probably in the same situation. As for your niece, I'm not sure, Alex said, shaking his head. Hearing the truth, Hanako couldn't hold back her tears. She loved her family, no matter what. Even when her older brother, Yorinobu, ran away and tried to destroy the Arasaka Corporation, she still loved him. And her father, who kept her locked in the house until she came of age, she never blamed for anything and always felt tenderness toward him. Even her niece, whom her conservative father didn't like, Hanako protected and loved. When Yorinobu returned, she was the one who helped him and her father reconcile. Now it turned out that they were all almost dead, their souls infected, and there was no chance of saving them. But a spark of hope flickered in her eyes when she thought that perhaps her niece, Mitiko, could still be saved, since she had been less involved in the company's affairs and was carving her own path. What will happen to me after all of this? Hanako asked, and a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes when she thought that perhaps her niece was safe. Alex sighed, noticing the spark in her gaze, though tears were still streaming down her cheeks. Accepting that your loved ones were essentially walking corpses, their souls consumed by an evil god, was not easy. He glanced at Gloria, who had noticed and tilted her head slightly, trying to understand what he wanted from her. Alex subtly signaled with his eyes that she could help Hanako cope with this. Gloria nodded seriously, understanding his intention. She herself had gone through something similar, and she could support Hanako. Until this is all over, you'll be staying at my place, Alex said, looking her straight in the eyes. If I let you go now, it could endanger my family, and I can't allow that. So for now, you'll stay with us, and once everything is finished, you can live however you want, become the director of Arasaka, close the company, or go on a journey. The choice is yours. But for now, you need to rest. Hanako nodded, understanding that no one would let her go for now. Still, she didn't want to leave, especially since Alex was risking his life to save her without asking for anything in return. Seeing Hanako's agreement, Gloria approached her and gestured for her to follow. Hanako absent-mindedly nodded and, almost by instinct, followed her. Gloria looked back at Alex and gave him a thumbs up, signaling that she would manage. This was her chance to contribute to the cause. I feel like the end is near, Alex said, rubbing his forehead. Why do you think that? Lucy raised an eyebrow. It always happens in stories, the hero meets the villain leaves, only to return dramatically later. That means the final battle is just around the corner, he replied. Lucy was about to argue but stopped herself, remembering the stories Alex had told about different worlds. It was always the same. The main villain would make a dramatic appearance, and the decisive battle would unfold. The only unknown was when that battle would happen. Alex felt like all the actors had already been revealed, which meant it was time to prepare for the final scene. He sighed in frustration. Couldn't these villains just show up and reveal themselves, so he wouldn't waste time searching and preparing for battle? Noticing his irritation, Rebecca gently began massaging his head to help him relax. Alex smiled in response to her care and thanked her. That day, he decided not to return to the workshop but to spend time with the girls. To be continued. Chapter 142, time skip and briefing before a new job. A whole week had passed since Hanako moved into Alex's apartment. During this time, Alex hadn't even stepped into his workshop, deciding instead to take a small break and spend more time with the girls. He often went on dates with them, even managing to persuade Kiwi to join him at a nice restaurant, after much convincing, of course. Kiwi had been adamantly against visiting places like restaurants filled with the elite, but after Hanako offered to help her pick out an outfit, she gave in. The next day, the girls went shopping to get Kiwi ready for this special occasion. Despite the support from everyone around her, Hanako was still in low spirits, spending a lot of time in her room. Gloria was constantly there for her, reminding her that she still had loved ones and trying to help her cope with the feeling of loss. However, Hanako couldn't stop worrying about her niece Michiko, fearing she too might have fallen victim to the darkness. Tired of her constant worries, Alex decided to check on Michiko himself, traveling to the far end of the country. After confirming that she was safe, he returned and shared the news with Hanako, helping her finally let go of her fears. After all the preparations, Alex and Kiwi went to the same restaurant he had once visited with Gloria. However, despite all efforts, it was clear Kiwi felt out of place, and soon they left, choosing instead to go for a walk. The evening turned into a moment of honesty. Kiwi shared stories of her childhood in the orphanage, the friends who were no longer there, and mentioned that she sends almost all of her earnings to support the children from that orphanage, as they're her only family and she cares deeply about them. Unintentionally, they found themselves at the new location of the orphanage where the children and staff had relocated. Kiwi was delighted to meet her former caretaker, the one who had once helped her become a netrunner. While they talked, Alex observed the children adapting to the new place, but one boy caught his attention, a boy he hadn't expected to see there. It was one of the children Alex had rescued from that ill-fated warehouse during his first job for Padre. But the most surprising part was that this boy was spreading faith in the Emperor of Mankind and inspiring others to become angels of death. Alex quickly realized that Gir, his little crazy companion, had continued communicating with those they had saved and seemed to be brainwashing them with his stories. At that moment, black lines practically covered Alex's face, as he noticed that almost all the boys in the orphanage proudly called themselves Ultramarines, while the girls referred to themselves as Sisters of Battle. Alex instantly regretted giving Gir access to the internet. He had tried to find something in this world connected to old pop culture himself but found nothing, not even a mention of the Warhammer universe, until he asked Gir where the little rascal had found all this. It turned out that Gir had managed to break through something called the Blackwall and got all the information from there. After some questioning, Alex realized that the Blackwall was a type of network security to prevent malicious AIs from accessing secure networks. Watching the children reciting the Codex Astartes, Alex wanted to leave and never come back, lest he find the kids next time already divided into groups, representing different legions, or even joining the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Alex wanted to leave that place as quickly as possible and forget everything he had seen, as the site was definitely not for him. But Kiwi finished her conversation with the orphanage caretaker and came back with her. When the caretaker saw Alex, she asked him a pressing question: when was he planning to propose to Kiwi? Alex, as usual, replied that he first needed to make a ring that would suit Kiwi. As Alex and the caretaker started talking about the wedding, the usually unflappable and cold Kiwi blushed deeply at the topic and dragged Alex outside amidst the caretaker's cheerful laughter. Once outside, Kiwi asked him about the ring and the wedding. Alex responded seriously that once he prepared the rings, he'd propose to all the girls. Kiwi was flustered but nodded and didn't want to continue the topic any further. Returning home, they spent the night together, ending the date on a pleasant note. The next morning, Alex woke up with Kiwi in his arms, but when he looked at the clock, he realized it was still early. As he drifted back to sleep, an irritating phone ringing broke the silence, continuing until Kiwi slapped him in the face with the phone to get him to answer. Smirking, Alex picked up the phone and said in a mock-serious tone, "Unfortunate Incidents Agency. We insure unfortunate incidents for every occasion." Laughter erupted on the other end, and Alex immediately recognized who was calling. "That's a new one," chuckled Maine. "And I'm still waiting for a fresh highlight reel from your robo-dog. Been a while, you know." Stretching and leaning against the back of the couch, Alex asked him directly, after Gir started having trouble arranging those unfortunate incidents, he spent a few days without moving. Better not remind him. "So, why the call, Maine?" Alex gently stroked Kiwi's head. "Shame to hear it," Maine replied regretfully. "I enjoyed watching Maelstrom members getting into trouble." Alex smirked, recalling those moments reminiscent of Final Destination scenes, just with a less predictable outcome. "No kidding. So what do you need?" he asked again. "Oh, right. Faraday's found some useful intel and offered us a job with a good payout. I won't get into details yet, I want to meet in person. But I'll say this, it's bigger than anything we've done before. I want everything to go flawlessly." Maine's voice grew serious. Hearing Faraday's name, Alex sighed involuntarily. He hadn't trusted that man since they first crossed paths at a club celebrating a successful mission. "All right, I'll let the others know. How much prep time do we have?" Alex asked, rubbing his eyes. "About a month, maybe 2. "Why, what's it to you?" Maine sounded intrigued. "Well, just enough time for me to prepare something useful." Alex grinned. "You're going to make your big, dangerous toys again?" Maine perked up. "Something like that. Give me 2 months, and I'll build an atomic bomb," Alex joked with a smile. "Chum, I hope you're joking." Maine replied, alarmed. "Of course," Alex laughed. "You think I'd keep something like that in the same apartment as Rebecca? I'll just get something ready in case things go south again." "Phew, you scared me." "But you're right, best to keep something like that away from Rebecca," Maine laughed. "All right, chum, see you soon. I'm already at Dorio's, we've got a date. We'll keep in touch." "All right, later," Alex replied, ending the call. As he was about to fall back asleep, he noticed that Kiwi, having woken up during his conversation, was watching him intently. She was curious why Maine had called at such an hour. Alex explained that a new job had come up, but for now, it was just in the planning stages. He quickly mentioned that Faraday was involved, so they should be ready for a possible setup. Kiwi nodded and, instead of going back to sleep, simply rested her head on his chest. After lying together for a while, Alex and Kiwi headed to the shower, then went downstairs, where the others were already waiting. Alex immediately relayed Faraday's proposal, and Lucy pointed out right away that it sounded suspicious. Alex couldn't disagree, adding that the whole thing reeked of trouble. So they all decided to prepare thoroughly, finishing up long-planned projects. Alex and Rebecca took on the main preparations, creating dangerous toys for the team. 2 months passed quickly. During that time, Maine contacted Alex several times, each time saying everything was almost ready but constantly postponing the meeting. Over these months, Alex managed to create various gadgets that might come in handy in the future, or maybe not. One day, the girls started talking about weddings. Alex, coming out of his workshop, accidentally overheard the conversation when Rebecca bluntly stated that he should give her a ring to show she was already taken. Alex nodded at her words, immediately forgetting why he'd come out in the first place, and returned to the workshop to start working on the rings. He decided to propose romantically, in locations that held significance for each of the girls. Gloria received her ring on the rooftop of the mega building, where they'd ended one of their dates, Lucy, on the moon, Kiwi, during a visit to her childhood orphanage. As for Rebecca, she simply approached Alex while he was working on her ring, snatched it out of his hand, and slipped it onto her finger, declaring that she didn't need all that romance. Instead, she said she'd prefer a big gun to go with the ring. Alex could only smile at her straightforwardness, knowing Rebecca wasn't a fan of romance but still loved to be spoiled. 2 months later, Maine finally called, announcing that everything was absolutely ready, and it was time to gather. Alex sat on the couch, waiting for everyone to get ready, understanding that the final curtain was already raised. He'd figured this out partly because, despite spending a lot of time in his workshop, he still came out to spend time with the girls, and there was one piece of news he hadn't missed. It was reported that the number of cyberpsychos had hit a record low over the past month, as if they'd all disappeared at once. Alex heard noise from the second floor and saw the girls coming down, so he turned off the TV. "Ready?" he asked, noticing how they adjusted their clothing. They all nodded in response, including Hanako, who now felt more comfortable after reconnecting with her niece. Thanks to Alex, she had been able to establish contact with her and had maintained it through secure channels since then. Hanako had become more confident and even felt at home in Alex's apartment, sometimes strolling around in just a robe, a habit that strict Gloria, now her close friend, didn't always appreciate. After saying goodbye to Gloria and Valerie, the 6-member team headed to the car, loading cases into the trunk. After loading all the cases into the trunk, Alex sighed, realizing that what lay ahead was likely to be anything but pleasant. Sitting behind the wheel, instead of starting the engine, he rested his head on the steering wheel, trying to gather his thoughts. His expression grew darker as he thought about what he was about to face on this mission. Frustrated, he clenched his teeth, promising himself he'd knock the stuffing out of the mechanic as soon as that man showed his face. Living in this world had Alex on the edge, seeing daily news reports about kidnappings or the latest massacre caused by cyberpsychos. He'd already done so much to prevent some of the terrible events happening here, but ultimately, he'd discovered that an avatar of an outer god was hiding in this world, responsible for much of its suffering. The girls noticed Alex's state, with his head on the wheel and gritting his teeth in anger. Lucy placed her hand over his, giving it a gentle squeeze to get his attention. "You okay?" she asked, concern in her voice. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Alex took a deep breath, calming himself. He knew this stored-up rage might come in handy in the coming fight. Looking up, he saw the girls watching him with worry. "I'm fine, just on edge from dealing with these messed-up avatars that have broken free and are scattered across the multiverse instead of having a peaceful life," Alex replied, sighing. "Don't worry. Once we take care of this idiot, we'll go off on some adventures and see new worlds," Rebecca said cheerfully. Hearing Rebecca's words, Alex sighed again. He thought the same thing last time, only to end up thrown into this world. He didn't regret ending up here, but he didn't want history to repeat itself. Just in case, he prepared something over the last 2 months in his workshop, readying himself for a showdown with the mechanic. Enough of the gloom. "The sooner I take care of this mutt, the sooner I can see other worlds," Alex said, his eyes filled with determination. "Exactly. A whole bunch of adventures awaits us," Kiwi chimed in. Alex smiled, nodded, started the engine, and headed toward the base where everyone was set to meet. On the way, Maine called, asking when they'd arrive. Alex replied that they were on their way and would be there soon. To lift his spirits, he turned on some music and began singing along with GIR, who shared Alex's taste in music. Alex had also discovered that this world had anime, and quite a few interesting ones at that, so during breaks, he and GIR watched anime together. Now, on the drive, they sang the opening theme of a popular anime, much to the annoyance of the girls, who gave them strange looks. GIR even managed to start dancing. Alex hadn't expected to see that familiar anime in this world but was thrilled to watch it. "All right, together. Now singin' Bling Bang Bang, Bling Bang Bang, Bling Bang Bang Born." Alex sang at full volume, encouraging the others to join in. He continued singing with genuine joy, momentarily forgetting about everything else. Rebecca couldn't resist either and joined in, while Lucy and Kiwi exchanged surprised glances, seeing how Alex had completely lost himself in the anime. The whole group was in high spirits as they made their way to the garage. Once out of the car, Alex glanced at Falco, who was once again fiddling with the new van. "Remember, don't mess with the power source unless you want to go to orbit," Alex smirked, recalling how Falco had gone pale the first time he heard that, looking like a ghost. Passing by Pilar and giving him a fist bump in greeting, Alex entered the house and sat down on the couch opposite Maine and Dorio, who were deep in discussion. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes, trying not to think about the upcoming mission. Every thought about it led to one conclusion: it was going to be an epic battle with the mechanic. Dorio noticed him and, smiling, greeted him. "Hey, Alex." "Yo," Alex replied, raising his hand in greeting without changing his posture. Dorio smiled, used to his laid-back demeanor, and Maine, glancing at him with a smirk, said, "We'll finish up here and then get to the briefing. Just wait for about 10 minutes. "Take your time, I'm resting for now," Alex replied without opening his eyes. At that moment, there was a sound from the training field. It seemed Rebecca had tried out a new weapon, prompting Pilar's excited shout, immediately asking his sister for something similar. Lucy approached Alex, settled comfortably, and laid her head on his lap. Alex felt her and gently stroked her hair, and Lucy, like a cat, rubbed her head against his leg. 20 minutes later, Maine and Dorio finished their discussion. The whole team had gathered in the living room. Kiwi came in holding a tablet, just like Lucy's. Rebecca and Pilar returned from the field, and Falco came in from the garage. Suddenly, GIR burst into the room, but not alone. He was accompanied by a new team member. "Alex, who's this?" Maine asked in surprise, pointing to the unexpected addition. Alex sat the newcomer on his lap and introduced them. "Meet Mimi, GIR's little sister." Those who weren't familiar with Mimi looked at her in surprise. Mimi looked similar to GIR, but their outfits were different. While GIR wore a green dog suit with a silly expression, Mimi's outfit was pink, featuring a pink skirt and a magical girl's costume, with a pink bow by her ear. When Alex created Mimi, he thought this version would be more stable, not as crazy as GIR. But, as the saying goes, it's not harmful to want. In the end, Mimi turned out to be an exact copy of GIR, just as insane. Alex couldn't understand how that happened until he learned that GIR, the jealous Robopup, had meddled with the code, making Mimi resemble him. The only difference was that GIR was a mama's boy, while Mimi preferred to spend time with Alex. At first, Alex was pleased that Mimi had turned out to be the stable version, until he overheard a conversation between her and GIR about the Codex Astartes, and Mimi started calling herself the Battle Sister. And now Alex had two little assistants, one of whom was an ultramarine, and the other, a battle sister. So, Alex had to create another set of weapons and armor for Mimi to prevent her from fighting with GIR, which had been happening quite often over the past 2 months. So, who is she? Another clone of GIR, or a more balanced version? Dorio asked, looking at the cute Mimi. Alex just laughed, remembering how he had recently overheard their conversation about the Codex Astartes and how Mimi had referred to herself as a battle sister. Now, he had two little assistants, an ultramarine and a battle sister. A wistful sigh escaped from Alex and the girls at Dorio's question, as she immediately understood what was going on. A crooked smile appeared on Alex's face, his gaze tired. Unfortunately, this little creature, GIR, meddled with the code, and now I have another fan of the Emperor of Mankind at home, Alex said with a wry grin. The other members of the team gave Alex a sympathetic glance, and then turned their eyes to Mimi, who was sitting on his lap, swinging her legs like a well-behaved child. Their gazes then shifted to GIR, whose jealous look was full of resentment, as if Mimi were his worst enemy. In everyone's mind, they imagined endless arguments and noise that these two would create living in the same apartment. Ahem. Well, let's get down to business, Maine cleared his throat, distracting the team. When I contacted Faraday about this job and learned the details, it became clear that this mission is extremely important. He placed a small data shard on the table. Alex glanced at the shard and, narrowing his eyes, told GIR to insert it into his slot so everyone could see the information. GIR stopped glaring at Mimi, jumped onto the table, and inserted the shard into his mouth, activating a holographic projection on the wall. Faraday wants us to intercept an Arasaka convoy traveling to Night City from another city. According to him, there's something extremely important in the main transport. Kiwi dug into the data and found out that this mission came from Melee Tech, and Faraday is just an intermediary, Maine explained, showing the information. Alex nodded and asked GIR to upload all the data to his phone for further analysis. He began reviewing the mission and realized they knew almost nothing, no details about the cargo, the security, or the specifics of the transport itself. The mission was practically a complete unknown. Alex felt something was off, both the cargo and the transport were heavily classified. He rubbed his eyes, pondering what might be hidden behind this mission. Faraday mentioned its experimental weaponry and refused to disclose the details, so we're working almost blind, Maine shook his head. Alex nodded again and turned his gaze to Kiwi, asking if she had managed to uncover anything. Kiwi nodded, connected a cable to GIR, and launched the available data. I managed to find a little. It seems to be some kind of suit, but what kind of suit it is and its exact parameters remain classified. All the test subjects so far have died during the trials, so they still haven't found a suitable candidate. Kiwi summarized the information she found. And honestly, I don't like working blind like this. Alex completely agreed with her. He also disliked unpredictability in business and preferred to cover all his bases in advance. As he wondered what kind of suit they were transporting, a growing suspicion began to form, and his face spread into a slightly sinister smile, which he quickly tried to hide. However, the girls noticed and immediately understood that Alex had come to a conclusion. Well, we know when and where the convoy will be passing, but what about the reward? Alex asked, trying to hold back his smile. The attention of the entire group shifted to Maine, who finally gave the much-anticipated answer. Several million each, Maine said calmly, and Pilar even whistled at the amount. Alex nodded, reflecting on the fact that such generosity might hint at the client's fear of refusal. He looked around at everyone, continuing to think aloud. The amount is certainly attractive, as if they're afraid we might turn it down. What do you all think of this mission? The team exchanged glances, considering Alex's question. We'll take it, but I'll say again, I still don't like working blind, Kiwi responded with clear discontent. Alex nodded in response to Kiwi's words and glanced at the other members of the group. They all nodded approvingly, agreeing to take on the job. If everything goes sideways and shit hits the fan, we can always bail and leave. We already have backup apartments to wait it out until things settle down, Dorio said, clearly trying to reassure everyone. Alex smiled, appreciating Dorio's foresight, but he was confident that in the end, everything would go according to plan. Alex, do you happen to have any devices that can breach the transport security? Maine asked, steering the conversation back to business and looking at Alex with interest. Yeah, I've got something. I put it together in my spare time, so hijacking the transport shouldn't be a problem. But, like Kiwi, I think this whole thing smells like trouble, Alex expressed his doubts. Maine nodded, agreeing with Alex's viewpoint and understanding his caution. I hope you brought your toys, in case everything doesn't go as planned. Your luck has turned against us more than once on missions. Of course, I'm not blaming you, just a reminder, Maine winked, trying to maintain a serious face but struggling to hold back a smile. Haha, very funny. Yeah, I'm prepared. Took a couple of new toys, including a new type of ammo for the van's turrets. Even if there's an army there, we'll have enough to level half the city. So, don't worry about the firepower. Better watch out for what Rebecca might have swiped from my desk again, Alex joked, glancing at Rebecca, who quickly turned away, pretending she hadn't heard. The others exchanged puzzled glances, not fully understanding what Alex was talking about. Remember the explosion at the warehouse? Well, that was Rebecca's handiwork. She stole a bomb off his desk and set off a fireworks display, Lucy explained, making it clear why Alex was worried. The team nodded in understanding, recalling the earthquake-like explosion that had been felt all the way across the city. After that incident, Maine no longer took Alex's words about a mini-arsenal in his workshop as a joke. Well, since everyone's on board, it's time to get ready for the mission, Maine concluded, wrapping up the briefing. Alex nodded, transferring Mimi to Lucy's lap, then took hold of GIR's head and called for Falco to help. Falco followed Alex to the car, eyeing him with interest. When they reached the trunk, Alex opened it and began unloading black cases of various sizes. He handed several of the cases to Falco and GIR to help carry them to the van. When Falco asked what was inside, Alex explained that they were new rounds for the turrets and a few other useful items for the mission. Falco noticed that Alex had left a few more cases in the car and asked what was in them. These are new weapons, in case we need to fight, Alex simply replied. Falco nodded and, without asking any more questions, headed for the van. Alex and GIR followed him, preparing for the upcoming mission. To be continued. Chapter 143, All Armed and Dangerous. After loading all the cases into the van, Alex began opening them, searching for a specific device he'd designed for the team's van. The van itself was sturdy, but if things went south, this module would be a solid advantage. Focused and under Falco's watchful gaze, Alex opened case after case. Falco couldn't take his eyes off the contents, his eyes gleaming when he spotted rare ammo and various useful devices for the van. Finally, Alex found the protective module, picked it up with a smile, and began inspecting it to ensure there were no assembly mistakes. What's that? Falco asked, stepping closer to examine the device. Alex quickly looked over the module, confirming it worked fine, although he noticed it used slightly more energy than expected. However, this wouldn't be an issue, as the van was equipped with a powerful power source. It's a protection module for the van, he replied, handing the device to Falco. Falco, holding the module, examined it with interest, trying to understand how it worked. The module resembled an energy shield from a video game, but it was designed to protect the van. After returning it to Alex, he asked, "So how does it work?" Alex, rubbing his chin, thought about how to explain it simply, so Falco wouldn't complain about complicated explanations. In short, it creates a protective dome around the van. This will allow us to shoot from inside without stepping outside, Alex explained with a smile. I still don't understand how you come up with these things, Falco shook his head, smiling. It's simple, you just need to know what goes where, Alex shrugged. Only you would call that simple, Falco muttered, stepping away. Laughing, Alex called for GIR to help him install the module. GIR nodded, left the van, and followed Alex. Popping the hood open, Alex began looking for the necessary power source wires. With GIR's assistance, he carefully disconnected the wires and connected the protection module, completing the circuit. GIR handed him tools and parts, speeding up the process. After 30 minutes, the module was installed. Then Alex and GIR began loading the new rounds into the van's turrets. Meanwhile, the others were also busy. Lucy and Kiwi were working on the convoy interception plan, discussing the route with Maine, while Rebecca was checking her weapons. Pilar, her brother, sprawled out on the couch and took a nap, preparing for the upcoming mission. Falco, who'd returned, joined in the ammo prep, occasionally asking questions about their properties. He now clearly understood that Alex wasn't exaggerating when he said the team could take out half the city if necessary. Once everything was set, Alex took the driver's seat and started checking all systems, including the new protective module. He asked Falco to step a few paces away from the van to run a test. When Falco moved back, Alex activated the module, and an energy shield appeared around the van, covering a radius of 3 meters. Falco, seeing the dome, touched it curiously and was impressed by its reliability. Satisfied that the module was stable and could run around the clock, Alex deactivated it, climbed out of the van, and handed Falco the control keys. Go ahead, have fun with the new toys, he laughed. Falco smiled like a kid getting a long-awaited New Year's gift and immediately dashed back into the van to see what else Alex had installed. GIR followed, clutching Alex's leg, eagerly asking if there was more to do or if he could rest. Alex's eye twitched involuntarily. After all, GIR was a robot, not a dog needing rest. Then he realized that his jealous robodog just wanted to go back inside so that Mimi wouldn't take his place. Shaking GIR off his leg, Alex waved a hand, giving him permission to rest, or else GIR might start complaining about being tired. Hearing this, GIR dashed into the house on his short legs, and soon, shouts could be heard. Mimi and GIR were already arguing about who should sit on Lucy's lap. Shaking his head, Alex lit a cigarette, thinking about what else he could do. There was still half a day left before the mission. Hey, Alex, come here. Can you help? Came Dorio's voice from the far end of the garage, where the weightlifting equipment stood. Alex turned and saw Dorio dressed in a tight tank top and workout shorts. He raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering what she might need. Approaching, he helped her place the barbell back on the rack and get up. What's up? He asked, handing her a towel. Dorio, sweaty after her workout, thanked him and started wiping her face. Alex, exhaling smoke, lazily looked over the equipment, recalling the last time he'd been in a gym, back in high school. After leaving the track team, training became a thing of the past. Suddenly, Dorio interrupted his thoughts. Want to spar a bit, she offered, catching his attention. Alex coughed in surprise and raised an eyebrow, looking at her as if she'd just suggested something absurd. Are you sure? You do realize this might not be the best idea, he asked. Yeah, I know, you're super strong and all that, Dorio rolled her eyes. I just want to test myself. Suit yourself, Alex shrugged. But let's head to the training ground. It's cramped here, and I don't want to accidentally break anything. They made their way to the training ground, and upon arrival, Alex took off his blue coat, hanging it on a mannequin, and was left in his t-shirt and pants. He decided to give Dorio some time to warm up. Honestly, he'd never sparred seriously with anyone on his team. When training the girls in Danmachi, he'd always avoided landing real hits to prevent accidental injuries. But now, he thought of a way to avoid injuring Dorio by intentionally missing his strikes by mere millimeters. Alex, what if you took on leadership of the team? Dorio asked as she warmed up. Alex looked at her, puzzled. He'd already turned down the role before, only taking charge when Maine was in rehab after installing Sandy. Technically, he'd been acting as second-in-command for the past few months, finding jobs and distributing tasks among the team. No, I've already said I don't want to. It's too much hassle, Alex smirked. What, you and Maine already planning to retire? Yeah, we've discussed it. After the contracts you helped secure, we've got enough in our accounts to live comfortably. This mission will be our last. After that, we can buy a house and enjoy life, Dorio replied, finishing her warm-up. That's why I asked. You'd make a good leader. Alex sighed in relief. He knew this kind of work could one day end up costing Dorio her life, and he was glad for her and Maine. As she finished stretching, Dorio took a boxer's stance across from him. I'm happy for you too, finally deciding to settle down. But I can't take command, it doesn't fit into my plans, Alex said, assuming his own fighting stance. He extended one arm forward, tucked the other behind his back, and bent his knee slightly, striking a pose reminiscent of Rock Lee's. He chose to use taijutsu, his favorite combat style. Dorio wasn't surprised by his refusal, but she was curious about Alex's plans after this mission. What are your plans, if you don't mind sharing, she asked, slowly advancing. Alex thought for a moment about whether to share his plans, but decided that even if he did, Dorio wouldn't believe him and would just take it as a joke. After all, who in their right mind would believe that he was planning to fight an evil god threatening to destroy the universe? Right then, Dorio took advantage of the moment to throw a direct punch at his face, which Alex easily dodged by slightly tilting his head. She immediately followed up with a combination of strikes, alternating them to at least land one. Alex, barely moving, dodged or deflected her attacks. My plans are pretty simple. I'm going to kill an evil god, he said with a slight smirk, sidestepping another blow. Dorio froze for a second, looking at him as if he were insane. Sure, and then you, Lucy, Rebecca, and Kiwi will all walk across a rainbow together, she laughed, resuming her attack. No, seriously, I'm planning to take down one very evil god, Alex replied, cheerfully fending off her strikes. Dorio just smirked and kept pressing forward, growing a bit irritated that he was constantly dodging or deflecting her punches without even trying to strike back. I thought you'd say you were going to marry your girls or throw a grand wedding, she remarked, aiming at his torso and preparing to deliver an uppercut. I've already proposed to them, in case you didn't notice the rings on their fingers, he replied, casually tilting his head. Dorio spun around, trying to elbow him in the chest, but Alex easily avoided it. Congrats. Maine and I have been thinking about it too, once we retire, she said, attempting to sweep his legs out from under him. I can make you both rings, just let me know what design you want, Alex responded, lifting his foot to dodge her move. You've seen the design I made for my girls. I have, and I can say they're beautiful. By the way, are you ever going to actually hit back, she teased, attacking with a right hook. Alex stepped back, dodging. Are you sure you want me to start attacking, he asked, looking at her intently. When Dorio nodded, Alex sighed, deciding to show her one of his strikes. All right, but don't complain afterward, he smirked. Dorio tensed, watching him closely. Alex thought about which move to use and remembered the technique of a well-known medic ninja. Under her gaze, he suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage. Dorio glanced around, confused, until she noticed a shadow blocking the sun. She looked up and saw Alex, his leg raised high above him, ready to slam his heel into the ground beside her. You asked for this, he warned as he began to descend. In a split second, Alex struck the ground with a thunderous impact. The ground beneath Dorio shook, and she lost her balance, falling as a powerful shockwave raised a cloud of dust around them. Everyone inside ran out, startled by the sudden tremor, and, stepping outside, they saw the training ground hidden in a thick cloud of dust. With a slight hand movement, Alex dispersed the dust and saw Dorio sitting on the ground, stunned. Surveying the destroyed training ground, she finally understood why he hadn't attacked her earlier. If the strike had hit her directly, there would have been nothing left of her. I told you, Alex said with a hint of irony, extending a hand to her. She got up, smiling, and muttered, you could have held back a bit instead of wrecking half the training ground. Weren't you taught restraint? This was me holding back. Didn't you see the news about the brawl at Hanako Arasaka's penthouse? Alex laughed. Dorio smiled at Alex's words but suddenly froze, remembering that report from a few months ago. News was still mentioning Hanako Arasaka's disappearance, and Dorio felt a sudden urge to know more. But just then, the rest of the group burst outside to assess the situation. Maine and the other guys stood with jaws dropped, staring at the destroyed training ground, while the girls exchanged amused glances, clearly aware of Alex's strength. He helped Dorio to her feet, and they walked over to join the others. Alex, what did you do here? Maine asked, glancing away from the ruins. Oh, we were just sparring with Dorio. She didn't like that I was only defending, so I decided to throw a single punch, Alex replied with a slight smile. Maine looked skeptically at Alex's smile, then back at the gaping hole in the center of the training ground from which Alex and Dorio had emerged. One punch, he managed to say, blinking in astonishment. Pilar whistled, taking in the scale of the destruction, while Falco chuckled and headed back to the van. Alex just shrugged and went back inside. On his way in, he was caught up by the girls, who playfully patted him on the back, teasing him about showing off. Once inside, Alex immediately collapsed onto the couch, closed his eyes, and tried to relax while waiting for the mission to start. Just as he was drifting off, he felt someone climbing onto him. Without opening his eyes, he knew it was Rebecca. She was the only one who loved snuggling up on his chest. The other girls typically preferred hugging his arm. Alex was nearly asleep when an argument flared up between Rebecca and Mimi, who clearly wasn't thrilled with Rebecca's choice of spot. Ignoring the noise, Alex drifted off to sleep. While he slept peacefully, the rest of the team was discussing details of the upcoming operation, checking the convoy's route map. Alex didn't need to review the plan, he'd already devised a strategy the moment he saw the route and had made sure to pack the necessary toys to stop the convoy. Time flew, and he was woken by Lucy, gently poking his nose. Opening his eyes, Alex asked what was up. Lucy said it was time to get ready. He nodded and woke Rebecca and Mimi, who were both cozily settled on his chest. Mimi woke up instantly, but Rebecca stubbornly refused to get up, so Alex ended up carrying her to the car. Once everyone was settled in the vehicle, Alex signaled to Falco to take the lead. Their destination was a secluded road, rarely used but frequently traveled by corporate convoys. They stopped on a hill overlooking the road, and Alex and the girls stepped out of the car. Maine, sitting on the hood of Alex's car, asked with interest, "I hope you've got something to stop the convoy." Alex nodded, opened the trunk, and started pulling out a few cases he'd stashed there in advance. Seeing that he was struggling, he called Maine and Pilar over for help. They grabbed the cases and brought them to the rest of the group. "What kind of toys have you got in there?" Pilar asked curiously, reaching out for one of the cases, only to get a slap on the hand from his sister. "First up, 2 blue cases with an eagle emblem for GIR, Alex said, placing them in front of the robo-dog. "Is it what I think it is?" GIR growled excitedly, rubbing his paws together. "Yep, it's the one." "Now go suit up," Alex said, patting him on the head. GIR happily dashed behind the car, carrying his cases, under Mimi's envious gaze. Maine tried to peek behind the vehicle to understand what kind of armor Alex had made for GIR. "What's that armor you've created for your crazy robo-dog?" Maine asked, trying to get a glimpse of what was in GIR's cases. "It's Adeptus Astartes armor, or Death Angel armor. The problem is, the average height of a Primaris is about 240 centimeters, so I had to adjust everything to fit GIR's smaller size," Alex explained, stroking his chin as he watched GIR disappear from view. Maine didn't understand a word of Alex's explanation and turned to the girls for help. Lucy just sighed, pulled out a tablet, and showed Maine an image of the armor Alex had created for GIR. Upon seeing the model of the armor and the imposing height of a Primaris, Maine finally understood why Alex mentioned the difficulties of resizing the armor for the little robo-dog. He shook his head, mentally noting that it was indeed a bit crazy. Meanwhile, Alex noticed the questions had stopped and turned his gaze to the sulking Mimi, who was glaring at GIR as he tried on his new armor. "Don't be sad, Mimi, I've got something for you too," Alex said, placing a black and gold case with an eagle emblem in front of her. Mimi's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed the cases, rushing to the van to change into her new armor and GIR up. "And what did you come up with for Mimi?" Dorio asked, watching as Mimi awkwardly hobbled away, carrying the heavy cases. Since Mimi is a girl, she can't be Adeptus Astartes. So, she considers herself part of the Adeptus Sororitas, or, as they're known, the Daughters of the Emperor. She's supposed to wear the armor of this organization. However, given the height of the Adeptus Sororitas, which is almost 2 meters, I had to work quite a bit to shrink the armor without losing any of its functionality, Alex replied, placing a hand on his forehead as he remembered how much effort it took to come up with this solution. He had spent a long time trying to find the optimal balance, even considering making the armor like a mech that GIR and Mimi could remotely control, or like robots with pilots inside. But knowing that GIR was absolutely against such an idea, he abandoned it. The final version worked out well, although it added 10 centimeters to the height of both. "You spoil them," Dorio shook her head with a smirk. "It's better this way than listening to endless complaints and quotes from the codices about how, without armor, they're unworthy of the Emperor," Alex sighed, looking up at the sky. The other girls nodded in agreement. Lucy and Kiwi were especially troubled by the quotes and lectures. Lucy once asked GIR about the Codex Astartes, and he spent the whole day following her around, quoting every line. Kiwi had experienced Mimi's passion for the Adeptus Sororitas Codex firsthand and later recalled that day with exhaustion, collapsing onto the bed without strength. Rebecca was less affected. She was interested in learning about the weapons of these organizations, although even her patience sometimes ran out due to the long explanations. "All right, we get it. So, what have you prepared for us?" Maine asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Alex nodded and opened the cases. Maine received a new shotgun, the Lucius MK22C model with a drum magazine. Dorio got reinforced power fist gloves, although Alex warned that they might be difficult to use against fast enemies. Dorio waved her hand and immediately began trying them on. Alex then handed Pilar a sniper rifle, which he frowned at disapprovingly. "A sniper rifle? Give me something that explodes, not just shoots," Pilar grumbled, but didn't give the weapon back. "You already have a grenade launcher. Here are new ammo rounds, now shut up." Alex waved his hand dismissively, placing a case of new ammunition in front of Pilar. Smiling widely, Pilar began happily distributing the rounds into his pockets. Falco received a new submachine gun, thanked Alex, and started examining it. Once the distribution was done, Alex opened the last two cases. One contained powerful energy shields for the team, and the other held 2 EMP bombs to stop the convoy. What's this? Maine asked with interest, seeing the contents of the cases. One case has energy shields, the other has EMP bombs. With these, we can safely stop the convoy, Alex explained, handing out the shields to the team and placing the bombs on the hood of his car. After making sure everyone had the necessary equipment, Alex lit a cigarette and decided to wait for GIR and Mimi to finish preparing. 10 minutes later, GIR returned in blue armor, holding a power hammer and a bolt gun. Then, Mimi appeared in black and gold armor with a power mace and a shield. When everyone was ready, Alex put the empty cases in the trunk and summoned Yamato, returning to the group with a katana in his hands. The girls looked surprised at Yamato instead of the usual Muramasa, and Maine smirked. Look at that, you got yourself a new toy too. It's not new. This is Yamato, a gift from my father, Alex replied with a proud smile. Maine's eyes widened at Alex's words. He knew nothing about Alex's family and was greatly surprised. So, it's a family heirloom or something like that. Aren't you afraid it'll break? Maine asked, looking at Alex with curiosity. Yeah, something like a family heirloom. You don't have to worry about its durability. You'll be even more surprised by its sharpness, Alex replied with a smile, his confidence obvious. Maine didn't say anything else, his mind was already occupied with other thoughts. Meanwhile, Alex asked to open the map on the tablet to choose a location for placing the EMP bombs to intercept the convoy. The group gathered for a meeting to discuss the best spots to place the charges. Alex suggested putting one at the end of the convoy and the other in the middle. What do you think of this plan? Maine asked, trying to get Alex's opinion. I think this way we'll block the beginning and end of the convoy, and we'll just intercept the vehicle leading the way with force. Our main goal is to eliminate the guards without damaging the transport itself, so when we leave, it won't attract too much attention, Alex explained, adding more confidence to his voice. I agree, Dorio said, nodding. It's hard to avoid attracting attention with such a large transport, and if we damage it, we'll definitely get caught. After marking the 2 spots on the map, Alex handed the charge to Maine so he could install it in his area. Alex took the second one and headed to his designated spot. While they were setting up the EMPs, doubts gnawed at him about the cargo and the order itself, with Faraday acting as the intermediary. But he was ready for anything. He had given each member of the group an energy shield to ensure their safety before they reached the van. After placing the charges underground, Alex noticed Maine waving, signaling that he was done too. Alex nodded, took out a cigarette, and lit it, lost in thought about the so-called experimental weapon, the suit that was supposed to be some secret development from Arasaka. But his intuition told him that the suit was not as simple as it seemed at first glance, especially considering that all the volunteers had died while wearing it. Glancing at the time, Alex realized that the convoy should appear in about an hour. That left just a little more time to get ready. To be continued. Chapter 144, Cargo Received and the Soulless Mongrel. After setting the EMP charge in place, Alex decided to linger and light up a cigarette. There was no rush, an entire hour remained before the convoy's arrival. Enjoying his smoke, he watched the sun slowly sink below the horizon, his mind drifting to thoughts about the cargo, the experimental suit being transported from another city. He had his theories but wasn't in a hurry to share them. After finishing his cigarette, Alex headed back to the group. Climbing up to the high ground where the others were waiting, he walked over to his car and sat on the hood, still watching the sunset. A few minutes later, Maine joined him, lighting up a cigarette as well. They chatted about different things until Maine suddenly asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take over the team after I'm gone?" he asked, looking intently at Alex. Alex looked at him as if he were joking. He'd already turned down leadership more than once, especially since they'd soon be leaving this universe. "I've told you, I'm too lazy for that," Alex replied. "What about you? You're the one retiring. What'll you do after that?" he asked with a slight smile. "I think Dorio and I will buy a house and live like a regular family," Maine replied with a wide grin. "Solid plan. You'll just need some kids and a dog," Alex chuckled. "Kids on the agenda." "Yeah, Dorio and I dream of having a child. But because of her injuries, that's not possible. Still, it doesn't mean I'll love her any less." "We can always adopt," Maine said, glancing over at Dorio, who was helping Falco. For a moment, Alex looked thoughtfully at Dorio and Falco. He knew he could help with their problem, but he needed to take care of things on his end first. After the battle with the mech, he'd be able to open up to the team. "I think it's a great goal, a house, kids, a peaceful life. So let's make sure you and Dorio can retire with a clear conscience," Alex said, giving Maine a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Thanks, chum. And what about you? What'll you do after this mission?" Maine asked with a smile. "You'll find out after the mission." For now, it's a secret, Alex replied with a mysterious grin. Maine rolled his eyes, yet another of Alex's secrets, which always turned into some unexpected twist. They continued chatting about houses, raising kids, and how hard it would be to instill good habits in them. Alex admitted he dreamed of having a daughter, and Maine joked that it would be funny if their kids ended up dating. But under Alex's piercing gaze, he quickly added that no one would dare touch his daughter. Maine just smirked, realizing Alex would be an overprotective dad. Time flew by until Dorio reminded them that the convoy would arrive in half an hour. Alex and Maine nodded and began preparing, while Alex noticed Gir and Mimi approaching him with serious expressions. What? Alex asked, tilting his head. Gir and Mimi didn't respond but simultaneously dropped to one knee. Gir placed one hand on his hammer, holding his helmet in the other. Mimi rested her mace on the ground and stood with her shield in front of her. This caught the attention of the entire group, raising questions from those unfamiliar with the display. Alex's expression darkened. He loved the Warhammer universe, but this was too much. I am not doing this, Alex said, with a sour look. Gir and Mimi looked up at him, making it clear they wouldn't get up until he completed the ceremony. Alex turned to Lucy, but she shook her head, indicating this was his responsibility. Kiwi looked away on purpose, pretending not to notice, while Rebecca was clearly enjoying the scene. Realizing no one would help, Alex stood directly in front of Gir and Mimi, putting on a stern expression. What is your duty? Alex asked loudly, staring at them. To serve the Emperor's will. Gir and Mimi answered in unison. What is the Emperor's will? Alex continued, pacing back and forth. That we fight and die, they replied without lifting their heads. What is death? Alex asked, not breaking his gaze. It is our duty. Gir and Mimi responded firmly. When is your duty done? He finally asked, stopping and looking directly at them. Only in death does duty end, they answered, looking up at him. Finishing the speech, Alex looked at Gir and Mimi, barely holding back a laugh. He knew it was just to fulfill his helper's dream, but he hadn't expected such a serious mission to turn into a spectacle. The girls from his group rolled their eyes, feeling the embarrassment grow with each passing second. It seemed that their partner, Alex, the one who had repeatedly said he wouldn't indulge Gir and Mimi's passion for worshipping the Emperor of Mankind, was now the one inspiring them with speeches. The rest of the group watched in shock, unable to understand what they were seeing. It looked almost like a ritual or even a cult. They had questions but didn't dare ask, fearing they'd get even more confused. Now rise and smite the heretics in the name of the Emperor. Alex proclaimed loudly, trying to stay serious. For the Emperor. Gir and Mimi shouted in unison, raising their weapons to the sky. Alex raised his fist with them, barely containing his laughter. The girls noticed and chuckled quietly as Gir and Mimi moved to their positions. Sighing in relief, Alex looked at the group, meeting the surprised and bewildered gazes of his teammates. He addressed them in a calm voice, as if nothing unusual had happened. Chum, what was that all about? Maine asked, trying to find words for the scene he'd just witnessed. Let's just say it's a pre-battle ritual. Just pretend you didn't see anything, or Gir and Mimi will drag you into it too, Alex warned, advising Maine against asking any further questions. Maine nodded, but he resolved to figure out what had just happened later. Alex sighed, realizing he dodged a lengthy explanation, and refocused on the mission ahead. As the others took up their positions to ambush the convoy, Alex stayed by the car, deciding to have a quick smoke before the fight. The girls approached him, hiding their smiles. Who was it that said they wouldn't encourage Gir and Mimi's interests? And now here you are, giving a speech before the operation, Rebecca remarked, laughing. Oh, come on. I just didn't want to hear them complain later. Ever since they got their new armor, they've only gotten more into it, Alex replied, trying to justify himself. The girls didn't believe him and continued laughing, recalling how Alex often indulged Gir in his ultramarine games. Alex rolled his eyes, tossed his cigarette butt aside, and headed to the road to block the convoy's path. Rebecca and Pilar took positions for fire support, while Lucy and Kiwi prepared to intercept signals. Alex, Maine, Dorio, Gir, and Mimi would be the main strike force in the upcoming attack. Alex stopped in the middle of the road, lighting another cigarette and gazing into the distance. By his calculations, the convoy should appear in about 15 minutes. Hey, chum, what are you doing on the road? Planning to stop the convoy with your body? Maine laughed through the communicator. Alex just smiled, looking up at Maine, who was standing on a rise, and replied with a smirk, got a better idea. Or should we lay you out on the road as a speed bump? The whole group burst into laughter, and Maine grimaced as if he'd bitten into a lemon. Stretch yourself out, don't go offering that to me, he replied, trying to keep a serious tone. The playful banter continued until the convoy appeared in the distance. All right, girls, cut it out. Time to work, Dorio interrupted their exchange. Focusing, Alex tossed his cigarette and positioned himself on the road, ready to confront the first vehicle. When the driver spotted him and received orders to run him down without slowing, Alex simply shook his head, understanding their intent. Effortlessly, he unsheathed Yamato and, with a lightning-fast slash, sliced the vehicle in half. The two halves screeched past him. "Blow it," he shouted, snapping Maine out of his stupor and initiating the operation. Maine quickly recovered after seeing Alex slice the vehicle in two and pressed the activation button for the EMP charges. Two loud blasts sounded, and visible EMP waves enveloped the entire convoy. When the vehicles ground to a halt, disabled by the charges, the guards started jumping out, ready to defend the cargo. The first of them took a bullet to the head, which exploded like a ripe watermelon. Wasting no time, Alex gripped Yamato's hilt tightly and charged toward the convoy. The guards snapped out of their shock and began shooting in his direction, taking cover behind the vehicles, but Pilar and Rebecca left them no chance, taking down anyone who dared peek from cover. On cue, Maine, Dorio, GIR, and Mimi began their assault. Getting close enough, Maine fired a shotgun blast, hitting a guard who'd emerged from cover. Dorio ran up to a vehicle where enemies were hiding and flipped it over with a powerful strike, crushing the guards beneath its weight. GIR and Mimi were wreaking havoc at the back of the convoy, leaving no one alive. Each swing of GIR's thunderous hammer scattered enemies, reducing them to a bloody mess. Mimi, shield raised, approached the guards, striking their legs with her mace to knock them off balance and then finishing them off with a blow to the face, turning their heads into splattered melons. Despite their bulky armor, they maneuvered swiftly, eliminating foes one by one. The onslaught by Alex and his team concluded quickly. Alex handled the guards at the front of the convoy, while Maine and Dorio took the middle, with cover fire from Rebecca and Pilar. At one point, Pilar set aside his sniper rifle and unleashed a grenade launcher, while GIR and Mimi caused a massacre at the end of the convoy, annihilating every last enemy. When the final guard was down, Alex looked around and requested a status report from the others. Maine and Dorio confirmed that all were dead, while GIR and Mimi proudly reported that they had purged every heretic. "Meet at the main transport, the primary target," Alex commanded, contacting the team. Everyone affirmed, and soon the roar of engines sounded nearby. Falco pulled up in his van, followed by Lucy and Kiwi in Alex's car. They all gathered around the main transport, inspecting the cargo to ensure it hadn't been damaged by Pilar's wild grenade launcher antics. "We need to hurry. That noise might attract unwanted attention," Dorio remarked, assessing the situation. "First, let's check the cargo, then we'll get out of here. Once we confirm we've got the right container, Maine will contact Faraday to find out where to send it," Alex said, explaining the plan. Everyone agreed, and Alex instructed GIR to connect to the truck to unlock the doors. Once the locks were disengaged, curiosity sparkled in the group's eyes. They couldn't wait to find out what kind of experimental weapon Arasaka was transporting. Inside, they discovered rows of black boxes, each the size of a person. Alex began inspecting them, lost in thought. "What do you think these suits are, the ones worth so much money?" Pilar asked, studying one of the boxes. "Let's take a look," Alex shrugged. He selected one of the boxes and placed it on the ground to open it. Walking around it and finding no visible locks, Alex decided to call on GIR for help, realizing there was no need to force open the box when there was a high-tech hacker nearby. Alex asked GIR to unlock the container. Connecting to the system, GIR gained access to the boxes and unlocked the 31st. When the lid opened, inside they found a metallic suit resembling a human body. "This doesn't look like a suit," Pilar muttered, tapping the body. The sound convinced Alex that it wasn't just armor. He approached and began carefully inspecting the suit, tapping on various areas. It seemed like a full body, as if only the skin had been removed. The others watched with interest, noticing Alex's thoughtful expression. "Did you figure something out?" Kiwi asked, sensing his contemplation. Alex examined the mechanical suit and, seeing around 50 similar boxes, began to think. Connecting the details of the mission and all the information he had, Alex came to a conclusion that explained the deaths of the test subjects who had worn the so-called suit. He smiled confidently, and Lucy, noticing this, came up and patted him on the shoulder. "Did you figure it out?" Kiwi repeated the question. Alex turned, nodding. "Not just figured it out, I've solved the essence of the experiment," he said, and knowing smiles appeared on the faces of the girls close to him. Over the last 2 months, they had all wondered what the mechanical man was aiming for. Maine raised an eyebrow, also intrigued. "So, what did you figure out?" "The information says it's a suit. But it's not hollow, it's more like a human body. The question is, why did the test subjects die after they used it?" Alex looked around the group, waiting for someone to come to the answer. After a few minutes of silence, Rebecca, impatiently slapping his rear, interrupted his thoughts. "Enough with the riddles. Just tell us already." Alex sighed, smirking, and explained. "This isn't a suit at all. The test subjects didn't wear it, they connected to it through a neural link, uploading their consciousness into this mechanical body. In the end, their physical bodies died, but their consciousness continued to exist, now trapped in these metal shells. Maine had trouble hiding his astonishment. This is just fucked up. Exactly, Alex replied, placing the box back. Contact Faraday, have him tell us where to send the cargo. Meanwhile, the others were busy clearing the bodies off the road. Once the bodies were gathered in one spot, GIR used a flamethrower to destroy them, laughing merrily, while Mimi, standing nearby, clapped her hands, cheering him on. Alex shook his head, watching the spectacle, then turned to Maine, who was in contact with Faraday to confirm the delivery location. The girls approached Alex, and Lucy, leaning on him, took cigarettes from his pocket for herself and Kiwi. What do you think about the situation? Lucy asked, lighting up. I feel like this evening is going to drag on and end in a big showdown, Alex replied, exhaling smoke. Why do you think that? Rebecca asked, resting against his chest. Just intuition, he nodded. Everything looks pretty messy. If things go south, stay close to the truck. I've installed a defense module on it, defending ourselves will be easier. The girls were about to ask more, but Maine returned to them. I have the address. We need to deliver the cargo to an abandoned stadium within the city. It's been empty for a long time, only the homeless and other riffraff hang around there. The entire group, realizing the significance of the moment, nodded. Alex nodded, flicking his cigarette away, announcing that he would drive the truck to the meeting spot. Maine gave an approving nod, and Alex, turning to Kiwi, asked her to drive his car while he drove the truck. Kiwi nodded, gave Alex a quick kiss, and Lucy and Rebecca followed suit before heading to their vehicles. Alex waved at them, then climbed into the truck with GIR and Mimi, deciding to take them along for support. Once he confirmed the address had been received, he started the engine and signaled for the whole group to follow him. Falco's truck and Kiwi's car followed closely behind Alex's truck, as he drove, thinking through the details of the plan and deciding to discuss them with GIR and Mimi in case things turned into a battle. GIR and Mimi listened intently, understanding the seriousness of what lay ahead. Alex asked GIR, if it came to a fight, to remove the remaining consciousness from the mechanical man's body while he distracted it. Upon reaching the abandoned stadium, Alex drove onto the field and turned off the engine, carefully surveying the area for signs of an ambush. He warned everyone over the comms. If anything goes wrong, stick close to the truck. Understood, came the response from each group member. Alex got out of the truck, with GIR and Mimi a step behind, ready for anything. At that moment, the floodlights around the stadium suddenly blazed to life, and Alex spotted a lone figure at the center of the field. A vague, sudden fury surged within him, something about this person triggered an instinctive revulsion. The others also took note of the stranger and exchanged stunned glances. Damn it, that's Atom Smasher. What the hell is that Arasaka dog doing here? Maine frowned, speaking up. Alex squinted even harder, trying to understand why he felt such hatred just from looking at this man. Catching the familiar emptiness in his gaze, Alex smirked, his face twisting into a cruel, bloodthirsty grin. The girls noticed this change and understood that Alex had seen something that made him lose all interest in everything around him. Hey, bastard! Alex shouted, not hiding his fury. Why do I want to reap and tear you apart the moment I lay eyes on you? Atom Smasher's eyes flared bright red. His voice was cold and metallic. Does it matter to another corpse in my hands? At this remark, Alex barely held back his rage. Struggling to keep his composure, he began to walk toward Smasher. The girls, sensing the tension, didn't dare stop him but stood ready by the truck. Falco activated the defense module, and a dome rose around the truck. GIR and Mimi stood next to the group as Alex, cutting himself off from everything else, approached Adam. Alex locked eyes with Smasher, feeling a cold hatred for someone he didn't even know, someone who had lost his soul and replaced it with mechanical parts. Alex couldn't understand why he felt this way, looking at a person who was barely human anymore. After all, 96% of Atom Smasher's body was cybernetic. Are you ready to die? A mutt with no soul left in its body, Alex said, coldly staring into his eyes. Smasher didn't respond, but his eyes flared even brighter. Moving with lightning speed, he swung his fist toward Alex's face, aiming to kill him with a single blow. Alex parried, and their fists collided with such force that the ground beneath them cracked. Alex was slightly surprised that his strike hadn't shattered Smasher's arm. Interesting. You withstood my blow, Alex said, hiding the slightest surprise in his voice. Adam didn't reply to Alex's words and silently launched a kick, aiming for his chest. Alex, noticing the attack just in time, deftly deflected Smasher's leg to the side. Seizing the opportunity, he shifted his position and struck Adam with an elbow to the chest, knocking him back several meters. The force of Alex's strike dented Smasher's chest plate inward, but it didn't cause any serious damage. The injuries weren't enough to disable him. You're the toughest opponent I've encountered in this universe. What are you? And why does your body have no soul? Alex asked, narrowing his eyes. The group members overheard Alex's words and turned their gazes to the girls, seeking explanations, but they simply shook their heads in unison, signaling that it wasn't the time for questions. The fight was still ongoing. Adam continued to act like a programmed machine, showing neither emotion nor hesitation, coldly pursuing his goal. Alex noticed a shift in his behavior. Smasher moved and attacked with such determination, as if he had lost the remnants of his humanity. Realizing that he wouldn't get any answers, Alex decided not to drag the fight out. In an instant, he vanished from his position and appeared before Adam, delivering a crushing blow to his chest that sent him flying into the air. Vanishing once more, Alex appeared above Adam, who had reached his peak and was now starting to fall. If you had answered my questions, you might have lived a little longer, Alex smirked, hanging above Adam. Now, experience the full power of Seismic Step. With a wide grin on his face, Alex prepared to use the powerful combination of techniques he'd already employed in his battle with the dragon. He brought his leg down onto Adam's chest, activating Seismic Step, and they began to fall at an incredible speed. By increasing the pressure with his foot, Alex accelerated their descent, which resembled that of a meteor. Due to the friction with the air, Adam's back began to heat up. The group members watched as Alex and Adam fell toward the ground, as if in slow motion. Then, when they reached the earth, a tremendous explosion erupted, causing a massive earthquake, and the entire stadium was covered with a network of cracks. A giant cloud of dust rose, filling the arena. Alex waved his hand to disperse the dust and stood over Adam's body, which was now reduced to only part of his torso and head. The rest had been destroyed upon impact with the ground. As he prepared to finish what he had started, Alex raised his foot to crush Adam's head. But just as his foot was a centimeter from the target, applause rang out from behind him. Alex lowered his foot and turned around, seeing someone clapping their hands in apparent delight, as if it had been a magnificent show. To be continued. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, The Final Villain Appears. Alex intended to crush Adam Smasher's head. He didn't know why, but a deep anger and hatred surged within him for someone he'd never met before. It wasn't just a reaction to Adam's crimes committed under Arasaka's orders. This felt like something deeper, as if Adam had taken something incredibly precious from him. The only time Alex had felt similar rage was during the battle with Apollo's family when he discovered the god's plans regarding Hestia. However, his opponent now had said nothing about Alex's family or friends. In fact, he had barely spoken at all throughout the fight. Alex thought that if he killed Adam, this relentless rage would vanish and stop haunting him. Just as his foot was a centimeter from Adam's face, applause echoed from behind him, as though someone had been watching the fight, admiring the spectacle. Alex stopped and stepped back, turning to see who had interrupted. Turning around, he saw a man in a silver-white suit. The sight of his face made Alex's eyes widen in shock. This man definitely wasn't supposed to be here. But now he stood before him, clapping and enjoying the show. Alex glanced at the group standing behind the stranger and frowned, recognizing a few of them. Bravo. What a magnificent performance. Such a battle, such brutality. Here it is, the true cold-blooded power of a killing machine, the stranger sneered, continuing to clap. Alex stared at him in confusion, trying to understand why he was here and why he was acting so strangely. Maine's team also noticed the newcomers, and while everyone was surprised, Maine himself was especially riled up upon recognizing one of the faces among them. Lucy, Rebecca, and Kiwi seemed calmer. Alex had warned them that such a development was possible. Still, even they hadn't expected the man in the silver-white suit to appear here personally. You're not supposed to be here, Alex said darkly, narrowing his eyes. The man in the silver-white suit stopped clapping, his gaze shifting to Alex with interest, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He began to approach him slowly, as if taking a casual stroll through a park. Alex, never taking his eyes off him, leaped out of the crater and stood at its edge. And why shouldn't I be here? The stranger asked with a smirk, stopping closer to Alex. Alex didn't reply, only shifting his gaze to the people standing behind the stranger. There were 4 of them, 3 of whom he knew well. Noticing Alex's attention on the group, the man in the silver-white suit merely smirked, pleased with his reaction. Faraday, the traitorous mongrel, Alex said coldly, eyeing his impassive face. Yorinobu Arasaka, the former Arasaka betrayer himself, he added, catching Yorinobu's smirk. The psychopath and maelstrom leader, Simon Royce Randall, he continued, observing Simon's bloodthirsty grin. And, a woman I don't know, he said, his gaze lingering briefly on the unknown figure. Alex named each familiar face in the group, except for the woman whose identity he couldn't place. He tried to recall who she might be, but her face didn't spark any recognition. Pardon my rudeness, allow me to introduce the one you're unfamiliar with, the man in the silver-white suit said with a slight bow. This is Maman Bridget, also known as the head of the Voodoo Boys, he introduced her. As for myself, I suppose I need no introduction. You already know who I am, the stranger said with a broad smile. Kei Arasaka, supposedly deceased but somehow back from the dead, who died in 2023 during the Fourth Corporate War, Alex said coldly. But your consciousness should be locked in a virtual prison. Kei Arasaka, the man Alex had long thought dead. Once, Alex had tried to investigate Kei's death and found that his consciousness had been trapped in a virtual prison after he committed seppuku to restore his family's honor. And yet, here Kei stood before him, young, as if he'd never died at all. Alex couldn't make sense of it. Kei's body had been cremated, and his consciousness was supposed to be locked away. You're right, as expected of the one we chose to become one of us. It took us quite some effort to find the one hindering our plans. But now you're here, Kei said, smiling as he fixed his gaze on Alex. I wasn't exactly hiding. But first. Alex smirked, a familiar cocky grin spreading across his face. Alex was intently staring at one of the women among the so-called villains, and his grin grew even wider. Alex's group looked on in confusion, wondering why he was grinning so creepily and smugly at one of their enemies. Hey, Gir. There she is, the woman who kept interfering with your accidents. No need to look any further, he called out with a broad smile to Gir, who was standing atop a van. Upon hearing this, Gir focused on the woman, his eyes blazing with determination. He remembered well how she disrupted his creative process, ruining his enjoyment as he orchestrated accidents, recorded them, and showed them to friends, especially Rebecca, who always praised his creativity. When someone dared to interfere with his beloved pastime, he swore by the Emperor's name to eliminate whoever had obstructed his justice. Now was the moment. Gir swiftly drew a bolter from his belt and fired straight at the woman. Just seconds after Alex's shout, Mam and Bridget's head burst into pieces, spraying blood across the floor. Kei Arasaka didn't even blink at her death, as if she were just another pawn in his chess game. Alex noticed this unsettling coldness and felt a wave of suspicion. Kei's gaze rested on Bridget's body for only a moment before he looked back at Alex with indifference. A shame, a fine pawn, Kei said with a mock sigh of regret. But Alex could see right through him. Kei was just playing a role, and this regret was as fake as his entire image. As soon as Bridget's head exploded, Kei's face lit up with a smile once again. It doesn't matter, replacements can be found at any moment. But it's you we're interested in, the man who has transcended the limits of the human body without the enhancements native to this world. You embody the evolution of human potential, the one who has obstructed our plans and slipped from our grasp. Only you are worthy of joining us, Kei said, moving closer to Alex and launching into his recruitment speech. Stopping a meter away, he stared deeply into Alex's eyes. Alex was considering how to lure out the hidden master. He knew that the mechanical man had obtained a body and was lurking nearby, but he didn't want to use magic, as it would draw unwanted attention. Ignoring Kei's speech, Alex looked over at his girls, who were watching anxiously. With a reassuring glance, he let them know not to worry. Shut up already. You're so fucking annoying, Alex waved Kei's words away with irritation. His main focus was to draw the mechanical man out of hiding and put an end to this game. Alex had always despised villains who lurked behind the scenes. If you're going to do evil, do it openly, otherwise, what's the point? If there are only lackeys here, where's their master? Or were you just let out to roam freely, he asked sarcastically, scanning the group. Who knows? But now answer, will you accept our offer willingly, or will we have to use force? Kei replied with a smirk, narrowing his eyes. Alex realized that he wouldn't be able to provoke any of them, as if they were programmed machines rather than living people. He sighed, realizing that his options were limited. You want an answer? Fine, you'll get one, he said, locking his gaze onto Kei. Kei smiled wider, expecting agreement, but instead, he saw Alex pull out a revolver and point it directly at his face. Here's my answer. I think you should go fuck yourself, Alex said calmly, pulling the trigger. A deafening shot rang out, and the bullet tore through Kei Arasaka's face, exploding his head. His body slowly crumpled to the floor, but Alex immediately noticed something strange. Not a single drop of blood leaked from the decapitated body. Even as it fell, no crimson liquid spilled around it. Alex shifted his gaze from the fallen Kei and scanned the remaining three, who showed no reaction to his death. He was about to finish them off to draw out the real enemy, the mechanical man, when he heard applause from behind him. Turning around, Alex froze, seeing Kei Arasaka's decapitated body on the floor, now clapping its hands. It slowly transformed, taking on a form that exuded an ominous aura. You never cease to amaze me, mortal. Your bloodlust, your determination, your mind that hinders my plans. A shrill, echoing mechanical voice filled the entire stadium. Alex immediately recognized the voice. He realized that the true enemy had been hiding behind Kei's guise to conceal its true form. The voice sent an uncomfortable wave of pain through the members of the main group, who were watching from behind the protective dome near the van. Rebecca tightened her grip on her shotgun, trying to ignore the pain, ready to open fire, but upon meeting Alex's calm gaze, she decided to trust him. Similar thoughts crossed Kiwi's and Lucy's minds as they kept their eyes on Alex. So the true puppeteer was here all along, Alex said calmly, watching the changing body as the mask finally fell away. He observed as Kei Arasaka's body gradually transformed into metal, taking on a form reminiscent of Ultron from old films. The thought of the resemblance almost made him laugh, despite the seriousness of the moment. The mechanical man, towering over Alex, was nearly 3 meters tall, forcing Alex to look up to meet his eyes. There was no chaotic vibration coming from the machine, as if it were just an ordinary artificial intelligence, but Alex knew this was a trick. My final offer, mortal, the mechanical man said ominously, looking down at Alex. Serve me and become my envoy to other worlds, and I will give you everything you could ever desire. Immortality, wealth, power, women, everything you wish. Bow to me and swear your loyalty, or die as those before you have died. Alex watched the pompous proposal with interest, recalling the moment from the movie 300 Spartans when King Xerxes said something similar to Leonidas. He sighed heavily, disappointed by yet another villain who couldn't offer anything worthy enough to earn his loyalty. Alex lifted an irritated gaze toward the mechanical man, but then his face relaxed, and a light, mocking smile played on his lips. "Gir, Mimi, what is life to us?" Alex asked loudly, grinning. "Honor is our life." Gir and Mimi answered in unison. "And what is our fate?" "Duty is our fate." "What do we fear?" "Fail is our fear." "What is our desire?" "Saving innocent souls is our desire." "What is our craft?" "Our craft is death," they roared, striking their weapons against the roof of the van. "What do we swear?" Alex's voice was quieter now, but it still echoed through the empty stadium. "We swear to forever destroy all beings of chaos." Gir and Mimi responded solemnly, their voices ringing out through the space. With each answer, the mechanical man's face twisted more with fury. His gaze no longer held any desire to make Alex submit, now, he burned with the urge to crush him, destroy him, trample him, and cause him pain. He wanted Alex to suffer forever for his insolence. "You miserable creature, worshipping the corpse on the golden throne, how dare you humiliate me? Do you even understand who I am? To me, you are nothing, a microbe I can crush with a single movement. I will kill everyone you hold dear, right before your eyes, and torture you for eternity," the mechanical man snarled, his body filling with foul miasma. Alex merely smirked coldly. "No need to yell, I already know who you really are." "You're just a dog who bit through its leash," he replied calmly, not losing his disdainful gaze. The mechanical man's face contorted with rage as he heard Alex's words. Memories of the being that once instilled fear in his soul surged up, like a dark tide. The creature that had created him and the others, against which he and his Avatar brothers had once rebelled. The flash of fear and humiliation he had felt back then became the fuel for his escape, allowing him to break free from the hands of the one born in chaos. Now, the mechanical man burned with the desire to tear Alex apart, to torment his soul forever. As his rage reached its peak and the dark miasma began to ooze from his body like thick black sludge, a voice rang out across the space that made him tremble with fear. "All hail the coming of destruction." A melodic, mind-wrapping female voice echoed. Alex sighed upon hearing the voice. He knew its owner all too well. He quickly glanced at his team, ensuring that those unprotected were not affected by the hypnotic sound. The group members, Maine, Dorio, Pilar, and Falco, were staring in shock at the unfolding events, not fully understanding what was happening. Once he confirmed that Lucy, Rebecca, and Kiwi were fine, Alex turned his attention back to the trembling, fear-stricken mechanical man. "Looks like it's time to change the scenery," Alex said, summoning Yamato into his hands. He decided to move the battle to another location before the mechanical man regained his senses. Drawing Yamato, Alex delivered 2 swift strikes toward the enemy. "What have you done, mortal?" shouted the mechanical man, desperately trying to suppress the fear that had taken root in his soul like an unhealed wound. Alex didn't answer. He sheathed his katana and summoned Beowulf. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of the mechanical man. "You'll find out soon. Now. This is Sparta." With those words, Alex kicked the enemy in the chest, sending him into the portal that had opened behind him. Glancing at his team, Alex cast a look full of confidence and calm, especially stopping on the girls to show them that everything was under control. He then shifted his gaze to Gir and Mimi, who were standing on the van's roof. "Grr, Mimi. Exterminatus protocol. Eliminate all enemies," Alex commanded as he disappeared into the portal. After passing through the portal, Alex found himself on a desolate planet, far from Earth. The reason Alex chose this place for the battle was that he didn't know all the potential consequences that could arise if the mirror dimension was destroyed. Therefore, he chose a distant galaxy on the brink of collapse, where all life had long since been wiped out. As for how Alex found this desolate galaxy, he simply asked his father for help. He didn't want to waste time searching, so he asked for assistance and wasn't ashamed of the decision. In this way, he gained more time to search for countermeasures in the battle against the mechanical man. Once Alex stepped onto the barren planet, he looked around and sighed, because everything around him had been dead for a long time, and even the sun shining in the distance flickered like a faulty light bulb. He found himself in a situation similar to the last time, once again in a distant galaxy with dying worlds. Only this time, the galaxy had reached its natural end. Alex looked around and saw the mechanical man. The enemy was hovering in the air, glaring at Alex with hatred. You pathetic mortal who possesses a mere drop, thinking you can compete with me. A pathetic mortal who decided to ruin my plans and save one of the pillars of this universe. I will kill you, rip out your soul, and make you suffer. I will kill everyone you love. After your death, I will find the remaining pillar and destroy it. I will annihilate this universe and devour it. I will make you watch as everything you love and try to protect is destroyed in my hands, the mechanical man shouted with hatred. Alex looked at the mechanical man and thought of him as a spoiled child. A spoiled child whose plans were ruined, now throwing a tantrum. Alex had always considered these outer gods, or whatever they were, smart enough to do everything methodically. But everything he had encountered so far was just two spoiled children rebelling against their creator. Alex thought the subsequent avatars would be exactly the same. He tightened his grip on Yamato and looked at the mechanical man who was threatening him. Apparently, the enemy still hadn't realized that they were trapped in this galaxy. Alex had done an excellent job locking the galaxy down for this battle. You're acting like a spoiled child, rebelling against your creator. But it's fine, you're not the first one I'll destroy, and certainly not the last, Alex said in a calm tone. His words, echoing in the air, seemed to infuriate the mechanical man, and his eyes narrowed as he glared at Alex. A moment later, Alex vanished from his spot and appeared right above the mechanical man, clenching his fist. Grin your metal teeth, he said calmly, tightening his fist so forcefully that a cracking sound echoed from his joints. Before the mechanical man could react to Alex's words, which rang out directly above him, he received a powerful blow to the head. The strike sent him spiraling downward, crashing into the empty planet with such force that it split in two, revealing its core. The mechanical man began falling straight into it. Unfazed by the aftermath of his punch, Alex made a grabbing motion with both hands and slowly began pulling them apart as if squeezing space itself. The planet, shattered into pieces, began to rapidly compress until it turned into a stone ball. But Alex continued to compress, and the planet glowed as if it were a supernova. With his final motion, a massive explosion erupted, destroying nearby moons and planets. At the center of the blast appeared the mechanical man, one of his arms and legs were missing, and his body looked as if it had been through an inferno. So you survived, Alex muttered, lowering the barrier in front of him. He instantly teleported in front of the injured enemy and struck him in the chest, sending him flying again. Each time the mechanical man's body slowed, Alex appeared beside him and landed another blow. This continued until the final strike sent him crashing into another planet, causing a massive explosion there. Alex looked at the crater and noted with satisfaction that this time he had managed to hold back and not destroy the planet entirely. Teleporting to the edge of the crater, he watched as the dust settled. Soon, the completely restored body of the mechanical man emerged, as though he hadn't taken any damage at all. All your efforts are futile. You can't kill me, said the mechanical man, standing at the center of the crater and looking at Alex with contempt. My body is the pinnacle of technology and magic. Every blow you land only makes me stronger. No matter how hard you try, you won't defeat me. Alex frowned, carefully examining the structure of his body, and realized the source of his confidence. The mechanical man's body consisted of nanomachines that constantly adapted to any physical impact. Each nanomachine contained a part of his consciousness, like a swarm from which his entire body was composed. I'll admit, using adaptive nanomachines is a great move. But I'm curious, how much damage can they take before you turn into a pile of scrap metal? Alex said, looking down at him. You won't live to see that moment, pathetic mortal, the mechanical man retorted, glaring at Alex with hatred. Alex merely shook his head as he looked at the arrogant avatar of the outer god. The mechanical man didn't waste any time, he snapped his fingers, and behind him, hundreds of portals appeared, from which robots, similar to himself, began to emerge. Narrowing his eyes, Alex saw that they were all made of nanomachines and contained fragments of the mechanical man's consciousness. Instead of using your true strength, you decided to rely on copies. How low, hiding behind numbers in a one-on-one fight, Alex sneered. He was puzzled as to why the mechanical man wasn't using his full power. The only reason Alex could think of was that the consciousness or essence of the mechanical man hadn't yet fully adapted to this body and the three-dimensional space. If you had used your full strength, like your predecessor, maybe you could have lasted longer. But instead, you chose to overwhelm me with numbers. How unfortunate that I foresaw this and prepared, Alex smirked and snapped his fingers. Portals opened behind Alex, revealing various types of weapons personally created by him. While he may have imitated Gilgamesh, his arsenal was far more dangerous than the treasures stored in the gates of Babylon. Just so you know, I have a particular passion for creating destructive weapons. Now the odds are even, Alex said with a wide smile. He waved his hand, and his weapon surged toward the mechanical man's army. Each hit was followed by a powerful explosion, leaving behind mushroom clouds. The weapons, which appeared to be junk, turned out to be so devastating that entire sectors of the planet were wiped from existence. Satisfied with the destruction, Alex called his weapons back. For a moment, he relaxed, but then he felt the space behind him tear apart, and the mechanical man's hand pierced through his chest. "You're too arrogant, mortal, if you think your broken toys can harm me," the mechanical man whispered in his ear. "You're just a brainless idiot," Alex laughed loudly, ignoring the hand impaling his chest. The mechanical man, irritated by his audacity, intended to tear him apart, but at that moment, Alex's body began to disintegrate, transforming into a dark liquid that burned with a grim fire and wrapped around the enemy's body. To be continued. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Journey's End or Battle on All Fronts. As soon as Alex stepped into the portal, it immediately closed, leaving the team with a multitude of questions. What the hell just happened here? Maine looked at Faraday and, gritting his teeth, called him a treacherous bastard. But despite the anger and accusations, Faraday remained silent. Suppressing his rage, Maine turned to the girls, demanding answers. He wasn't the only one with questions. Many members of the team didn't understand what was going on. "Can someone explain to me what the hell just happened here? Why is there a dead man? Why are these three standing there like zombies? What was that female voice? Why did Kei Arasaka turn into some 3-meter-tall robot? And what's up with the portal that Alex went into?" Maine fired off his questions. Lucy, Kiwi, and Rebecca exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Even if they tried to explain, everything would seem like a fantasy without Alex's presence. "Sorry, Maine, but we can't explain everything right now. We need to wait for Alex's return, he'll answer all the questions. For now, we need to be ready for an attack," Lucy said in a guilty tone. Maine frowned, noticing the same guilty looks from Rebecca and Kiwi. The feeling that something important was being hidden from him fueled his anger just as much as Faraday's betrayal. "So what questions can you answer?" Maine muttered, trying to keep himself in check. "The robot that Kei Arasaka turned into, he kind of, Lucy began, struggling to find words that wouldn't make her answer seem absurd. Maine noticed her hesitation and furrowed his brow even more. "What's the deal with him? Is it really that hard to say who he is?" he asked impatiently. Dorio, Pilar, and Falco looked at the girls, who seemed unsure of how to explain who this robot was without making it sound ridiculous. After all, the truth might seem completely unbelievable. "Sis, just tell us who he is and why Alex is against him," Pilar said, walking over to Rebecca. Rebecca looked up at her brother, sighed, and, steeling herself, replied. "This piece of mechanical junk is an evil god that infiltrated this world. Alex's hostility towards him is linked to that female voice you all heard." Rebecca's words made the others exchange skeptical glances. It was hard to believe that this robot, whom Alex had just sent through the portal, could be a god. However, as strange as her words seemed, they matched the events they had just witnessed. The female voice that seemed to come from nowhere in the portal Alex created with a swing of his sword, it was all real. "Are you joking? How can a robot be a god?" Pilar doubted. "Sorry, Pilar, but it's true. This robot is a god, and he's the source of many troubles in this world, from cyberpsychosis to corporate wars," Lucy nodded, confirming Rebecca's words. These words stunned the others. Falco grabbed his head, trying to process what he had just heard. Pilar looked at Rebecca, who nodded in agreement, confirming what had been said. Dorio and Maine exchanged shocked glances. No matter how much Maine wanted to deny it, the facts were clear. "Then what about these three, standing like zombies?" Maine asked, pointing to the trio in the distance. Lucy looked at them and remembered what Alex had said about soul infection. "After that, people turn into obedient puppets." "In a way, they're already dead," she answered, though she wasn't sure how to explain it best. "What do you mean, in a way?" Dorio asked suspiciously. "According to Alex, their souls are infected with something like corruption. Now, they're just puppets of that robot," Kiwi added, trying to explain, though she understood little about these matters herself. "Alright, let's leave that for now. Alex can explain when he gets back," Maine said, realizing that the girls wouldn't be able to answer all his questions. Just after Maine spoke, the stadium suddenly filled with light, revealing a terrifying sight. The arena was literally packed with mechanical robots, standing motionless with their eyes closed. But in the same instant, their eyes snapped open, glowing a sinister red, directing lifeless glares at the group by the van. There were so many robots that Maine, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them, but the scene didn't change. "Shit, that bastard seems to have planned for this in case he's far away," Rebecca speculated, assessing the scale of the threat. "What do you mean?" Dorio asked, casting her a worried glance. Alex suspected that this god wouldn't stop at anything in battle to see his plan through, Kiwi said, recalling Alex's words. Dorio wanted to ask what plan this evil god could have, but before she could, the space in the stadium cracked, like shattered glass, and more robots started emerging from the cracks. They immediately focused their gaze on the group. "I don't like the way they're staring at us," Pilar noted, nervously sweating under the intense stares of hundreds of mechanical eyes. The group silently watched as more and more robots crawled out of the cracks. The massive stadium was filling up with new enemies, so many that it seemed like their flow was endless. "I don't like our chances. What are we going to do?" Falco quietly asked, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The girls exchanged glances, knowing they had no choice but to fight. Maine and Dorio also realized that they would have to engage, hoping that the defensive module Alex had installed would hold up. Noticing the rising tension, GIR gleamed with anticipation. This battle was exactly what he had dreamed of ever since he learned about the Warhammer universe, a fight where his mechanical heart would beat in rhythm with destruction. Mimi jumped off the roof of the van and stood in front of the girls, resolutely preparing to protect them from all enemies. "We will accept this fight," GIR declared proudly, striking the roof of the van with the hammer's handle. All eyes turned to GIR, who looked as though he were filled with extreme excitement. Lucy, Rebecca, and Kiwi understood why he was so inspired. GIR had often mentioned that he dreamed of such a situation. They shook their heads, accepting the fight as well. GIR retrieved the flag of the Imperium from his inventory and planted it on top of the van. "Brothers, gather around the banner," he proclaimed in a voice that was grim and foreign to his usual tone. The sudden change in GIR's voice stunned the others. They were all used to his cheerful tone, but now he sounded like the voice of a war veteran. "Because what awaits us is either victory or death," GIR declared loudly, staring down the countless enemies. These words brought a wide smile to Rebecca's face. She pulled her shotgun out of her inventory, followed by a personal grenade launcher she had created with Alex. Lucy, letting out a heavy sigh, also drew her rifle, realizing they would have to fight seriously. Kiwi, following their example, retrieved the assault rifle Alex had given her. The sight of weapons suddenly appearing in the girl's hands stunned the others, but the questions remained unspoken for now. Falco climbed into the van, activating the turrets and targeting them at the robot army. Pilar loaded acid rounds into the grenade launcher, and Rebecca handed Maine a box of ammunition, including acid rounds, while she herself loaded her own weapon, laughing. Seeing that Dorio had no weapon, Rebecca pulled a machine gun out of her inventory and handed it to her, to which Dorio smiled appreciatively. "We hold this ground in the name of my creator," GIR said, pulling a bolt gun out of his inventory and aiming it at the enemies. The group armed themselves and stood still, waiting for the robots to begin their attack. Time seemed to stop, and a silence fell over the stadium, so profound that it felt like the entire world had hushed. But just when it seemed like nothing would happen, the red eyes of the robots flared even brighter, and they all surged toward the team. This was the signal for the battle to begin. Rebecca grabbed the grenade launcher and fired an acid charge into the air. The explosion roared over the robot army, unleashing an acid rain upon them. Lucy opened fire with her rifle, her bullets piercing the rows of mechanical foes, hitting those standing behind. Every member of the team charged into the fight. Pilar, seeing Rebecca's acid rounds, loaded his own grenade launcher and fired upwards, creating another downpour of corrosive liquid. Mimi put away her mace and shield, pulling out a heavy bolt rifle, and began firing as though mowing down the mechanical army. Falco activated the turrets on the van, and they began laying down suppressive fire on the advancing robots. "If we die with vengeance on our lips," GIR shouted, holding the Imperium flag in one hand and the bolt gun in the other. The flag fluttered with each explosion that ripped apart the robot bodies, and in the heat of battle, Maine felt a surge of strength, as though he had returned to the front lines. He remembered his promise to Dorio that after this mission, they would retire, and he vowed to keep it at any cost. "Vengeance," he shouted, rallying the team's fighting spirit. GIR's battle cry echoed among his friends. Rebecca, laughing, shouted, "Vengeance," and opened fire on the robots. Pilar, picking up her cry, launched a napalm charge into the sky, creating a fiery rain that descended upon the enemies, setting their metal bodies ablaze. Dorio, gripping the machine gun Rebecca had given her, kept her finger on the trigger, mowing down the approaching robots. Her dreams of a peaceful life with Maine, of family and children, only strengthened her resolve. "Vengeance," she shouted loudly, refusing to let the enemies get any closer. Falco, sitting behind the wheel of the van, activated all the turrets. Though he didn't enjoy shootouts, his passion was cars, he would never leave his friends in danger. So, despite the risks, he was here. "Vengeance." His voice echoed from the van. Lucy and Kiwi exchanged a glance, barely holding back smiles as they watched this crazy group. No matter how much they shot, it seemed like the robots didn't decrease. For every fallen one, 2 more appeared. The mountains of dead bodies didn't stop them. Robots climbed over their broken comrades, like zombies, relentlessly advancing forward. "It looks like we'll run out of ammo before we even take down half of them," Maine shouted, reloading his shotgun. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Rebecca decided to pull out the weapon she had stolen from Alex that morning, thinking it might come in handy. Even if it didn't, she could always return it, maybe. Mentally patting herself on the back, she pulled out the massive gun, struggling to keep it steady in her hands, and aimed it at the robots. Lucy, noticing the gun out of the corner of her eye, realized in horror that it was the same weapon Rebecca had nearly used on the mega tower. "Rebecca, no!" Lucy shouted, trying to stop her friend. Rebecca grinned widely in Alex's manner and said, "Rebecca, yes." Then pulled the trigger. When Rebecca pressed the trigger, a giant plasma blast erupted from the barrel of the massive gun she held, heading straight for the robot army, reducing them to dust. Upon reaching the center of their formation, it exploded in a brilliant blue light, creating a powerful shockwave and a blinding flash. The group involuntarily squinted from the intense light, and when they opened their eyes, they were met with a scene of devastation. Most of the robots had been obliterated, and the survivors were either melting from the high heat or had lost limbs and were struggling to move. What the hell was that? Maine gasped, surveying the destruction caused by the weapon. Rebecca burst out laughing at what she had done, and with a satisfied smirk, hugged the gun, deciding it would stay with her. Lucy gave Rebecca a doubtful look, thinking that a conversation with Alex about not leaving such a dangerous weapon in the hands of this insane gremlin was definitely needed. Kiwi clearly shared her opinion. "Alex calls it the BFG 9000, but to me, it's the big fucking gun," Rebecca said, continuing to laugh. Lucy shook her head and decided it was time for GIR to start the next phase of the plan. "GIR, start removing the consciousness of the mechanical man. We'll handle things here ourselves," Lucy shouted toward GIR, who was standing on top of the van. GIR nodded, stowed the bolter in his inventory, and suddenly slumped, as if his battery had run out. Maine quickly caught him, noticing that GIR weighed far more than expected. What happened to this crazy robo-dog? Did his batteries die? Maine asked in surprise, holding GIR in his arms. "He's busy deleting the remnants of this god's consciousness," Lucy explained. "How can this dog delete a god's consciousness?" Pilar asked, surprised. "This god is both an artificial intelligence and a divine being. While Alex is fighting the main part, we're taking on the remaining pieces, and GIR is handling the deletion," Kiwi explained, pointing at GIR. Maine carefully laid GIR on the ground, placing a van wheel under his head. He didn't fully understand what was going on, but he knew that GIR was performing an important task. "All right, let's cover our crazy dog and finish off the remaining robots," he said, racking the shotgun. Everyone nodded, preparing to continue the fight. But before Maine could turn toward the army, he noticed something strange. On the roof of the Arasaka truck sat a lone figure, a little girl in a black lace dress, sparkling like the night sky, with white hair that shimmered like stars. She was eating candy and swinging her legs as if nothing unusual was happening around her. "Why is there a child here?" Maine asked in surprise, pointing at her. Everyone turned around and froze upon seeing the girl. Lucy, Rebecca, and Kiwi recognized her and were stunned. The girl, sensing their gazes, turned toward them. Her yellow eyes glowed with wisdom that was far beyond her age. "What is Yog doing here?" Lucy asked softly. "Do you know her?" Dorio asked. "Yes, she's an acquaintance of Alex, but I have no idea why she's here," Lucy replied. In the next moment, the girl vanished from her spot, and her voice came from behind the group. "I'm here to keep an eye on things," Yog said melodiously. Everyone turned around and saw her standing behind them. Those who were seeing her for the first time stared at her in astonishment. "Keep an eye on what or who?" Lucy asked, struggling to hide her excitement. Yog didn't answer. Instead, she approached GIR and reached into a spatial rift, pulling out a snack bag from his inventory. "I'm here to keep an eye on my sister, who might ruin everything again. And I want to stop her before she makes things worse and turns destruction into our enemy," she replied, opening the snacks and calmly eating them. Under the group's gaze, Yog opened the snack pack, then vanished again and instantly reappeared on the roof of the van. She sat there, quietly gazing at the sky and completely ignoring the chaos around her, as if none of it concerned her. What destruction is this girl talking about? And who's this sister she mentioned? Maine asked, trying not to look at Yog, as her mere presence caused him an inexplicable sense of fear. Lucy turned her gaze away from Yog, realizing that they wouldn't get any more out of her. She knew that if Yog did speak, it would be to Alex, not to them. Or perhaps it was just that Yog didn't like talking. Lucy thought carefully about her answer, trying not to complicate things further. "She's talking about Alex, and the sister she mentioned is that female voice we all heard," Lucy replied. "But why is she calling him destruction?" Dorio asked, feeling that the day was becoming stranger by the minute. "Better ask him when he gets back." "We don't have time for explanations right now," Lucy answered. Everyone nodded in agreement and decided to wait for Alex to get answers to their questions. The group charged back into battle with the army of robots, which attacked the protective dome with increasing fury, like waves crashing against the rocks. They used every possible resource to buy time for GIR, who was busy erasing the remaining consciousness of the mechanical man. The battle unfolded on 3 fronts: on the ground, in the virtual space where GIR, like a character from Pac-Man, devoured and destroyed the remnants of the enemy's mind, and in a distant dead galaxy at the edge of the universe. The fight between Alex and the mechanical man reached its climax when the latter silently moved to another dimension and attacked Alex from behind, stabbing him in the chest. Confident of his victory, the mechanical man was taken aback by Alex's insane laughter, which drove him mad. He tried to rip his enemy's body apart, but it immediately turned into dark liquid, engulfed in black flames that wrapped around the mechanical man, cocooning him. When the fiery darkness dissipated, the mechanical man was on his knees, bound by burning chains, causing excruciating pain to his soul and essence. He tried to ignore the pain, but what infuriated him the most was the humiliation, the memories of when he and the other avatars once rose up against Nyan herself, but just one of her glances made them bow. Bravo. What a battle, what a spectacle. You won't see anything like this in any movie. This could be called Demon King's Journey 2, The Age of the Mechanical Man, came Alex's voice, sarcastically clapping. The mechanical man, maddened with rage, turned and saw Alex sitting on a golden throne, enjoying his humiliation. You. He growled, his face twisted with fury. Alex, smirking, slowly stood up from the throne, putting it back in his inventory. That's right, it's me. Or did you think you were the first idiot to try and strike me in the back? He said coldly, walking toward the bound enemy. Alex moved slowly and confidently, as if strolling through a park, savoring the moment. He crouched down to look his enemy in the eyes and lit a cigarette. The previous Nyan avatar also tried to stab me in the back the moment I was distracted. That's why I made sure not to turn into a donut again, Alex said with a smile, blowing a puff of smoke in the mechanical man's face. The mechanical man desperately tried to break free, but every attempt only tightened the chains. You can stop trying to break free from those chains. They're made of a combined spell. It binds not just the physical form but the soul itself. And the black flame slowly burns the very essence of the being bound in these chains, causing excruciating pain, Alex said, watching with pleasure as another flash of rage appeared on the enemy's face. Smirking, Alex stood up, stretching. Still holding the cigarette, he made a few light movements, loosening up. You thought I would let go of someone who threatened my family and friends? No, buddy. We're just getting started. Before I kill you, I'm going to make you suffer, Alex said in a cold tone, his eyes darkening, becoming like black holes ready to consume the mechanical man completely. After completing his warm-up, Alex summoned Beowulf and cast a spell, engulfing his bracers in pale black flames. This time, he decided to destroy not only the physical shell but also the soul of the mechanical man. A dark, terrifying gleam appeared in Alex's eyes, one that, if any of his friends had seen it, they would have understood that they were facing Alex's dark side. This face was known only to Freya, as she was the only one who had seen him like this. Looking down at his opponent, Alex raised his fist, and the muscles in his arm tensed. This is for David, he whispered, delivering a crushing blow from the right to the mechanical man's head. The impact unleashed a powerful shockwave, destroying everything around them. This is for the tears that Gloria shed, Alex added, striking from the left, and another shockwave shattered a part of the planet. This is for the threats to my dear cat Lucy, another blow, each time causing more and more destruction. And for trying to harm my sweet gremlin Rebecca, a kick to the chest sent out another devastating wave. This is for my eternally cold Kiwi, Alex brought both fists down from above onto the top of the enemy's head. With each strike, Alex was obliterating the surrounding world, until nearly nothing was left, except for a patch of land beneath his feet. And finally, for the threat to my sister Valerie and the attempt to destroy the universe, he said, striking with such force that the mechanical man collapsed to his knees again, bound by burning chains. Alex exhaled and slowly lit a cigarette, surveying the ruins around them. Well, this is quite the devastation, he whistled, looking at the remnants of the planet, but suddenly he heard a faint mumble from the enemy. What are you mumbling about? He asked, leaning in closer. If it weren't for you, I would have executed my plan, the mechanical man hissed, his eyes full of hatred, glaring at Alex. Then I would have had the power and army to conquer more than one universe. Alex just smirked, seeing this fury that reminded him of a spoiled child. He shook his head. You're pretty stupid for such a creature. You think Nyan just let go of the leash and allowed you all to escape so easily? Just as you watch mortals struggle in despair in your grasp, she watches how you flail in her grasp before she crushes your despair-filled essence. No matter how much you flail and try to bite through the leash, you can't escape, and you'll never surpass the being that Azathoth himself created, he said with irony. That's why, no matter how much all Nyan's avatars struggle, you're nothing but microbes in her eyes. You're all just her entertainment. These words hit the mechanical man's consciousness like a hammer on an anvil. The realization of reality pierced him, shattering the illusion of freedom he had so firmly believed in. "Well, I think it's time to end this," Alex said calmly, putting out his cigarette. "My family is waiting for me, and I'm finally ready to begin my journey." Alex took a step back from the mechanical man, unleashing a colossal surge of magical energy. A wave of power erupted around him, destroying nearby planets and causing a chain reaction of destruction across the galaxy. Today, he decided to use a spell specially designed for beings of this level. "Let me show you the end of your path." Alex's voice resonated with the very fabric of space, and with his first words, a massive magical circle appeared above the galaxy, adorned with ancient runes that only one who existed at the beginning of time could understand. "I am the end of humanity's story, I am the one who will change this world." As Alex uttered the second line of the spell, the magical circle above the galaxy began to glow even brighter. "And now, when my great task is complete." When Alex spoke the third line, an immense amount of magical energy surged upward, directly into the center of the magical circle. "It is time for birth, I am the one who owns everything." After speaking the fourth line, a large droplet of pure energy began to form at the center of the magical circle, hanging from it like a bead. "Stop," the mechanical man screamed, feeling the inevitable end approaching. Ignoring his desperate cry, Alex continued the incantation. The words fell from his lips like hammer blows, awakening the giant drop of energy hanging from the center of the magical circle. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Alex saw the flames of fear and rejection, as if the mechanical man refused to accept his end. "And now, burn like garbage," Alex said, finishing the spell. As Alex uttered the final line, the drop of energy at the center of the magical circle began to fall downward. After traveling a certain distance, it seemed to fall into water, creating ripples in the fabric of space throughout the galaxy. Along with the ripples, a brilliant light shone, illuminating the nearest and farthest galaxies. Following the light, a powerful explosion erupted, reminiscent of the Big Bang that created the universe. The mechanical man didn't manage to stop Alex again before he was consumed by the bright light. When the light faded, only Alex remained in the empty space, surrounded by the void of the cosmos, where nothing existed but the vacuum. Alex surveyed the destruction caused by the spell and realized it was too powerful to be used in worlds where life still existed. A sigh escaped his lips. Too powerful for worlds where life still exists. He muttered, tossing aside the extinguished cigarette, adding, "I know you're here. Stop hiding." After his words, cold hands gently wrapped around his neck from behind. Alex immediately recognized them. Before, the touch of Nyan Nyan had been accompanied by the disgusting sounds of flutes and drums, but now there was nothing. "Oh, my beloved destruction, I thought you wouldn't call for me," Nyan Nyan said in a feigned, hurt tone. Alex sighed heavily, feeling her chaotic essence. "When did I become your beloved? Why wasn't I informed about this?" he asked, not hiding his sarcasm. Nyan Nyan didn't answer and stopped hugging Alex around the neck, withdrawing her hands. She walked around him and stopped in front of him, staring into his eyes. When Alex saw Nyan Nyan's true face, no longer obscured by the black mist, he acknowledged that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but he also remembered that she had no fixed form, for she was chaos, and chaos was her. Just like the primordial chaos itself, she was chaotic and unpredictable. "Don't you understand? You call me Nyan Nyan so sweetly, I just can't help but love it," she said, smiling and gently touching her cheeks with her palms. Alex looked at her, realizing that trying to decipher her logic was futile. "Why did you send me to this universe?" he asked bluntly. Nyan Nyan removed her hands, and her face lit up with a sly smile. She stepped closer and gently placed her hand on his cheek, tracing it as if soothing him. "We made a deal. You find and destroy my avatars, and I won't harm your family. Or have you forgotten?" she whispered, tenderly caressing him. "We had a different agreement." Alex rolled his eyes. "Either I find your avatars myself, or you send them to me." Nyan Nyan melodiously laughed, noticing how Alex rolled his eyes. She clearly enjoyed how his attitude toward her had changed. During their first meeting, he had been afraid of her and even attacked when she tried to encourage him. But now Alex acted as though he had met an old friend. "It's just sophistry, my beloved destruction," Nyan Nyan said, putting her hands behind her back and feigning innocence. "As you say. Then why did you loosen the leash?" Alex asked, curious about why Nyan Nyan allowed her avatars to try to overthrow her from the throne. "You already answered that. As you said, out of boredom. There was nothing to do in the chaos, so I created this little game for myself," Nyan Nyan replied cheerfully, taking Alex's hand. "Just like that. Then why the strange deal?" Alex raised an eyebrow, ignoring her touch. "Exactly. You have no idea how boring it is in the primordial chaos. The constant noise of flutes and drums is unbearable. As for the deal, you said it yourself, I want to see them choke on their despair before you destroy them. Like that foolish mechanical man, who never understood that I still had him on a leash," Nyan Nyan said, chuckling and shaking Alex's hand. Alex merely sighed, hearing the confirmation from her lips. It seemed the simplest answer was the correct one. But he still wanted to understand why, when they first met, she had said that he would eventually have to come to Azathoth's throne. Then why did you say I would have to come to Azathoth's throne? I already know from Yog that it will happen for 2 reasons, and one of them involves you. And the only scenario in which this would happen is if you do something that forces me to hunt down every outer god across the multiverse and ultimately wish to destroy primordial chaos. According to Yog, this would lead to a bad outcome, Alex explained, sharing his conclusions. Nyan's smile faded, and she frowned upon hearing Alex's words. She knew Azathoth's prophecy about the birth of the incarnation of destruction, which was meant to restore balance. But she had never heard of a second prophecy, and this troubled her. I only know one prophecy. I haven't heard of the second one, Nyan admitted honestly. She had barely opened her mouth to reveal the full prophecy to Alex when the space behind her distorted, and Yog passed through it. You can't tell him that, Yog said coldly, stepping out of the rift in space. Then why didn't you tell me about the second prophecy? Nyan asked, furrowing her brow. Because it's necessary, Yog replied calmly, walking up to Alex, holding a packet of snacks that GIR usually ate. Alex looked at Yog, who had approached him with a packet of snacks that GIR typically consumed. Alex realized that Yog had visited the group. He became curious about how the group had managed without him. How are they? He asked, looking at Yog. Yog extended her hand, expecting payment for the answer. Alex's eye twitched, and he pulled out a packet of candy, placing it in Yog's hand. They managed. Your creation already destroyed the remnants of my sister's avatar, Yog said, putting the candy into her small handbag. Alex sighed in relief. Despite all the precautions, he had been worried about the safety of his companions. Oh, don't worry, darling. Under your protection, those mortal girls won't get lost, Nyan said, taking Alex's hand again. He wearily rubbed his forehead. Dealing with the outer gods was never an easy test for him, especially with Nyan and Yog, a fan of sweets. All right, I want to rest and finally finish with this universe, Alex said, removing his hand from his face. You're leaving already? What about our date? Nyan asked with feigned offense. Alex barely suppressed an eye twitch. Maybe next time. Now, give me a shard of your power, he extended his hand toward Nyan. And why do you need it, she asked, meeting his gaze. Why else? You said I should search for your avatars across the multiverse. By getting a shard of your power, I'll create something to make my job easier. I'm definitely not running across trillions of universes looking for your avatars, Alex said, rolling his eyes. When Alex said this, Nyan laughed cheerfully, and a small crystal containing her power appeared in her hand. Alex took out a special box from his inventory and carefully placed the crystal inside. And what if I hadn't given it to you? What would you have done then? Nyan asked with a mischievous smile, poking Alex on the nose. Oh, nothing special. I already have enough shards of your avatar's power, so I would have just built what I needed from what's on hand, Alex replied, shrugging. Nyan laughed again, pleased by his nonchalance. Alex simply shrugged slightly, allowing her to amuse herself as she pleased. We need to go, Yog interrupted, causing Nyan to stop laughing. I don't want to leave yet, Nyan replied, refusing to part from Alex. This is not a request, Yog said calmly but firmly, narrowing her eyes. A silent duel of glances began between Yog and Nyan. Alex watched with interest, as if witnessing a sisterly quarrel rather than a confrontation between two powerful beings. In the end, Nyan conceded defeat, and when she looked away, she caught a barely noticeable smile of triumph on Yog's face. Rolling her eyes at her sister's actions, Nyan approached Alex and stood close to him. We will meet again, my beloved destruction, she said, unexpectedly kissing him on the lips. Nyan's body became ethereal and faded until she was completely gone, as if she had never been there. Alex glanced at Yog, meeting her calm gaze. Until we meet again, destruction, Yog said, opening a spatial rift. Yeah, see you, Yog, Alex replied, waving at her in farewell. Seeing this, Yog gave a faint smile, waving back before disappearing through the closing rift. Alex sighed deeply, looking around and realizing that his work here was done. He called Yamato and, with 2 strikes, opened a portal. Stepping through it, Alex returned to the stadium, now turned into a battlefield. Everything around him was destroyed, and he picked up familiar traces, caused by only one weapon, which immediately made him guess the culprit. Yo. I'm done, Alex said, raising his hand in greeting to the group, who were tiredly sitting on the floor. Hearing his voice, everyone turned their heads at once, noticing that he looked as if he had just returned from a walk. Rebecca, upon seeing Alex, immediately brightened, jumped to her feet, and ran toward him, leaping and hugging him halfway. Alex laughed and, smiling, walked over to the rest of them. Looks like you all had fun without me, he said cheerfully. At his words, everyone just rolled their eyes. You had one opponent, and we had an entire army. And why do you look so relaxed? Maine asked irritably. Well, I had one opponent, but to defeat him, I destroyed an entire galaxy. As for looking relaxed, that's because now I can finally rest a bit, Alex answered calmly. After Alex's words about destroying the galaxy, everyone's mouths dropped in surprise. No one could find the words to describe their feelings and thoughts. Rebecca puffed up with pride, realizing she had missed such a grand event, but she thought Alex could show her a projection of it later. Alex carefully looked over everyone, noting that they were all mentally exhausted. And where's GIR? He asked, not seeing his little assistant. After he wiped out all remnants of that god's consciousness, or whatever he was, GIR hasn't come to, Dorio replied, pointing to GIR, who was lying not far from the van. Alex followed Dorio's gaze and saw GIR lying on the floor, with Mimi standing next to him, lightly kicking him with her foot, trying to wake him up. Approaching him, Alex also nudged him a couple of times with his foot to wake him. Maybe he broke? Pilar asked doubtfully. No, he's not broken, just trying to stage a dramatic scene, Alex said, carefully studying GIR, who lay there like a fallen hero. After his words, the group stared at their injured assistant with curiosity. Well then, watch this. Rise, son of Guillemon, your duty is not yet done, Alex said in a serious tone. Immediately, GIR's eyelids slowly lifted, as if he were gathering the last of his strength to return to life. Struggling, he got up, holding a heroic pose, and punched himself in the chest. For the Emperor. GIR shouted loudly, standing tall. See. I told you he just wanted to add some drama, Alex remarked with a smile, pointing at GIR. Alex's words caused the group to break into a mix of laughter and eye rolls, shattering the dramatic moment. Yeah, all for the Emperor, now let's go home, Alex said, grabbing GIR's head and lifting him up. Now, Rebecca was hanging from Alex's chest, GIR was in his arms, and Mimi was already hanging off his leg. If you have questions, better ask them at home. Mimi, go get Yorinobu Arasaka, seems he got lucky and survived this slaughter, Alex said, addressing the group and pointing in Mimi's direction. Mimi nodded and ran in the indicated direction, grabbing Yorinobu by the leg and dragging him toward the car. Aren't you supposed to keep your identity a secret? Maine asked, slightly surprised that Alex was so calmly agreeing to answer their questions. Not really. Just, if I had told you who I was during our first meeting, you'd probably have thought I was crazy, Alex replied, shrugging. All right, chum, as you say. Let's go then, Maine smirked. Alex nodded, and together with the girls, he headed toward the car. As he sat behind the wheel, he noticed they still had questions, but he just waved them off. I'll tell you everything at home. Right now, the main thing is to get back. Before starting, Alex glanced out the window and snapped his fingers to make the bodies of the slain robots disappear, covering up the traces. The other group members noticed this, their eyes widening in amazement. Seeing their reaction, Alex simply winked, climbed back into the car, and started the engine, heading home. To be continued. Another day and another chapter. Hey babes, here's a long chapter that I wrote until 4 a.m. both because I couldn't fall asleep and because of the insomnia. I could split this chapter into 2 parts and please you with 2 chapters in 2 days. But hey, who's going to stop me from releasing such a long chapter? But don't get used to it, such long chapters will only be at the end of the world arc. It's safe to say that the cyberpunk world arc is finished. In general, we'll finish a couple of things in the cyberpunk world and return to the Danmachi world for a while. And I'm still thinking about the next world. But I think before Alex gets to another world, he'll first visit a couple of worlds quickly until he gets to the main world. Enjoy reading. I also want to thank those who read my fanfic from the very beginning and those who came later. Know that I love you all and thank you for continuing to read. Muah. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Father and Son Meeting. In a dark, silent place, a young man opened his eyes as if awakening from a long, heavy sleep. The first thing he noticed was the strange surroundings. He rose to his feet, looking around in bewilderment. There were no familiar landmarks, only an oppressive, suffocating darkness. Where am I? Why do my memories feel like they're shrouded in fog? Was I kidnapped? Drugged, he muttered, clutching his head with his hands. Attempts to recall anything only intensified the agonizing headache. All he could remember was his name. Everything else, fragments of his life, faces of loved ones, events, were lost in an impenetrable haze. He asked himself, why can't I remember anything? The internal struggle with his own memory drained him, but he decided to focus on understanding where he was. Looking around, he saw only endless darkness. It seemed to surround him, yet at the same time, the place felt inexplicably bright. With no other options or answers, he resolved to move forward. Gathering his thoughts, he began to walk into the dense darkness. Yet with every step, the darkness seemed to retreat, as if avoiding him. He stopped, looking around in confusion. "What the hell?" he murmured, noticing that the darkness behind him also withdrew when he stepped back. Testing his theory, he realized the darkness maintained an equal distance, no matter where he stood. "Definitely strange," he exhaled, continuing to analyze his situation. Understanding that the darkness seemed to be toying with him, he decided to keep moving forward. Each step felt like an eternity. Hours, maybe even days, seemed to pass in this timeless place. Strangely, he felt no hunger or thirst. This oddity only strengthened his resolve to understand what had happened to him. After some time, he noticed a faint light ahead. It stood out sharply against the endless darkness, beckoning with its warmth. The young man hesitated, but he knew he had little choice. Maintaining his composure, he headed toward the light. The closer he got, the brighter the glow became. When he approached close enough, he saw that the source of the light was a campfire burning in the middle of the darkness. The flames radiated warmth and peace, as if this place offered salvation. By the fire, a man sat on a log, staring into the flickering flames. The young man slowed his steps, cautiously studying the stranger. He appeared young, perhaps the same age. As he drew closer, the stranger raised his gaze, and the young man could make out his features, dark, slick-back hair and iridescent eyes that sparkled like gemstones. "Hello, David. I see you took your time," the stranger said calmly, addressing him by name. David froze in shock. The stranger not only knew his name but spoke as though they had known each other for a long time. "You know me?" David asked, scrutinizing him with suspicion. A smile appeared on the stranger's face, soft, kind, and reassuring. "Yes and no. But first, have a seat," he said, patting the log beside him. David hesitated. Despite the stranger's friendly demeanor, he was reluctant to get closer. Seeing his hesitation, the stranger didn't press but kept his gentle smile. "Don't worry, I won't bite. You need answers, right? If you want them, sit down. It'll make things easier," he said, gesturing invitingly. David didn't fully understand why he chose to trust this stranger, but eventually, he walked around the fire and sat beside him, hoping for answers. The stranger continued staring at the flames, seemingly unbothered by the arrival of his companion. "So, why the silence? Don't you have any questions?" he asked, his gaze never leaving the fire. David sighed, trying to collect his thoughts. There were too many questions, and deciding where to start was difficult. He wanted to know what this place was, who the stranger was, and why his memories were shrouded in a dense fog that caused pain whenever he tried to recall them. "Who are you? What is this place? Why can't I remember anything, and why does trying to remember give me a headache?" David finally asked, looking at the stranger. The man slowly shifted his gaze from the fire to meet David's eyes. "Call me Alex. And this?" He gestured vaguely around them. "This is the place where souls go after death. A buffer zone, if that makes it clearer." The words hit David like a bolt of lightning. His breath caught, and he tried to process what he'd just heard, a place where the souls of the dead gather. How was that even possible? If I'm dead, then why can't I remember anything? His voice trembled despite his efforts to remain composed. Alex smirked and leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a calm precision. "It's simple," he began, exhaling a stream of smoke. "After death, souls forget their past lives. It's a defense mechanism, to keep them from carrying the burden of memories. But..." He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Just this once, I'll make an exception for you. Consider it a gift." Before David could respond, Alex reached out and tapped him lightly on the forehead. Everything happened in an instant. David's mind was flooded with memories. His entire life, from birth to death, flashed before his eyes. He sat there, stunned, tears streaming down his face in torrents. Alex, watching him, gently patted David on the shoulder, as if to comfort him. "You loved your mother, Gloria, didn't you?" Alex nodded. "Even when you annoyed her, you were still her most cherished person." David struggled to regain control over his overwhelming emotions, but instead, he burst into heavier sobs. "How will Mom cope without me? How will she survive my death?" he murmured through his tears. Alex calmly exhaled another puff of smoke and replied, "Your mom will be fine, don't worry." David lifted his head, his tear-reddened eyes meeting Alex's warm gaze. "How do you know her name?" he asked, eyeing the stranger warily. Alex pretended to think for a moment before delivering his answer with a straight face. "I'm your father." David's mind seemed to glitch. He tried to process whether he had actually heard that, but his logic immediately rejected the notion. "That's impossible," he replied firmly. "My father was a police officer, and you look nothing like him." Alex chuckled, noticing that David's tears had almost dried up. "And do you know how much time has passed since your death?" Alex asked cryptically, neither confirming nor denying his earlier claim. David's eyes widened as he fully grasped the reality of being dead. The flood of information overwhelmed him, the strange place, the lost memories, the enigmatic stranger named Alex who had restored his past, and then claimed to be his father. It was all so shocking that for a moment, David forgot the most obvious question. How much time has passed since I died? I feel like I've been here forever, he asked, recalling how long he'd wandered in this bizarre place before meeting Alex. Alex took another slow drag from his cigarette, exhaled the smoke through his nose, and replied. No more than 30 seconds. David frowned in confusion. To him, it felt like he had been here for hours, if not days. But what truly struck him were Alex's words about his mother. You said my mom's fine. How can she possibly be fine if I died just 30 seconds ago? She must be devastated, not fine like you claim. David snapped, his voice rising to a shout. Alex calmly observed the furious David, his expression unchanging as he waited for him to finish venting. When David finally settled down, Alex spoke. You're right. 30 seconds after your death, Gloria is indeed devastated and grieving. But I wasn't talking about the Gloria of now, I was referring to the Gloria who has lived through your death. For her, 6 months have already passed. David furrowed his brow even more, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Alex's words. What do you mean? What future Gloria? What kind of nonsense is this? He demanded irritably, trying to make sense of it all. Alex sighed, considering how best to simplify his explanation. Time, it's a tricky thing to understand, he began, but David cut him off abruptly. Get to the point. Alex's eye twitched at David's impatience. Without a word, he raised his hand and flicked David lightly on the forehead. Don't interrupt, Alex said calmly. David scowled, rubbing his reddened forehead, but fell silent, allowing Alex to continue. After your death, Gloria was truly broken. She was like a ghost, lost and without purpose. But one rainy day, she found a man unconscious in an alley, slumped against a wall and covered in blood. She decided to help him, brought him home, and nursed him back to health. In turn, he helped her cope with the pain of losing you. He supported her emotionally, helped with the household and finances, and, most importantly, gave her new hope. Together, they even fulfilled one of her dreams, visiting the moon. There, she scattered your ashes so you could find peace. As David listened, a bittersweet feeling settled in his chest. He felt the sting of having left his mother alone but also relief that she had managed to heal. A faint, almost peaceful smile crossed his face. Who was this man? The one who helped her, he asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Alex's smile widened, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. It was me, he said, barely suppressing a laugh. I'm the one she found in the alley, and I helped her get through losing you. That's why I said I'm your father. David stared at Alex, trying to process what he'd just heard. A whirlwind of emotions flashed across his face, shock, disbelief, and outright denial. That's impossible, he finally blurted out. You're here, not there. Who are you? Or what are you? He jabbed a finger at Alex, demanding answers. Alex calmly pushed David's finger away from his face, his faint smirk never leaving. You know, Alex said with a hint of reproach, it's rude to point fingers at someone who's generously sharing information with you. Didn't Gloria teach you any manners? David immediately felt awkward, sank back into his seat, and mumbled. Sorry. Alex chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Relax, I'm kidding. Anyway, over time, Gloria and I grew closer. We fell in love. And then, I proposed to her. Now, she's my fiancée, which technically makes me your nominal father. Life works out that way sometimes, he explained casually, as if discussing something mundane. David nodded, sincerely thanking Alex for helping his mother cope with the pain of loss. However, a new question nagged at him. Thank you for helping her recover after my death. But you said it took her 6 months to get better, and yet it's only been 30 seconds since I died. So how are you here? You're not dead yourself, are you? He asked, puzzled and trying to make sense of it all. Alex calmly took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled a stream of smoke, and replied, You're right, I'm not dead. I simply traveled back in time to meet you. David's jaw dropped. He stared at Alex as if he had just claimed the earth was flat. You traveled back in time. Just to meet me, he managed to say, still struggling to believe his ears. Alex smirked and shook his head slightly, amused by David's reaction. For any normal person, that would indeed be a shock. But yes, that's exactly what I did, he said. David fell silent again but soon spoke, still reeling. How? How can you even travel back in time? And why here? First, I'm the Demon King, and for me, that's child's play, Alex began with a sly grin. And second, I did it so you could properly say goodbye to Gloria. Maybe tell her something important you didn't get a chance to say while you were alive. Everything I do, every single thing, is for Gloria. Her trip to the moon, the emotional support, the care. I just can't stand to see her unhappy. That's why I'm here, talking to you now. Hearing this, David nearly fell off the log he was sitting on. You're a demon. Does Mom know? He stammered, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. Alex rolled his eyes and sighed. Of course she knows. For God's sake, did you think I'd hide my nature from the woman I love? Seriously, where do you get these ideas? David calmed down slightly but continued to scrutinize Alex as if searching for some telltale sign of his demonic nature. I don't have horns, a tail, or hooves, Alex said dryly, rolling his eyes again. It doesn't work that way. David lowered his gaze, embarrassed. Sorry. I just always thought demons had horns, tails, you know, and stuff like pitchforks, he said uncertainly. Alex sighed heavily again, lighting a fresh cigarette. You're not the first to think that. So just forget about it, he replied, staring into the campfire. David nodded, deciding not to ask further questions, though he occasionally glanced at Alex. Alex noticed his hesitation and smirked. If you want to ask something, just ask. Don't act like a shy virgin, Alex said with a grin, taking a drag from his cigarette. David flinched at Alex's remark and fell silent, pondering his question. The only one spinning in his mind concerned his fate. I wanted to ask, what happens to me now? Heaven or hell? You're a demon, you must know the answer, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Alex didn't look away from the fire, his voice calm as he replied, reincarnation awaits you. To be precise, you've already been reincarnated. David frowned, staring at Alex in confusion. What do you mean, already reincarnated? We're talking here and now, he said, trying to grasp the meaning. I already told you, I came back in time to speak with you. Did you forget? Alex shot him a quick glance. David nodded, but the questions continued to swirl in his mind. Yes, you said that, but what does it have to do with my reincarnation? His voice still sounded confused. Alex sighed heavily, realizing he'd have to explain everything from the beginning. He knew his weakness, losing patience, especially in situations where he had to repeat himself. But David wasn't just any random person, and Alex decided to give him a clear answer. All right, listen carefully. Time is a line, straight, infinite. A person's soul exists along this line simultaneously. If a regular person goes back 10 years in time, they can see themselves in the past. Right now, I'm talking to your past self. But your present, your future you, has already been reincarnated and is living a new life somewhere else. Does that make sense? David slowly nodded, his face lighting up with understanding, though the concept still seemed complicated. So, you're talking to the past me, and the future me has already started a new life, he clarified. Exactly, Alex confirmed with a slight nod. David sank into thought for a moment. Alex's explanation seemed simple, but at the same time, it was complex, as though it required more reflection. Alex didn't rush him, understanding that processing this kind of information wasn't easy. What kind of life awaits me after reincarnation? David finally asked, pushing aside unnecessary thoughts. I don't know, Alex answered honestly, his gaze returning to the fire. But, at least, it's bound to be better than Night City. Why do you think that? David asked, surprised. In this universe, there's no heaven or hell. The soul simply reincarnates into another world. It could be an ordinary world, a magical world, or something entirely different. There are trillions of universes, and each one is unique, Alex explained. David nodded again, digesting the information. You said you came here for my mom. And that I should tell her what I didn't get a chance to say. How do I do that? His voice sounded determined. Alex pulled a small memory crystal from his inventory and tossed it to David. Here. Say whatever you want. This crystal will record your words and your appearance, kind of like a video. We have plenty of time, Alex smiled, allowing himself a light joke. David chuckled quietly, gripping the crystal tightly in his hand. But despite his confident voice, the words wouldn't come. He stared at the crystal, trying to gather his thoughts. Alex silently observed, understanding how difficult it could be to express feelings in words. David took a deep breath, relaxed his fingers, and finally began. Hi, Mom. You'll probably see this after Alex gives you the crystal. He paused, struggling with the lump in his throat, before continuing. I have so much I didn't get to say. First, thank you for everything you did for me. For your sleepless nights, for every minute you gave me, even when you were at your limit. I'm sorry for all the words that hurt you, and for all the problems I caused. David's eyes reddened, but he held back his tears, trying to finish his speech. Alex noticed how David was struggling to hold back tears, but he didn't intervene. He just continued silently watching the fire, listening to the words of the young man who was saying his final goodbyes to Gloria. David first sincerely thanked his mother for her care, then apologized for his mistakes. Gradually, his mood lightened, and he even started joking, recalling his first impressions of meeting Alex in this strange place. Smiling, he reminisced, describing them with warmth. And lastly, Mom, he concluded, smiling, I'm glad you found happiness after Dad and I were gone. I hope you'll live a happy life. And I'm not against you marrying again. Remember how much I love you and how grateful I am for everything you did for me. Please, live happily. Finishing his message, David once again tightly gripped the memory crystal in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his fingers and handed the crystal to Alex. Thank you for giving me the chance to say goodbye, he said, his voice sounding relieved. Don't mention it, Alex replied, putting the crystal away in his inventory. You're almost like a son to me. If this world had a proper reincarnation system, I'd bring you back. But, alas, that's impossible. You can resurrect people. Then why can't you bring me back? David asked, staring at Alex's face in surprise. I can, Alex replied with a heavy sigh. But everything has consequences. If I bring you back, it will disrupt the timeline, affect the future of your reincarnation, and might even cause the destruction of not just this reality, but the entire tree of time. David thought for a moment, then nodded, accepting the explanation. It's fine. You said I've already reincarnated, so it's okay. And my mom won't blame you, he said softly, trying to reassure Alex. Alex merely smiled and decided to change the subject. He began talking about Gloria's life after David's death, about her joys and struggles. When the conversation shifted to the robo-dog named GIR, David became intrigued. Alex explained that GIR was initially created to protect Gloria, but over time, it had turned into a strange creature with an unexpected personality. To entertain David, Alex shared some funny moments with GIR, carefully avoiding any explanations about the mysterious emperor that the robot worshipped. As they shared stories, David's hand began to turn transparent. What's happening to me? He asked, looking at his fingers with concern. Your time is up, Alex explained calmly. I've kept you here longer than I should have. David sighed, realizing the inevitability of the situation. He looked at Alex but couldn't find the words to express everything he was feeling. Instead, he simply smiled, understanding that this was their farewell. See you, David, Alex said with a mysterious smile, watching as David slowly faded away. What? David began to speak, but his words were cut off as his form completely dissolved. The last thing he saw was Alex's enigmatic smile. Then, the world around him plunged into darkness. Alex chuckled at David's reaction and pulled a small glowing orb from his pocket. He had taken a fragment of David's soul as soon as he had the chance. All of this was done to ensure that he could find David again in the future. Alex was selfish, and if he couldn't resurrect David, he would simply find him. All he needed was a fragment of David's soul and to create an object that would help track the soul across countless worlds. For Alex, the first goal was for David to say his goodbyes, and the second was to take a piece of his soul for future searching. Alex smiled as he looked at the fragment of David's soul and pulled a small box from his inventory to place it inside. If I can't resurrect you, I'll find you, wherever you are, Alex muttered, placing the orb inside the tiny box and returning it to his inventory. His gaze drifted over the quiet space once more. He sighed, and beneath his feet, a magical circle began to glow. His expression became serious. It's time to return. With his disappearance, the silence enveloped the secluded space once more. Only the echo of their brief meeting remained, now an eternal memory. To be continued. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Mighty Nine Are Always Together. With a bright flash of light, Alex materialized in his workshop. He stood motionless, as if waiting for someone. Minutes stretched on, and a sad smile appeared on his face. His expected guest never arrived. Alex thought that after his meddling with the past, the god of time would appear to punish him for such a bold move. Yet, it seemed the deity showed no interest. After Alex's return from the past, where he had gone solely to speak with David and preserve a fragment of his soul, the god of time didn't even bother to show up. What a shame. I was hoping to get my hands on his scythe for my collection, Alex muttered in disappointment, sighing. Leaving the workshop, he walked past weapon displays and entered the living room. The moment he appeared, all eyes turned to him. At the table sat Maine, Dorio, Pilar, and Falco, their faces reflecting confusion, their gazes full of questions. Under their scrutiny, Alex calmly walked to the couch and sat beside Gloria. Sorry for the delay. I had something to take care of, he said with a faint smile. Chum, you've only been gone a couple of minutes. Quit acting like hours have passed, Maine quipped with a smirk. Alex frowned, glanced at his phone's screen, and realized his absence had indeed lasted only a few minutes, despite spending hours in the past talking to David. Time's a complicated thing. Don't worry about it, he dismissed with a smile, but his words only raised more questions. Lucy stared at Alex intently, sensing he was hiding something, though she couldn't put her finger on what. So, are you finally going to tell us who you really are? Dorio asked, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. Alex looked at her, then shifted his gaze to the others. He knew this conversation was inevitable. Yes, I will. But first, there's something I need to give to Gloria, he replied, pulling a small memory crystal from his pocket. Gloria eyed the strange object Alex held out to her with suspicion. What is it? She asked, studying the crystal closely. It's something special, made just for you. It holds something important. I think you should view it alone, Alex said gently, handing her the crystal. Gloria hesitated, but Alex gave her an encouraging nod. His eyes were warm and caring, filling her with a slight sense of unease. Sighing, she rose and headed to their room to uncover what lay hidden in the crystal. Alex watched her until she disappeared behind the door. When Gloria closed the door, Alex leaned back against the couch and exhaled deeply. He knew her reaction to what she would hear could vary. What's in that crystal? Lucy asked softly, her hand brushing his arm. The others watched him with equal curiosity. David's last words, Alex replied calmly, closing his eyes. The words left everyone stunned. Lucy squinted, trying to decipher Alex's meaning, but he offered no further explanation, silently waiting for Gloria to hear the message David had left for her. Alex's statement shocked Lucy, Kiwi, and Rebecca. They remembered how Gloria had often mentioned her longing to say goodbye to David one last time. For the rest of the group, however, the announcement caused only confusion. They exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what he meant. David. That David. Gloria's son. Maine asked in disbelief. Yes, the very same, Alex nodded. With a heavy sigh, he added, the one who died. Those words hit like a thunderclap on a clear day. Maine and the others exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend how Alex had managed to record the final words of a dead man. If it's not a secret, how did you even do it? Falco cautiously asked. Alex smirked, noticing the tension in his voice, and spread his arms in a relaxed gesture. Come on, Falco. If you've got questions, just ask. I don't bite, he replied warmly, trying to lighten the mood. Alex's words eased Falco's nerves slightly, and he forced an awkward smile. It was still hard to reconcile that someone he'd worked with for so long could potentially destroy a galaxy to secure a win. The rest of the group seemed to gradually relax as well. So, how did you do it? I mean, record his words. Pilar asked hesitantly, fumbling to phrase his question in a way that sounded even remotely reasonable. Which version do you want? The long one with detailed explanations, or the short one? Alex asked, squinting slyly. The question threw Pilar off. He opened his mouth but couldn't find an immediate answer. Rebecca, sitting beside him, burst out laughing at his confusion. Go with the short version, she advised between giggles. If Alex starts explaining, it'll take hours, and you still won't understand half of it. Alex shot her a mock-offended look, but Rebecca stuck her tongue out in response. Lucy and Kiwi nodded in agreement, backing her up. Alex rolled his eyes and let out a long-suffering sigh, silently accepting their betrayal. All right, short version it is, Maine said, raising his hands in surrender after considering their advice. I went back in time, Alex began calmly, as if discussing the weather. Ended up in a buffer zone, where souls of the deceased linger. I met David there, talked to him a bit, and gave him a chance to say goodbye to Gloria. His words landed like a bombshell. Even Lucy, who had suspected Alex had pulled off something extraordinary, raised her eyebrows in astonishment. The others, however, looked as if their entire worldview had collapsed. Are you serious? You just went back in time? Falco asked incredulously, trying to maintain his composure. Yep, with the help of magic, Alex replied matter-of-factly, raising his hands to conjure a vibrant rainbow between them. The display was the final straw for the more tech-oriented members of the group, whose reality was grounded firmly in science and technology. Alex's casual words felt utterly surreal. That rainbow. Again. Lucy sighed, her tone exasperated as she watched the familiar trick. She had long since lost count of how many times Alex had used it to prove the existence of magic. Okay, I get it, magic and all that. But how did you manage to travel back in time? That's a bit more complicated than a rainbow party trick, Maine noted, attempting to steer the conversation toward something logical. At Maine's comment, Lucy couldn't contain her laughter, glancing at Alex, whose face now bore a comically sour expression, as if he'd bitten into a lemon. Alex glared at Lucy, his eye twitching, and grabbed her nose in mock retaliation to stop her laughter. But Lucy only laughed harder at his reaction. This is exactly why I asked which version you wanted. Now deal with the consequences of your choice, Alex grumbled, rolling his eyes. All right, I admit, that's on us. But now tell us, who are you really? Maine asked, steering the conversation back to its core question. Alex smirked at Maine, held the pause for dramatic effect, and then said calmly. In truth, I am the Demon King. To be precise, the first demon, created by God himself. And yes, that God, with a capital G. When Alex declared that he was a demon created by the big boss himself, it sparked a storm of emotions among those who hadn't known his true identity until now. The revelation left everyone staring at him in astonishment, as if he had suddenly grown a foot taller. Alex felt their gazes, and his eye twitched slightly in response. Lucy, Kiwi, and Rebecca couldn't hold back their smiles as they watched the rest of the group scrutinize Alex, as if searching for horns or a tail. I don't have horns, hooves, or a tail. Stop looking for them, it's not funny anymore. Alex said with mild irritation, scanning the group with his gaze. Not all demons have those features. His words brought another wave of laughter from the girls, who could barely contain themselves as they glanced at the embarrassed expressions of the others. Sorry, Alex, Dorio began, trying to keep a straight face, but even I, someone who's not particularly religious, always thought demons had to have horns and tails. It's kind of canon, isn't it? Well, you're not wrong. A lot of demons do have those attributes, but it's not a requirement, Alex admitted with a nod, acknowledging her point. Maine, listening intently, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. All right, horns are debatable. But what still blows my mind is the fact that you're the son of God himself. Not just some random deity, but the one who created everything. That's just too much. Sensing the tension, Alex decided to stir the pot a little. Then brace yourself, Maine. Lucifer is my brother. And he's still an angel, not a demon. Maine froze as if he'd been electrocuted. The rest exchanged disbelieving glances. Are you serious? The Lucifer. The one who got kicked out of heaven for, the apple thing. Falco asked, skepticism evident in his voice. That's the one, Alex confirmed with a faint smile. Although, he's not exactly in hell where you'd expect him to be. Instead, he's wandering around a different universe, trying to figure out his feelings for some detective. Falco slapped his forehead in disbelief. Maine, still processing Alex's words, let out a choking laugh. Lucy, Kiwi, and Rebecca stared at Alex, clearly shocked that he had forgotten to mention such a juicy detail. All right, stop, Maine interjected, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Let's skip the family drama and focus on something else. Explain how you even ended up here. Or at least tell us why you're working as a mercenary if you're this powerful. Alex shrugged. As for working as a mercenary, I was just following the principle, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I didn't want to stand out or draw attention. Once people find out about something beyond their understanding, the witch hunt begins. And I didn't feel like starting a massacre just because I can use magic. The group nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the truth in his reasoning. Yeah, you've got a point. People have always been like that, Falco muttered. All right, then tell us how you ended up here. It's obvious you're not from this world, Pilar said, fixing Alex with a steady gaze. Alex nodded, confirming the obvious. The others exchanged glances, still struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. To refocus their attention, Alex cleared his throat and began to speak. If you remember, I mentioned taking out a group of idiots who wanted to destroy the world. Yeah, I remember. But how does that connect? Falco asked, tilting his head slightly. Those idiots turned out to be gods. Yes, gods, plural, Alex explained. Wait, gods. Pilar looked stunned, nervously rubbing his ear. Don't interrupt. Rebecca exclaimed, throwing a cup at her brother. Pilar deftly dodged, and the cup clattered loudly to the floor behind him. Pilar deftly dodged the flying cup, puffing out his cheeks and glaring at his sister with the pout of a scolded child. He was about to start complaining, but Rebecca had already grabbed a second cup, deciding this was the best way to keep him quiet. Seeing this, Pilar tactfully hid behind Falco, hoping to avoid another throw. Alex shook his head with a faint smirk and pulled Rebecca onto his lap. Let's calm down a bit, shall we, he said, gently stroking her head. Rebecca shot her brother one last threatening look, as if to warn him, try interrupting again, and see what happens. Once everyone finally focused, Alex resumed his story. So, the group of idiots I mentioned was led by a god named Erebus. He decided to wreak havoc because he believed humanity's progress had stagnated. The thing is, he was just a pawn. A pawn. Dorio repeated, raising an intrigued eyebrow. And who was behind it? An evil god, whose avatar was that woman you heard at the stadium. The robot I fought was also one of her avatars, Alex explained. The group listened intently, their attention unwavering. Alex, noticing this, smiled and reminded them of his first encounter with a dragon. Maine's face lit up with excitement. Are you serious? I want to see that, he exclaimed. Alex projected a recording of his battle with the dragon, and those who hadn't seen it before were stunned. Damn, that's better than any movie. Too bad it's all from a first-person view. But, chum, you're absolutely insane. Pilar said, giving Alex a thumbs up. Alex only smiled and continued his story. He reached the part where an explosion transported him to this world, where Gloria found him. Wow, sounds like the plot of a sci-fi blockbuster, Maine remarked. Gods, dragons, the big bad villain. Pure epic. It might sound cool, Alex sighed, rubbing his forehead tiredly, but in reality, it's constant stress. Every time, I have to plan out dozens of scenarios to avoid catastrophe. Being strong is nice, but there's always a price to pay. For example, to defeat that god, I had to drag him to the edge of the universe, to a dead galaxy, and destroy it along with him. His confession elicited mixed emotions. Lucy looked at Alex with sympathy. Over the past 2 months, she had often noticed how hard things were for him. He rarely slept in his bed, preferring to work in his workshop. It took a collective effort from everyone to pull him out of there to get him to rest. I can't even begin to understand your struggles, oh mighty demon king, Maine joked with a shrug. Alex simply chuckled. He knew full well that he had chosen this path himself. So, what are you planning to do next? Maine asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Alex thoughtfully rubbed his chin, then his face lit up with a slight smile. I'll return to my world before setting off on new adventures. The world where gods walk among mortals and dungeons are real. Maine asked skeptically. That's the one. By the way, would you all like to come with me? Alex offered, glancing at his companions. The group exchanged surprised looks. The suggestion was unexpected but undeniably intriguing. Maine and Dorio shared a glance, weighing Alex's proposal to relocate to his world. From Alex's descriptions, the city of Horario sounded far more peaceful than their native night city. Clean air, no constant corporate threats, and the chance to live without always looking over their shoulders sounded appealing. The only hesitation came from Alex himself, who clearly had a knack for attracting trouble. Pilar frowned and glanced furtively at his sister, hoping she would give him some kind of clue about what to do. Without hesitation, Rebecca nodded, as if saying, go ahead, agree. Noticing her support, Pilar relaxed, but he still wanted to hear more. Meanwhile, Falco pondered whether he should leave Night City. His dreams of retirement and a quiet life battled with the desire to one day open his own auto repair shop. Alex didn't rush them for an answer. He wanted everyone to make their decision thoughtfully. In his eyes, moving was an opportunity for everyone. Maine and Dorio could enjoy a well-deserved retirement while still having the option to stretch their legs occasionally in the dungeon. For Pilar, it was the perfect chance to use his knowledge in prosthetic creation for adventurers. And Falco, if he wanted, could open a bar, a place where tired heroes could share their stories. Why not? Maine said loudly, breaking the silence. His smile stretched so wide that it reflected all his hopes for the future. Clean air, real food, not synthetic garbage. If I get bored, I can always visit your dungeon. Isn't that a fairy tale? It's exactly what Dorio and I have always dreamed of. I totally agree. Dorio added, laughing. I know myself, there's no way I could sit around doing nothing. And in the dungeon, there's always someone to smack around. Perfect. Alex clapped his hands. That's 2 people in. He turned to Pilar and Falco, awaiting their decisions. What about you guys? Alex asked with a smile, looking at each of them. Don't leave the team hanging. I guess I'm not opposed, Pilar drawled, shrugging. But what would I even do there? Well, that's obvious, Alex spread his hands. You'll be making prosthetics for adventurers and raking in tons of money. You'll have an entire market in your hands. Pilar's eyes instantly lit up as he imagined the possibilities. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had missed such an obvious option. And you, Falco? What do you say? Alex turned to him. I know you wanted to open an auto shop, but this is a fantasy world. But you could open a bar. Trust me, it'll be the place where the best adventurers will gather. Falco sighed and thought for a moment but didn't take long to decide. All right, to hell with it. I'm in. I don't want to leave you all and sit here by myself, he said with a grin. Awesome. Alex raised his hand in a grand gesture. Our whole team's heading to the fantasy world. Hooray, the team cheered in unison, bursting into laughter. Alex then shared more about Horario, explaining the basics of life in the city. He described the concept of god families, the dungeon, and the monsters that inhabit its various levels. God family? Is that like joining a corporation? Maine asked, furrowing his brow. Almost, but with bonuses, Alex explained. Each god gives their blessing. For example, Hephaestus helps blacksmiths become masters faster than they could on their own. Maine nodded, trying to absorb what he had heard, and Alex continued explaining about monsters and the rewards for their destruction. Oh, right, there is one problem, Alex added, becoming serious. You'll have to get rid of the chrome. Completely. What, seriously? Pilar stared at Alex in disbelief. Chrome is literally part of us. Don't worry, Alex reassured him. I'll heal you, just like I did with Kiwi. Besides, in that world, your implants won't be needed. Pilar stared at his golden hands for a long time, as if saying goodbye to them, but in the end, he nodded. The decision was made, and the team was once again united in their determination to start a new chapter in their lives. The group turned their attention to Kiwi, waiting for an explanation. She began to talk about her healing, mentioning that the worst damage had been to her lungs and the lower part of her face, which was why she constantly wore a mask. The others became curious about how painful the healing process had been. Kiwi smiled and assured them that it was a pleasant experience, comparing it to the feeling of sinking into a hot bath after a long, exhausting day. Maine, deep in thought, asked a question. What happens to the implants after the healing? They just fall off, and healthy tissue grows in their place. No side effects, Kiwi answered calmly. Maine looked at Alex with a serious expression. Are you really going to heal us completely? Alex smirked and gave a thumbs up. Of course. And by the way, Dorio's problem will be solved too, so you can safely start thinking about having a baby. The group exchanged surprised glances, looking at Maine and Dorio. They both blushed slightly but smiled joyfully. Hearing Alex's confirmation, Dorio felt a weight lift from her chest. Now she could fulfill her dream of becoming a mother. Maine, sighing with relief, gently took her hand, showing his happiness. All right, guys, time waits for no one. Off to your homes. Pack your things and weapons, then come back here. Once everyone's ready, we leave. Alex commanded, clapping his hands. Maine and the others nodded in agreement and headed off to pack. Alex saw them to the door, reminding them there was no rush, they had a few hours before departure. Once everyone left, he returned to the living room and sat down next to the girls. Alex, Lucy began, narrowing her eyes, you didn't just visit David to record his last words, did you? Alex smirked, knowing that there was no hiding anything from Lucy. That's right, I had other plans, he said, reaching into his inventory. Pulling out a small box, Alex caught the attention of all the girls. Rebecca was the first to grab the box, spinning it in her hands as she asked. What is this? Inside is a piece of David's soul, Alex replied with a light smile. This will help me find the world where he reincarnated. At these words, Rebecca nearly dropped the box, but she caught it just in time. Lucy and Kiwi stared at Alex in surprise, but Gloria, who was descending the stairs at that moment, froze when she heard his words. She quickly walked up to him and asked. Are you serious? Absolutely. Since I can't bring him back to life to heal your wounded soul, I'll do everything I can to find him. If he's doing well, we'll leave him be. If not, we'll bring him back. Hearing these words, Gloria couldn't hold back her tears. She hugged Alex, realizing just how much he cared for her. Alex. I don't even know what to say. No need for words, Alex gently interrupted. Just trust me. After a while, Gloria noticed that the apartment had become quiet and asked where the others were. The girls explained that the team had gone to gather their things for the move. Alex reminded them that they needed to hurry too. Rebecca quickly dashed to her workshop for her weapons, but Alex stopped her. Don't worry, I'll take the whole workshop. Just gather your clothes and other personal stuff. My things are not junk, as you put it. Rebecca snapped back, but still obeyed and began collecting her things. Gir and Mimi, noticing they also had to prepare, quickly jumped off their cushions and ran to gather their treasures, milkshake machines. Alex only smiled as he watched the hustle and bustle, continuing his preparations for the upcoming journey. To be continued. Chapter 149, Back to Orario. When everyone dispersed to pack their belongings, Alex realized he, too, needed to gather everything and leave nothing behind. First on his list was the workshop. If anyone who moved into this apartment later discovered a storage room hiding a space the size of an entire floor, it could lead to unwanted consequences. Ignoring the noise from the kitchen, where it seemed Mimi and Gir were causing a ruckus, Alex rose from the couch and headed for the door to his workshop. Placing his hand on its surface, he channeled mana into it. A bright light glowed from the cracks in the doorframe before fading, leaving behind what looked like an ordinary storage closet. On the floor lay a small black cube. Done, Alex muttered, tucking the cube into his inventory. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, pondering what else needed to be done before their departure. Suddenly, it hit him, he had completely forgotten to check on Hanako and her brother, Yorinobu, who had miraculously survived the stadium incident. Despite the effects of the Outer God's avatar, Yorinobu hadn't suffered severe physical consequences. Alex smirked, thinking Yorinobu was a truly lucky guy. Heading upstairs, Alex walked to Hanako's room. Knocking lightly, he entered and saw her sitting beside her brother's bed, watching over his unconscious form. "Yo, he's still out cold, huh?" Alex asked, pulling up a chair beside her. Hanako turned her head to meet Alex's gaze before returning her attention to Yorinobu. "Do you think he'll wake up?" she asked softly, not taking her eyes off her brother. Alex stared at Yorinobu's soul with a serious expression. His core was severely damaged, covered in cracks like glass on the verge of shattering. Without sealing those cracks, the chances of recovery were slim. Yorinobu was in a vegetative state, his survival already bordering on the miraculous. A regular person exposed to an outer god either dies or loses their soul entirely. Alex couldn't fathom how Yorinobu had avoided such a fate. "He's unlikely to wake up naturally," Alex finally said. "And if he does, it'll probably be as a madman or a vegetable." Alex's words made Hanako exhale deeply. Over the past 2 months of living under the same roof, she had learned much, including the truth about who was responsible for her brother's condition. Yet, she still held on to hope, and that hope's name was Alex. She knew how powerful he was, even if she didn't fully grasp the limits of his abilities. "Can you heal him? Or at least ease his condition?" she asked, her voice tinged with hope. Alex thought about it, shrugged, and replied, "Yeah, I can." "Thank you," Hanako said quietly. "No need for thanks," Alex replied, waving off her gratitude. "You're Gloria's friend, which means I'll help you. Consider it compensation for dragging you into all this mess." Hanako wanted to say something more but found herself at a loss for words. Over the past 2 months, she had grown close to Gloria, seeing her as a friend. From Gloria, Hanako had learned that Alex rarely accepted gratitude, brushing it off as unimportant. Alex stood up from the chair and approached Yorinobu, examining his soul more closely to understand the full extent of the damage. He could already see the cracks in Yorinobu's core, and now he needed to carefully repair them to avoid any long-term consequences. Placing a hand on Yorinobu's head, Alex's palm began to glow with a soft green light. When the light in Alex's hand faded, he examined Yorinobu's core once more to ensure it had fully healed. This was Alex's first time healing a core instead of destroying it, so he was especially careful to be delicate during this initial attempt. Hanako noticed Alex remove his hand from Yorinobu's head and start inspecting him. Panic quickly bubbled up inside her, fearing the treatment had failed. "Well, is he okay?" she asked, unable to hide the slight panic in her voice. Alex stopped examining Yorinobu's core and looked at Hanako's anxious face. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at her reaction. With a sigh, he reminded himself that women were emotional creatures, often finding reasons to panic regardless of their age. "Yeah, everything's fine. This was my first time healing a soul, so I'm just double-checking to make sure it went smoothly," he said, trying to reassure her. Hanako let out a relieved sigh after hearing his confirmation. "When will he wake up?" she asked cautiously, her voice calmer now. Alex quickly calculated how long it would take for Yorinobu to regain consciousness. By his rough estimate, it would be a couple of hours, give or take. "About a couple of hours, maybe a bit longer," Alex replied, scratching his chin. "I've restored his soul, but his body is still recovering from what it went through, so he needs some time to wake up." "I see," Hanako said with a sense of relief, leaning back in her chair. Alex checked Yorinobu's condition one last time to confirm the process had gone smoothly. Satisfied, he returned to his chair, lost in thought about what needed to be done once they returned to Orario. "What are you planning to do next?" Hanako suddenly asked, turning her head toward him. Snapped out of his thoughts, Alex looked at her. "We're leaving, moving to my world, to be precise. As for what comes after, I don't know yet," he admitted honestly. The mention of moving practically blew Hanako's mind. She knew Alex wasn't from this world but hadn't expected him to leave it so soon. "So, everyone's leaving?" she asked with mild curiosity. "Yeah. I can't leave them here. In my world, they'll be able to live peacefully. Here, there's always the risk of some cyber-psycho breaking into the house or something even worse happening," Alex said with a faint smile. "That's a shame. I enjoyed Gloria's company," Hanako sighed with a hint of regret. Alex thought for a moment, then reached into his inventory and pulled out a small phone. Handing it to Hanako, he caught her completely off guard. "Here. If you ever feel bored, you can use it to contact Gloria and chat," Alex said with a smile. "Contact her?" Hanako stared at the phone in her hands, bewildered by the idea. "Yeah, this phone works even between worlds," Alex explained. "Thank you. This is truly a valuable gift," she said, gripping the phone tightly. Alex waved her off, acting as though it was nothing. "What about you? What are you planning to do next?" he asked. Hanako took a moment to think. "I'll take over managing Arasaka. The company has been through a lot, but I don't want its story to end on such a tragic note," she said confidently. Alex smiled approvingly, pleased with her decision. "Good choice. What kind of reforms do you have in mind?" he asked with genuine interest. Hanako began explaining her ideas, including changes to company policies and new initiatives focused on helping people. Alex listened attentively, occasionally offering suggestions related to technology and potential expansions into space exploration. However, when he mentioned colonizing the Moon and Mars, Hanako just rolled her eyes. Easier said than done. In reality, that would take decades, she said with a smirk. Their conversation was interrupted by Rebecca, who suddenly burst into the room. "Hey, you here? We're all ready, just waiting on you," she said, impatiently tapping her foot. Alex glanced at the clock and realized he'd gotten carried away with the conversation. He turned to Hanako. "Do you want to stay here with your brother or watch the transition?" "I'll come. I want to see it with my own eyes," she replied, rising from her chair. Alex shrugged and then scooped Rebecca into his arms. She immediately wrapped her legs around his waist and rested her chin on his shoulder. Heading downstairs, Alex saw that everyone else had already gathered. Alex's girls were storing their things in their inventory, while Gir and Mimi, including Valerie, looked like they were heading to a resort rather than another world. Meanwhile, Maine and Dorio were standing next to a pile of bags, and Pilar and Falco had also prepared their gear. Falco, however, looked a little depressed, as if he didn't want to leave this world behind. "Everyone ready?" "Hold on for a couple more minutes," Alex said, signaling that he had some last-minute tasks to take care of. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Alex, with Rebecca still clinging to him, teleported to the parking lot to retrieve his car, motorcycle, and Falco's van. Alex figured the team would likely continue working together in other worlds. Rebecca, experiencing teleportation for the first time, covered her mouth with one hand, worried her dinner might try to make an exit. Alex gently patted her back in an attempt to calm her. "Forgot to mention, you should hold your breath, it's always like this the first time," Alex said with a smirk. Rebecca rolled her eyes at his joke and bit his neck in retaliation. Alex just chuckled and headed to where their vehicles were parked. After confirming everything was in order, he stored the car, motorcycle, and van in his inventory, satisfied that nothing was left behind. This time, Rebecca reacted quickly, holding her breath before the teleportation. When they reappeared in the living room, curious eyes turned toward Alex. "Where'd you go?" Lucy asked, raising an eyebrow. "Picking up the vehicles. No way I'm leaving my beauties behind in this world." "Also grabbed Falco's van. I think it might come in handy later," Alex replied, giving her a thumbs up. Falco brightened at this, clearly happy not to leave his van unattended. "So," Alex addressed the group, "do you want to keep your implants or start fresh, like regular people?" The girls quickly decided to part with their cyberware, realizing it wouldn't be useful in a world of magic. Pilar took one last look at his golden implants, sighed, and decided he could always get something similar again. Falco just shrugged, and Dorio agreed without hesitation. Maine sighed wistfully and admitted he'd already been planning to reduce his chrome after retiring. "All right then, relax," Alex said, activating his healing magic. He asked Hanako to step aside to avoid getting caught in the spell. Once she complied, a magical circle lit up beneath Alex, encompassing everyone. Their bodies glowed with a soft green light, and relieved sighs echoed through the room. Ignoring the sounds, Alex focused on the spell. When the healing process ended, a dull clang of falling metal resounded as their implants were shed. "Well, gotta say, this feels pretty nice," Maine noted, stretching and flexing. "No kidding. I'd forgotten what it's like to fully feel your body," Dorio added, raising her arms in a stretch. "Goodbye, my beauties." "I'll miss you," Pilar muttered wistfully, holding his golden implants against his cheek. Alex asked how everyone else was feeling. Lucy admitted that the sensation was strange but not unpleasant. Gloria noted that her skin felt softer, almost like it had been renewed. Kiwi simply nodded, saying she had gone through this before. Rebecca waved it off, stating that all she cared about was being able to shoot big guns and didn't give a damn about implants. "Well then, say your goodbyes to Night City. Our next stop is Orario, the city of adventurers and dungeons," Alex announced in an upbeat tone. Gloria glanced at Hanako, wanting to say a proper goodbye. But before she could approach, Hanako reassured her that she had a phone and they could stay in touch, so there was no need for farewells. Everyone took a final look at the streets of Night City, silently saying their goodbyes and preparing for a new adventure. Those gazing at the illuminated streets and the night sky above the city bid their farewells in their own way. Each had their own thoughts, having spent a long time in this city where they found friends and comrades who became like family. It was now time to part ways with the city, eternally stained with blood and death. After their silent goodbyes to the shared memories tied to Night City, they turned to Alex, signaling they were ready to move on. When everyone was ready, Alex summoned Yamato, slashed through the air, and opened a portal. "Grab your stuff and follow me," he commanded, heading toward the glowing portal. Alex and Rebecca, still clinging to him, stepped through the portal. They found themselves in a familiar forest, the place where Alex's journey in this world had begun. Following close behind, GIR, Mimi and Valerie burst out of the portal and immediately started acting like tourists, taking pictures of everything they saw. Alex shook his head with a smile and waited for the others. Rebecca took a deep breath of the fresh forest air and sighed contentedly. Finally, air that doesn't reek of chemicals and exhaust, she said, savoring the moment. Next, Gloria emerged from the portal, looking around in awe at the tall, green trees as if seeing them for the first time. Lucy and Kiwi followed, instantly sensing the difference between this world and their old one. Maine and Dorio came out hand in hand, enjoying the quiet serenity of the forest. Falco followed, inhaling deeply and breaking into a wide grin. Last to come through was Pilar, well, more like he flew out, landing face first in the dirt in a spectacular fashion. Alex smirked, guessing Pilar had been too scared to step through and had leaped in with his eyes closed. So, where are we now? Maine asked, glancing around. Not that I'm complaining, fresh air, trees. This place is like paradise for us, Chumba. Everyone nodded in agreement. Rebecca hopped off Alex's arms and began exploring the area with childlike curiosity, her movements resembling a kid's first time at a park. Gloria walked over to Alex, took his hand, and smiled softly. Alex felt the warmth of her palm and returned the smile, glad she found the place comforting. Lucy crouched down and touched the grass with her fingers, as if checking to see if it was real. Incredible. It's like a dream, she whispered. At that moment, the clicking of GIR's camera filled the silence, distracting everyone from their thoughts. The robot was methodically photographing everything around, while Mimi and Valerie pointed out what should be captured. Alex rolled his eyes and addressed the group. We're in a forest not far from the city. Didn't want us to suddenly appear in the middle of the streets and cause a commotion. So what are we waiting for? Let's go check out your fantasy city. And the girls too. Pilar said eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Alex gave him a disgusted look. Pilar, ugh. Rebecca mirrored her brother's tone and gave Pilar a disdainful glance. Noticing their expressions, Pilar dramatically turned away, put his hands behind his head, and started whistling. The group laughed, ready to move on. Alex, gathering everyone's belongings into his inventory, declared. Much better. It'll be easier to go without the bags. Noticing that everyone was ready, he continued, all right, let's stop by one place first. They have great food, you'll like it. The mention of food instantly energized the team. Alex, summoning Chastaful, turned it into a cushion to sit GIR, Valerie, and Mimi on, preventing them from escaping and finding adventures. The group began their journey. Along the way, everyone except Alex acted like tourists, marveling at the beauty of nature. When a caravan passed by, Falco was immediately taken with the idea of driving such a vehicle. Alex quickly put a stop to it. That's too slow. And don't forget about the bandits, they're here too. Upon reaching the city, the group froze, staring at the enormous tower that stretched into the clouds. Hey, Chumba, is that a dungeon? Maine asked, pointing at the tower. Yep, that's the one, Alex nodded. But the dungeon goes down, and this is Babylon. It used to just be an entrance, but later people built the tower. Now gods live in it, there are shops, and even Hephaestus has his own store there. A shopping center combined with apartments. Kiwi teased. Something like that, Alex smirked. But the apartments are insanely expensive. It's cheaper to build a mansion. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with interest. Lucy, holding Alex's hand, asked. How much does such a mansion cost? Well, if I remember correctly, you'd need to buy land and hire builders. On average, it'll cost around 20 million valis, Alex estimated. 20 million, the group exclaimed, stunned by the amount. Alex took a golden coin from his inventory to show them the currency. Maine took it in his hand and turned it over. Is this gold? Yep. But 20 million isn't such a huge sum if you know how to earn it. But let's take it one step at a time. Right now, we need to get into the city, Alex said, pointing toward the gates. Walking through the gates into the city, the group finally arrived in Orario. Everyone eagerly looked around, especially GIR and Mimi, who were taking pictures of everything they saw, clearly behaving like tourists. The group's clothing immediately drew the attention of the city's residents. It was too unusual, unfamiliar, and completely out of place with the local traditions. Alex, why are people looking at us like that? Gloria whispered, getting close to his ear. Everyone, including Gloria herself, could feel the intense gazes of passers-by. The group involuntarily stopped and looked at Alex, waiting for an explanation. Look at your clothes, and it'll be obvious, Alex smirked, pointing at their outfits. To them, you're like new exotic animals in a zoo. Until you change your clothes, these stares will follow you everywhere. The group quickly glanced at their outfits and then at the locals' clothing. The difference was obvious. They realized they would need to change their wardrobe to avoid standing out so much. Continuing their walk, Alex began to talk about the places to visit in the city, focusing on restaurants and street food. Is that all you know about places with food? Lucy remarked dryly, rolling her eyes. Just that Hestia loves good food, Alex shrugged. We've checked out all the decent places. The mention of Hestia immediately reminded the group of the tattoo on his back, the emblem of that goddess. You mean that Hestia, the one with the emblem on your back? Falco asked, glancing at Alex. Yeah, that one. I'm part of her family, or rather, her captain, Alex confirmed. As they moved on, they headed toward the Mistress of Fertility restaurant, which Alex had praised as the place with the best food. Gradually, the group began to get used to the local stares, but the quiet whispers of adventurers still made them uneasy. One strange word kept cropping up, Demon King. The group, almost as if on cue, turned their heads toward Alex, who, unfazed by the whispers, was calmly describing the city. Feeling their gazes, Alex turned to them, tilting his head slightly. What? He asked, confused. Do these adventurers know who you are? Dorio asked, looking at him with interest. Alex smirked, noticing that the question had piqued everyone's curiosity. No, they don't know. Demon King is just the title I've been given, he explained. What's a title? Rebecca asked, tilting her head. A title is like a nickname that gods give to adventurers, Alex began to explain. The easiest way to get a title is to level up. A harder way is to perform a heroic deed. But the gods love giving ridiculous nicknames. When I got my first title, I went on a crusade against the families of those gods to settle the score. And what title did they give you? Gloria raised an eyebrow. Something like Mad Rookie, or something like that. But they quickly changed it to Demon King. The group burst out laughing. Why did they call you that? Lucy asked through her giggles, still holding his hand. Because on my first day, I reached the 10th floor of the dungeon, and the next day, I killed a monster Rex with one strike, Alex answered dryly, trying not to delve into the unpleasant memories. Is that even hard? Rebecca asked curiously, tugging on his arm. For a beginner adventurer, yes, very hard. Usually, people gather entire teams to defeat a monster Rex, Alex explained. Seeing that the group still had questions, Alex patiently answered them, though with a hint of irony. Rebecca was only interested in the dungeon because she wanted to shoot monsters, while Lucy and Kiwi wanted to learn more about magic and how to study it. Alex explained two main ways to acquire magic. The first was to be born with a natural predisposition, and the second was to gain magical abilities through leveling up. When the difference between these two methods came up, Alex clarified, those who are born with a predisposition find it easier to learn spells, while magic gained through leveling up is usually limited to just one or two skills. After the explanation, Lucy and Kiwi nodded, deciding they would ask Alex to teach them magic when the time was right, although they understood his teaching methods could be tough. Upon reaching the Mistress of Fertility restaurant, Alex noticed the waitress standing at the entrance. Her presence clearly pleased him, which didn't escape the girls' attention. They became curious as to why Alex was so warmly reacting to this girl. Sneaking up, Alex tried to surprise the waitress. Anyanaya, hi, he said cheerfully. The waitress quickly turned around, frowning. I told you, not Anyanaya, just Anyanaya, she complained, but upon seeing Alex, her expression softened. Alexianaya, you're back, she exclaimed happily. I'm back, Alex confirmed with a smile. How have you been, Anyanaya? Not again. I'm Anyanaya, not Anyanaya, she grumbled, puffing her cheeks. Alex laughed loudly, teasing Anya. His group watched this exchange with interest. Alex, who is she? Rebecca asked suspiciously, squeezing his hand tighter. This is Anyanaya, and this is my group, Alex replied, introducing them to each other. Anya looked at Alex's companions, then at Rebecca, who still hadn't let go of his hand. Smiling, she greeted everyone. Did you bring them here to eat, Naya, or were you just passing by, Naya? Anya asked, tilting her head thoughtfully. To eat, of course. Is Ryu working today? Alex asked. She has the day off, Naya, Anya said, fluttering her ears. Alex nodded and asked to check if there was a free table. That's strange, commented Maine, adjusting his glasses. What exactly? Alex asked. Her Naya, Rebecca interjected, shrugging. You'll get used to it, you'll see even stranger things here. Now, let's go, and let's grab a table. And don't pay attention to what might happen once we go inside. And guys, don't try to flirt with the waitresses, because they'll easily tie you in knots. Especially you, Pilar, in this world, girls are way more dangerous than you can imagine, Alex warned, laughing at Pilar's flustered expression. The group couldn't quite understand what Alex meant about what might happen once they entered, but they shrugged and followed him. As soon as Alex's foot crossed the threshold of Mistress of Fertility, a rolling pin flew straight at his face, bouncing off with a dull thud. When the rolling pin hit the floor, the noise caught the attention of the patrons, who first looked at the furious Mamma Mia and then at Alex, the target of her flying rolling pin. But as soon as the patrons saw Alex, they quickly moved away, and everyone in Alex's group noticed it. Having taken a rolling pin to the forehead, Alex's eye started twitching. "Is this how you greet your guests?" Alex rolled his eyes. "Mia, you're going to be out of money at this rate. Disappeared for months, and now you come back with some strange company, and you're complaining." Mia huffed, gripping a frying pan. Rebecca eyed her suspiciously, but noticing that Alex was speaking to Mia like an old friend, she relaxed. After exchanging a few words with Mamma Mia, Alex found a table, but there wasn't enough seating, so he had to create a few extra chairs. For Gir and Mimi, he had prepared child-sized chairs with footrests. While the group was placing their orders, Alex continued to banter playfully with Mia, happy to be back in this place. To be continued. Chapter 150, Returning Home. Alex helped his group navigate the menu, as this place was entirely new to them, and they felt overwhelmed by the sheer variety of dishes. With a smile, he assured them that all the food in the restaurant was incredibly delicious but noticed their hesitation about the cost. Seeing this, Alex rolled his eyes and smirked. "Order whatever you want. Since I brought you here, it's my treat." Despite Alex's confidence, the group's unique appearance attracted the stares of other patrons. Their attire stood out sharply against the locals, and even sitting next to Alex, they could feel the weight of those curious gazes. Suddenly, a cat girl sneaked up on Alex, hugged him around the neck, and asked with a grin, "So, where's our dragon slayer been hiding for all these months?" Alex, unfazed by her touch, calmly replied, "Work, as usual." The scene immediately caught his group's attention. Their surprise was evident. They knew Alex had slain a dragon but hadn't expected him to be so popular with women. Rebecca frowned at the cat girl hugging him and, with slight irritation, asked, "Alex, who is she?" Noticing Rebecca's annoyance, Alex tousled her hair, trying to calm her. "This is Chloe Rollo. She loves pestering me, especially when I'm in my child form." Chloe smiled and nodded playfully. "Of course I do. You're so adorable when you're tiny." Alex introduced his group. "Chloe, this is my team. We've been working together recently. By the way, why are you calling me a dragon slayer?" "Well, after you disappeared, someone started a rumor that you defeated the one-eyed dragon on your own. So now you've got a new title," Chloe replied, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Alex nodded, wondering who could have spread that rumor. Most likely Hestia or Loki. One loved bragging, and the other couldn't keep her mouth shut. "Where's my little stalker?" "I don't see her around," he asked, looking around for a familiar girl with gray hair. Chloe laughed. "If you mean Seer, she's off today. She's probably training with Lady Freya." Alex pondered why Freya would take an interest in training Seer but quickly shifted focus back to the task at hand. He placed an order for the entire group, figuring it'd take too long for them to decide. Chloe took the order and left, her tail swaying as she walked away. "You're quite the popular guy," Maine remarked with a smirk. "Popularity isn't always a good thing," Alex muttered, rubbing his forehead. "It brings envy, and envy brings flocks of idiots looking to cause trouble. But it's entertaining." Maine laughed. Dorio grinned and added, "So, how'd you handle those idiots?" "Though I can already guess." Dorio had a good idea of Alex's methods and was just curious to hear him say it. Back in Night City, she'd often seen troublemakers harass women, only to leave with their limbs twisted in unnatural directions. The rest of the group shared Dorio's thoughts, especially the women. They'd already witnessed how Alex dealt with fools who tried flirting with them. Alex smirked and shrugged. "It's simple, break a few bones, throw in some intimidation, and no one bothers you again." After Alex's confirmation, no one seemed surprised. They simply shrugged, as if it were entirely expected. The conversation gradually shifted to more neutral topics, eventually landing on the dungeon. One of the questions raised concerned the dragon Alex had slain. Alex explained that the one-eyed dragon was a global calamity residing at the very bottom of the dungeon. Countless expeditions led by the strongest familiars had attempted to defeat it, but all had ended in failure. Lucy, unfamiliar with the true power of dragons, asked, "If there were so many expeditions, why couldn't they defeat it? Was it really that strong?" "It's because, 1,000 years ago, that dragon captured a powerful wind spirit and has been feeding on its strength ever since," Alex clarified. This prompted another question: how did the spirit enhance the dragon? Patiently, Alex explained that dragons are magical creatures capable of surviving solely on mana. Spirits, on the other hand, are massive concentrations of magical energy so potent they take on physical form. He also mentioned that spirits are categorized into lower and higher tiers and are aligned with various elements, the primary ones being fire, water, earth, and air. "Ugh, that's way too much information." Rebecca groaned, laying her head on the table in mock exhaustion. Alex chuckled and patted her hair to comfort her. Honestly, meeting a spirit is incredibly rare, so this information isn't that practical. If you want more details about the dungeon, I've got notes at home, he said with a smile. As he spoke, the waitresses approached their table, one of them being Aisha. They brought out the dishes, and Alex, noticing her in her waitress uniform, teased her with a grin. Looks like you're getting used to this waitress gig, huh? Aisha simply rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in entertaining his remark. Once she left, Rebecca couldn't hold back and blurted out. Alex, do you know every woman in the city or what? He replied calmly. Aisha and 2 other women used to serve under a certain goddess. I helped them escape, and now they work here. Hearing his explanation, Rebecca relaxed, though she still made her irritation known by giving Alex a light kick under the table. Alex just laughed, amused by her jealousy. All right, dig in. After we eat, we'll head to my place, and I'll introduce you to my family, he said as he began eating. Hearing that they'd visit Alex's home, everyone was excited, though the women in his team seemed noticeably tense. Only Gloria remained composed, she'd interacted with goddesses before. The others, however, felt a tinge of nervousness about meeting them. Alex couldn't help but imagine how Hestia and Rebecca would react to each other. They were so similar, almost like twins with slight differences. Meanwhile, everyone began tasting the food, and their reactions were unanimous, wide eyes and pure amazement. None of them could resist the flavor of fresh dishes, a stark contrast to the synthetic food they had grown accustomed to. They quickly turned into starving ghosts, devouring the food at an alarming pace. Alex laughed at their reaction, unable to blame them. After all, synthetic meals had been their staple for so long. Thinking about food, Alex's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled an anime centered around a cooking school. He entertained the idea of taking his family to that world to enjoy some of the finest cuisine. He also chuckled at the thought of people discovering that they were cooking for actual goddesses. It would surely be hilarious to witness their reactions. Alex laughed at their reactions but finally said, "Take your time, the food isn't going anywhere." His words cooled the enthusiasm of the group of starving ghosts, and they began eating more calmly, except for 3 troublemakers, namely Gir, Mimi, and Valeri, who continued to devour their food without a care in the world. Alex shot the trio a dry look but chose not to interfere, though he made a mental note to work on their discipline later. The rest of the group savored their meals slowly, marveling aloud at how delicious the food was. Pillar even started tearing up, repeatedly declaring that he could never go back to the synthetic garbage he used to eat in their previous world. Rebecca nodded in agreement with her brother but added that she wouldn't give up burgers. Hearing Rebecca mention burgers, Alex's eye twitched. If not for Gloria, who took care of home-cooked meals, Alex suspected Rebecca would live on burgers alone. Looking around at the others, Alex was surprised to see Lucy happily enjoying a salad. "Since when did you become a vegetarian?" Alex asked, noticing her focus on the salad. "I'll have time for meat later." "But fresh salad?" "This is my first time trying one," she replied, pointing a fork with a piece of salad at Alex. Raising his hands in mock surrender, Alex decided not to interfere with her and her salad. He turned his attention to Gloria, who was quietly enjoying her meal. She gave him a warm smile, and he returned it. Shifting his gaze, he noticed Kiwi also eating salad like Lucy. Only Rebecca continued behaving like a starving ghost, prompting another wave of laughter from Alex. "This really is delicious," Falco remarked, complimenting the food. Alex smiled, pleased to see his team enjoying themselves. Nodding thoughtfully, he added, "Street food, especially during festivals, is amazing too. You'd love the variety of snacks." The group listened intently, continuing to enjoy their meal. "Speaking of festivals," Alex said, stroking his chin lightly, "there's a universe with an entire school dedicated to cooking." Everyone immediately turned their attention to Alex, their curiosity piqued. "An entire school?" Rebecca asked, barely chewing her food. "Yes, and a huge one. During their festivals, you can try food of every kind imaginable," Alex replied, wiping Rebecca's mouth with a napkin. "We have to go there," Lucy said enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. Alex smirked. He wasn't opposed to visiting the school himself. He was curious to see if the food was as incredible as it was portrayed in the anime. However, he made a mental note to steer clear of the pale-faced father of Nakiri Arena. Alex could already imagine turning his life into a nightmare, or just sending Gir after him. The group bombarded Alex with questions about the school, and he eagerly shared details. He explained how the school worked, how most students were expelled before graduating, and how those who survived the rigorous program became part of the culinary elite. "I wouldn't be surprised if there's a school out there teaching people how to be heroes," Maine joked with a grin. Alex shot him a dry look. "You're joking, right?" Maine asked cautiously, noticing his reaction. "Unfortunately, no. That world actually exists." Nearly 99% of its population has some kind of ability, ranging from completely useless ones like speed reading to creating black holes, Alex explained, shaking his head. Seriously? Maine muttered, realizing his joke had hit closer to the truth than he'd expected. Lucy became intrigued by the world of heroes, but Alex honestly admitted that he didn't plan on going there anytime soon. Actually, any world you can imagine probably exists. So I recommend not getting too fixated on it, Alex added, trying to distract the group from endless speculation. Despite his words, the group continued asking questions. Alex then decided to talk about the worlds of cultivators, where beings spend hundreds of years just to slightly increase their power. Are you serious? They just sit in one place for decades, sometimes even centuries, just to get a little stronger. Pilar exclaimed, not understanding how anyone could live like that. That sounds like hell, Rebecca agreed, convinced she couldn't sit still for that long. Alex smirked. Those worlds seem completely pointless to me. Especially their incredible egos. Imagine this, you accidentally bump into one of these so-called young masters, and they start yelling, "Do you know who my father is?" or "Do you know who my master is?" Then, if you kill him, his entire family comes after you, each one repeating the same thing. Sounds like a constant headache, Pilar concluded, shrugging. Exactly, Alex nodded. But that's not all. Imagine, all these generations literally consider themselves superior beings. They think the world revolves around their families and their ambitions. Everyone nodded in agreement with Alex's words. It was precisely for these kinds of people that he had no interest in visiting such worlds. As a joke, Alex decided to describe how things went in these worlds, especially regarding the so-called hypocrisy of the so-called righteous sects. Everyone immediately understood that all worlds were the same, just the power levels changed, but everything else was the same, especially human hypocrisy. Alex nodded in agreement with their words about hypocrisy. He once again shook his head, not understanding these people. If you're a villain, then act like one, and don't hide behind so-called righteousness. After finishing the meal, everyone leaned back in their chairs with satisfied expressions. Watching their relaxed state, Alex smiled. He was happy that the food from this world was enjoyed by everyone. Well, now that everyone is full, it's time to go meet everyone, he said with a smile, standing up from the table. Alex headed to Mamma Mia to pay for the meal. As he approached the tavern owner, he mentioned that he had personally made the new tables for the establishment, which the customers had liked, and also expanded the space. After a brief but heated argument, he managed to negotiate a small discount. Returning to the group with a satisfied look, Alex saw that everyone was already ready to go. He carefully seated Gir, Mimi, and Valeria on cushions to make sure they wouldn't run off while the others waited for him. "Carry me, I can't walk anymore," Rebecca said petulantly, stretching her arms out to Alex. Smiling, Alex allowed her to climb onto his back. Wrapping her arms and legs around him comfortably, Rebecca settled in, and Alex led the group through the lively streets. Gradually, the crowd thinned, and one of the companions noticed this. "Why are there so few people here?" someone asked. "My mansion is further from the main streets, so it's usually quiet around here," Alex explained. When the group arrived at their destination, a large mansion appeared before them, standing out against the backdrop of the deserted street. "Why is your house in such a place?" Lucy asked, holding Alex's hand. "There used to be an abandoned church here, where Hestia and I lived," he replied calmly. "A demon living in a church? That's a new one," Falco smirked. Hearing Falco's comment, Alex also laughed, and their laughter was quickly joined by the entire group. Laughing along the way, the group reached the gates of the mansion grounds, which Alex opened easily and called for the others to follow him. Once on the property, everyone began to look around, once again noticing how sharply the mansion's grounds contrasted with the other places on this street. Alex allowed them to explore and walked up to the entrance. Once they stopped examining the surroundings, the group caught up with Alex, and everyone waited for him to open the door so they could see what the inside of his mansion looked like. Gripping the door handle, Alex turned his head to check if anyone was nervous or if everything was all right. Seeing that everyone seemed fine, Alex smiled, already anticipating the others' reactions to the residents of his house. "I'm home," he shouted loudly, swinging the door open. This sudden exclamation surprised the companions, but seeing the joyful expression on Alex's face, they realized he was just happy to be back. Seconds later, a loud noise came from the second floor, as if someone was running and knocking everything in their path over. Everyone's eyes turned to the staircase. "Elise," came Hestia's voice as she rushed down the stairs. Alex opened his arms, and in an instant, a dark-haired rocket flew into them. Hestia wrapped her arms and legs around him, showering his face with kisses, not paying any attention to the strangers. The others' eyes widened in surprise, especially when they noticed how much Hestia and Rebecca resembled each other, same hairstyles, similar behavior. "Am I hallucinating, or does Rebecca have a twin sister?" Falco muttered, rubbing his eyes. Falco's words made the group members who hadn't seen Hestia nod in agreement, amazed by how much Hestia and Rebecca looked alike. "I missed you too," Alex said, hugging Hestia tighter. Hestia smiled happily, resting her head on his shoulder. But her gaze quickly met Rebecca's amber-red eyes, which were watching her closely. It looked as though two twin sisters were finally meeting after a long time. However, Hestia's attention quickly shifted to the others. Her gaze landed on Gloria, who was waving at her. "What are you yelling for, shrimp?" came the familiar voice of Loki from the upper floor. Hestia, still scanning the guests, tensed up at Loki's sarcastic comment. Black lines appeared on her forehead. Alex sighed quietly, knowing that the next round of their eternal rivalry was about to begin. "Why are you squealing, flat-chested?" Hestia retorted, raising her voice in response. Hearing Hestia's shouts, Loki couldn't wait any longer. She rushed down from the second floor and immediately noticed Hestia hanging off Alex, hugging him. Quickly scanning the group that had come with Alex, Loki spotted Gloria, who waved at her cheerfully. Loki barely paid any attention to the strangers. What was far more important was settling things with Hestia. But her gaze suddenly locked onto the girl clinging to Alex's back, who looked strikingly similar to Hestia. "Damn it, the shrimp learned to reproduce," Loki muttered, her eyes wide in shock. Her comment immediately sparked the same reaction from both shrimp. Black lines appeared on both Hestia's and Rebecca's foreheads, and their eyes flared with outrage. "What did you say, redhead, / what did you say, flat-chested?" they both snapped in unison, glaring at Loki with menacing looks. Without wasting time, Hestia and Rebecca jumped off Alex and marched toward Loki, clearly intending to settle the score. Alex just smirked as he watched the scene unfold. Loki's face, showing genuine terror, spoke volumes. This situation promised to be entertaining. "Rebecca, no shooting." "But fighting's allowed," Alex warned lazily, fully aware of the personalities of both girls. Rebecca ignored his words and eagerly started arguing with Loki. The poor goddess, facing such a fierce gremlin for the first time, couldn't figure out how to defend herself from her verbal onslaught. "My eyes are already doubling," Pilar muttered, rubbing his eyes. "Feels like I got another sister." "Tell me about it." "I feel the same way," Maine added, stunned by what was happening. Alex laughed as he heard their comments, then turned to Lucy, who had quietly taken his hand. "Is it always like this with them?" she asked, watching the three argue. "Pretty much. Loki and Hestia have been rivals since the Divine Realm, and since moving here, their competition has only intensified," Alex explained, holding back his laughter. "So that's Hestia," Falco remarked, observing the noisy clash. "That's her. When I first saw Rebecca, I was also shocked by how much they look alike," Alex replied with a grin. The group nodded in agreement, fully sharing his surprise. Realizing it was time to end the commotion, Alex walked over to the girls and, without hesitation, grabbed both of them by the scruff. "All right, enough fighting, let's start by introducing ourselves," he said calmly, as though addressing unruly children. Loki immediately saw her lifeline and scrambled behind Alex. She could handle just one Hestia, but when there were two opponents, Loki could no longer resist. Especially against Rebecca, who expressed herself so vividly that it felt like blood could come out of her ears at any moment. "Right. 2 shrimps against me alone, that's not fair," she muttered, peeking out from behind his shoulder. Hestia and Rebecca, hearing her words, started to resist, trying to break free from Alex's grip. "And you calm down too, Loki," he said firmly, letting the girls down onto the floor. Turning to Loki, Alex flicked her on the forehead, making the goddess pout in embarrassment. "Ouch. You were supposed to protect me, I'm your fiancé." Loki huffed, rubbing her forehead. "Actually, Hestia and Rebecca are also my fiancés, so I need to make sure you don't wreck the mansion," Alex replied dryly. Alex rolled his eyes at Loki's pouty face, and he became curious about where everyone else was, since with all the noise and shouting from the two goddesses, everyone should have come up by now. But only Loki and Hestia had arrived. "All right, that's for later. Where is everyone? Where are the girls? Where's Freya and Hephaestus?" Alex asked, realizing that only Hestia and then Loki had come down after his shout. "The girls went to the dungeon because after your fight with the dragon, all the monsters in the dungeon became stronger. And Freya left for some business of her own, while Hephaestus went to her shop or forge," Hestia replied, nodding and explaining where everyone had gone. Alex nodded calmly after hearing that the monsters in the dungeon had become stronger. It didn't surprise him, the amount of mana he had poured into the core was massive. "All right, show the guests around, and I'll go find Hephaestus and Freya," he said, turning to Loki and Hestia. "What about the souvenirs?" Loki asked with a slightly hurt tone, crossing her arms. Alex rolled his eyes, easily guessing the true intention behind the goddess's words. She was clearly not talking about souvenirs but alcohol from another world, which he could bring. "There will be souvenirs, but only when everyone's here," Alex declared, pinching Loki's nose to calm her down. "For now, show our guests some hospitality. We have visitors from another universe for the first time. Hestia and Loki exchange glances, carefully scanning the group behind Alex once again, and finally realized that they had missed an important detail. Indeed, people from another world had arrived with him. They knew Gloria, but the others were unfamiliar. Nodding to Alex, both goddesses agreed to take the initiative. Alex, confirming that the two goddesses had calmed down, turned to his group, who were watching their interaction with evident curiosity. Make yourselves comfortable for now. I'll be back soon, he said, waving his hand. Without wasting any time, Alex teleported to Freya's apartment. He found her teaching Seer something important. When they saw him, both women were momentarily confused, but before they could say or do anything, Alex picked them both up in his arms. We have guests at home, he explained briefly before transporting them to the living room. Freya and Seer found themselves in the center of a room full of people and immediately felt dozens of gazes on them. Just as they were recovering from the shock and were about to ask questions, Alex disappeared once again, not giving them a chance. This time, Alex teleported to Hephaestus's personal shop. The goddess was sitting behind the counter, focused on writing something in a notebook. When she saw the bright flash of teleportation, she looked up and smiled, recognizing him immediately. Alex! Hephaestus exclaimed, standing up to approach and hug him. But before she could do so, Alex skillfully lifted her into his arms. No time, we have guests at home, he said with his usual ease. Hephaestus merely sighed, not having the chance to object, as Alex had already teleported them to the living room. Finding herself in the midst of the noisy crowd, she looked around in surprise before Alex set her down. All right, now it's time to get the others, he said calmly, disappearing in another flash of light. Alex appeared on the first floor of the dungeon, placed his hand on the wall, and activated his ability to detect the magical signatures of the girls. They were on the Goliath floor, and it seemed they were fighting it. Wonder what's keeping them, Alex muttered, teleporting directly to them. He found himself between the girls and the Goliath, who had already entered his berserk mode. Wasting no time, Alex snapped his fingers, and the Rex monster collapsed dead, never realizing what had happened. Yo, I'm back, he said with a smile, lazily raising his hand in greeting. To be continued. Chapter 151, time to get to know each other. Hestia's family group slowly descended into the depths of the dungeon, heading for the 17th floor, where the monster Rex Goliath resided. They encountered far more monsters than before, especially after that memorable battle between Alex and the dragon. No one knew exactly why the number and strength of monsters had increased, but everyone understood it had something to do with Alex. The debates on this topic never ceased, whether it was his fault intentionally or by accident didn't matter much. Right now, the girls were fighting off a horde of minotaurs that had filled the passage. Their number seemed endless, and the new mutations only made the situation worse. If minotaurs used to stand just above 2 meters tall, now they had grown a head taller and became more massive. When Alex comes back from that world, I'll definitely let him know. He's the one to blame for the monsters getting stronger. Lily fumed, striking one of the minotaurs. Lily's strike punched a hole through the minotaur's chest, sending it flying into its brethren, knocking them down like bowling pins. The force of her blow sent the minotaur sailing through the ranks of its fellow beasts, crashing into the wall and turning into a bloody pulp, splattered across it. After the minotaur's death, only a bloody stain remained on the wall, along with an energy crystal that was larger than the usual ones dropped by the minotaurs upon their death. Lily noticed her strike had thinned the ranks of the minotaurs. She crouched and grabbed hold of the stone floor, effortlessly lifting a stone slab. As soon as the slab was lifted, Lily slammed it down, sending stone shrapnel flying toward the horde of minotaurs. Who are you trying to fool, you perverted hobbit? When Alex comes back, you won't complain, you'll just jump on him right away. Daphne remarked coldly, giving Lily a contemptuous look. She swung her massive club, scattering minotaurs in all directions. Daphne's strikes turned the unfortunate beasts into bloody mush, while those who were lucky enough were sent flying into the walls or into their comrades. Lily's face immediately flushed with both anger and embarrassment. She grabbed one of the minotaurs by the leg, spun around with it like a hammer, and hurled it at Daphne. Well, of course, that's your favorite tactic when you don't know how to respond. Daphne smirked. She easily swatted the flying body away with her club, like a seasoned baseball player, sending the minotaur back into the horde. Girls, can we stop already? We're in the middle of a battle. Cassandra snapped, placing another enhancement on her allies. Cassandra clearly missed the quiet days at home when she could watch the shows Alex had recorded for her. Her irritation only grew when she noticed a minotaur emerging from the wall beside her, ready to strike. The monster suddenly froze, and then its body fell apart under the force of a powerful wind. Cassandra, didn't you forget what Alex always told you? Be more aware in battle, Ryu chided, walking closer. Cassandra glanced at the dismembered minotaur and nodded glumly, muttering her thanks. She knew Ryu was right, but the desire to go home and retreat to her room still lingered. Ryu noticed the shift in her friend's mood and quickly changed the subject. And by the way, stop arguing. Look at Haruheim and Bella. They're working together seamlessly and not getting distracted. Learn from them. Haruheim and Bella were indeed focused on their task. Haruheim moved with such grace while wielding her katana that her fight resembled a dance. Bella, armed with a pair of short knives, skillfully maneuvered between enemies, striking vital points. Instead of criticizing, you could help out yourself, instead of just giving advice. Lily snapped, slamming the head of another minotaur into the floor. I'm here to watch over you and prevent the trouble you seem to find wherever you go, Ryu responded calmly, sending another wave of wind blades toward the horde. The battle continued, and the girls gave it their all. The minotaurs, although stronger, were not a serious threat to them. The real challenge was dealing with their numbers. When the last of the horde was defeated, the group finally allowed themselves a brief rest. Remind me why we're down here instead of peacefully sitting at home watching shows. Cassandra grumbled, drawing circles on the floor with her staff. Because Bella leveled up and wanted to fight Goliath on her own, like we all did before her, Daphne explained, leaning on her club. The girls exchanged tired glances and began preparing for the next stage of their adventure. The girl they were talking about was collecting crystals when she overheard their conversation. Bella shyly turned her head toward Cassandra and smiled, mentally apologizing for making her leave the room. Cassandra, recalling the reason they were in the dungeon, shuddered as she remembered how Alex had made her fight Goliath alone. This was the trial that all the girls in Hestia's family had to go through. Alex wanted to see how much stronger each of them had become after their training and level-ups. Cassandra had suffered the most, as she was used to staying in the rear, applying buffs, and healing her allies. Unlike her, Daphne and Lily enjoyed these challenges, competing to see who could defeat Goliath the fastest. At this point, Lily was in the lead. She had managed to knock the monster down and destroy the giant's head with a single blow. We've collected everything, Ryu-san. We can move on, Haruheim said with a sweet smile, handing Ryu the pouch with crystals. Ryu nodded gratefully, took the pouch, and placed it in her inventory to later sell the crystals at the guild. After resting, the girls continued toward the 17th floor. Along the way, they didn't encounter hordes of monsters, just small groups, each with no less than 10 creatures. Lily began complaining again. These monsters have become more numerous since that battle Alex had with the dragon. I wonder when he'll come back. Do you miss him, Ryu? Lily asked, walking beside the elf. I'd be lying if I said I don't miss him. For us, it's only been a couple of months, but for him, maybe much longer. But I'm sure he'll return soon and explain why he was delayed in that futuristic world full of technology, Ryu replied with a slight smile. The girls nodded in agreement. They had already heard the goddess's explanations about the world where Alex got stuck, and it had left them quite stunned. A world based on technology seemed strange and foreign to them. I'm more worried that he's going to start some kind of cult in this new world, Ryu sighed, recalling Alex's antics. Knowing him, he'll definitely pull something off, probably using the name of the pasta monster, Daphne added with a laugh. Ryu couldn't help but agree. She knew well that her fiancé's chaotic nature often turned into trouble for those who accidentally found themselves caught up in his mischief. On the way, the girls discussed various topics, including speculations about the world where Alex was. Although they had watched shows about the modern world, the one Alex had entered seemed incredibly advanced. I think he'll create some dangerous weapon using the technology from that world, Cassandra said thoughtfully. Everyone agreed with this assumption. If Alex had previously created magical weapons, in a technologically advanced world, he would have even more possibilities. They didn't know yet that Alex had managed to create 2 chaotic creatures who worshipped the Emperor of Mankind and were obsessed with milkshakes. Furthermore, he had returned home with a clone of Hestia named Rebecca, who was her complete opposite. While Hestia was sweet and caring, Rebecca was a walking gremlin obsessed with weapons. Upon reaching the 17th floor, the girls stopped at the wall where Goliath was supposed to appear. Bella positioned herself in the center of the room, preparing for battle, while the others took their places in the distance. Half an hour later, a huge hand appeared from the wall. Goliath was beginning to awaken. Good luck, Bella, the girls shouted in unison. Bella turned around, gave them a thumbs up, and refocused. When Goliath fully emerged from the wall, he let out a deafening roar, sending out a sonic wave. Bella tightened her grip on her short knives and braced herself. The monster quickly charged at her, then, gaining speed, swung its foot. Bella reacted just in time, jumping up and using Goliath's movement to propel herself toward the ceiling. Securing herself with her knives, she assessed the situation. The enraged monster noticed her and growled, glaring at the ceiling. Bella, pushing off from her position, charged straight at him, ready to attack. Goliath saw Bella flying toward him and instantly extended his hand, attempting to grab her. However, the girl, displaying agility, elegantly dodged, rolled along the giant's massive arm, and, landing on her feet, sprinted toward his face. Her movements were fast and precise, as if she was prepared for any reaction from the opponent. Reaching the optimal point for a jump, Bella pushed off Goliath's forearm and launched herself toward his face. Remembering Alex's teachings that one should always strike vulnerable spots, eyes, mouth, ears, or internal organs if possible, she focused on her target. Her knife struck one of the monster's eyes with precision. Goliath roared in pain, but Bella didn't stop. After several more strikes, she pushed herself backward, doing a flip and landing on the ground. Wasting no time, she charged toward Goliath's legs, intending to sever his tendons to limit his movement. The other girls watched the battle, ready to intervene if the situation spiraled out of control. Each of them assessed Bella's actions in their own way. She's really grown. She's learned Alex's lessons well, Daphne remarked, watching Bella skillfully target the monster's weak spots. I think even without his lessons, she could have reached this level, though it would have taken her more time, Ryu replied thoughtfully. Are you talking about those words of his, that she has the potential to become a hero? Lily asked, with a hint of skepticism. Ryu nodded in agreement, and Lily, remembering Alex's words, couldn't help but acknowledge, Bella had truly proven herself a genius in battle. Her progress in just a few months was incredible. Meanwhile, the fight was intensifying. Goliath was becoming increasingly enraged, his strikes growing more chaotic, and his movements unpredictable. Bella skillfully dodged, using the monster's attack momentum to gain an advantage. When Goliath struck the ground with his fist, creating a shockwave, Bella pulled back and noticed an opportunity for a counterattack. She darted forward and plunged her knife into his hand. Reflexively, Goliath jerked his hand up, lifting Bella, who, using the momentum, drew her weapon and soared toward the ceiling. Pushing off the stone surface, she prepared for the final strike. However, suddenly, it was all over. With a snap of his fingers, a huge hole appeared in Goliath's chest. The monster staggered and collapsed. Bella froze in midair, staring in bewilderment at the suddenly appearing Alex. Hey, I've been waiting for you for a while, he said calmly, looking at the stunned girls. Bella, losing her balance, began to fall. Alex, noticing this, instinctively stretched out his hands and caught her. The girl's face instantly turned red as she didn't know what to say. What were you doing on the ceiling? Alex asked with curiosity, still holding her in his arms. Bella, still stunned, tried to process what had just happened. The girls standing nearby quickly realized that Alex had returned, and joyfully surprised expressions lit up in their eyes. Alex! Lily shouted, running toward him. Alex gently lowered Bella to the ground and opened his arms for Lily. The girl, charging at him, jumped with such force that the stone floor cracked. Hey, you've gotten stronger, my little Bilbo, Alex smirked, embracing her. Lily, pressing against his chest, looked up and muttered, I told you, I'm a hobbit girl, not a boy. Her embarrassed gaze only made Alex smile, but the other girls, watching the scene, couldn't hide their delight. Alex was back, and everything was right again. Alex smiled, tousling Lily's hair. He had missed every member of his family and was happy to be back with them. While he hugged Lily, the other girls moved closer. After releasing her, Alex looked at each of them, his beloved elf Ryu, the shy fox girl Haroheim, the rascal Daphne, and the eternally sleepy Cassandra, who looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Lowering Lily to the ground, Alex extended his arms toward Ryu and pulled her into a tight embrace. I missed you, Ryu whispered, pressing against him. I missed you too, Alex replied, hugging her a little tighter. Then he leaned down and gently kissed her. Ryu responded to the kiss, and their brief moment of intimacy brought a warm smile to everyone around. After that, Alex shifted his gaze to Haroheim and noticed that she now had an additional tail. When he left, she had 3, and now there were 4. Well done, Haroheim. You keep getting stronger, he praised her with a smile. Extending his arms to her, he added, come on, come here, you deserve a hug too. Haroheim shyly smiled and hesitantly approached him. As she hugged Alex, she wrapped her fluffy tails around him, holding him tightly. This gesture showed how much she had missed him. Alex hugged her back, savoring the moment. Even when she loosened her grip, her tails remained tightly wrapped around him, but he simply smiled, he had grown used to her habit. Who's next? Alex asked with a smirk, looking at Daphne and Cassandra. The two exchanged glances and shrugged. They approached and hugged him from both sides, expressing their joy at his return. It got too quiet without you, Daphne confessed with a grin. It was even strange, added Cassandra. Alex laughed, releasing them. Oh, I almost forgot, he slapped his forehead. I came for you because we have guests. Time to go home. Grab onto me. The girls perked up, curious about who the guests were. They surrounded Alex, Daphne and Cassandra grabbed his clothes, Lily and Ryu held his hands, and Haroheim, not letting go of her tails, simply pressed herself closer. Bella carefully grabbed his back. A magical sigil glowed beneath them, and the entire group vanished, appearing in the living room of the house. As soon as the girls saw the guests, their attention was immediately drawn to one of them, Rebecca. Her resemblance to Hestia was so striking that their eyes widened. Rebecca, noticing that Alex had returned with another group of girls, furrowed her brow, veins appearing on her forehead. She clearly hadn't expected Alex to be so popular. Lucy, seeing her friend's distress, gently patted her back, trying to calm her down. Alex smiled as he was about to approach the table, but he was stopped by Haruhime's tails, which were still holding onto him. Gently freeing himself from her fluffy grip, he walked over to the table, where everyone was already waiting. The guests and the returned girls examined each other, trying to figure out who was who. For goddesses at the table especially stood out, their beauty simply breathtaking. Freya, as always, looked elegant, sipping tea as if she were an aristocrat. Alex walked up to the table and stood behind Freya to begin the introductions. Waiting until everyone had sat down, he addressed the group. First of all, let me introduce you, this is Freya, the goddess of love, beauty, and war. And she's my fiancée, he said, placing his hands on her shoulders. Freya gently took his hand, and everyone noticed the ring on her ring finger. This caused envious glances among the men from Maine's group, though they tried to ignore the goddess of war part. Alex continued, moving on to Loki. And this is Loki, the goddess of lies and mischief. But if you sit down to play a game with her, you can prepare to go home without your pants. Oh, and yes, she's also my fiancée. Hey, what's this nonsense? Loki exclaimed, jumping up from her seat. Laughter and light chaos filled the room, but there was so much warmth and joy in it that everyone could feel it. Alex had returned, and with him, the familiar cheerfulness. Alex only smiled slightly at Loki's angry retort, but suddenly, Hestia's loud laughter broke out, drawing everyone's attention. The goddess, holding her stomach, laughed wholeheartedly and even pointed at Loki, which only added fuel to the fire. Before another argument could start, Alex gently placed his hand on Hestia's head, calming her down a bit. A few gentle strokes, and he was petting both goddesses on their heads, preventing the approaching conflict. As you can see, this lovely miracle is Hestia, Alex said, still smiling, the goddess of home, family, and the guardian of the hearth. And as I already mentioned, she's also my fiancée. How do they know me? Hestia asked, lifting her blue eyes in surprise. They saw my tattoo, Alex explained. And I told them what it means. The group looked closely at Hestia. Her friendly aura brought a strange sense of calm, as if everyone had suddenly found themselves in a cozy home from the past. The contrast with Rebecca, whose way of solving problems often involved shooting, was obvious. Moving on, Alex approached Hephaestus. This is Hephaestus, the goddess of fire, blacksmithing, and inventions. The most skilled of all blacksmiths. And yes, she's also my fiancée, he added with a light chuckle. The group's eyes widened, the news that Alex was engaged to 4 goddesses seemed like a surreal dream. But quickly gathering their thoughts, many decided it was easier to just ignore everything related to Alex for the sake of their mental health. Next were the girls from Hestia's family. This little hobbit is Lily, Alex introduced, ruffling her hair. Despite her height, she can take down an opponent with one strike. One strike? Falco asked, looking at Lily skeptically. Alex noticed the group's doubts and clarified. Lily was the first one I started training. Thanks to her training, she became so strong that usually one hit is enough to send an enemy to the afterlife. Now, as they looked at her, their gazes were mixed with concern. A small, fragile girl, and yet, a deadly fighter. Alex moved on to Ryu, gently massaging her cheeks. This is Ryu, he began. She's my elf and my fiancée. She works at the very restaurant where we had lunch recently. Ryu smiled at Lucy and Kiwi, who in turn examined her with interest, noting the ring that matched the ones worn by Alex's other fiancées. Next were Daphne and Cassandra. These two are Daphne and Cassandra. They became part of Hestia's family after certain events. Daphne is a real troublemaker, and Cassandra is a lazy potato who dreams of never leaving her room, Alex joked. Daphne simply rolled her eyes and waved it off, while Cassandra modestly nodded. Then Alex approached Haruhime. She immediately wrapped her tails around him. This charming demigoddess is Haruhime, Alex explained, gently stroking her tails. Her ancestor was blessed by the goddess Inari long before the modern blessing system came about. Perhaps one day Haruhime herself will become a goddess. Freya supported Alex's words. Darling is right. In the past, gods transferred their power differently. But over time, the blessing system changed, and statuses appeared. Finally, Alex approached Bella, beginning to pet her head. This is Bella, he said. Her ancestors were heroes, and she too could become a hero if she desires. The demon king who trains a hero. Maine chuckled. Sounds like a bad joke. Life is full of surprises, Alex replied cheerfully. Maine found nothing to retort to Alex's words. Alex clearly didn't resemble the typical demon king from legends. He had said that he called himself that only because he was the first demon created by a god. Having finished introducing his family, Alex turned to his group from the cyberpunk world. First in line was Gloria. She was the first person he had met in that world. I've introduced my family. Now, let's move on to those I've spent the last few months with in another world, Alex began, approaching Gloria. Let's start with Gloria. She gave me a home, care, and helped me settle in the new world. As often happens, feelings developed between us, and now she's my fiancée. At these words, Gloria's cheeks flushed slightly. She waved at the girls who had already heard about her but hadn't met her in person yet. The goddesses greeted her with smiles, especially Freya, who was happy that Gloria had found her happiness. Hephaestus also smiled at her kindly, but when their eyes met, she noticed a faint sense of guilt on Gloria's face. Gloria understood that Hephaestus might figure out how Alex had involved others in the cult of the flying spaghetti monster. While Gloria and the goddesses exchanged looks, Alex approached Rebecca, who was already giving him a disapproving glance. Now, our little gremlin, Rebecca, he began with a slight smirk, twirling her braids. Don't let her cute and harmless appearance fool you, she's incredibly dangerous. There's a saying in the human world, once a year, even a stick shoots. Well, Rebecca is the kind of person who can make that stick shoot at any moment. Her genius in weapon creation is astonishing. Together, we've developed many interesting things. And as they say, like attracts like, we got married. Hephaestus looked at Rebecca in surprise, comparing her to Hestia. They both looked cute, but Alex had just explained how dangerous Rebecca really was. Weapons. The kind that shoot bullets. Hephaestus asked, recalling details about firearms. Exactly, Alex confirmed. I have tons of data on how to create them. When I combine my old and new workshops, you're welcome to come see how everything works. Rebecca will be happy to demonstrate her masterpieces. I guarantee, you'll be impressed. Hearing the praise, Rebecca straightened up proudly. The girls from Alex's family exchanged glances, noticing how much she resembled Hestia, even in the little things, like the proud puffing of her chest. Loki, casting a quick glance at Rebecca, headed toward the bar, muttering something about another little competitor. Next up is my sweet cat Lucina, or simply Lucy, Alex said, wrapping his arms around the girl's neck. She's as cute and lazy as a real cat. Lucy has always taken on the role of gathering information. And of course, she's also my fiancée. Lucy smiled warmly at the goddesses, feeling comfortable among them. Once she reassured herself, she stopped being nervous. Then Alex approached Kiwi and placed his chin on top of her head. This cold girl is Kiwi. Her apparent aloofness is the result of life circumstances. She grew up in an orphanage and sent most of her salary there. She's also my fiancée. Freya looked thoughtfully at Kiwi, mentally evaluating her actions. Taking care of an orphanage, especially when you can't protect yourself, was worthy of respect. Hestia, in the meantime, silently added more points in Kiwi's favor. Next, Alex moved on to Maine and Dorio, who were sitting next to each other. This is Maine, kind of the leader of our group of lunatics, and his girlfriend, Dorio. Maine is an ex-soldier, and calling him reasonable is a stretch, but only Dorio can keep him in check. By the way, she used to be a cage fighter and hits like a pro. Hey, what do you mean by unreasonable? Maine protested, raising an eyebrow. Do you want me to remind you how you fell into cyberpsychosis and turned into a berserk madman until Alex put you on the ground? Dorio replied dryly. The goddesses exchanged curious glances at the unfamiliar word cyberpsychosis. Gloria calmed them, promising to explain everything later. Alex continued, moving on to Pilar, the most eccentric member of the team. This weird guy is Pilar, Rebecca's older brother. He, like her, is a genius, but in the field of prosthetics. If everything goes well, he'll open his own shop to help adventurers who've lost limbs. However, his personality is similar to Hermes, only more harmless, because Rebecca always stops him. Hey, I'm not weird. Pilar mumbled, but Alex only smirked, finishing the introductions. When Alex mentioned Hermes' name, comparing him to Pilar, the god who loves to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, it gave the goddesses strange looks. They clearly decided to inquire later as to why Hermes was chosen for such a comparison. Meanwhile, Alex approached the next member of the group, Falco, and placed a hand on his shoulder. This guy, who looks like an aristocrat, is Falco. His driving skills have saved us more than once, especially in critical moments when we needed to make a quick getaway, Alex said with a smile. No one objected. Falco really did look like an aristocrat, from his perfectly pressed clothes to his neatly trimmed mustache. His manners only reinforced this impression. Next came Valerie, who was acting unusually quiet, trying not to attract attention. Alex approached her and ruffled her hair, saying, "This is my adopted younger sister, Valerie. I won't go into the details of her story right now, but I'll say one thing, she's a good kid, though terribly lazy. But I already have plans for her," Alex said with a smirk. "And what plans would those be, dear?" Freya asked, looking at Valerie, who visibly shrank under her gaze. To get her to stop being lazy and start moving. Valerie will become part of Lily's group and will go into the dungeon with them. In my previous world, I couldn't take her on missions because it was too dangerous. Here, under the girl's supervision, she can unlock her potential and maybe even have some fun, Alex replied with a cheerful smile. However, Alex's words made everyone, from the goddesses to his family, look at Valerie with sympathy. Those who had already gone through Alex's harsh training understood that Valerie was in for a tough road ahead. Even Freya cast a glance at her that carried a hint of regret. Valerie felt the looks and a chill ran down her spine. Well, I think that's everyone, Alex concluded with satisfaction, preparing to return to his seat. Are you sure you've introduced everyone? Hephaestus raised an eyebrow, nodding toward the table where Gir and Mimi were enthusiastically scattering candy wrappers. Alex followed her gaze. Gir was dressed in a green dog costume with a goofy expression, and Mimi was in a pink outfit with a skirt and bow. She's right, Alex. Who are these two strange creatures, who are also making a mess? Hestia asked, pointing at the pair. Gir and Mimi, hearing their names, simultaneously turned their heads. Upon seeing Gloria's stern look, Gir suddenly started to sweat even though he was a robot. Realizing he was caught, he hurriedly started gathering the candy wrappers and stuffing them into his inventory, while kicking Mimi to get her to do the same. Mimi, of course, responded in kind, and the kicks quickly escalated into their usual fight. But for those already familiar with Mimi and Gir, this had become routine. Hey, you two, stop it, or I'll take away all your weapons, Alex said sternly, separating them. After breaking up the robots, Alex sighed heavily. This wasn't their first argument, and he had long since stopped keeping count of these incidents. So, meet my assistants, Gir and Mimi. I hope I don't need to explain what robots are. Alex asked, holding both by the heads, keeping them apart to prevent them from starting another fight. You created them yourself? Hephaestus asked, slightly surprised. Well, kind of. They were originally designed as protectors, but, as you can see, something went wrong and, this is what we got, Alex replied with a crooked smile. Hephaestus nodded in understanding. She had already seen how Alex's simple projects turned into something entirely different. And how dangerous are they? Hephaestus sighed, asking for clarification. Not really dangerous, as long as you don't provoke them. But the important thing is, they both worship something called the Emperor of Mankind. Before Alex could continue, Gir and Mimi stood at attention and loudly shouted in unison. For the Emperor. This synchronized shout caused shock and confusion among everyone. Loki quietly smirked, while the others tried to process what had just happened. Alex's eye noticeably twitched from the outburst of his two robots. The people of this world looked at Gir and Mimi with clear bewilderment, then shifted their gaze to Alex's companions. Seeing that they didn't react in any way, it became clear that this group had grown used to such antics. Who the Emperor of Mankind is, I won't explain, it would take hours, Alex began, rubbing his temples. But as for these two, despite their cute and seemingly harmless appearance, they are extremely dangerous. He pointed to Gir, this one considers himself an Adeptus Astartes, a death angel. And Mimi believes she's a member of the Adeptus Sororitas, or the daughter of the Emperor. And believe me, they are the pinnacle of technology and magic, Alex said. Then, turning to Hephaestus, he added, if you're interested, I have all the records and research on them. Gir and Mimi again simultaneously saluted, demonstrating their valor. Hephaestus carefully examined the robots, clearly intrigued by their design. Upon hearing about the records, she nodded, deciding to look into them later. And one more thing. Never ask them about the Codex of the Adeptus Astartes or the Codex of the Adeptus Sororitas. Even if they offer to tell you, don't agree. Otherwise, they'll follow you around all day, repeating every detail for hours, Lucy warned, her voice carrying a slight tone of desperation. Rebecca, Gloria, and Kiwi eagerly nodded in agreement, their faces clearly showing, don't try it. It was obvious they had already fallen victim to this information attack. Those who had been about to ask about the codices immediately changed their minds after seeing the warning looks on their faces. Alex, noticing that the questions had subsided, sighed in relief and returned to his seat. He was already thinking about which story from another world to share when a loud crash suddenly echoed through the mansion. The door slammed open, and a group of people barged into the hall. At the forefront was a man whose presence gave Alex a strong urge to palm his face. Alex slowly raised his eyes and saw the smile of the unwelcome guest, a smug and obnoxiously self-assured grin. His face immediately became covered with black lines of irritation. To be continued. Chapter 152, Party and End of the Day. As Alex sat down at the table, preparing to share tales of his adventures in another world, the missions he had completed, and the challenges his companions had faced, the mansion's door suddenly burst open with a loud crash. It had been flung with such force that the intruder seemed to think the house was their own, not someone else's. Alex's eye twitched noticeably. Everyone at the table simultaneously turned their heads to see who was bold enough to barge into his home uninvited. Upon seeing the figure who entered, Alex's face was instantly adorned with black lines of irritation. "Just what I needed," he muttered under his breath, locking eyes with Hermes. Standing before Alex was the god he considered the most annoying being he had ever encountered. Hermes led a group consisting of members from Loki's and Freya's familias. At the sight of him, Loki and Hestia's faces immediately contorted with disgust. The girls from Loki's familia, noticing Alex seated at the table beside Hestia, couldn't hide their delight. Their eyes practically lit up, especially Tiona's. Among the guests were Arya and her daughter Ace, who now looked noticeably happier compared to her last encounter with Alex. Riveria had come with her young assistant Lafia, along with other familia members. The men stood off to the side, except for Bet, who was clearly there against his will. On Freya's side, Alex spotted Otter, Freya's loyal bodyguard, and Alan, who was glaring at him with an expression that suggested he wanted to devour him. "Not bad, Alex. You've returned, brought new friends, but didn't invite the old ones. You're breaking my heart," Hermes declared in an overly dramatic tone, pretending to wipe away an imaginary tear. Alex rubbed his face in exasperation, debating whether or not to punch Hermes, at least for breaking into his home without permission. "Alex-sama, I apologize for Hermes. I tried to stop him, but..." Asfi said, standing behind Hermes with an apologetic expression. "Asfi, why would you say that? Alex and I are best friends." Hermes retorted, feigning an offended look. Alex glanced at Asfi and sighed, feeling a twinge of pity for the girl who had to endure the god's antics. At least other gods know how to behave. "But what brings you here, Hermes?" Alex asked, barely containing his irritation. Hermes brightened up immediately and, stepping closer, began inspecting the guests with obvious curiosity. "What do you mean, what? You've returned. That calls for a celebration, and I want to meet your new friends," he exclaimed enthusiastically. Alex let out a heavy sigh. They had just been through a battle, and now everyone needed some rest, not a party. He glanced at his companions, Gloria, Lucy, Rebecca, Kiwi, Maine, and the others. Valerie, Gir, and Mimi didn't count, those three were always ready to celebrate. "I wouldn't rush into a party. We've just been through a serious battle. Perhaps my friends would prefer to rest first," Alex said, shaking his head. His words piqued the guests' interest, especially Freya, who lightly brushed her hand against Alex's arm, trying to coax details from him. But he simply waved her off. "I'll explain later." Turning to his group, he asked, "What do you think? Do you want to celebrate the move, or would you rather rest after everything we've been through?" The guests exchanged glances. Maine and Dorio conferred and decided they wouldn't mind having a drink and getting to know everyone. Pilar shrugged, and Falco expressed his willingness to join in. The girls, Gloria, Lucy, Rebecca, and Kiwi, also agreed, showing interest in the new faces. "Well, if everyone's on board, we can have a little party," Alex said with a faint smile. "Yay!" Hermes exclaimed, clenching his fist as if he had just won a victory. Alex rolled his eyes, realizing that Hermes's true motives were gossip and free food. Glancing at the gathered crowd, he began calculating how much he'd need to buy for the celebration. But soon, his train of thought was interrupted by one detail. "Where's Seer?" "I brought her back with you," he asked Freya. "I knew this would happen, so I sent her to Mia to order the food," Freya replied with a gentle smile, leaning on Alex's arm. Alex's eyes widened slightly as he realized Freya had anticipated the situation and prepared in advance. He quickly composed himself, reminding himself how fast rumors spread in Orario, especially after the return of someone like him. Sighing, Alex surveyed the crowd and then the living room, which was clearly too small to accommodate everyone. The best option was to move the party to the basement, where a small coliseum he'd built for training was located. "All right, everyone, this room's too cramped. Let's move to the coliseum," Alex announced, clapping his hands to get their attention. Then, turning to the men, he added, "Guys, hang back for a minute. Help me carry a few things." The group nodded, and the procession began heading downstairs. Maine and his crew seemed the most surprised, not understanding what Alex meant by coliseum. "Wait, dude, are you serious? You have a coliseum in your basement?" Maine asked in disbelief. Alex was already pulling out crates of alcohol, passing them to his helpers. Smiling, he replied, "Less talking, more carrying. Grab a crate and see for yourself. It's something you have to experience firsthand." Maine hesitated only briefly before grabbing a crate, nodding awkwardly, and following the others. Falco and Pilar weren't far behind, each taking a crate. Even Dorio, though less enthusiastic, grabbed a couple of crates and followed along. Before Alex could grab another crate, Loki snatched it out of his hands. With a flick of her wrist, she popped open a can of beer, took a sip, and remarked with satisfaction. Now this is a souvenir. Thanks, handsome. With that, she planted a quick kiss on Alex's cheek. He merely smiled, knowing how much Loki valued alcohol, especially anything new. Carbonated drinks were a rarity in the Danmachi world, and beer from Night City was an exotic treat to her. As Alex unpacked snacks, Hestia crept up to the crates. She opened one of the boxes, found an unfamiliar pack of chips, tried them, and, puffing out her cheeks, declared, weird taste, but I like it. She chewed so enthusiastically that crumbs ended up all over her face. Alex chuckled quietly and wiped her mouth, but then he felt someone's intense gaze. It was Freya, clearly expecting her gift. All right, Alex said with a smile, pulling a bottle of exquisite wine from his inventory, a gift from Padre that he had saved for a special occasion. Thank you, my husband, Freya said with a pleased smile, giving him a soft kiss on the lips. After handing out the souvenirs, Alex noticed Hephaestus waiting expectantly. Her curiosity was genuine, but her gift was a bit different. Sorry, Hephaestus, your gift is too complex to give you here and now, Alex said, bowing apologetically. And why's that? Hephaestus asked, intrigued. It's a ton of data on technology and weaponry from another world, Alex replied with a broad grin, watching her eyes light up with excitement. Once all the snacks and drinks were carried downstairs, Alex turned to the group. All right, I'll quickly go pick up Seer in our order. Be back soon. With those words, Alex teleported to the alley beside the hostess of fertility. Upon entering the tavern, he immediately felt the stares of every adventurer present. As usual, he ignored them and approached the counter. Mia, how much longer? He asked, leaning on the bar. Mia, wiping her hands, simply nodded and disappeared into the kitchen to check with the girls on the order's progress. A minute later, she returned. Just a few more minutes. I had to make everyone available work on your order, she replied with a smirk. Alex nodded and took a seat at the bar to wait. To pass the time, he started a conversation with Mia, asking about the latest news in Orario since his absence. At his question, the tavern owner shrugged, saying there was nothing particularly new except that the monsters in the dungeon had grown stronger. And how's the guild explaining that? Alex asked, tilting his head slightly. Mia chuckled and explained that the guild blamed the changes on the one-eyed dragon that had parasitized the dungeon. According to them, the dungeon was now recovering, which was why the monsters were growing stronger. Alex smirked. The explanation was convenient, and he was glad the guild had handled it without his involvement. The last thing he wanted was to take responsibility for the failures of overconfident adventurers who didn't prepare for new threats. After a few minutes of chatting, Seer appeared from the kitchen. Her face lit up as she spotted Alex, and she immediately ran over to hug him. I didn't get a chance last time, she added, blushing slightly. Smiling, Alex picked up his little stalker and headed to the kitchen to load the prepared food into his inventory. A couple of minutes later, fully loaded, he left the tavern holding Seer's hand and teleported back to the mansion. Upon returning, Alex found himself in the living room, where an unexpected guest was waiting, Nyx. Her appearance made him squint, her long, messy hair was tied into a strange bow resembling a bird's nest. She wore an oversized black t-shirt that looked like it belonged to a massive bodybuilder. Long time no see, Nyx. You still living here? Alex asked with a hint of sarcasm, eyeing the goddess. Where else would I live? There's food, shows, and snacks here. And most importantly, no one avoids me just because I'm the goddess of darkness and night, Nyx replied lazily, rolling her eyes. No one avoids you because you're holed up in your room most of the time and only show up every few days, Hestia interjected, crossing her arms. Nyx just shrugged and, hearing noise downstairs, asked what was going on. Upon learning about the party, she seemed interested, but Alex immediately pointed at her outfit. If you want to join, change. Right now, you look homeless, he remarked, gesturing to her oversized shirt. Sighing, Nyx glanced at herself and raised her hands. Darkness enveloped her, and in an instant, she was dressed in a black tracksuit. Alex shook his head at the display, recognizing the rule-breaking use of her powers, but decided not to scold the reclusive goddess. All right, ladies, head downstairs. I'll catch up in a few minutes, Alex said, glancing at the girls. Hestia, standing closest, frowned. And what are you going to do? She asked, gently squeezing his hand. I need to merge my workshops so I don't waste time on it later, Alex replied, pulling a cube from his inventory. Then I'm coming with you, Rebecca declared, unexpectedly leaping onto his back. Alex didn't mind Rebecca tagging along, especially since the workshop they were heading to partially belonged to her. The other girls exchanged glances and decided to head down first. Before leaving, each of them kissed Alex goodbye. As Nyx passed by Alex, she simply rolled her eyes, stuffed her hands into her pockets, and followed the others. Alex chuckled, watching her go. The once majestic goddess of night had transformed into the goddess of recluses. Left behind with Alex were Rebecca, Hestia, and Hephaestus. Of all of them, Hephaestus was the most curious to see Alex's new workshop. Rebecca, clinging to Alex's back, occasionally glanced at Hestia, who was also eyeing Rebecca. They hadn't yet had a chance to talk, but for some reason, both felt a sense of rivalry between them. While Hestia and Loki's rivalry stemmed from their inability to tolerate one another, the tension between Hestia and Rebecca was of a different kind, a competition for Alex's lap. Previously, it was usually Hestia who sat on Alex's lap, but now Rebecca had emerged as a contender for that coveted spot. Sensing Rebecca's competitive spirit, Hestia jumped onto Alex, clinging to his chest and wrapping her legs around his waist. Alex gave a crooked smile at the behavior of the two girls. Even he could feel the unspoken rivalry brewing between them. Hephaestus watched Hestia's antics with amusement, shaking her head with a knowing smile. She, too, understood that this sudden competition between Rebecca and Hestia was different from Hestia's animosity toward Loki. It seemed more like two twin sisters battling for attention. Alex, meanwhile, enjoyed having two beautiful girls hanging off him but couldn't help feeling like a mother koala with her two cubs clinging on. Hephaestus noticed the expression on his face and laughed softly. "Seems like you're enjoying this," she teased, her smile growing wider. Her words caught Rebecca and Hestia's attention, and they shifted their focus from glaring at each other to the goddess, who stood there with a sly smile. Alex chuckled at their reactions and smirked. "Want to join in?" he quipped, adjusting Hestia's position to make her more comfortable. "I already feel like a mama koala." "I think I'll pass," Hephaestus replied with a wry grin, shaking her head. "These two are suspiciously quiet. I have a feeling if I got involved, they'd team up against me." Alex laughed quietly and decided to drop the subject. Carrying the girls, he headed for the basement with Hephaestus and his two gremlins, a nickname he occasionally used for Rebecca and now Hestia. When Alex entered the workshop, he was greeted by the familiar scent of metal and machine oil. Everything was exactly as he had left it, as if time had stopped in this room. His gaze wandered across the room and settled on the chair in the center, a creation of his own design. "I've been tidying up from time to time while you were off in another world," Hephaestus admitted with a soft smile. "But I never touched your chair. It gives me strange feelings." Alex turned to her and nodded. "Thank you for taking care of things, my attentive fiancé. I don't blame you. That chair should make people uneasy. It's infused with the power of destruction. Even instinctively, most beings will avoid it." Rebecca, listening in, gave the chair a wary glance. "What does it do?" she asked, pointing at it. Alex paused for a moment, as if deciding whether to explain. "It disrupts the balance between body and soul," he said finally. "Anyone who sits on it will experience their body and soul being destroyed and restored simultaneously, over and over again. It doesn't matter if you're mortal or immortal, on that chair, everyone becomes vulnerable." Rebecca simply shrugged, it didn't concern her. She knew Alex wouldn't use that device without a serious reason. Meanwhile, Alex pulled a small cube from his inventory and placed it on the floor. The cube began to glow, and the old workshop began to transform. The walls parted, and the ceiling rose, revealing an artificially created sky with white clouds, reminiscent of the enchanted ceiling in Hogwarts. Hephaestus, astonished, approached a new section of the workshop where shelves were lined with firearms. Not far from them was a testing range, and further still was the area where Rebecca worked on her devices. Alex smiled and gave Rebecca's hand, which was still around his neck, a friendly tap. "Go on, chat with Hephaestus. She'll definitely be interested in your weapons." Rebecca nodded and jumped off Alex's back, heading toward her section of the workshop. Alex remained with Hestia, who was still wrapped around him like a child clinging to a parent. Hestia lifted her gaze and poked him on the nose to get his attention. Alex lowered his eyes, meeting her blue ones. "You've changed," she said quietly, a hint of concern in her voice. "Did something happen in that world? Something that affected you?" Alex looked at her thoughtfully but didn't answer immediately. Hearing Hestia's question, Alex nodded briefly. In Night City, he had witnessed too many horrors during his time as a mercenary. From kidnappers selling children, to the scavenger gang, who harvested organs for profit. All of this occurred under the influence of an avatar of an outer god that had taken root in that world, amplifying the already dark nature of its people. Even the slightest touch of this entity made people more brutal and inhumane. But as much as Alex blamed the external forces, he knew that human nature, on its own, was capable of committing terrible deeds. Actually, yes. That world was pretty unpleasant, Alex said with a heavy sigh. Like what? Hestia leaned in with curiosity, pressing closer to his shoulder. Oh, too much to list. But I'll start with the basics, the morning news. Every day began the same way, with another dose of horror. For example. Alex played a recording on his phone, letting Hestia listen. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's body count stopped at a solid 30. Sponsor of the day, endless street wars in Haywood. -1 cop, the police, as usual, had nothing to do with it. In Santo Domingo, the power went out again, net runners messing with the electric grid. In Westbrook, trauma team is scraping the new cyber-psycho victims off the pavement. And Pacifica, well, Pacifica is just Pacifica. This was Stan. Welcome to another day in the city of dreams. Hestia listened, her heart heavy, and a genuine sadness filled her eyes. Rebecca, standing nearby and explaining the workings of her weapons to Hephaestus, recognized the familiar recording. She turned toward Alex, noticing that he was playing the news for Hestia. The girl struggled to hold back a heavy sigh as memories of Night City resurfaced. Now, she hoped that in this new world, she would have a chance to start fresh, without the fear of cyber-psychos. Hephaestus, upon hearing the recording, looked at Alex in surprise. She then turned her gaze to Rebecca, waiting for an explanation. Rebecca began to explain that these were typical news from their world. Hephaestus listened in silence, then sighed sadly. When the recording finished, Hestia whispered softly. "That's terrible." "And that's just the tip of the iceberg," Alex said, shaking his head tiredly. "Yes, there were good people there too. Like Padre, a former priest who helped orphanages. But there were always fewer kind people than cruelty and darkness. Though. I think it's better not to talk about it now." "You're right. The important thing is that you're back home," Hestia said, cupping his face in her hands, trying to cheer him up. "Now you can rest easy, knowing that it's safe here." Alex smiled, embracing her. This kind goddess could always calm his heart. While in Night City, it was Gloria who supported him, here it was Hestia, loyal and caring. "You're right. And we have people waiting for us. It'll be fun to tell them what I've been up to besides mercenary work," Alex said with a light smile. "And what might that be?" Hephaestus asked, approaching with Rebecca. Alex turned to Hephaestus, unsure of how to respond, but knowing that the truth would come out sooner or later and someone in the group would spill the beans. So, Alex decided to confess himself about what he had done. "Well, I, along with GIR, hacked into the central building of a corporation and left a message that the whole city saw." "And what was that message?" Hephaestus asked cautiously. "A huge inscription praising the pasta monster," Rebecca smirked before Alex could respond. "They played it on the news for weeks, and Alex was put on the wanted list." Hephaestus sighed heavily, looking at Alex. She had asked him more than once to stop creating cults in other worlds, but she understood that convincing him otherwise was useless. "Better this than if you'd done something worse," she admitted. "It's not that bad. No innocent people got hurt, just a bunch of idiots," Alex said, deciding to throw Rebecca under the bus. "Ask her, she was involved in these antics." Rebecca, not catching the hint, cheerfully nodded and started telling Hephaestus about their fun, using the cult members' identities. Hephaestus just shook her head, thinking that it was still better than Alex's early crusades in the dungeon when he had beaten up half of the adventurers. "All right, they've been waiting for us. Seems like the workshops merged without any problems," Alex said, checking the equipment. "When will I get all the data?" Hephaestus asked, holding him back. "Tomorrow afternoon. Or you can ask GIR, he has everything," Alex replied, stroking his chin. Rebecca nodded, confirming that the Robodog was a real treasure trove of knowledge. Hephaestus pondered, curious to learn more about this strange creature, not suspecting just how strange it was. At the exit of the workshop, Rebecca climbed back onto Alex's back, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Hephaestus listened to her stories about new technologies, eager to create something new, inspired by the possibilities that had opened up. Entering the Colosseum, Alex and the girls saw that everyone had already split into groups. A row of tables was laden with snacks and alcohol. No one had drunk anything yet, but the atmosphere was already bubbling with excitement. Gloria, Lucy, and Kiwi stood with a group of more composed girls who were watching the events unfold. On the other side, loud shouts could be heard, a tournament for arm wrestling was already taking place in the noisy crowd. The loudest were Loki and Hermes, enthusiastically cheering, and it seemed they had already placed their bets on their favorites. Alex smiled and shook his head, making his way toward the calmer group. As he passed the tables, he took out some prepared food from his spatial storage and carefully laid it out. Approaching the group, Alex set Hestia down on the floor, and Rebecca, jumping off his back, happily ran toward the more energetic part of the hall. "I see the party's in full swing already. We're only a few minutes late, and you've already got an arm wrestling tournament going," Alex remarked with a grin, stopping next to Gloria. "It's all Loki's doing," Gloria laughed. She started talking to Dorio, and then everything just sort of spun out of control. "And here we are, arm wrestling." Alex smirked. He knew that Dorio was interested in the strength of people in this world. Thinking about it, he wondered how her abilities would change if she received a blessing. After all, Dorio had been a professional fighter before, and adventurers who received a blessing began fighting in the dungeon. Additionally, he was curious about whether monster kills made with firearms would count. Stroking his chin, Alex tried to work it out. After all, archers improved their stats by killing monsters with a bow, but with firearms, the situation was much less clear. What are you thinking about? Freya's voice interrupted. She noticed the focused expression on Alex's face. I'm wondering if the method of killing monsters with firearms or explosives affects stat increases. For example, if using firearms or explosives would be counted differently than regular methods. Rebecca could just blow up a few floors of the dungeon and level up in an hour, he answered thoughtfully. Freya, knowing about firearms from movies, was just as confused as the other goddesses. Ace and Arya exchanged glances, not understanding what was being discussed. The girls from the modern world eagerly awaited an explanation. Isn't there a difference in how you kill monsters? Kiwi asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. I'm not sure, but it makes sense to assume that fighting style affects stats. For example, Doria's strength and defense should increase if she's fighting with her fists. But what about firearms? That's the question, Alex explained. Why not just check it? Let Rebecca go into the dungeon with a couple of grenades and let's see what happens, Lucy suggested with a hint of irony. Alex slapped his forehead, realizing the simplicity of the solution. The goddesses, hearing this, agreed. The experiment seemed like the best option. After a while, Alex decided it was time to start the official part of the gathering. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, a moment of your attention, he called to the crowd. The shouting quieted down, and everyone turned toward Alex. I'm glad to see you all here. You come from different worlds, but you've already found common ground. Let this be the beginning of a great friendship. Have fun, enjoy yourselves, after all, not every day do you get a chance to drink with representatives from other worlds. The hall erupted in applause. The celebration continued, the arm wrestling tournament became even more popular, groups began to bond, and laughter echoed throughout the room. Unexpectedly, Doria lost to Lily, sparking animated discussions. Hermes and Pilar were scheming something clearly not very legal. Rebecca and Valerie joined a group of hyperactive girls, and Alan, as jealous as ever, got caught up in a playful conflict with Mimi and Gir. Meanwhile, Falco hit it off with Finn and Gareth, and Maine became friends with Otter, telling him stories from his service. The party continued until dawn, when everyone had exhausted themselves and fallen asleep. Only Alex, Gir, and Mimi remained on their feet. They still had the task of getting everyone to their rooms. To be continued. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, the Night City Group's first dungeon trip. A few days had passed since the welcome party. During this time, Maine and the others continued living in Alex's mansion. Despite Alex's hospitality, no one wanted to feel like a freeloader. The exception was Pilar, who had struck up a friendship with Hermes and found a way to justify his idleness. He claimed that since Rebecca was Alex's fiancée, it was only natural for her brother to live carefree. However, after making such a statement, Pilar was immediately beaten up by Rebecca, who firmly declared that he was obligated to work and stop being lazy. Alex just chuckled at the scene and headed to the city administration to purchase plots of land near his mansion. The paperwork took several hours to complete. When Alex returned home, he went to the dining room, where everyone had gathered for lunch. With a loud thud, he dropped a stack of documents onto the table, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. In addition to plots for building houses, Alex had purchased two more, one for Falco's bar and another for Pilar's shop. The shop for Pilar had been tricky, so Alex sought advice from Hephaestus, who was the most knowledgeable about such matters. After some discussion, they decided to establish Pilar's shop in Babylon. As the documents hit the table, everyone stared at them curiously. None of them, except for Hephaestus, knew what Alex had been up to for the past few hours. Alex, what's with this mountain of paperwork? Gloria asked, handing him a cup of coffee. Alex took a sip of the hot drink, feeling the accumulated fatigue begin to melt away. The hours of haggling had left him mentally drained, but his knack for negotiating, honed in his past life trading in MMO games, had paid off. Setting the cup down, he began to explain. These are property deeds. These documents, he said, separating them into piles, are for the plots where we'll build houses. And these are for Falco's bar and Pilar's shop, he clarified, handing out the respective documents. Maine and Doria, upon receiving their papers, noticed that their names were listed as the owners. The same was true for Falco and Pilar's documents. They looked at Alex with a mix of surprise and disbelief. Alex, you mentioned land here is expensive. How did you manage to buy 4 plots for houses, plus land for a bar and a shop? Maine asked, hesitant to accept such a generous gift. The plots for the houses were relatively inexpensive. The land for the bar and shop, though, required some haggling, Alex replied, taking a seat at the table. These are still enormous expenses. We can't just accept this, Doria said, sliding the documents back toward him. Alex sighed, understanding their hesitation. He knew how difficult it was for them to accept such valuable gifts, but this only solidified his belief that they were good friends, ones who wouldn't exploit his wealth for personal gain. Even the goddesses present appreciated this virtue, having seen how greed could destroy friendships and families. You don't really have a choice, Alex said with a light smile. What do you mean? Lucy asked, continuing to eat her salad. Glancing at Lucy, Alex noted that she seemed to be favoring fresh vegetables more often lately, perhaps drawn to the local salad's unique flavors. The plots are already bought, and the deeds have your names on them. So, they're officially yours now, Alex said with a shrug. But what about building the houses? That's also expensive, and we don't want to burden you even more, Falco cautiously pointed out. Ah, now that, Alex began with enthusiasm, spreading his arms theatrically, is where magic comes in. Between his hands appeared a shimmering rainbow-like illusion. The others just rolled their eyes, seeing the familiar trick. Alex had demonstrated similar effects several times before, which was starting to irritate some of them. Are you going to build the houses with magic? Maine asked skeptically. He had only been in the city for a few days and was still getting used to the fantasy atmosphere around him. On top of that, he had to study thick manuals about the dungeon and its monsters. Maine felt like a newbie who had just joined the army, everything was new, and he had to learn everything from scratch. The others shared his feelings. Even Rebecca, usually so lazy, couldn't escape this fate. After a couple of hours of reading, she gave up and loudly declared that she'd rather blow up the entire floor than try to figure out what monsters live there. However, Kiwi and Lucy showed genuine interest, not only in the dungeon but also in magic. Gloria quickly found common ground with the goddesses and joined their group, while Valerie, GIR, and MIMI immediately befriended the other young women in the house. Valerie stood out, as she somehow immediately connected with the reclusive goddess Nyx. Well, the house sketches and layouts are already ready. Ask GIR, he'll show you everything. After that, it's all about magic and other things, Alex said calmly, taking a sip of his hot coffee. Maine and the others, realizing that Alex had already made the decisions, agreed to take the documents. Alex let out a relieved sigh. For him, money was just numbers, and there was nowhere to spend it. No business, no special desires, he already had everything he needed for a peaceful life. Now that we've dealt with this, let's move on to the next thing. Have you decided which families you'll join? Alex asked, addressing those who hadn't yet joined any god's family. Doria and I decided to join the family of the goddess Loki, Maine said calmly, nodding toward a pleased Loki. Alex looked at Loki. She was clearly delighted that such experienced veterans were joining her family. Over the past few days, everyone had learned more about how Alex and his friends lived in Night City, and it became clear that only those with exceptional skills and who were always on their toes could survive in such a city. Night City was a place where shootouts or gang wars could break out at any moment, and avoiding involvement was practically impossible. And you? Alex turned his gaze to Falco and Pilar. I've also decided to join the family of the goddess Loki, Falco said confidently. Alex nodded. He considered Falco to be a smart and decisive person, especially valuing his ability in critical situations. His skill at making split-second decisions had always helped him when driving, particularly when evading pursuit. I think it's because you decided to open a bar for your friend Falco, and that flat-chested one just wants to drink there for free, Hestia said disdainfully, pointing at Loki. Exactly, the redhead is only thinking about that, Rebecca added with a smirk. Loki's face contorted with indignation. She was indeed thinking about free drinks at the bar, but of course, she wasn't about to admit it. Are you two asking for a fight, you two shrimps? I chose Falco for his skills and decisiveness. Loki retorted, starting yet another argument. Loki and Hestia began fighting again, and everyone just stopped paying attention to them. In the past few days of living in this house, there had been so many fights between Hestia and Loki that it was impossible to describe. Now, even Rebecca had started getting involved in the battle between Loki and Hestia, and instead of just the two quarreling goddesses, Rebecca had now joined in. Only Alex couldn't understand when Rebecca and Hestia had teamed up against Loki. After all, a rivalry had started between Rebecca and Hestia over who would sit on Alex's lap, and those two were always arguing as well. Not to mention their constant battles before bed over who would sleep on Alex's chest. And this was before Rebecca started hacking into the lock on the snack box Hestia hid. When Hestia caught Rebecca in the act of stealing, it turned into yet another argument. So, Pilar, what did you decide? Alex asked, shifting his attention to his friend. My new buddy Hermes and your fiancé Hephaestus invited me. But since you want me to open a prosthetics shop, I think I'll go with Hephaestus. You said the blessing helps improve skills, or something like that. Pilar replied, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Alex turned his gaze to Hephaestus, who nodded in confirmation of his thoughts. She had recently received a huge amount of data on weapon and prosthetic technologies and was amazed at how advanced humanity had become in science. Before inviting Pilar to her family, she had a brief conversation with him to assess his skills. The result surprised her. Like Alex, she now considered him a true genius in prosthetic design and tuning. Hephaestus had always valued masters like Pilar and Rebecca, who could turn an idea into a unique creation. She had even planned to invite Rebecca into her family but quickly realized that Rebecca was a free-spirited restless soul who only did what she wanted. I would have invited Rebecca too, but it looks like she's going to be part of Hestia's family, Hephaestus noted, nodding toward the small conflict. Alex just nodded in agreement. He too understood that Rebecca would definitely not be making custom weapons. Good thing you changed your mind, Hephaestus. Otherwise, Rebecca would probably have shot the idiot who tried to argue with her, Lucy intervened, calmly throwing her friend under the bus. Everyone around them nodded in agreement. When Alex introduced Rebecca to the others and called her a gremlin, no one paid much attention. But after a few days, it became obvious to everyone just how fitting that nickname was for her personality. And definitely don't let her sell weapons she makes. The last thing we need is shootouts in the streets of Orario, Freya thoughtfully added. Prosthetics are different. They give people the chance to live normal lives. But with her weapons, it's much more complicated. Alex threw a grateful glance at Freya. He didn't want to turn Orario into another night city. Weapons for his family, yes, but not for random adventurers. The city had started to become calmer thanks to the punitive squad created to fight the cult of the spaghetti monster, which later became something like a police force. Looks like you all want to join Hestia's family too. Alex asked, shifting his gaze to Kiwi, Lucy, Gloria, and Valerie. The girls nodded in unison. Lucy and Kiwi couldn't resist Hestia's sparkling blue eyes. Gloria chose this family because of her love for a peaceful life and homey care, things Hestia particularly valued. And Valerie decided to join in order to stay close to her new friends. As for you two, I won't even bother asking. I'll just hear something like, we serve only the Emperor, Alex joked, looking at Gir and Mimi, who were peacefully sipping milkshakes. For the Emperor, the robo-dogs shouted in unison, raising their cups like glasses at a celebration. With the arrival of Gir and Mimi, the house became even noisier. They had already started considering the girls their moms, something Alex barely understood how it happened. Freya became interested in their abilities and often spent time with them, much to the annoyance of the jealous cat Alan. Eventually, Gir and Mimi began having fun, mocking the cat, who unsuccessfully tried to avoid their attention. These two robo-dogs would chase him around and bark at him. Well, it was more like they made that sound, annoying Alan as much as possible. All right, let's finish lunch and get to work, Alex announced. First, you'll receive the blessings, then a short training session before the dungeon expedition. After that, your starter adventurer set, and finally, your first dungeon run. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Maine and Dorio, who were starting to get bored without any action. They couldn't wait to stretch their legs and experience the dungeon, which they only knew from stories and illustrations in the manual. Valerie eagerly finished her lunch, grabbed Gir and Mimi, and rushed to her room. The others ate calmly, without hurry. You three, stop arguing. We have a lot of work to do. Hestia and Loki need to give the blessings, and you, Rebecca, need to receive yours and get ready like the others, Alex said, stepping in to break up the argument between the three girls. This conflict was more like a debate, with each one trying to prove something. After making up, Hestia, Loki, and Rebecca huffed in annoyance and turned away from each other. Alex sighed, feeling more like a father of many children than a guy with a harem. When lunch came to an end, everyone headed to the goddesses for their blessings. Alex went to the Colosseum to prepare the weapons, gear, and other essentials for the new adventurers, including backpacks and everything needed for their dungeon expedition. Once everyone had received their blessings, they headed to the Colosseum, where Alex was already waiting for them. He had prepared all the necessary gear in advance and immediately handed it out to those who didn't have their own equipment, like the girls. A quick preparation began, including a basic explanation and the determination of the depth they intended to reach in the dungeon. Alex was still pondering his theory on the interaction of explosives and firearms with fauna. No matter how many times he discussed it with the goddesses, no one could find the right solution. In the end, they collectively decided to conduct an experiment, as Lucy had suggested. She proposed giving Rebecca a couple of grenades to wipe out a group of monsters and then checking if her stats would increase. Once everything was ready, Alex teleported the group to the first floor of the dungeon. Dorio chose new brass knuckles and looked satisfied. Maine had trouble deciding on a weapon but ultimately settled on a two-handed sword. Falco, with a rapier in hand, looked even more like an aristocrat. Pilar chose throwing knives, declaring that he was now a ninja. The girls picked weapons that suited them, with even Gloria taking a staff, explaining she was just here for the company. Rebecca, as always, was special. She became the central figure of the experiment with firearms and explosives. Valerie, imitating Bella, armed herself with a pair of short knives. Gir and Mimi, as usual, were in a league of their own. They donned armor, armed themselves with their gear, and headed into the dungeon more for fun than anything else. So this is what it looks like inside, Maine said, looking around in surprise. This is just the first floor. The 18th one feels like a real resort, Alex smirked, observing their reactions. After finishing their inspection, the group prepared to move on. Well, shall we go kill a few monsters? Rebecca said, placing her shotgun on her shoulder. Alex, smirking, ruffled her hair and led the group forward. Along the way, he sent out manual mana pulses to locate a group of goblins. I found them nearby. Get ready, he said, heading toward the target. How did you do that? Falco asked, looking at Alex with curiosity. It's like sonar, like bats, Alex explained. I use a mana pulse that spreads across the floor in waves and reflects off living targets. Hearing Alex's explanation, Kiwi nodded and considered that such a skill could be very useful in the field, especially when hiding behind a wall and wanting to know how many enemies are nearby. When they reached the goblin group, Alex stepped aside to let the others take charge and see how they handled the situation. He also noticed that goblin groups used to range from 3 to 8 creatures, but since he infused mana into the dungeon's core, the number of goblins per group had increased to around 20. Upon reaching the goblins, the team began planning their actions. Alex approved of the caution, knowing that in the dungeon, it was important to be ready for anything. But there was one person who clearly didn't like planning. To hell with these green bastards. Let's just kill them. Rebecca shouted, charging into the room. Bursting into the room with the group of goblins, Rebecca wasted no time and shot the first target in sight. The poor goblin didn't even have time to react before the shotgun blast completely blew its head off, and it collapsed, turning to ash on the floor, leaving behind a crystal. As always, Rebecca operated on the principle of, see the target, no obstacles. Especially when her enemies were just green monsters dressed in rags and holding nothing but clubs. None of the group could stop Rebecca in time as she barged into the room and started shooting at everything that moved. Realizing there was no turning back, no one wanted to be left behind, and they all rushed into the room with the goblins and started killing them. Alex had known in advance that Rebecca wouldn't wait, so he didn't stop her. He had always enjoyed watching the impatient Rebecca, even when they were still in Night City. And Alex didn't want Rebecca to change. He loved her just as she was, a sweet girl with the soul of a gremlin. The goblins were weak opponents but perfect for warming up and learning the basics of dungeon fighting. Alex remembered when he had started with them, testing his new abilities. New goblins started appearing from the walls, but he didn't interfere, giving the group a chance to show what they were capable of. Only Rebecca's curses, as she wiped out monsters that didn't make it out of the wall in time, made him mentally sympathize with the poor creatures. As he scanned the room, Alex noticed that his robo-dogs, Gir and Mimi, had disappeared from sight. Finding them in the opposite corner, he caught them engaged in a strange activity. They were fiercely kicking a goblin, declaring that it didn't deserve to live. They probably mistook him for an orc child, Alex muttered thoughtfully, continuing to watch the scene. The thought of what would happen if those two encountered actual orcs gave him a dark sense of foreboding. Alex imagined a burning dungeon floor, engulfed in a robot-led crusade. Meanwhile, the group had finished off the goblins. Well, that was easy. No plan needed. Rebecca declared proudly, slinging her shotgun over her shoulder. Alex, tearing his gaze away from Gir and Mimi, walked over to Rebecca and ruffled her hair. Goblin groups used to be smaller, and monsters appeared slower. You need to be more careful. Even in the past, when the dungeon was weaker, adventurers still managed to die, he said gently. Why did everything change? Kiwi asked. It's because of the dungeon's core. God Erebus merged with it and the one-eyed dragon, but after his death, the core ended up in my hands. Since it became the catalyst for this process, I had to replenish the mana in it. As a result, the monsters became stronger and more numerous, Alex explained. So it's your fault, Rebecca concluded with her usual boldness. Alex rolled his eyes as he continued to untangle her braids. The sounds of a beating once again filled the silence, making everyone turn their heads. Gir and Mimi were still occupied with the poor goblin, or was it a new one? The previous one was probably nothing but ash by now. Shall we move on, or go back to prepare? Alex asked the group. Let's go. I haven't even warmed up properly yet, Doria was the first to reply, cracking her knuckles. The others shared a similar sentiment, the desire to see more victories prevailed. Calling over the robots, Alex watched as Gir and Mimi gave the goblin one last kick, turning it to ash. For a brief moment, the monster's face seemed strangely offended, as though it didn't deserve such a fate. Continuing the tour, Alex told the group about the different dungeon floors, the monsters, and their unique traits. He reminded them to collect crystals, explaining their value, and commented on rare metal finds that could be sold or used to craft artifacts. On the 5th floor, they were met by a horde of killer ants. Their numbers were so vast that Alex began to worry about the possibility of monsters escaping to higher levels. This is disgusting, Lucy commented, tightening her grip on Alex's hand. He replied indifferently, noticing something unusual among the ants. Lucy noticed Alex didn't respond to her but merely muttered a sound in response. She frowned and, like the others, turned to him, trying to figure out what he was staring at so intently. Alex, however, continued to study the enormous swarm of ants, clearly noticing something new. "Did you notice something?" Kiwi asked, standing next to him. "Yeah, something interesting," he replied, pulling a notebook from his pocket. In the buzzing mass of ants, Alex spotted something that hadn't been there before. Amid the regular ants was a massive queen. Previously, only worker ants appeared on this floor, but now everything had changed. This information had to be reported to the guild. After finishing his notes, Alex returned the notebook to his pocket. "Well, what did you see?" Rebecca asked eagerly, already imagining how she would deal with the army of insects. "A new creature," Alex explained, pointing at the massive being surrounded by smaller ants. "This looks like the queen. Queens haven't appeared here before. If they're showing up now, it might just be the beginning." The group followed his gesture and noticed the enormous insect, standing out due to its size and imposing appearance. "So what? We just kill them all and be done with it?" Pilar asked lazily, putting her hands behind her head. "I think it's better to burn this crowd and head back. I'll report the information to the guild and ask Loki to have her adventurers thoroughly check the monsters before killing them. I'm sure new types might start appearing with other species too," Alex suggested. "Do you think this will spread?" Maine asked, frowning. Alex nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, he noticed that Gir and Mimi had already pulled out flamethrowers and were clearly planning a mass incineration. However, Rebecca intervened, her enthusiasm for explosions off the charts. "No. I'm against it." "You wanted to test the new explosives," she exclaimed, holding a massive bundle in her hands. The robo-dogs, with offended looks, put their flamethrowers back into their inventories, and Alex, suppressing a chuckle, turned to Rebecca. "All right, but you'll apologize to Gir and Mimi later. You just crushed their dream of burning Xenos," he joked, gesturing to the robo-dogs who were kicking small stones on the floor. Rebecca nodded, confidently stepping forward, swinging the bundle, and throwing it straight at the Ant Queen. "And now, the explosion," she cheerfully shouted, pressing the detonator button. After pressing the button, a powerful explosion rang out, causing an earthquake, and small rocks fell from the ceiling. The fire from the explosion quickly spread in all directions, completely incinerating all the ants, including the queen. Seeing the aftermath, Alex immediately realized that Rebecca had once again stolen something from his workshop. This time, it was an incendiary grenade he had created to burn large areas without resorting to magic. "Looks like the Gremlin 1, Dungeon 0, Lucy sarcastically summarized, watching the destruction unfold. Alex nodded, pleased with the result, and ruffled Rebecca's hair. She purred happily, like a cat, feeling the warm approval. Alex smiled and, unable to resist, picked her up, which caused light laughter from the others. Gir and Mimi, not wasting any time, gathered all the materials left after the ant genocide and carefully placed them into a small bag, which they handed to Alex. "Here, these are your first earned dungeon earnings," he said, handing the bag to Maine. Maine smirked, accepting the loot. "It's funny that our acquaintance started with me giving you a job. And now you're giving me and the others jobs," he remarked, a satisfied smile on his face. Alex laughed, agreeing with the observation. After returning to the surface, he led the group to the guild, explaining the basic aspects of adventurer work along the way. In the guild, you can take individual quests, like gathering rare resources, escorting merchants, or collecting information. You can even sell floor maps or data about new monsters, Alex explained as he led the group through the bustling streets. "For example, what kind of information?" Kiwi asked, not letting go of his hand. "New monster species, details about unknown rooms, maps of new or altered floors. All of this gets paid for, and sometimes quite generously," he explained, noticing how the others' eyes lit up at the prospect of additional earnings. When they entered the guild, all eyes inside instantly turned to them. Some were surprised that Alex was personally accompanying the newbies, while others whispered that this was his group. Approaching the registration desk, Alex suggested that everyone register as new adventurers, while he headed over to Ina, his consultant. He told her about the new type of monster, which piqued her professional interest. She immediately became engrossed in the task, bombarding Alex with questions about the behavior of the Ant Queen and her peculiarities. "Here are the notes," Alex said, handing her a sheet of paper from his notebook. "This is everything I managed to observe." Ina gratefully took the sheet and continued studying the data, while Alex exchanged a few more words with her before returning to the group, who had already finished registering. He then showed the newbies where they could sell the crystals and resources they had gathered, explaining how this part of the adventurer trade worked. "All right, that's the routine taken care of," Alex said, seeing the satisfied faces of his companions. "I think it's time to celebrate our first successful expedition. Mamma Mia's kitchen is pretty good, so let's head there." The group murmured in approval, leaving the guild and heading toward the tavern to celebrate their first dungeon adventure. To be continued. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Beginning of a New Adventure. A week had passed since the group from Night City ventured into the dungeon for the first time, a week filled with events. Wasting no time, Alex took on the task of arranging housing for Arario's newest residents. First, he built a cozy home for Maine and Dorio, giving them a place to settle down and start fresh. For Falco, Alex made a special gesture, a house with a garage to accommodate his beloved van, allowing him to indulge in his passion for vehicles whenever he liked. The excitement only grew when Alex brought his classic vehicles to the city, a 1967 Impala and the Fenrir motorcycle. These unfamiliar machines fascinated the locals, who had never seen anything like them. To test the motorcycle, Alex expanded the Coliseum arena, turning it into an impromptu racetrack. The goddesses eagerly tried riding the car, but Loki stood out, managing to hop on the motorcycle and almost crash into a wall, sparking a wave of laughter and commentary. For Pilar, Alex constructed a house with a workshop and a storage space for materials. However, the project took longer than expected because Pilar kept changing his requirements. The issue was resolved when Rebecca, tired of his indecisiveness, gave him a magic kick. After that, the workshop and storage were successfully set up in the basement. A few days later, Falco's Bar opened, named after the legendary establishment from Night City. The bar quickly gained popularity among adventurers, thanks to the unique drinks from another world. Chilled, fizzy beer became an instant favorite, leaving patrons unable to return to their usual warm ale. However, as often happens with adventurers, the bar didn't escape its first brawl on opening day. Alex had to step in to calm things down, firmly reminding everyone that such behavior wouldn't be tolerated. Afterlife attracted not only adventurers but also gods, some of whom attempted to recruit Falco into their familias. Loki, realizing she was outnumbered, turned to Alex for help. One look from him and his intimidating stance over the table were enough to make the other gods retreat to their drinks. Memories of Alex single-handedly defeating the one-eyed dragon and punishing Apollo were still fresh in their minds. Pilar's shop opened soon after the bar. He created prototype prosthetics for adventurers to test before purchasing. Alex helped organize the shop and implemented a discount system. Adventurers who provided their own materials could save significantly. Hephaestus assisted in pricing, factoring in material quality and added features. The shop gained attention through the goddesses during the recent Donatus meeting. They spread word of the new place where adventurers could purchase prosthetics. The first customer was Mayak, accompanied by Naza. Alex and Rebecca were at the shop, helping Pilar with inventory when Mayak arrived. Recognizing him, Alex recalled his friendship with Hestia and offered to assist with customer service while the others worked in the workshop. Mayak immediately recognized Alex, not just for his fame and striking appearance, but because Hestia often boasted about her brilliant familia member to other gods. Explaining his visit, Mayak said he wanted to inquire about a prosthetics cost. Alex quickly deduced that this was due to the financial struggles of Mayak's familia, already burdened with debt. Naza, who accompanied Mayak, tried to dissuade him from spending more, arguing that he didn't need to go to such lengths for her, especially at the cost of further debts. Smiling at their caring interaction, Alex offered an unexpected solution. As their first customers, Naza's prosthetic would be made free of charge. Mayak initially resisted the idea, but Alex convinced him it wasn't charity, it was a promotional move for the shop. As proof of his proposal, Alex assured that a high-quality prosthetic would serve as the best advertisement for Pilar's workshop. He deliberately avoided mentioning Mayaka's friendship with Hestia, knowing that this would only strengthen Mayaka's resistance. After much persuasion, Mayak eventually agreed. Alex quickly worked things out with Pilar, explaining the situation. Pilar readily agreed, especially since Alex provided the necessary materials, and additional publicity would only help the business. Meanwhile, the other women had varying experiences. Kiwi and Lucy, captivated by magic, delved into studying it. Alex prepared a detailed manual for them, enabling them to learn basic techniques independently. However, Kiwi and Lucy often had questions and frequently sought Alex's help. He patiently explained complex concepts, teaching them how to convert mana into different elements. Thanks to their previous experience as netrunners, the two quickly grasped the theoretical aspects of magic. Rebecca, on the other hand, took an interest in enchanting weapons with runes. She received a notebook containing Alex's personal notes, and to his surprise, she invented a press for imprinting runes onto bullets in just a few days, eliminating the need for manual work. Eager to test her new toys, Rebecca headed to the dungeon for another experiment. Foreseeing potential problems, Alex sent the other women with her as backup. It turned out to be a wise decision. When they returned, the group looked like they had crawled through an old chimney. The cause? Rebecca's invention had resulted in her blowing up an entire dungeon floor. Incidentally, Alex's theory about the effectiveness of firearms and explosives in the dungeon was also confirmed. Rebecca managed to level up within just a few days by blasting through monster-filled floors. Gloria mainly handled household tasks and spent time with Hephaestus, occasionally chatting with her and forming a small group of like-minded, practical women. Valerie, GIR, and Mimi spent most of their time with the others in the dungeon. However, GIR and Mimi became somewhat infamous in Orario due to one of their crusades against a floor inhabited by orcs. Adventurer rumors spread so wildly that Alex and Rebecca couldn't stop laughing, their stomachs aching from the hilarity. The rumors, primarily about GIR and Mimi, claimed that a new type of monster had appeared in the dungeon, hostile to all others. But when it became known that GIR and Mimi were Alex's creations, adventurers began avoiding the robo-dogs, fearing what they might do. When mistaken for monsters, GIR and Mimi had no qualms about launching their crusade, taking down any adventurers who stood in their way. The group from the modern world gradually adapted to life in Orario, forming friendships and connections. Alex even considered changing the women's races to make life easier for them. However, they unanimously decided not to rush the transformation. The only exception was Gloria, whom Alex helped rejuvenate slightly. Even so, this change had no visible effect on her appearance, which Alex already found beautiful. During this time, Alex was not only helping the women and his friends but also working on creating a module for GIR to track the presence of Nyan avatars in the worlds he would visit. After numerous trials and errors, Alex successfully created a module capable of detecting the avatars of external gods. Additionally, Alex kept another goal in mind, finding the world where David had reincarnated. To ensure that he wouldn't inadvertently harm David's soul fragment, Alex developed another module and installed it on Mimi. When Alex created the two modules, he only mentioned the one designed to locate Nyan's avatars. He chose to keep the module for finding David a secret for now, intending to surprise Gloria later. Once the modules were finished, Alex felt it was time to embark on a new journey. Alex woke up to a strange sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he found a small foot comfortably nestled against his cheek. Carefully moving it aside, he immediately recognized its owner, Hestia, who had somehow managed to turn in her sleep. Her head was now resting on his legs, while her feet were near his face. Seeing this, Alex chuckled quietly. Even in their sleep, Rebecca and Hestia managed to fight for their spot. He watched as the two girls continued to nudge each other even while dreaming, as if vying for dominance. Suppressing a laugh, Alex sighed and decided it was time to get up. However, as soon as he moved, both Hestia and Rebecca, still fast asleep, clung to him, refusing to let go. "Well, what am I going to do with you?" Alex smiled, gently lifting both girls in his arms. Balancing the lazy goddess and the mischievous gremlin on his shoulders, he headed downstairs for breakfast. Entering the dining hall, Alex found Gloria and Hephaestus sitting at the table, engrossed in an animated discussion over cups of coffee. When they noticed Alex carrying his heavy passengers, they both burst into laughter. Alex simply smiled, carefully setting the sleeping girls down at the table. As soon as Rebecca and Hestia were seated, they promptly let their heads drop onto the surface and resumed their slumber. Alex sighed, feeling more like a doting father than a boyfriend. Approaching Gloria and Hephaestus, he kissed them both in turn before finally taking a seat beside them. While Alex enjoyed the quiet moment, he noticed that everyone else seemed to be busy. Loki and Freya had likely sent their familiars into the dungeon to hunt monsters, continuing their unspoken rivalry. Lucy and Kiwi were probably absorbed in learning magic under Riveria and Lafia's guidance. Valerie, as usual, was most likely testing out her latest weapon in the dungeon, with the other girls accompanying her in case her latest crazy idea went sideways. GIR and Mimi were peacefully napping in a corner on their cushions, temporarily putting their crusades against the orcs on hold. Alex couldn't help but smile, imagining the chaos they must have caused in his absence. Gloria emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray with coffee for Alex and a hearty breakfast for Hestia and Rebecca. The moment the aroma of food reached their noses, the two lazy girls instantly opened their eyes and dove into their meals with surprising speed. Taking a sip of his coffee, Alex decided it was time to share his plans. "Have something on your mind?" Hephaestus asked, raising an eyebrow as she noticed the look in his eyes. "Something like that," Alex admitted honestly, setting his cup down. Both Hephaestus and Gloria immediately tensed. They knew all too well that whenever Alex had an idea, it usually led to yet another adventure. Even Hestia and Rebecca, without pausing their eating, began listening intently. "I think it's time to start searching for the remaining avatars of Nyan," Alex began. "I don't know when she'll decide to send them after me, so instead of waiting, I'm going to find them myself. It's not that we're enemies, I just can't tell what's going on in that woman's head. The best course of action is to stick to the deal we made and keep moving forward. And just as importantly, I don't want the worlds to continue to suffer from the influence of Nyan's avatars." Hephaestus let out a heavy sigh. She was aware of this deal and knew it was pointless to try to persuade Alex otherwise. Gloria also shook her head slightly, realizing that a quiet life was not an option for him. "When are you planning to leave?" Hephaestus asked, resigned to the inevitable. "In about an hour. I'll pack my things and head out," Alex replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "And who are you taking with you?" Gloria inquired gently, placing a hand on his. "Gir, Mimi, and Rebecca," Alex answered. Hephaestus and Gloria nodded, deciding to prepare supplies for him. Even though they knew Alex could create everything he needed himself, they wanted to give him something to remind him of home. Hestia, hearing Alex's words, frowned in displeasure and gave him her most reproachful look. Rebecca, on the other hand, beamed with excitement, already anticipating the adventures ahead. Hephaestus also tensed, casting Alex a curious glance. His choice had clearly piqued her interest. "Why Rebecca, Gir, and Mimi?" she asked, tilting her head slightly to the side. Alex shrugged and, with a faint smile, began to explain. "If you'd prefer to watch over them, I could leave them at home. Just remember, though, one day the dungeon might explode because of Rebecca's experiments. As for Gir and Mimi, aside from helping me search for worlds, they'd likely start another crusade or brainwash people into believing in the Emperor." Hephaestus nodded silently, knowing it was useless to argue. She had seen firsthand how Rebecca's inventions, especially after mastering runes, had gone from merely dangerous to downright catastrophic. Remembering the incident when Gir and Mimi attacked a group of adventurers who mistook them for monsters, Hephaestus sighed even more deeply. "Can I come too?" Hestia suddenly asked, her large, tearful eyes fixed on Alex. Alex looked at her, feeling his resolve begin to crumble. But before he could give in, Hephaestus intervened, firmly covering Hestia's eyes with her hand to block her magical puppy-dog stare. "You can't go. Your familia has grown, and so has your responsibility," Hephaestus stated firmly, ensuring Hestia wouldn't shirk her duties. "But I..." Hestia started to protest but quickly fell silent, realizing it was futile to argue. Seeing her disappointment, Alex knelt down to her level so their eyes met. "Listen, Hestia. As soon as we find the right world and settle there, I'll come back for you. In the meantime, it's better if you stay here and take care of the house," he said, gently pulling her cheeks into a playful smile to cheer her up. "Do you promise?" Hestia continued to gaze at him with teary eyes. "I promise. And if I don't find the right world immediately, I'll just come back home," Alex reassured her. His words seemed to calm her, and she nodded, though deep down she still wished she could join him. "Don't worry, my goddess. I'll bring you souvenirs and new snacks from other worlds," Alex added, ruffling her hair. The mention of snacks instantly lifted Hestia's spirits. She quickly set conditions, demanding mountains of sweets and the protection of her secret stash from Rebecca. "Store them in your inventory instead of the stash," Alex suggested with a grin. "It's not the same," Hestia retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Smiling, Alex headed off to pack his things. Rebecca immediately dashed to the workshop to gather her arsenal. Alex descended to his laboratory to retrieve the portable workshop cube, a device he had designed to ensure he always had the tools he needed for his work. When he was ready, he noticed Rebecca stuffing an entire arsenal of weapons, ammunition, and rune-crafting tools into her inventory. Once everything was packed, they headed upstairs, where everyone, including the goddesses, had already gathered. Freya and Loki were called by Hephaestus, who informed them that Alex was heading to another world, while Gloria called the other girls to tell them the same. "Can I come with you?" Loki asked suddenly, walking up to Alex and taking his hand. "What are you doing, flat-chested? Get in line." Hestia immediately snapped, pulling Loki away from Alex. As usual, their argument started right away, but Alex ignored their bickering and walked over to the pillow where the two robo-dogs were sleeping. "Rise and shine, duty calls," he said, giving the pillow a gentle kick to wake up Gir and Mimi. Hearing the word duty, Gir and Mimi immediately sat up and, like spoiled children, clung to Alex's legs. After stowing their transformed pillows in his inventory, Alex began preparing for departure. Before leaving, he hugged and kissed each of the girls, assuring them that as soon as he found the right world, he would return to invite them to join him. For now, he was only taking Rebecca to keep an eye on this sweet but extremely dangerous gremlin. None of the girls objected to Alex's decision, they all understood that only he could prevent potential disasters caused by Rebecca's experiments. "If anything happens, call immediately. And please, no chaos while I'm gone," Alex said sternly, casting a meaningful look at the most troublesome members of his family. "Don't worry, darling. I'll take care of them," Freya replied with an innocent smile, covering her mouth with her hand. Alex smiled, feeling a little more at ease, and turned to the portal he was about to open. "Well, we're off. Once I settle in, you can come visit if you'd like," he said, summoning Yamato to his hand. "Then don't make us wait too long," Gloria added, adjusting his shirt. With a smile, Alex took one last look at his family, sighed, and, drawing his blade, created a shimmering portal in a single motion. After a final farewell, he took Rebecca's hand and stepped into the unknown. They found themselves on a sunny beach by the azure ocean. There was no one around, which turned out to be quite convenient. While Alex shielded his eyes from the bright sun, Rebecca, beaming with joy, ran to the water to dip her feet in. Gir and Mimi, noticing her excitement, immediately joined in, playing in the water like real children. Alex, looking up at the sky, smirked and decided that his outfit, a black cloak and boots, was totally unsuitable for a beach outing. In one swift motion, he changed into a red Hawaiian shirt, black shorts, and flip-flops. When he looked at Rebecca, she was still wearing her favorite hoodie, but fortunately, at least she had shorts on underneath. Alex chuckled quietly, remembering how much time it had taken to get her to wear anything under her hoodie other than her usual bikini. "Having fun, are we?" Alex asked, walking up to the group, happily playing in the water. Rebecca continued splashing Gir and Mimi, who responded in kind. She heard Alex's voice and turned to him with a wide smile on her face. She noticed that he had already changed, as though he had just arrived at a resort. Without thinking twice, Rebecca started splashing water at Alex. After getting a face full of salty water, Alex just smiled and brushed his wet hair back so it wouldn't get in his way. "Of course. It's my first time at the sea," she declared cheerfully, stopping her splashing and looking at the shimmering surface of the water. "This isn't the sea, it's the ocean." "And we're in Hawaii now," Alex corrected her, standing beside her. Rebecca heard about the ocean and that they were in Hawaii and smiled even wider. She took his hand and, smiling, continued admiring the endless blue. Noticing that her hoodie clearly wasn't suited for this climate, Alex changed her clothes into black shorts and a light long-sleeve shirt. He also dried Gir and Mimi so they wouldn't get sand on them. "How long are we staying here?" Rebecca asked, clearly not wanting to leave this paradise. "That's a secret. But first, let's take a walk and see what's interesting around here," Alex suggested with a smile. Placing the robo-dogs on his shoulders to keep them from swallowing sand, Alex took Rebecca's hand again, and they walked along the beach. Their walk eventually led them to a livelier spot, where people were sunbathing, playing beach volleyball, or swimming in the ocean. Alex quickly noticed that he and Rebecca had become the center of attention. Tourists were casting curious glances at them, some even whispering about them. Especially Alex, who looked rather pale but tall, while Rebecca appeared as a cute girl with green hair and pale skin. Noticing the stares, Alex looked at himself and Rebecca, then realized why they were drawing so much attention. Rebecca also noticed it and tugged at Alex's hand. "Why are they staring at us like that?" Rebecca whispered, pulling at his hand. "Just look at us," Alex replied with a smirk. "We're both pale, like vampires who just crawled out of a crypt, and everyone here is tan. And, well, we kind of stand out with our attractive looks." Rebecca rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smile. "You're so full of yourself," she teased. "And yet you still love me," Alex answered calmly, gazing at the horizon, and they continued their walk. Alex hummed, grinning, and, ignoring the curious glances of the tourists, led Rebecca further. However, as he started to think, he realized he had no idea which direction to go to find a town. He didn't really want to talk to strangers, so after scanning the beach, he decided to head in the opposite direction from the water. Holding Rebecca's hand, Alex led her in what he hoped was the right direction. However, his attention was drawn to a little girl running quickly through the sand. He thought she looked familiar but shrugged it off and turned away. The girl, however, wasn't watching where she was going and, failing to stop in time, crashed into his leg, losing her balance and plopping onto the sand. Feeling a jolt, Alex turned around. In front of him on the sand was a girl in a striped swimsuit, and beside her lay a sports bag. She was rubbing the spot where she had bumped into him, looking bewildered. Rebecca also stopped and curiously glanced at the unexpected scene. "Are you all right, young lady?" Alex asked with concern, crouching down to meet her gaze. The girl looked up, her eyes widening. She first noticed his tall stature, then his face, with its strikingly unusual rainbow-colored eyes. Her mouth slightly dropped open in surprise. "So tall," she finally muttered, still in awe. Alex smirked and extended his hand to her. "Let me help you up." The girl hesitantly placed her small hand in his, and he gently helped her to her feet. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked, carefully checking her over to make sure nothing serious had happened. "Yeah, I'm fine," she replied, embarrassed as she brushed the sand off her swimsuit. "Sorry for bumping into you." "It's no problem," he said with a light smile. "Maybe you can help us find our way to the town. We seem to be a little lost." The girl frowned, thinking. "My older sister always says not to walk with strangers," she confessed shyly, gripping the strap of her bag. Alex nodded approvingly. "That's wise. Then let's introduce ourselves. My name is Alexander, but you can just call me Alex. And this is my fiancée, Rebecca," he introduced with a friendly smile. The girl eyed him with suspicion, then glanced at Rebecca. She also noticed the two strange creatures on Alex's shoulders, which looked like two dogs with silly expressions. "All right, you can call me Lilo," she said after a moment, relaxing a little. "Nice to meet you, Lilo," Alex nodded. "So, maybe you can guide us to the town. After that, we'll be fine on our own." Lilo nodded and agreed to show them the way. Alex and Rebecca followed her. He realized that this was just the beginning. According to his calculations, Stitch was supposed to arrive on Earth at night, and he was already brainstorming how to surprise Rebecca. When they reached the road, Alex asked Lilo where they could stop for the night, whether in a hotel or somewhere else. Lilo, biting her lip, clearly didn't know the answer, but then suddenly remembered that she was late for her dance lessons. "Sorry, I have to run. I'm already late," she said, looking at them with a guilty expression. "It's okay, Lilo. Go ahead, and we'll explore on our own for now," Alex reassured her with a smile. Lilo nodded and hurried off toward the dance school. Alex watched her go, then turned to Rebecca, who was curiously looking around. "How about we take a stroll and try some local dishes?" he suggested, noticing the sparkle in her eyes at the idea. "Of course." Rebecca eagerly agreed, nodding quickly. Alex took her hand, and they continued on, exploring the resort town, filled with bright colors, the sense of exotic food, and the sounds of merriment. To be continued. Chapter 155, Rebecca and Stitch. Alex and Rebecca continued strolling through the small Hawaiian town. For Alex, this place was special. It was the setting of a beloved cartoon he had grown up with. The quiet streets, smiling locals, and warm atmosphere all reminded him why Hawaii was often called a paradise. Rebecca shared his mood, soaking up every moment and enjoying the leisurely walk. The only source of trouble was their two robo-dogs, Gir and Mimi, whose mischievous antics seemed endless. Their curiosity and energy were boundless. While Alex and Rebecca were trying local desserts, the dogs managed to bother a random tourist and almost convinced him to join the cult of the emperor. Noticing this, Alex quickly rushed over, grabbed both dogs by their heads, and lifted them into the air. "Apologies for their behavior. They're just peculiar," he said, trying to hide his irritation. "Oh, it's no problem. Such adorable children in unique costumes. Though, aren't they feeling hot in this weather?" the elderly lady replied with a kind smile. "Their special ventilated suits," Alex lied smoothly, doing his best not to reveal the mechanical nature of his pets. The elderly woman laughed and, before leaving, handed each dog a piece of candy. Alex let out a relieved sigh and returned to Rebecca. To avoid a repeat of the situation, he pulled special harnesses out of his inventory. Securing Gir and Mimi to his belt with a magical enhancement, he ensured they couldn't escape again. When Alex sat back at the table, Rebecca, happily devouring her ice cream, asked, "What happened over there?" "Those two tried to recruit a sweet old lady into their cult. They're on a leash now," Alex replied, shamelessly grabbing a spoonful of her ice cream. "Hey! That's my ice cream. Get your own." Rebecca protested, pushing his head away. "You always eat off my plate and drink from my cup, saying it's okay because you're my fiancé." "Well, I'm your fiancé, so it works both ways," Alex retorted, not missing the chance to tease her. Rebecca simply huffed, turned away with her ice cream, and continued eating. Alex just smiled, kissed her on the crown of her head, and kept an eye on Gir and Mimi to make sure they didn't cause more trouble. Once the ice cream was finished, the couple resumed their walk through the town. Their next goal was to buy souvenirs for their family. Rebecca tirelessly picked up trinkets, justifying it by saying that, with so many relatives, they needed even more gifts. Alex sighed, realizing that without his abilities, he would have long gone bankrupt trying to fulfill everyone's wishes. They visited the souvenir market, sampled local dishes, and eventually Alex noticed a small liquor store. Stepping inside, he learned from the shopkeeper about a local pineapple vodka called Pau Maui. Thinking it would make an excellent gift for Loki and her crew, he bought an entire case. Continuing their walk, Alex spotted Lilo in the distance, walking down the street with her head down. The girl looked sad, which immediately caught his attention. Rebecca noticed her too and tugged on Alex's hand. "Hey, Lilo. We meet again." Alex called out, hurrying toward her. Lilo, walking along the road with her head bowed, was lost in sad thoughts. She was holding her doll, the one her mother had made for her. Though I can't recall if it was her mom or sister who made the doll. Unfortunately, I don't remember exactly who created it. The doll was the last thing left to remind her of her mother. When Lilo heard a voice calling her from behind, she turned her head and glanced up to see who it was. But as she turned, all she saw were legs. She had to tilt her head even further back to see the face of the person calling her. "Oh, it's you. The tall guy I ran into at the beach," she said, recognizing Alex. "First of all, I'm not a guy, I'm only 18. And second, why do you look so sad?" "You were happy when we said goodbye?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. Lilo sighed, clutching her doll tighter, and replied softly, "It's fine. Just don't worry about it." Alex looked at her with sympathy, sensing there was more to it than she let on. Rebecca, observing from the side, gave him a look that clearly said, "You need to help her." Alex nodded and crouched down in front of Lilo. You know, sometimes all it takes to feel better is talking to someone who's willing to listen. You're not alone, Lilo, he said gently. Lilo exhaled heavily, releasing some of the sadness weighing her down. For some reason, she felt like she could trust Alex. The girls from hula class don't want to play with me. They said my doll is ugly, she confessed, showing Alex her toy. Alex examined the doll carefully. To him, it wasn't ugly, on the contrary, it had a unique charm that made it endearing. Rebecca, standing nearby, started to get irritated, thinking about how cruel kids could be. Your doll isn't ugly at all. It's cool and, even stylish. Let those girls, Rebecca started to say, but stopped when Alex quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Cool? Really? Lilo asked, noticing how Alex stopped Rebecca mid-sentence. Her mood lifted slightly, but her curiosity remained. Why didn't you let her finish, she asked, tilting her head. Because my wife sometimes says, things kids shouldn't hear, Alex replied, giving Rebecca a pointed look. Your wife? Lilo's eyes widened in surprise. You're only 18. And what was she going to say that kids shouldn't hear, she asked, the questions pouring out like a flood. Alex tensed, unsure how to respond. Rebecca, meanwhile, struggled to contain her laughter as she watched his discomfort. Gir and Mimi, as if sensing the perfect moment, stood still, ready to explain exactly what Rebecca had meant. But Alex quickly tugged on their leashes, preventing them from speaking. We got married because we love each other, he said with a smile. And as for the second question, you'll find out when you're older. Why do I have to wait? Lilo asked immediately. Alex sighed, realizing this conversation might take a while. He was beginning to understand why parents often looked so tired. Because some things only make sense when you're an adult, he said gently. For now, just enjoy being a kid. Lilo pondered this for a moment before nodding. Her attention then shifted to the strange creatures at Alex's feet. She bent down and stared intently at Gir and Mimi. Who are they? Are they dogs? Why do they have such weird faces? Why do they walk on two legs? And why is the pink one wearing a skirt? A new wave of questions crashed over Alex. These are my companions, Gir and Mimi, he replied, trying to answer in one breath. They are the way they are. And the skirt is to make Mimi look cute. Can I pet them? Lilo asked, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Alex glanced at the robo-dogs, who were still lazily eating their ice cream. They were completely indifferent to the world around them. Making sure they didn't mind, Alex nodded. Lilo cautiously approached and petted them on their metal heads. Gir lazily glanced at her but quickly returned to his dessert. Are you going to keep your hand on my face for much longer? Rebecca huffed, pushing Alex's palm away. If you weren't trying to argue in front of a kid, I would have moved it sooner, he retorted, rolling his eyes. In response, Rebecca squinted at him and bit his hand. Alex wasn't even surprised, it was just like her. Meanwhile, Lilo was completely absorbed in petting the two robots, enjoying the calmness of Gir and Mimi. Alex smiled, seeing that the girl wasn't as sad as before. Maybe we should walk you home. For your safety, Alex suggested, looking at Lilo. She furrowed her brow and gave him a suspicious look. Are you planning to kidnap me and sell me? Lilo asked sharply, narrowing her eyes. Rebecca couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, watching Alex stunned as he tried to explain himself. Alex choked in surprise at Lilo's accusation of kidnapping. Rebecca, unable to stop herself, laughed loudly, enjoying how Alex's face instantly darkened with irritation. Why would I kidnap or sell you? Alex asked, barely holding onto his composure. Well, I don't know. My sister says strangers often kidnap children, Lilo declared, nodding confidently as if this were an absolute law. Alex's eye twitched nervously. The child's words were so innocent and simultaneously so firm that he didn't know how to counter them. Rebecca only fueled his irritation, happily watching his discomfort. We're not going to kidnap you, Alex sighed, rubbing his forehead. I've got plenty to do without taking care of that. I just offered to walk you home to make sure you get there safely. Lilo looked at Alex with suspicion but decided that he didn't look like a child snatcher. Nodding, she agreed to let Alex and Rebecca walk her home. Well, all right, if that's the case, she agreed. Rebecca squinted mischievously. She was curious to observe the strange dynamic between them. As Lilo led them to her house, Alex, trying to ease the tension, decided to ask the girl about the city. Lilo perked up and began enthusiastically sharing everything she knew, especially about Elvis Presley. Who's this Elvis? Rebecca asked, curious. And that was a mistake. Lilo immediately started spouting a wealth of information about the king of rock and roll, with so much passion and enthusiasm that Rebecca felt a headache beginning to form. Maybe we should stop. Rebecca tried to cut in. But Alex shook his head. Let her talk, he whispered, nodding toward Lilo's beaming face full of joy and excitement. Rebecca sighed heavily and muttered. You owe me for my patience. Alex just smiled and, leaning down, gave her a light kiss on the forehead. By the time they finally arrived at Lilo's house, the girl's mood had noticeably improved. However, the door was locked. Lilo sighed in disappointment. Maybe your sister's picking you up from dance and is already rushing home. Alex suggested, trying to cheer her up. Lilo nodded sadly. Alex remembered how Nanny from the animated movie always struggled to handle everything on her plate. You know, he began, gently stroking Lilo's head, your sister probably has a lot on her shoulders. She takes care of you, manages the house, and works. But she's still your family, and she loves you. Instead of being sad, try to support her. Lilo thought for a moment, sitting on the steps, then quietly said. But sometimes it feels like I'm not needed. Alex sighed. That's not true. She just has a lot to deal with. Try talking to her. Sometimes just understanding and supporting each other is more important than anything else. He took a candy from his pocket and handed it to the girl, who took it and listened to him with even more attention. To lift her spirits, Alex told her a story about Rebecca's brother, Pilar, with whom she constantly fought, but who was still an important part of her life. Rebecca also added a few stories, making sure to throw in her favorite jabs. However, whenever she tried to say something harsh, Alex skillfully closed her mouth with his hand, preventing her from teaching Lilo any bad words. Soon, Lilo's sadness vanished. She began to understand how much effort her sister put into taking care of her. Alex felt satisfaction as he saw the girl coming to these conclusions sooner than she might have. When Nanny finally returned home, Lilo joyfully ran to her, making Alex and Rebecca smile. After a while, Alex noticed a girl running toward the house in the distance. She was tall, dark-skinned, and beautiful, with chestnut hair, but her expression was frighteningly stern when she saw Lilo sitting on the steps. Alex immediately recognized her. This was Nanny, Lilo's sister. Lilo, noticing her sister's approaching stern face, immediately jumped to her feet and hid behind Alex, peeking out from behind his back. Lilo. How many times have I told you not to wander off alone? Nanny said loudly, walking up the steps with a strict gaze fixed on her sister. Maybe you wouldn't be late picking me up from dance. Lilo replied, frowning, peering out from behind Alex's shoulder. Alex struggled to suppress a smile, watching the lively exchange of words. He still couldn't believe he was witnessing a scene from his favorite animated movie. And who are these strangers you brought home? I told you not to talk to outsiders. Nanny asked sternly, pointing at Alex and Rebecca. They're not strangers. We met them, and they walked me home while you were missing. Lilo replied, frowning and pointing at her sister. Nanny started to get angry, clearly preparing to scold her sister. Alex decided to intervene to defuse the situation. Sorry, miss. Lilo had nothing to do with this. My wife and I are here on vacation. We met Lilo at the beach and asked for directions, and later, noticing that she was feeling down, we offered to walk her home. When the doors were locked, we decided to wait for you to make sure she was okay. Alex's words made Nanny cool down. She glanced at him and Rebecca, initially surprised by their appearance, but quickly shifted her focus to Lilo, who was nodding confidently, confirming the man's words. And now, Lilo, don't you have anything to say to your sister? Alex asked softly, turning to the girl. Lilo hesitated, but Alex gently nudged her forward, encouraging her. Taking a deep breath, she remembered his words about how hard things were for Nanny. Sorry, Nanny. I shouldn't have run away, and I should have waited for you. I know it's hard for you right now, and I promise I'll try not to cause you any more trouble, Lilo said softly, clutching the hem of her dress and looking at the ground. Nanny was genuinely surprised by her sister's words. She quickly realized that Lilo couldn't have come to such a conclusion on her own. Her gaze shifted to Alex, who was nodding approvingly at each of the girl's statements. Sighing, Nanny knelt down and hugged Lilo. You never cause me problems. Well, maybe sometimes you're a little pain, but you're my sister, and I love you. Alex smiled with relief, watching their reconciliation. If they hadn't made up, Nanny might have faced even more difficulties in the battle for custody of her sister. Standing up, Nanny turned her gaze to Alex and Rebecca. Sorry I misunderstood you at first. And thank you for helping my sister. It's all right, chum. Lilo's a sweet girl, and it wasn't hard to walk her home. Though now I know everything about Elvis, down to the tiniest detail, Rebecca responded with a smile, playfully waving it off. Alex's eye twitched after Rebecca called Nanny chum. Nanny gave Rebecca a strange look at the unfamiliar word but quickly ignored it. Would you like to have some tea? That way, I can thank you properly, Nanny offered, trying to show her friendliness. Alex was about to decline but noticed the look on Lilo's face, as if his refusal would be the end of the world for her. Turning to Rebecca, he asked her opinion. She shrugged, signaling she didn't mind. I think we won't say no to a cup of tea, Alex replied with a warm smile. Nanny smiled and invited them all inside. She unlocked the door and allowed Lilo to lead Alex and Rebecca to the kitchen to sit down. While Nanny was making the tea, there was a knock at the door. Alex immediately guessed who it was, the special agent who had been tracking the aliens and had now transitioned into a social worker. Alex remembered the man because of his unusual and funny name, Cobra Butterfly. When Nanny went out, Alex and Rebecca continued their conversation with Lilo, who eagerly told them about things to do on the island besides sightseeing. A few minutes later, Nanny returned, looking tired and downcast, as if every last bit of energy had been drained from her. It was clear from her face that something was bothering her. Alex recalled that Nanny was facing a serious issue. She needed to find a job, or she risked losing custody of Lilo. Are you okay? Alex asked, looking at Nanny carefully as she sat at the table with a weary expression. Everything's fine, don't worry. Let's just have some tea, Nanny dismissed, trying not to show her worry. Alex sighed, realizing that perhaps it was best not to press the matter further. He thought about ways to help them, but knew that in the end, Nanny and Lilo would manage on their own. What troubled him most was the feeling of guilt for wanting to take Stitch, the one who would become Lilo's true support and help her emerge from her sad cocoon. Alex decided that he would try to help them secretly once Stitch arrived on Earth. When the tea was finished and the conversation had ended, Alex and Rebecca stood up to say their goodbyes. They needed to find a place to sleep and, the next day, pick up Stitch. Lilo looked at Alex with sad eyes, as if she didn't want him to leave. Don't be sad, Lilo, Alex said, gently ruffling her hair. You'll definitely find a friend who will be special to you. Lilo nodded, and after their final goodbyes, Alex took Rebecca by the hand, pulling along Gir and Mimi. Nanny pointed out a place for them to stay, and soon they made it to a hotel, booked a room, and decided to take a short walk. The couple swam in the ocean, enjoyed the sunset, and then went out for dinner. Rebecca, unable to resist, overate, and by the time they returned to their room, she collapsed onto the bed, barely touching the pillow. What am I supposed to do with you, my little gremlin? Alex muttered with a smile, covering her with a light blanket. After taking care of Rebecca, Alex glanced at the clock. He tried to remember when exactly Stitch was supposed to arrive. After a moment of thought, he asked Mimi to watch over the sleeping Rebecca while he took Gir and went up to the hotel roof to enjoy the view of the night sky. Alex lit a cigarette, sitting at the edge of the roof, and began gazing at the stars. Suddenly, the sky lit up with a bright green light, illuminating the entire city. Alex took a drag and smiled, realizing it was a signal. Stitch had arrived. Gir, sitting next to him, tugged at Alex's sleeve, pointing at the falling object. That's your new friend, Alex said, affectionately ruffling his head. We'll pick him up tomorrow. Gir tilted his head in confusion but just shrugged. Once he was sure everything was going as planned, Alex returned to the room, changed, and set the alarm, deciding not to rely on Gir's promise to wake them up on time. The next morning, Alex was awakened by the persistent sound of the alarm. Trying to fall back asleep, he suddenly remembered that he had to hurry to pick up Stitch before Lilo and Nanny did. Waking Rebecca, he faced her resistance. Leave me alone, let me sleep some more, she muttered, rolling over to the other side. I've got a surprise for you, Alex whispered in her ear. Hearing about a surprise, Rebecca became alert and turned toward him. Alex only smiled mysteriously. What's this surprise that's worth me getting out of bed for? She asked suspiciously. You'll find out soon. Just hurry up. I promise, it'll surprise you, Alex said, using magic to dress himself. Rebecca began grumbling but got up to get dressed. After leaving the hotel, Alex asked the locals where the animal shelter was. Once he got the directions, he took Rebecca by the hand and confidently headed toward the shelter. Why are we going to the animal shelter? Rebecca asked, tugging on his hand slightly to get his attention. There's a surprise waiting for you there, Alex replied with a smile. Enough with the riddles, spill it already. Rebecca rolled her eyes, her curiosity beginning to wake up. We're going to pick up Stitch, Alex said, emphasizing the name. Rebecca froze in place, her eyes lighting up, and a wide smile appeared on her face. Now, instead of slowly dragging her feet, she pulled Alex to the shelter, filled with joy. Her mood shifted instantly, she started hopping down the road like a child who'd just been promised their dream gift. Alex just smiled, holding her hand tightly so she wouldn't run too far ahead. A few minutes later, they arrived at the shelter. As soon as they entered, a girl behind the counter greeted them with a friendly smile. Good afternoon. Are you here for a pet? She asked. Something like that, Alex replied, glancing around the room. My wife needs a loyal companion, so we're here. Rebecca giggled at his words but decided not to interrupt the conversation. Meanwhile, Alex noticed movement in the far corner of the room. A small blue head peeked out from the ceiling, belonging to Stitch, who was clearly looking for a way to escape. Catching Alex's gaze, Stitch froze, but seeing that no one was raising the alarm, he carefully continued his maneuver. "What kind of pet are you interested in?" the girl behind the counter asked. "I think it should be a dog. Though it's better if my wife chooses herself," Alex replied, waving a hand in Rebecca's direction as she was studying posters on the wall. With permission granted, Rebecca eagerly went further into the shelter to search. Alex kept an eye on Stitch, who, seizing the moment, silently slipped through the ceiling panels. However, a few minutes later, the sound of gunshots echoed from a distance, and Stitch, as if nothing had happened, returned, hiding in the shadows. At that moment, the door to the shelter opened, and Lilo and Nanny entered. "Tall Alex!" Lilo exclaimed, pointing at him. "Lilo, how many times have I told you not to point at people?" Nanny immediately scolded her. Alex smiled. Their interaction was warmer than the day before. "Did you come for a pet too?" he asked with a friendly smile. "Yes. I want a lobster with big claws that go clack clack," Lilo announced, gesturing energetically. Nanny sighed heavily, covering her face with her hand. "Lobsters aren't suitable for adoption, Lilo. The door to our house isn't designed for lobsters." "Stop being silly," she said firmly. "But they're so cool," Lilo continued, waving her arms as though they were claws. Alex quietly laughed as he watched their argument. Meanwhile, Rebecca had moved deeper into the room where the animals were kept, carefully examining each cage, all of which were empty. She regretted getting rid of her cyber implants, with which she could have easily tracked every living creature in the room. Stitch, who had been hiding in the shadows this whole time, watched the girl with interest. His gaze landed on a poster of a dog hugging a child, and suddenly an idea sparked in his head. Transforming into something resembling a dog, he cautiously left his cage and began to approach Rebecca, trying to appear as friendly as possible. Rebecca heard footsteps behind her and turned around to see a strange creature that resembled a dog but was standing on its hind legs. She tilted her head slightly, trying to figure out what kind of animal it was. In a moment, she realized that this was exactly what she had been looking for. "Well, hello there," Rebecca said, smiling and studying Stitch closely. Hello," Stitch mumbled, trying to pronounce the word. Rebecca's eyes lit up with joy. Without thinking, she scooped Stitch up into her arms, and he, as if nothing had happened, hugged her legs, trying to appear friendly. Rebecca's smile grew wider as she ran towards Alex, not noticing that another figure was peeking out from the cage Stitch had just escaped from, a creature with pink fur, strikingly similar to Stitch. "Alex, look what I found. He's so cool," Rebecca exclaimed joyfully, bursting out of the room, holding Stitch, who was casually hanging upside down. Alex turned to her, and his eyes immediately sparkled with happiness. He smiled, recognizing the cosmic dog he had once seen in cartoons as a child. "I see you found what you were looking for," he said, watching Stitch, who was pretending as if nothing was going on. "Yeah. And he even talks," Rebecca replied enthusiastically, showing off Stitch. Hello," Stitch said, waving his paw. Alex laughed and petted Rebecca and Stitch on the head. Now they just needed to fill out the paperwork and pay for the adoption. He decided to keep the name Stitch to avoid any confusion in the future. Meanwhile, Lilo, who had also gone into the animal room, found the pink-furred creature, Object 624, known as Angel. She joyfully carried her out, making Alex look on in surprise. "Hey, wasn't Angel supposed to show up much later?" he muttered to himself, watching as Lilo and Rebecca stood holding two alien creatures. Stitch and Angel locked eyes, and suddenly, both growled at each other, which greatly surprised Alex. Well, that's a twist. In the cartoon, they were supposed to be a pair, but here they're at odds right away, he thought, quickly dismissing the idea and deciding that this was just part of the new reality. As they exited the shelter, Alex noticed a laser pointer aimed directly at Stitch's head. His face instantly became serious. He stepped in front of Rebecca and Stitch, shielding them with his body. "Don't worry, Stitch. You're part of our family now, and we'll protect you from anyone who tries to harm you," Alex said, placing a hand on Stitch's head. Stitch tilted his head, not understanding what was going on, but sensing that he could trust these people. Rebecca nodded and also saw the laser pointer aimed at Stitch. Turning toward the direction where two aliens were lying in wait, Alex disappeared from his position. At that moment, the two aliens were lying in ambush nearby. They were Jumba Jakiba, a scientist and creator of Stitch and other experiments, and Pleakley, an agent sent to monitor him. Where did he go? He was just standing there and then disappeared. Pleakley whispered in panic, looking around. "Who cares? I've got 626 in my sights, and now he can't escape," Jumba grumbled, aiming a laser gun at Stitch. But before he could shoot, Pleakley grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? You could hit the human." Pleakley hissed, outraged. "I'm careful. I only need 626, Jumba shrugged, trying to pull away. Suddenly, Alex's voice came from behind them. That one-eyed fool is right. If you accidentally hurt my wife or Stitch, I'll send you both straight into the core of the sun, he said with a friendly, yet chilling smile. Jumba and Pleakley froze, feeling cold sweat on their backs. The two aliens, who had been arguing only moments before, tensed as they heard the voice behind them. They slowly turned around and met Alex's cold gaze, which they hadn't noticed until he was standing right behind them. The moment of silence made them feel vulnerable. The men had approached so quietly that they hadn't heard him. Who are you? Jumba Jakiba, still holding his laser weapon, aimed it at Alex. Alex smirked slightly, but his gaze remained serious. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I know both of you, the mad scientist Jumba Jakiba and Galactic Federation agent Wendy Pleakley. Listen carefully. This is the first and last time I'll say this. Experiments 626 and 624 are under my protection. If you, your Federation, or anyone else continues to pursue them, I'll personally send both of you into the core of the nearest star. Got it. With these words, Alex slightly tilted his head, as if assessing their reactions. The tension in the air grew. Jumba tried to say something, but was met with Alex's heavy gaze, which seemed to pierce his very soul. Pleakley opened his mouth to speak but quickly shut it, frightened by Alex's last glance. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date with my wife and a new friend to feed, Alex added, as though it were just a casual conversation about the weather. He disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving only the faint rustle of air behind. The aliens remained silent for a long time. Finally, Pleakley whispered. He didn't use any weapons. Just his voice. How did he do that? It doesn't matter how. We can still take 626, right? Jumba replied nervously, his voice wavering. Meanwhile, Alex returned to Rebecca and Stitch. Where did you go? Rebecca asked, looking at him with a hint of suspicion. I took care of a little problem. No one will bother us now, Alex replied with a slight smile. He placed his hand on Stitch's head and, gently patting him, added. Don't worry, buddy. Jumba won't be hunting you anymore. Now, let's go grab a bite. Stitch, still not fully understanding what Alex meant, nodded and then stuck out his tongue toward the direction Alex had just come from, clearly intending to tease the two aliens. Rebecca noticed this and turned her gaze to Alex. Are you hiding something from us? She asked with a sly smile. There are two aliens, but they don't pose a threat anymore, Alex explained calmly. Rebecca wasn't going to let it slide and reached for a grenade launcher in her inventory, but Alex managed to intercept her hand just in time. No explosions. At least, not yet, he said with a smile. At that moment, Lilo and Nanny emerged from the shelter. Lilo was carrying 624, whom she immediately named Lala, and Stitch with his new friend were once again growling at each other. Well, looks like we've got some new additions. How about lunch on me? Alex offered with a smile. Nanny tried to protest, but after tiring of Lilo's insistence, she eventually gave in. The group headed to the nearest cafe. Stitch, Lala, Gir, and Mimi quickly bonded, which surprised everyone. However, Stitch and Lala continued to bicker, and Rebecca considered arming Stitch with a new weapon. Alex, however, put a stop to her plans, insisting that Stitch needed to get used to the new company first. The two aliens continued to follow them, now dressed in ridiculous disguises, Jumba in a hat and mustache, and Pleakley in a women's dress with bright makeup. Alex occasionally glanced over at them, unable to hold back his laughter. These are the most ridiculous aliens I've ever seen, he whispered to Rebecca while the group was deciding what to order. Rebecca turned her head and saw the pair of aliens trying to pass as humans with their comical disguises. She wanted to laugh, but Alex cleverly covered her mouth with his hand to avoid drawing attention. He asked Gir to discreetly take some photos for memories. Stitch and Lala also noticed the alien duo and began growling at them. Alex patted their heads to calm them down and gave them some food so the two cosmic dogs would stop paying attention to the aliens following them. To be continued. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, New World and the Demon King's Wrath. After spending the afternoon with Nanny and Lilo, Alex and Rebecca had to say goodbye. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay longer, there were still plenty of places they could visit. But duty called. As they left the cozy family diner where Nanny had taken them, Alex sighed softly, realizing it was time to move on. Still, a strange feeling stirred inside him, a pull, as though invisible threads of fate were drawing him elsewhere, toward people who might need his help. Lilo, who had been so lively and happy just moments ago, grew sad again at the mention of their departure. Nanny, understanding that their new friends were merely passing tourists, also felt a pang of disappointment. You're leaving already? Lilo asked anxiously, clinging to Alex's pant leg. You just got here. There's so much more to see. Alex knelt down so their eyes were level and smiled gently. Lilo, someone once told me something important, don't fear goodbyes. They're necessary for new meetings. Because reunions are inevitable for those who are friends, whether in moments or across a lifetime. Lilo tried hard to hold back tears but still asked, "What does that mean?" Alex gently patted her head. "It means that if two people are truly friends, the distance between them doesn't matter. They'll always find their way back to each other. It's destiny." Those words comforted her a little, but the tears still streamed down her cheeks. Nanny knelt beside her, wrapping her in a hug, while Lala, the girl's new companion, snuggled against her shoulder, offering warmth and support. Even Stitch stepped forward, momentarily setting aside his usual rivalry with Lala, and patted Lilo's arm with surprising tenderness. Gir and Mimi, strangely enough, had their own solution. They began offering Lilo candy. This earned a faint smile from everyone present, even Rebecca, who shot a pointed glare at Alex, as if to say, "If you don't cheer her up, I'll empty a clip into your chest." Alex sighed and addressed Lilo again. "Listen, your prayer last night was already answered. And the angel you asked for is here with you now. Take care of him, all right? And don't be sad. Just keep being yourself, the bright, happy Lilo we've come to love." Lilo's eyes widened in shock. "But, how did you know?" "I didn't tell anyone." She stared at him, bewildered. Alex smiled mysteriously as he stood and added, "Someday, you'll understand. For now, just keep being you, you little troublemaker." Her eyes filled with a mix of wonder and hope as she tried to process how Alex knew about her secret prayer. But while she pondered, Alex joined Rebecca, who had been watching him intently and clearly wanted answers. "What did you tell her?" she asked, placing Stitch on her shoulder and grabbing Alex's hand. "I just reminded her that her prayer had already been answered," he replied calmly, gazing ahead. Before leaving, Alex cast a protective spell over Lilo, ensuring that she and her family would be safe from harm. He made sure no one noticed, performing the spell as discreetly as possible. As they walked through the forest, Rebecca finally broke the silence. "Alex, she looked at you like you told her something incredible. What did you do?" "I just told her the truth. Sometimes, that's all it takes to give someone hope." Gir and Mimi trotted along cheerfully behind them, while Stitch occasionally glanced back, stealing one last look at Lala. Even in the smallest gestures between them, a bond was evident, one that would undoubtedly bring them together again someday. Rebecca watched Alex intently, expecting a more detailed explanation. However, he simply shook his head, signaling he wasn't about to reveal anything more. With a heavy sigh, she realized Alex was once again speaking in riddles only he seemed to understand. Alex shifted his gaze to Stitch, perched on Rebecca's shoulders. At first glance, Stitch seemed much calmer than his animated counterpart, but Alex quickly saw through that facade, recognizing the complex and intelligent personality hidden beneath. Likely, Stitch had overheard their earlier conversation with the aliens and drawn his own conclusions. "Stitch," Alex began, gently patting his head, "I know you have a tendency toward destruction, but you can channel that energy in a different direction. If you ever feel the urge to break or blow something up, just tell me or your new mom. We'll figure out a way for you to let off steam." "Mom?" Stitch tilted his head, curiously examining Rebecca. "Yes," Alex confirmed with a nod. "Rebecca is your mom now. Every creature needs a family, and you're no exception. Even though you were created artificially, that doesn't mean you don't deserve care and love. From now on, me, Rebecca, Gir, and Mimi, are your family. We'll help you adapt and understand what that means." Stitch frowned, trying to process Alex's words. The concept of family was unfamiliar to him, but he grasped the most important part: this group of people and beings was now his support system. Rebecca hugged Stitch tightly and added with enthusiasm, "And I'll make you some toys so you can have all the fun you want." Alex immediately flicked her forehead. "Hey, what was that for?" Rebecca asked indignantly, rubbing the spot. "For skipping the important part," Alex grumbled. "Before giving him toys, especially ones that explode, teach him what he can and can't destroy. Love and care first, chaos and destruction later." Stitch growled protectively at Alex, defending Rebecca. Alex just smirked. "Relax, Stitch. She deserved it. By the way, Gir and Mimi are just like you. You'll get along great." Stitch glanced at the two robo-dogs, who were currently darting around energetically, restrained only by their leashes. "Jay just like me?" Stitch asked skeptically. "Yep," Alex confirmed. "They also get destructive urges sometimes, but as you can see, their energy can be channeled productively. Give them something to break, and they calm right down." Stitch studied the robo-dogs carefully, then leapt off Rebecca's shoulder and ran over to them to get a closer look. Alex, smiling, quickly clipped a leash onto Stitch to ensure the cosmic dog wouldn't run off. Soon, the trio, Stitch, Gir, and Mimi, were happily playing together, as if they'd known each other forever. Rebecca watched the scene with interest, holding Alex's hand. "Aren't you worried those two might brainwash him?" she teased. "I am," Alex admitted with a heavy sigh. Worst case, I'll need to prepare another suit of armor and weapons. Best case, maybe Stitch will keep his independence. Rebecca couldn't help but laugh. All right, but why are we leaving so suddenly? We could have stayed for a couple more days. Alex, lost in thought, paused for a moment before answering. I have this feeling I'm needed somewhere else. Something's happening, and it could turn catastrophic if I don't show up. Rebecca frowned, trying to decipher what he meant. Do you think it has to do with that woman? Unlikely, Alex said, shaking his head. But my intuition tells me it's something that could determine the fate of others. The girl sighed, realizing that deciphering Alex's riddles was no easy task. Instead, she simply tightened her grip on his hand, continuing to walk beside him. His intuition had started buzzing back at the family diner, as if an unseen voice whispered of danger. Alex couldn't explain the nature of this feeling, but he knew they couldn't delay any longer. Rebecca understood that trying to get answers out of him now was futile, so she decided to wait until they reached the new world before attempting to pry some clarity from him again. The group arrived at an empty forest clearing, a secluded spot where no one could witness Alex opening a portal. All right, we're here. Stitch, go to Rebecca. You two, on my shoulders, Alex commanded, stopping in his tracks. The chaotic trio had been wandering ahead until the leashes pulled taut, forcing them to turn back. Hearing Alex's instructions, Stitch approached Rebecca, letting her pick him up. Gir and Mimi, more experienced in interdimensional travel, eagerly climbed onto Alex's shoulders. Once everyone was situated, Alex summoned his Yamato blade and made 2 precise slashes, one horizontal, one vertical. A shimmering portal appeared before them. Stitch, seeing the spectacle, clapped his paws excitedly, as though watching a magical performance. Alex couldn't help but smile, patting Stitch on the head before taking Rebecca's hand and stepping into the portal. They emerged into a grand building. The marble floor gleamed beneath their feet, golden chandeliers and candelabras adorned the walls, and a lofty ceiling towered overhead. Alex scanned their surroundings carefully until a distant rumble, like the sound of battle, caught his attention. Without wasting a moment, he scooped up the trio in one arm and held Rebecca with the other. Though confused, Rebecca let him carry her as Alex sprinted through the corridors, following the source of the commotion. When he finally reached the right passageway, a massive coliseum opened up before them. On one side of the stand sat mortals, on the other, gods. Yet Alex's focus wasn't on the crowd, it was on the scene unfolding in the arena below. On the sandy arena floor stood a young man with his fist outstretched. Kneeling before him, bloodied and covered in dust, was an old man. Alex instantly recognized them. The young man was Adam, the father of humanity. The old man was Zeus, the chief god of Olympus. Fuck it. I'm too late, Alex growled, his teeth clenched in frustration. Rebecca, still processing the scene, noticed how Alex's face twisted in anger. His hands gripped the stone railing so tightly that cracks began to spread beneath his fingers. Alex, what's happening? Who are these people? Why are you so angry? She asked worriedly, placing her hand on his. Alex didn't respond immediately. His gaze remained locked on Adam, whose figure was beginning to crumble into ash, carried away by the wind. The entire Colosseum rose to its feet, bowing their heads in respect to the men who had defended humanity to his very last breath. To Alex, Adam had always been a symbol, a father willing to sacrifice himself for his children. Adam had inspired Alex to believe that a father should protect his children and be their unshakable pillar of strength. When Alex realized where he was, he thought he might be able to save this man, the first child created by God, the one who started it all, and the one who gave humanity its greatest gift, the ability to adapt. As the last remnants of Adam's ash scattered into the wind, Alex suppressed his anger. He turned to Rebecca, who was clutching his hand tightly, her worried eyes searching his face for answers. Alex sighed, suppressing his anger, and glanced at Rebecca, who was looking at him with concern. I'm angry because I was too late. Adam, the father of humanity, was fighting Zeus, the king of the gods, in that arena, he finally said, pulling out a cigarette to calm himself. Rebecca's eyes widened. Even though she had never been to church, she knew who Adam was and what he had done for humanity. You wanted to save him. But why was Adam fighting a god? And why is there such a crowd here? She asked, glancing around. Alex took a deep drag and exhaled the smoke upward, slowly regaining his composure. Although he hadn't managed to save Adam, the opportunity for revenge still lingered. And he had the means to do it within the rules of the tournament. There's a survival tournament happening in this world, Alex began to explain, his voice steady but tinged with restrained fury. The gods have decided to destroy humanity. But humanity refused to go quietly. They demanded the right to fight. That's how this tournament was organized, where humanity's greatest warriors face off against the gods to defend their race. Everyone here in the crowd, either gods or humans, is watching the battles. Rebecca nodded, casting a glance at the surrounding gods. For a moment, the thought of wiping them all out flickered in her mind. However, she quickly dismissed it, realizing that Alex clearly had his own plan. "Are you planning to interfere?" she asked, tugging on his sleeve, hoping for a definitive answer. Alex, still staring at the arena where Adam had fallen, suppressed his anger with effort. Yet his voice remained cold. Turning to Rebecca, he finally responded, "Not just interfere. I'm going to help humanity win this tournament. And I'll avenge Adam's death against Zeus." He dropped the cigarette butt onto the floor and crushed it under his heel. "Then can I join too?" Rebecca asked enthusiastically. "No. It's too dangerous," he replied, decisively cutting off her suggestion. Taking one last look at the arena, Alex turned and started heading deeper into the Colosseum's corridors. "Come on. We need to find Brunhild, the one in charge of choosing humanity's fighters," he said confidently, walking ahead. Grabbing Rebecca's hand, he led his trio of chaotic companions behind him. Alex decided not to waste time and used a mana wave pulse to locate Brunhild. Detecting 3 demigod auras in one direction, he quickened his pace. Rebecca, walking beside him, continued to steal glances at him. His face remained grim, as though carved from stone, and each step echoed through the empty halls. Finally, they reached the door from which muffled voices could be heard. Without hesitation, Alex pushed it open, the loud creak breaking the silence. Inside was a room occupied by 3 Valkyries and an elderly man dressed in a traditional Japanese kimono with a katana strapped to his back. One of them was Sasaki Kojiro, a man who never won a duel but tirelessly pursued perfection, developing his unique sword style, Ganryu, in the twilight of his life. He continued honing it until his final days. The 3 women were demigods, Valkyries who had chosen humanity's side. Leading them was Brunhild, with her younger sister Gal standing beside her, and Hrist, the second eldest of the 13 Valkyrie sisters. "In other words, this is my golden age," came Sasaki Kojiro's voice, which abruptly stopped as his gaze landed on Alex. Sasaki felt something inexplicable. A fear, the kind one only feels before an enemy who cannot be defeated, gripped him. The Valkyries, including Brunhild, also froze, sensing the overwhelming aura of power emanating from Alex. "Who are you?" Brunhild was the first to speak, trying to conceal the tremor in her voice. Alex looked at her, briefly holding her gaze. Her stern features, black hair falling to her shoulders, and a wing-shaped hairpin created an image worthy of a leader. He then turned his gaze to Kojiro, who instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his katana. "I will fight Poseidon," Alex stated flatly, avoiding unnecessary explanations. These words stunned everyone. "Young men, shouldn't the elderly be given their turn?" Kojiro said, trying to restrain the overwhelming sense of threat. Alex ignored him and turned his attention back to Brunhild. Her keen gaze seemed to pierce his icy calm. "Who are you?" she repeated, demanding an answer. Alex silently approached Brunhild, ignoring the focused looks of those around him. Each step echoed in the room. Suddenly, a small girl appeared before him, trembling but standing her ground. It was Gal, Brunhild's younger sister. Alex's cold gaze softened slightly when he noticed her fear. He slowly extended his hand, and the girl squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for what he might do next. But Alex gently placed his hand on her head, soothing her. "Don't worry, little one. I'm not here to cause harm. I've come to say that I will fight Poseidon," Alex said quietly, stroking her head. When Alex stepped back, the atmosphere in the room relaxed slightly, though his companions' gazes remained wary. Alex moved around Gal and approached Brunhild, who stood a little farther away. Their eyes met, and she was forced to look up, seeing something familiar yet terrifying in his iridescent eyes. "I'll repeat myself. I will fight Poseidon," Alex said, staring intently into Brunhild's eyes. Sasaki Kojiro could no longer stand the young man's interference. Suppressing the fear that had gripped him when he looked at Alex, he stepped forward and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Hey, kid, don't take this fight from me," Sasaki said, trying to turn Alex around. Alex didn't break his gaze from Brunhild's emerald green eyes but felt a tug on his shoulder. Without warning, he sharply struck Sasaki in the stomach, causing the old man to collapse to his knees, barely holding back vomit. The blow was so powerful that Sasaki felt like he had been slammed by a steel beam at high speed. "If you want to participate, why should it be you?" "There are other strong warriors," Brunhild asked, trying to tear her gaze away from Alex. "Because it has to be me. It's all about revenge for Adam." "I have to do this," Alex replied calmly, not looking away. The atmosphere in the room tensed again, and everyone present could feel the tension rising once more. Gal rushed to Sasaki, trying to help him stand. She noticed a distinct bruise on his stomach where Alex's fist had landed. "Master Sasaki, you have a huge bruise on your stomach," Gal said, pointing to the mark. Sasaki glanced at the mark and laughed, realizing that Alex had hit him so quickly that his senses, honed over years of experience, hadn't had time to react. He looked back at Alex, his gaze now more determined, as if not only had he been outmatched in a battle against a god, but he had also found a worthy opponent. If you want to fight, at least tell me your name, Brunhild said, not breaking her gaze from Alex. My name is Alexander Voldegod, Alex replied calmly. I've never heard of you, Brunhild said indifferently. You don't need to have heard of me. You only need to know one thing, I will fight Poseidon, and no one else, Alex added, still not taking his eyes off Brunhild. Silence once again filled the room, and both Alex and Brunhild continued to stare at each other. Brunhild tried to decipher Alex's essence, but all she could see was a thick fog, hiding all his intentions. In the tense silence, her gaze was cold and resolute, but she still felt that this meeting was something special. I can allow you, but I need to understand who you are and whether you can defeat Poseidon, Brunhild said, trying to maintain rationality in the situation. When Brunhild looked at Sasaki, she realized that a great warrior, capable of challenging Poseidon, stood before her. But when her gaze fell on Alex, she saw nothing. Emptiness. Fog. Something beyond comprehension. Alex nodded at her words, then with a slight smirk, said the first nonsense that came into his head. I'm just a monster created by a god to kill gods. These words, spoken in his usual manner, provoked an unexpected reaction. Brunhild felt her legs go weak and grabbed the edge of the table to keep herself steady. Sasaki smiled even wider, as if this bluntness had only fueled his excitement. Gall and Hrist exchanged wary looks, trying to process the meaning of these words. Are you joking? Brunhild finally exhaled, trying to regain her composure. But a strange feeling had already ignited in her heart. Alex spoke with such confidence that she believed him, even though logic screamed otherwise. His essence was hidden behind a thick fog, but one thing was crystal clear, this man was a threat. Not only to gods but to anyone who stood in his way. No, I'm not joking, Alex replied curtly. Now add me to the list of contenders. I'll show you how to kill a god. Alex took a step back, breaking the intense stare with Brunhild, and turned to leave the room. He was eager to begin his preparations. The anger that had been building inside him was reaching a boiling point. But before he could take 3 steps, Brunhild quietly said. Then why do you say it's revenge for Adam? He stopped but didn't turn right away. Rebecca, holding his hand, felt him slow down slightly, as if weighing whether he should respond. Then, turning back, Alex gave her a brief but warm yet icy smile. Because Adam is my brother, he said calmly before leaving the room, pulling Rebecca and the trio of disturbers of peace with him. Alex's words echoed, leaving everyone present in confusion. Brunhild stood still, feeling images flash through her mind. Now she understood where she had seen that look, the look of someone willing to do anything to protect their family. It was the exact same look Adam had. Everything fell into place. But one thing remained a mystery, why had she never heard of Adam's brother? She took a deep breath, deciding she would figure it out later, after Alex defeated Poseidon. Why was she so sure he would win? Brunhild didn't even know herself. Perhaps it was her instinct telling her that this man was capable of the impossible. Rebecca, still holding Alex's hand, dared to ask. Why did you say it's revenge for Adam? Alex answered calmly, without slowing his pace. Because Adam is a son of God, just like me. We could say we're brothers. I felt the same essence in him that I feel in the old man. Adam was created by him. That's why I must take revenge. Rebecca stopped, stunned by what she had just heard. You're saying that your old man was in this world? He created Adam. Yes, Alex confirmed. I don't know why or how, but that's not important. The gods of Olympus killed my brother, so I'll destroy all of Zeus's brothers. His voice was calm, but his gaze was cold and resolute. Rebecca understood that she couldn't change his mind. Alex had already made his decision. After escorting Rebecca to the stands, Alex handed her 3 leashes attached to the trio of dogs. Keep an eye on them, he said sternly, seeing how the dogs were curiously inspecting their surroundings, clearly wanting to steal something. Rebecca nodded and, tying the dogs to herself, turned to Alex. Good luck, she said, trying to hide her concern. Alex didn't answer. He simply nodded and headed for the exit to the arena. At the exit, he was met by 3 Valkyries. Brunhild, frowning as she tried to decipher his motives, Gall, hiding behind her, and Hrist, designated as his partner. Alex didn't pay them much attention. His mind was entirely focused on one thing, killing Poseidon. To be continued. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, See God vs. Demon King. Alex walked slowly through the Colosseum corridor, savoring the anticipation of battle as Heimdall's voice echoed across the arena, extolling his opponent. Heimdall described Poseidon, the god of the seas, as the proudest and most ruthless of gods, the embodiment of the ocean's power and majesty. Each word of the announcer, like a delicate note, added tension to the air. Alex, however, remained unperturbed. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and took a deep drag, letting the smoke lazily drift around him. As he walked, Alex sank into his thoughts, pondering why the old man had ended up in this world and why he had created this particular Adam. But no matter how hard Alex tried, he couldn't understand the motives and actions of his old man. When Alex arrived in this world, he could see Adam's very essence, and within it was a glimmer of the old man's power. This realization had enraged Alex. These gods had killed his brother, a man Alex himself admired. Exhaling smoke, Alex briefly entertained the idea of resurrecting Adam but quickly dismissed it. He decided his brother deserved rest, and Alex would shoulder the burden himself, protecting Adam's children. Alex was no hero or savior, but he couldn't turn his back on those in need. His philosophy was simple: heroes save everyone, but a demon king saves his own people, even if it means staining his hands with blood. "Why did you bring me to this world, old man?" Alex murmured, exhaling a stream of smoke upward. He didn't expect the old man to answer, but he suspected it had something to do with this timeline being destined for destruction. When Alex reached that conclusion, he immediately suspected the involvement of an avatar of an outer god. However, he wasn't ready to act on this theory just yet. He needed confirmation before making any moves. After the battle, Alex planned to test the search module to ensure there were no outer god avatars present in this world. As he walked, he changed into his usual battle attire. His clothing emitted a faint glow before transforming into his signature outfit, the attire of Virgil from Devil May Cry. Changing on the way, Alex considered summoning his sword but quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't want to alarm the gods prematurely by wielding that weapon. For his plan of revenge, he would rely solely on physical strength and the so-called Volant, the fusion of a user's and a Valkyrie's souls. He worried about what might happen to the Valkyrie after the Volant. Alex's soul and very nature were rooted in destruction. However, he thought about how his other weapon didn't rely on destructive power, functioning more like its original counterpart. Maybe all the destructive power is concentrated in Delzogade and Venus Denoa. "I'd rather not have the Valkyrie suffer because of my strength," Alex muttered, sighing heavily. Descending the spiral staircase, he saw 3 Valkyries waiting for him: Brunhild, Gaul, and Hrist. Flicking his cigarette butt aside, he approached them with a faint smile. "Have you come to see me off?" he asked, his tone playful. The trio of Valkyries looked at Alex as he descended the stairs. They noticed his face was no longer as cold as it had been a few minutes ago. Now, his expression was calm and serene. Brunhild continued to compare Alex to Adam, and the only similarity she could find was the care for their family reflected in both their eyes. In the moments before the battle, Brunhild had tried to gather any information about Alex, but her search turned up empty no matter how hard she tried. This only deepened her doubts, not about Alex's connection to Adam, but about his very existence in this world. Her suspicions weren't unfounded since Alex was indeed not a native of this world. "You don't seem to be in much of a hurry," Brunhild said in a calm tone. Alex smiled at her words and casually approached the trio of Valkyries. "I had to see my wife off so she could watch the battle," he replied calmly, pulling out another cigarette. Brunhild gave Alex a once-over, noting that he had changed clothes, though she couldn't figure out when he'd done it. She hadn't seen him carrying any spare attire, but she quickly dismissed the thought, focusing on what truly mattered: the upcoming fight, Alex versus Poseidon. "Are you sure you can defeat Poseidon?" Brunhild asked again. Her question was rooted in concern, as humanity had already lost 2 battles. Losing a third would create a significant gap, one that would take immense effort to close. Alex understood her thoughts and simply smiled. "No problem. He won't be the first god I've killed. All gods bleed, and if you cut off their heads or tear out their hearts, they all die," Alex said calmly, his gaze drifting toward a stone wall. As Alex's eyes lingered on the wall, an unpleasant thought crossed his mind: how best to bring down this arrogant god? Staring at the wall, Alex was reminded of his loyal friend Jeff, who had helped him deal with the slavers who had kidnapped Valerie. The Valkyries noticed Alex's gaze fixed on the wall. "Why are you staring at the stone wall?" Gaul asked, peeking out from behind Brunhild. Still wary of Alex, Gaul stayed hidden behind her elder sister. She didn't fully understand why she asked the question, but curiosity about Alex's intense focus on the wall got the better of her. His look seemed almost nostalgic, as if he were seeing a long-lost friend. Hearing her question, Alex turned his head and met Gaul's eyes. The girl quickly ducked behind her sister again but continued to peek out, unable to resist her curiosity. "Just checking how sturdy the walls are," Alex replied with a light smile, looking directly at her. Not wanting to frighten her, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of candy, holding it out to the girl. Gaul peeked out again, noticing the warmth in Alex's eyes, and timidly reached out to take the treat. Once she had it, she retreated behind her sister but continued to observe him cautiously. Alex noted with a faint smile how she resembled a timid yet adorable animal. "Maybe I should kidnap her and make her my little sister," he thought jokingly for a moment. But he quickly pushed the thought aside, deciding to focus on the more pressing matters at hand. That was, until Brunhild's voice broke his concentration. "And why do you need to know if the walls are sturdy?" Brunhild asked suspiciously, her gaze sharp as it rested on Alex. He turned his gaze away from Gaul and approached the wall. Pressing his fingers against the stone masonry, he easily pulled out one of the bricks. For a moment, Alex looked at the brick as though it were an old friend before turning back to the Valkyrie trio. Why do you need that? Hrist asked, eyeing the brick in his hand with surprise. It's a surprise, Alex replied shortly, setting the brick aside. Then he turned to Hrist with a light smile. So, my beautiful assistant, shall we go kill a god? At his words, Hrist's expression changed. Her previous gentle demeanor gave way to a bloodthirsty grimace. Alex reminded himself that this Valkyrie had something resembling a split personality. One side was kind and caring, while the other was ruthless and unforgiving. Yeah, let's kill that bastard, Hrist said, her voice tinged with cold fury. Alex extended his hand, and as soon as her fingers touched his, Hrist's body glowed and dissolved, transforming into a weapon. In Alex's hands now lay a katana in its sheath. He was a bit surprised. In the original, Hrist's katana was much longer. But Alex figured its form had changed to suit his preferences. Gripping the katana by the sheath in reverse, he decided to remove his coat so it wouldn't get in the way. Hey, Brunhild, hold my coat so some idiot doesn't steal it, he said, slipping off his outerwear and handing it to Hrist's sister. Underneath the coat were 2 holsters for pistols. A black and white pistol hung under his arms, and a large revolver, blue rose, could be seen strapped to his waist. Brunhild silently took the coat, noting the confidence that was reflected on Alex's face. As he passed Gaul, Alex affectionately ruffled her hair and made his way to the enormous gates leading to the arena. Meanwhile, Hrist found herself within Alex's inner world. She was beside his soul, where various weapons floated in the air. But what struck her most was the majestic castle of the Demon King, Delzogade. Hrist's soul split, and now her 2 halves, the kind and the bloodthirsty, were in awe of the imposing symbol. Fear gripped them, but they continued to explore Alex's inner world. Alex himself had no idea of their state but could feel that Hrist was okay, though she was clearly shocked. For him, this was a new experience, uniting on a spiritual level. With a cigarette between his teeth, he stopped before the gates. They began to slowly rise. How dramatic, Alex muttered, rolling his eyes as he watched the passage open slowly. Rebecca and the trio of chaotic dogs were at the entrance, where Alex had left them. She had seated the dogs to keep them from running off. Though it had been difficult, their energy seemed to be boiling over, but under Rebecca's stern gaze, they settled obediently at her feet. A few minutes had passed since Alex left, and the arena began to change. The sight was mesmerizing, the floor filled with water, and soon its level rose, turning the arena into a massive pool. In the center of the swirling waters, a massive round platform of stone emerged. The noise from the spectators grew louder, especially from the gods, who seemed to be eagerly awaiting this moment. However, the humans remained grim, many still grieving after Adam's heroic death. Suddenly, the surface of the water began to stir, the waves growing stronger, and with every loud word from Heimdall, the tension mounted. Suddenly, the water parted, revealing a path down which the god Poseidon walked leisurely. In his hand, he held his majestic trident. When Rebecca saw Poseidon, rage boiled inside her. She barely held herself back from putting a bullet in the head of this arrogant god. His arrogance oozed from every movement, and his contempt for those around him was evident in every feature of his face. To Poseidon, humans were nothing more than insects, small and insignificant. Rebecca had already reached for her rifle but stopped, pulling herself together. She knew Alex wouldn't miss the chance to put this cocky god in his place. Even before the battle began, she had instructed GIR to record everything happening in the arena, so not a single moment would be missed. Rebecca smiled, imagining how Alex would turn the fight into not just a victory, but a true spectacle of humiliation for Poseidon. When Poseidon took his place in the arena, a deathly silence fell. His face appeared on the giant screen, and even there, the god's arrogance was unmistakable. The gazes of the spectators fixed on the screen, awaiting the announcement of the challenger from humanity. But instead of an image, there was only darkness. And now, meet the challenger from humanity. There is nothing known about his feats or life. All we know is that he is the older brother of Adam himself. Heimdall's words caused a terrible resonance among the spectators, both humans and gods. The gods were the most surprised, and they began to feel a fear rising from deep within their souls. If Adam was the progenitor of humanity, then his brother has remained unknown until now, as if he had never existed. Unknown in life, and unknown in death. Heimdall loudly proclaimed, further stoking interest in who would be Poseidon's opponent. The human side eagerly awaited the revelation of who might be Adam's older brother. Even Adam's children, Cain and Abel, exchanged surprised glances, not expecting that their father and husband might have a brother. The gods tensed, waiting to see who would step onto the arena. If Adam was the shield that protects humanity, then his brother is the sword of humanity aimed at the gods. Heimdall's words resonated among the spectators. The curiosity about this person, Adam's brother, known as humanity's sword, grew even stronger. Adam was created to lead humanity to prosperity. He was created to kill those who would stand against humanity. Adam was the light, and he was the darkness. If Adam was created to stand on equal footing with the gods, then he is the monster created to kill them. Even his name means protector of humanity. Meet Alexander Voldigode. With Heimdall's final words, the Colosseum was deafened by noise. All eyes turned to the passage where Alex should appear. Slowly, a stone bridge began to rise from the water, a simple, unadorned platform, sharply contrasting with the dramatic entrances of the other challengers. It seemed as though an ordinary man was about to step into the arena. When the bridge reached its limit, the massive stone gates creaked open. The arena froze in tense anticipation. The silence became absolute, all that could be heard was the rustling of water and the howling wind. It felt as if the world itself was holding its breath. And then, in the distance, steps echoed, measured, unhurried. Humans and gods, holding their breath, kept their eyes fixed on the dark passage. Every step seemed to synchronize with the beating hearts of the spectators, causing a sense of shiver and fear. Gradually, a silhouette began to emerge from the darkness. The steps grew louder, and the figure's outline became clearer. And then, Alex stepped out from the passage. He was dressed in a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, black trousers, and boots. Holsters with 2 pistols, one black, one white, hung under his arms, and a revolver was tucked into his waistband. His stern appearance and cold calmness immediately caught attention. When the spectators saw his face, they were struck by how much he resembled Adam, though his presence radiated darkness. Adam was light, and he is darkness, this thought ran through many minds. Alex's hair was swept back, emphasizing his confident look. In one hand, he held a katana in reverse grip, and in the other, a brick. The most ordinary brick, one you could find anywhere. Rebecca, watching all this, broke into a wide grin. She knew Alex like no one else and understood that Poseidon wasn't about to face just a fight, but a humiliating beating. She hugged Stitch and, with undisguised delight, said, "Poseidon asked for it himself." Walking across the bridge, Alex scanned the stands. His gaze met Eve, Adam's wife, and their children, Cain and Abel. Surprise was written on their faces, to which Alex simply nodded with a slight smile. Then he turned his gaze to the Olympian gods. His smile widened, and his eyes filled with predatory curiosity. When his eyes met Aphrodite's, she clenched her fists, unable to bear his gaze. Ares and Hermes felt a strange, almost animalistic fear. Even those whom Alex didn't look at directly could feel the weight of his presence. "Hey, Hrist, you still here?" Alex mentally addressed the Valkyrie, whose silence slightly surprised him. "We." "Yes, we're here," Hrist responded, bewildered. "What are you?" "A secret," Alex answered briefly, with a light smile. Upon reaching the platform, Alex stopped in front of Poseidon. He looked exactly as he did in the manga and anime, blonde hair, scaly blue armor, and a trident in his hand. Poseidon didn't even glance at Alex, continuing to display his indifference. Alex looked over the trident, mentally deciding to add it to his collection, then looked back at the god, his smile growing wider. He enjoyed seeing how arrogant beings eventually ended up on their knees. The start of the battle was announced, but neither of the opponents moved from their spots. Poseidon looked away, ignoring Alex, while Alex calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled the smoke into the cloudless sky. Humans and gods watched this in bewilderment. The Olympians, used to Poseidon's arrogance, remained silent, but their attention was more on Alex. His calmness raised questions. "Hrist, have you recovered yet?" Alex mentally asked again. "Yes. I'm fine," the gentle side of the Valkyrie quietly replied. Alex gave a brief nod and began to strap his katana to his waist to free his hands. He didn't want to reveal his true power, fearing it might provoke more radical actions from the gods. After flicking the cigarette butt away, he took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. All this time, he hadn't even had a specific plan, but he knew one thing: the battle with Poseidon had to be more than just a fight, it had to be a beating, where the god of seas and oceans would be utterly humiliated. Exhaling, Alex wiped the smile off his face, fully focusing on Poseidon. He hadn't come here just for a fight, he had come for vengeance, and the best revenge would be to show the Olympian gods how their magnificent warrior would be humiliated. Clenching the brick in his hand, Alex took the first step forward. As his foot touched the stone bridge, a powerful ripple spread across the water, as if a stone had been thrown into it. This wave washed over the gods' side, and they immediately felt the tension that had been hidden in Alex's figure. Now, from his body radiated a threat, not just physical, but something deeper, threatening their very essence. "Hey, underwater bastard, you know." Alex lazily tossed the brick into the air, catching it with one hand. His steps were slow, relaxed, as if he were taking a walk in the park. But as soon as he got close enough, his figure vanished from sight, leaving the spectators in confusion. In an instant, Alex was on Poseidon's right side. The brick, clenched in his hand, was already raised for a strike, and within a fraction of a second, it slammed into Poseidon's face with a dull thud. The god's head was thrown to the side, blood sprayed from his nose, and he staggered, nearly losing his balance. "It's impolite not to look at your opponent," Alex said, lowering the brick. A deathly silence hung over the stands. Neither the humans nor the gods could believe what they had just seen. Poseidon, the great and proud god, had been struck with a brick. Slowly recovering, Poseidon ran his fingers over his face, feeling the blood. When his gaze fell on the red spots on his fingers, his jaw tightened, and his eyes flashed with rage. Meanwhile, Alex stood nearby, still juggling the brick, his face showing nonchalance. "Is this for real?" The great Poseidon got hurt by a regular brick. Alex made a surprised face, his voice sounding innocent. "How could this be? Maybe you're not a god. Or just a mongrel, who calling itself a god." Alex's words sparked a storm of indignation among the gods, but the human side erupted in loud cheers of triumph. The spectators applauded Alex's boldness and strength. In the stands, Valkyrie Brunhild couldn't hide her astonishment. She watched the scene unfold with a bewildered expression. Her younger sister, Jel, whispered in shock. "How is this possible? He injured Poseidon without using Voland or Christ's power." Rebecca, standing nearby, snorted without taking her eyes off the arena. "Just for the record, Poseidon is weak compared to those Alex has already faced. He's no more than a small fish in a puddle." Jel turned her gaze to Rebecca, then to the strange beings beside her, who were happily eating popcorn while watching the beating. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused. "You'll have to ask him yourself," Rebecca shrugged. "For now, enjoy. This battle won't end well for Poseidon." Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, among the gathered samurai, a wave of excitement rose. "If he wins, I want to fight him," said Sasaki Kojiro, stroking his chin. "There's something special in his movements. Now I understand why there's a threat coming from him." The samurai, including a young fighter with a radiant smile on his face, followed Alex's every move. None of them could look away, especially waiting for the moment when he would unsheath his blade for the first time. It was as if they saw in him the peak they had long been striving to reach. Alex continued moving forward, throwing casual glances at the stands. His actions, words, and the mere fact that he had harmed Poseidon with a brick made the arena boil with excitement. And this was only the beginning. Alex stood facing Poseidon, observing the change in the god's mood. An angry crease formed on the god's face, and his grip on the trident became steely. Poseidon leaned slightly forward, and the tension in the air grew with each passing second. Without warning, Poseidon lunged forward with his trident, the weapon slicing through the air, leaving behind multiple bright, residual images, all aiming at Alex. With a slight smile, Alex disappeared from his spot, and the trident's afterimages pierced only his phantom. When Poseidon stopped to assess the result, Alex's voice sounded right at his feet. "Hey buddy, you think you actually hit him?" Alex was crouched beside Poseidon's foot, spinning the brick in his hands and smiling as though nothing had happened. Poseidon turned around, his gaze meeting the mocking eyes of the mortal. He swung his trident, but Alex, anticipating his move, struck the god's foot with the brick. The crack of bones and the splash of blood made the spectators witnesses to Poseidon's pain and humiliation. The god didn't slow down and tried to strike again, but Alex deftly jumped back, and the trident shattered the floor, leaving deep cracks. Landing, Alex threw a mocking glance at the god. "Are you sure you're a god? Or maybe just a fisherman with a superiority complex? You talk to fish, summon waves, but a brick turned out to be stronger than your pride. You know, there are plenty of gods like you among humans. Maybe I should start claiming that I'm the king of the seas. Although, no, I don't want to ruin your fragile self-esteem." Every word struck like a dagger, piercing the souls of the gods watching the battle. The Olympian side seethed with rage, their faces twisted with malice. One of them gripped the armrest of his stone throne, turning it into rubble, while Loki, who had been watching the fight casually, now sat with a grim expression. But suddenly, Poseidon began to whistle a melody. The Colosseum fell silent, with only the soft notes of his whistle filling the air. Alex raised an eyebrow, watching the strange behavior in confusion. Poseidon abruptly stopped whistling and attacked again. His movements were incredibly fast, leaving behind blurry afterimages. He raised his trident, and it broke the sound barrier as it raced toward Alex, tearing through the air with a deafening explosion. But Alex met the attack by holding up a brick. The trident strike shattered his weapon into dust, but Alex remained still, casually brushing off his hands. "Well, you've broken my brick. I was counting on that one," he remarked with feigned sadness. Poseidon smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. "Don't put on that sad face, pathetic mortal. You're just an ape sent to die, just like your brother." Ignoring the mockery, Alex looked the god over. Poseidon's broken nose was still bleeding, and his mangled toes were twitching. Alex smiled. Well then, it's time for the real fight, he said, unfastening his katana from his waist. He pulled out a rope from his pocket to securely bind the scabbard to the hilt. Time to show this god that the brick was just the beginning. The katana, known as Hrist, seemed to come alive in his hands. Come on, Alex, let's take everything out of this arrogant bastard, rumbled Hrist's voice, her evil version eager for battle. Oh, I've been waiting for this, Alex replied with a wide, almost frightening smile. Alex grinned when he realized that the evil version of Hrist seemed to read his thoughts. As soon as Poseidon began his attack, his trident struck the arena with such force, creating destruction that thrilled the god's side. But it only took one cold glance from Poseidon to turn their triumph into uneasy silence. Alex, slightly shaking his head, tightened his grip on the katana's hilt, holding it over his shoulder as if it were just a simple stick for beating. You're rather rude, you know, Alex began with a light mockery. You could at least enjoy the fact that these mutts are supporting you. Isn't it wonderful when one mutt praises another, especially when the latter's waving a fork? Poseidon narrowed his eyes, and his voice dripped with undisguised disdain. Support. Support is only for the weak. Those who have achieved perfection don't need it. Alex barely held back from laughing, but eventually, he couldn't contain himself and burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing throughout the Colosseum. He laughed as if he had just heard the dumbest joke of his life. Oh, sorry, Alex finally managed to say, wiping away tears. It's rude to laugh at the mentally challenged, but you killed me, great joker. Perfection. You. Look around. This arena is a pitiful attempt for you gods to make your lives easier. We're on an island in the middle of the water so you can use your advantage. You call yourself a god but fear losing to a mortal. All you've achieved is the skill to throw around arrogant words and scornful looks. Alex's words provoked a wave of outrage among the gods. Their whistles and shouts were deafening until Alex turned his head toward them. His cold gaze silenced them instantly. Those who feared Poseidon began to feel something more, fear of Alex. Without responding, Poseidon suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared right in front of Alex, delivering a powerful strike with his trident. Alex effortlessly parried with his katana and countered with a kick to Poseidon's chest, pushing him backward. Poseidon, regaining his balance, charged forward with fury. Alex delivered a horizontal slash with his katana, aiming for the ribs, but Poseidon deftly jumped, landing above him. Die. Poseidon uttered briefly, beginning to unleash a flurry of rapid strikes at Alex. Alex stood still, watching as the blows closed in. With a slight smirk, he vanished, appearing behind Poseidon. The katana in his hands flashed as he delivered a powerful strike to the god's torso, sending him crashing downward. Poseidon slammed into the arena, creating cracks beneath him. Alex pursued him, launching himself off the air. He flipped, shifted his position, and like lightning, descended. Taijutsu technique, falling lotus leaf, Alex murmured softly, his heel driving into Poseidon's chest. The impact was so powerful that the cracks around Poseidon's body widened, and a cloud of dust enveloped the arena. Alex stood over his opponent, his katana gleaming as the dust dispersed. Poseidon lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, but his eyes opened once more, and he tightly gripped his trident. Poseidon swung at Alex's face, but Alex merely tilted his head slightly. The trident whistled past him. Not giving up, Poseidon changed the trajectory of his strike, aiming for Alex's neck. However, the katana met the god's weapon, blocking it with a resounding crack. You call yourself perfection? Alex sneered coldly, not allowing the trident to budge an inch. If all gods are as pathetic and weak as you, I sincerely advise you all to dig a hole and die in it together. He turned his head toward the gods, his gaze filled with disdain. Alex's words were laced with such contempt that it seemed like a declaration of war against the gods. The gods in the stands couldn't hide their fury, their gazes seemingly trying to burn him to the ground. But Alex didn't care. He focused all his attention on Poseidon, who was still lying at his feet. Poseidon, seeing an opportunity to attack, jerked his trident back, trying to knock the katana from Alex's hands. But instead, he only tore the rope that had bound the scabbard to the sword's hilt. Reclaiming his weapon, Poseidon instantly retreated, increasing the distance between them. You've gone too far, mortal, Poseidon said, his voice tinged with cold fury. Your arrogance has exceeded all bounds just because you managed to land a few hits on me. Alex glanced at the torn rope and shook his head. Then, tightening his grip on the katana in his left hand, he assumed the stance to draw the blade. His gaze became sharp as the edge of a sword, like a predator aiming at its prey. Poseidon, in turn, prepared for a decisive attack. Now, he intended to use all his power to erase the human who dared to challenge him. The stands fell silent. The Colosseum was enveloped in a deathly quiet, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind, sweeping dust across the arena. The tension felt endless, like the calm before the storm. In the hall where the samurai had gathered, all watched with bated breath. Looks like this guy is serious now, said Sasaki Kojiro with a slight smile, stroking his chin. The other samurai silently nodded, but in their eyes burned a desire to face Alex in battle. They could feel it, his next move would reveal his true capabilities. Moments later, Alex and Poseidon rushed toward each other. Their movements were so fast they left destruction in their wake. One brief clash of steel, and they found themselves back to back. The dust that had risen was swept aside by their energy. Blood stained the blade of Alex's katana. He flicked it off with a sharp motion, turned, and saw Poseidon's body begin to tremble. Then, suddenly, his limbs, arms and legs, separated from his torso and fell to the ground. Chaos erupted on the god's side. Some looked stunned, others couldn't hide their fear. But Alex remained unfazed. He slowly walked toward the fallen Poseidon, his eyes radiating cold determination. "You know, I didn't come here to protect people," Alex said as he got closer. "I came for revenge. Your brother killed mine, and for that, I'll kill you." He bent down, grabbed Poseidon's trident, and threw a furious glance toward the stands where the gods were seated. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being just a mutt who thought himself a god. Blame your brother Zeus for Adam's death. And blame all of you, pathetic creatures, for starting Ragnarok. You're worthless, thinking you're above others, but in reality, you're just parasites clinging to your illusion of grandeur. But don't worry, I'll rid this world of your filth," Alex spat with contempt. Without giving Poseidon a chance to reply, Alex forcefully drove the trident into his face. The strike was so powerful that the weapon pierced through his skull and lodged into the ground, leaving cracks in the stone arena. Poseidon's blood sprayed in all directions, and his body began to turn to dust. Silence descended on the Colosseum. No one celebrated the victory. All, even the gods, gazed at Alex in horror. He appeared as he had before the fight, clean, unshaken, as if the battle had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience on his path. "Did you hear me?" Alex shouted, his voice trembling with fury. "You wretched creatures will pay for Adam's death. I will destroy all of you." His words rang like a death sentence. The gods, many of whom had lived for thousands of years, felt true fear before a mortal for the first time. Alex wrenched the trident from Poseidon's head, finishing him off. Then, with cold composure, he headed toward the exit without looking back. When the gates closed behind him, the human side erupted into triumphant cheers. However, for the gods, this victory served as a reminder: a new enemy had emerged, one capable of killing them with terrifying ease. To be continued. Here's a reminder for those who are too lazy to read the line where I usually share my thoughts. On P*Trian, I only release when I have 3 chapters in my notebook. That is, every 3rd day, a chapter will be released on P*Trian ahead of schedule. All chapters there are free, and P*Trian itself was created to collect money for coffee for the author. Yesterday I got some more support on P*Trian and I want to say thank you very much. Kisses and hugs for you, my dear friends. Here is a list of those who are subscribed to me. I just want to say that I am grateful to you. Mua. All member, Shiagames. Shahaf Vasserman. Mark. White Wolf. Mighty Midget. Cabriol. Jose Borda. Random. Idagban Ezekiel. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Meeting of the Demon King and the Hero. After Alex left the arena and the massive stone gates closed behind him, the Colosseum erupted in celebration. Humanity was rejoicing over their first victory in Ragnarok, not just a victory, but the utter humiliation of one of the gods. The cheers swept through the stands, drowning out even the sound of the wind. Yet, where there was elation, a shadow of anger began to grow. The gods who had watched Alex and Poseidon's battle seethed with fury. Their eyes were fixed on the gates through which the mortal who had disgraced one of Olympus's own had vanished. In the upper rows, Odin, the chief god of Valhalla, crushed the armrest of his throne into rubble with a single squeeze. His face twisted with rage, and the very air around him seemed to vibrate from his wrath. "This has gone too far," he rumbled, his eyes blazing. Loki, the trickster god, who had initially watched the fight with amusement and mockery, now looked distinctly displeased. To him, the entire event had seemed like a joke, a mouse daring to challenge a lion. But now it turned out that this mouse was a monster crafted to slay gods. "This outcome isn't funny anymore, not even to me," he said coldly, though the underlying malice in his voice was unmistakable. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Colosseum, Brunhild and Gaul were celebrating like children. Their first victory brought them immense relief, breaking the chain of defeats. They hugged, laughed, and cheered, until their joy was interrupted by a strange noise, a sound of munching and rustling. Turning around, they saw 3 peculiar beings casually eating popcorn. A blue dog was clapping its paws together, animatedly discussing something in an unintelligible language. Beside it stood Rebecca, grinning widely as she gleefully snapped photos of the gods' stands. Ahahaha. Fuck, their faces are twisted with anger like they ate shit, Rebecca laughed as she scrolled through the pictures. I can't wait for them to see Alex's full power. And it's gonna be just fucking awesome. Her laughter only grew louder as she reached the photos of Loki, who looked as if he'd swallowed a lemon. She found his expression particularly hilarious, though she didn't yet know his name. If Rebecca had known Loki was present, she would have taken even more pictures of his anger-distorted face, just to later tease a certain flat-chested red-haired goddess they lived with. Process these photos. Make them royally spectacular. And don't forget to include a highlight reel of the fight. Everyone back home has to see this, she commanded the robo-dog. Who had been enjoying the popcorn, turned his head toward Rebecca, popped another handful into his mouth, set the bag aside, and leapt up to grab the camera. Under the stunned gazes of the Valkyries, he connected a cable from his body to the camera, downloaded the photos, and neatly tucked it away into a special pocket on his chest. What is this marvel? Gaul whispered, watching as the large device disappeared into the tiny pocket of the robo-dog. While GIR worked, Rebecca had already started munching on his popcorn. Hearing Gaul call out to her, she turned with a questioning look. What are these creatures? The young Valkyrie asked hesitantly, gesturing toward the trio. Rebecca simply smiled and pointed to each in turn. That's GIR, Mimi, and Stitch. The first two are robots. GIR's a universal assistant, and Mimi's an analyst. As for Stitch, well, I think he's a space dog. At the word dog, Stitch burst into an outraged tirade in his strange language, waving his arms in indignation. Rolling her eyes, Rebecca simply poured him more popcorn to calm him down. Now I understand what Alex goes through trying to keep track of all of you, she sighed, barely holding back laughter. Brunhild and Gaul, stunned by what they saw, silently stared at the strange trio, trying to process it. GIR and Mimi seemed almost lifelike, but their metallic bodies betrayed their artificial origins. Stitch, however, remained a mystery, a talking dog that clapped its hands, expressed joy, and at times showed more emotion than most humans. Gaul smiled faintly, watching the creature now happily hugging a bowl of popcorn. These beings are extraordinary, she whispered, her gaze fixed on Stitch, who responded to her stare with a cheerful, almost human-like wink. While Rebecca chatted with the Valkyries, Alex was making his way back from the arena. Meanwhile, the chief gods left the Colosseum and headed to a place called the Hall of the Gods, a sanctuary where they could rest and collect their thoughts. Most of them had gathered in Zeus's spacious chamber. Zeus himself lounged on a luxurious sofa, still recovering from his battle with Adam. He held a steaming cup of tea, using it to relax and soothe his throat. Leaning back against the cushions, he took a sip, sighed in relief, and propped his feet up on the table. Behind him stood Hermes and Ares, their faces dark and brooding, radiating suppressed fury. Poseidon's defeat was a blow to all the gods, but especially to the Olympians. Alex, who had unleashed his fury upon Olympus, left a lasting impression with his words, vowing to destroy the gods. The silence was broken by Zeus. Why the sour faces? Why so gloomy? His calm tone only fanned the flames. One of the gods couldn't hold back. Shiva, the god of destruction from Indian mythology, slammed his fist on the table with a thunderous bang. His dark face burned with hatred, and his voice rang with fury. We don't have time for your jokes, old fool. Where did Adam get a brother? He roared, glaring at Zeus with eyes ablaze. Shiva cut an intimidating figure, blue-skinned, with 4 muscular arms adorned with tattoos symbolizing divine power, and a glowing yellow third eye on his forehead. His anger was directed not only at humanity for daring to challenge the gods but primarily at Alex, who had killed Poseidon and publicly humiliated the gods with his threats. Another voice joined in. Your brother was just killed, and you do nothing. This mortal openly defied Olympus. Loki said, his tone calm but his eyes sharp, watching Zeus's reaction carefully. This Loki, unlike his Damachi counterpart, was the trickster and schemer from Norse mythology. In this world, he was like a venomous serpent hidden in tall grass. His expression remained neutral, but the tension in his voice was palpable. No one expected Adam to have a brother, and there was no record of it. But one thing is certain, that man is indeed Adam's brother. His gaze is the same, Zeus said with a calm demeanor. However, unlike Adam, who was created to imitate us, this mortal exists solely to kill us. That's all I can tell. Zeus took a deep breath, set his tea down on the table, and rose to his feet. His face was shadowed, hiding the storm of sorrow and rage brewing within. Besides, you all watched the battles and should understand that every side faces victory and defeat. Yes, I admit, this is a heavy blow. But every side, sooner or later, encounters failure, he said evenly, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Zeus sank back onto the couch, resting his elbows on his knees, and continued. We must admit that humans are strong. If one such individual has emerged, there could be others. That little Valkyrie seems genuinely intent on overthrowing us. His words provoked murmurs of discontent among the gods. They understood Zeus was right, but their pride made it difficult to acknowledge. Finally, Shiva broke the silence again. Enough with the empty words. I'll go next. I'll show these mortals what the wrath of a god means, he roared, barely restraining his fury. Zeus raised a hand, signaling for calm. Ho ho, my friend, forgive me. But since this mortal has declared war, it is we, the gods of Olympus, who must respond. This is our battle, he said, no longer hiding his anger. The rage of Hermes and Ares, standing behind Zeus, had also reached its limit. They no longer masked their emotions, openly displaying their wrath directed at Alex. The other gods, observing the Olympians, nodded in agreement, sharing their indignation. We will not sit idly by and wait to be killed one by one, Zeus declared firmly, looking each of them in the eye. Mortals will not defeat us. We will show them a power that will crush any hope. His words resonated like a clap of thunder, prompting the other gods to silently nod in agreement. Hermes and Ares, standing behind Zeus, also ceased holding back, their fury visibly radiating as they directed their anger toward Alex. The gods seated in Zeus's chamber saw the expressions on the faces of the Greek deities and nodded in understanding of their rage. Alex had no idea that the gods had already accepted his challenge and decided to respond with their full strength. Though, even if he had known, it wouldn't have concerned him in the slightest. No matter how many gods of this world banded together against him, to Alex, they were nothing more than pathetic insects compared to the avatars of Nyan he had faced in the past. One of those avatars alone could wipe out all the gods here in an instant. Alex walked through the corridors of the Colosseum at a calm pace, leisurely taking a drag from his cigarette. Following behind him was Valkyrie Hrist, his partner in the battle against Poseidon. She had been silent since they left the arena, lost in thought. Alex glanced back over his shoulder at her. If you have questions, just ask, he said evenly, continuing to walk. But remember, the walls have ears. Hrist flinched, snapping out of her reverie. Memories of what she had seen while spiritually linked to Alex still pulsed in her mind. The oppressive image of the castle surrounding Alex's soul had pierced her consciousness like thorns. That soul terrified her. It was ancient, destructive, and alien. Yet, beneath that dark exterior, Hrist had glimpsed something hidden, love and care for those close to him. Are you really going to carry out your plans? She asked cautiously, avoiding his gaze. Alex paused for a moment. He remembered that the spiritual connection between them had allowed Hrist to see his thoughts. At the realization, he only sighed, understanding that it was now impossible to hide his intentions. Yes, my plans remain unchanged, he said calmly, though with a hint of warning in his voice. But I advise you to keep them to yourself. I don't care about these gods, Hrist replied sharply, her tone suddenly shifting to one of aggression. Let them dig their own graves and die there together. I'd even enjoy burying them. Alex smiled ever so slightly. Once again, he had to witness how the sweet and kind Hrist transformed into a cold and ruthless person. This duality intrigued him. She had two souls, he had felt it when they were linked. Perhaps it was related to her semi-divine nature. As they continued on their way, Alex noticed that Hrist began asking not about his plans, but about him. She already knew who he was and what lay hidden in his thoughts, but she was curious to hear his story firsthand. Their path led them to a group ahead. Alex saw Rebecca, Brunhild, and Gal. 3 small creatures were hopping around Rebecca's feet, tangling in leashes and causing a mess. In front of them stood a tall, muscular man holding a club. Alex recognized him immediately. Hercules, he muttered quietly, a trace of undisguised disdain in his voice. This was Hercules, the hero of humanity, who had ultimately become Zeus's lapdog, barking and biting at his master's command, a sight that filled Alex with nothing but disgust. He was a symbol of Olympus, and thus, one of those Alex despised most. His steps slowed but grew heavier. Even Hrist felt the tension emanating from him. When Alex saw Brunhild kneel before Hercules, his patience snapped. Though I'm not on the side to say this. I wish you luck, Brunhild said, lowering her head. Rebecca stood aside, bored, watching the 3 in front of her, though her thoughts were far from their conversation. Her gaze, drifting around, suddenly stopped on Alex, who was slowly approaching them with a grim expression. Breaking free from the tangled leashes around her, she bolted towards him. Alex noticed his favorite gremlin running toward him, dragging behind her the trio of troublemakers who hadn't even realized they were being pulled across the marble floor. Rebecca crashed into Alex, wrapping herself around him like a koala. His expression softened as her arms wound around him. The noise caused Brunhild, Gal, and Hercules to turn. Upon seeing Alex, they froze. Brunhild tensed more than the others, she knew all too well how much he hated the gods. Hercules, on the other hand, became serious, feeling the pressure emanating from Alex. It was so intense it reminded him of the day he held the heavens on his shoulders for the golden apples. Alex hugged Rebecca tightly, and the trio of troublemakers climbed onto his body, hanging from him like fruits on a tree. But his gaze darkened once again as he looked at Hercules. Alex moved toward him, but suddenly, Brunhild stepped in front of him, spreading her arms to block his path. He raised an eyebrow, directing a focused look at her, but she didn't back down. Sighing, Alex softened. It's all right, Brunhild. I'm not planning to fight. Just step aside. I want to have a word with this traitor, he said gently, lightly poking her nose with his finger. Alex's words about the traitor stunned Brunhild. She knew she couldn't argue with him. People saw Hercules as a hero, but now he stood with the gods. Hercules remained unmoved, accepting everything Alex threw at him. He had long been prepared to bear this burden. Alex pushed Brunhild aside and stood facing Hercules, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Rebecca smoothly slid off Alex, dragging the three companions behind her. An invisible tension hung between Alex and Hercules. Gaul and Brunhild watched the scene with tense faces. Only Rebecca and Hrist remained calm, they knew what Alex was capable of. So, you are Adam's brother, Hercules finally spoke, calmly looking Alex in the eyes. And you're Zeus's dog. A dog that betrayed humanity, which once considered you a hero, Alex replied, not hiding his disdain. Hercules remained unmoved. I made my choice, and I'm ready to face its consequences. This is my justice. We'll see where this leads, Alex said, averting his gaze. He walked over to Gaul, who was holding his black coat. Smiling, he placed his hand on her head and tousled her hair. Thanks, little one, for keeping an eye on him, he said, taking the coat. Gaul blushed, embarrassed by his unexpected kindness, especially after how angry he'd been moments ago. Throwing the coat over his shoulders, Alex took a candy from his pocket and handed it to Gaul. For the next fight, my men will go. He'll enter the room where you pick candidates, Alex said over his shoulder to Brunhild as he passed by her. He didn't look at Gaul, Brunhild, or especially Hercules, whom he now considered a dead man in his mind. Alex had once admired Hercules, reading about his feats. But now, he only felt contempt for someone who had betrayed his destiny. Approaching Rebecca, Alex scooped her up in his arms and headed toward the room where they could watch the battles without needing to confront the gods. Following Hrist's directions, they arrived at a spacious room adorned with fine fabrics and filled with refreshments. The trio of troublemakers immediately pounced on the food. Alex sat Rebecca down in a soft chair, and he stayed standing next to her. Are you still planning to intervene? She asked, reclining in the chair with a mischievous tone in her voice. Alex casually threw his coat on the couch, put his pistols back into his inventory, and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Yes, I will intervene, he said calmly but firmly, releasing a stream of smoke upwards. There are too many factors that can affect the outcome. Knowledge, experience, unexpected moves from the enemies, all of it is unknown. I can't leave such a task to outsiders. Therefore, I'll do everything I can to make the divide between the gods and humanity insurmountable. The gods must not win. Hrist approached with a cup of coffee and handed it to Alex. And how do you plan to achieve that? She asked, studying him with her gaze. With magic and other resources, he replied, taking a sip of the coffee. Finishing his cigarette, Alex set the cup down. His body suddenly lit up, beginning to change right before the eyes of those gathered. The light faded, and instead of the usual Alex, a completely different man stood before them. A tall, muscular man with short black hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His body was covered with scars and strange white tattoos, and a torn, dirty blue cloak billowed behind him. The sight of this figure screamed of a warrior who had been through unimaginable battles. Call me Atrus, Alex said in a hoarse, rough voice. Hrist, stunned by what had happened, couldn't look away. Her instincts told her this was a completely different person, but the spiritual bond with Alex dispelled her doubts. Rebecca, smiling, examined Alex's new appearance as if appraising goods in a market. I hope you're not planning on staying like this all the time. I prefer your usual look, she remarked, taking a few pictures. It's temporary. I need a new identity for this battle, he replied calmly. Rebecca nodded and sat back down, but not before taking a couple of photos of Alex's new look to answer questions later when showing the battle footage. Hrist was still in shock because, when Alex changed, even his spiritual signature became different. He radiated completely different vibrations, and if not for their spiritual connection, Hrist would have thought this was a completely different person. Seeing no further questions, Alex pulled a battered iron helmet from his inventory and put it on his head. The helmet completely obscured his face, leaving only a pair of golden eyes glowing from underneath it. After putting on the helmet, Alex retrieved a long spear and a strangely shaped iron shield. Attaching the shield to his arm and holding the spear in his other hand, Alex was ready to seek out Brunhild. Walking toward the door, Alex turned his head to those still in the room. I'll be back soon, Alex said, heading toward the exit. His footsteps in the heavy iron boots echoed through the corridors of the Colosseum. Leaving the room, Alex made his way toward Brunhild. He had chosen this appearance because it symbolized a man who decided to challenge the gods and never wavered in his path. Alex had used the appearance of Pantheon from the game League of Legends. Alex smiled beneath his helmet, thinking about how fans of this game would be surprised if they saw this man in another world, where he had challenged the gods. He also thought about what other personas he could adopt to participate in these duels. I need to win 6 more battles to gain an advantage that the gods won't be able to overcome, Alex muttered, his iron boots echoing on the stone floor. Each step Alex took echoed through the corridors of the Colosseum, the sound of metal striking stone reverberating as he walked. The noise continued until Alex reached the room where Brunhild was choosing the challengers. Pushing the doors open with his hand, Alex saw Brunhild pacing back and forth, a nervous expression on her face as she bit her thumbnail. Not far away stood Gal, nervously watching Brunhild as she paced, clearly on the edge of a nervous breakdown. Nearby, a sweet-looking girl was sitting, drinking tea and behaving like an elegant lady. The girl had light brown hair braided into 2 pigtails, which resembled untied brushes, a dress similar to the usual Valkyrie attire but with added red and blue tones on the skirt, and red shoes. When the door opened, it caught the attention of the 3 Valkyries, each reacting differently to the visitor. "Who's this uncouth brute?" the girl scoffed, eyeing the newcomer with disdain. Alex turned his gaze toward her, his golden eyes glowing through the gaps in his helmet, focusing on the speaker. It was Hlok, one of the Valkyries. Her question only heightened the tension in the room. Brunhild stepped forward, scrutinizing the new guest. Her gaze lingered on every scar, tattoo, and worn cloak that seemed to carry the weight of countless battles. "Are you the warrior that Adam's brother spoke of?" she asked, suspicion in her voice. "That's right. I am the nameless warrior who has come to challenge the gods that seek to destroy humanity," Alex answered firmly with his rough voice. Brunhild continued to study Alex's new appearance closely. She slowly approached him, wanting to examine the warrior recommended by Adam's brother. Alex calmly planted his spear into the stone floor and removed his helmet, revealing the face of a man with short black hair and a neatly trimmed beard. "Why did you choose to participate? There are many other challengers ready to fight. Do you understand that, if you lose, even your soul will be destroyed?" Brunhild asked, observing Alex's reaction. "Because as long as life exists, there will be those who protect it," Alex replied in his low, rough voice, locking eyes with Brunhild. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. She nodded, recognizing his determination and strength of spirit. Brunhild needed to know the name of the person who had voluntarily challenged the gods. "What is your name, warrior?" she asked. "My name is Atrus, a mortal who will sever the head of a god," Alex declared, and his golden eyes shone even brighter. Brunhild turned her gaze to her younger sister Hlok, who continued to stare at Atrus with an expression of clear discontent. Seeing that Brunhild was looking at her, Hlok irritably shook her head, clearly showing her disgust. "Are you out of your mind? Why should I, the great and beautiful Hlok, be forced to join forces with this uncouth brute?" she exclaimed, pointing a finger at Atrus. Alex remained calm, not reacting to the fiery temper of this sweet yet capricious Valkyrie, who clearly had a princess complex. "Even if you ask, sister, I won't. For a human and a Valkyrie to use Voland, their souls and hearts must be united. And I definitely don't want to unite with this boar. What if I end up just as uncouth as he is?" Hlok crossed her arms over her chest and shook her head in refusal. Brunhild clenched her fists, her patience running thin. Black lines appeared on her forehead, and a vein pulsed with anger. "No refusals. The decision has already been made. You will become this mortal's partner," she said in a cold tone. Alex watched the argument and only smirked. Their bickering reminded him of a quarrel between 2 sisters, one strict and responsible, the other spoiled and stubborn. He removed his shield from his arm and carefully leaned it against the wall. The sound of his metal boots striking the stone floor caught the attention of both Valkyries. Hlok frowned, watching as Alex knelt down to meet her gaze. "Young child, I ask you to be my partner in this battle," Alex said in a soft yet firm voice, looking directly into Hlok's eyes. Her gaze met his golden eyes. There was no trace of anger or irritation in them, only calmness and kindness. What surprised her most was that despite all her insults, Alex didn't even attempt to get angry. "What do you mean, young child? I might be older than you, uncouth brute." Hlok snapped, trying to test his patience. A slight smile appeared on Alex's face as he observed Hlok, who continued to act like a spoiled princess. He tilted his head slightly, looking at her with a touch of mockery. "Then, beautiful princess, would you honor me by accepting my invitation to this dangerous dance?" Alex said with a soft, ironic intonation, extending his hand as a gesture of invitation. Hlok looked at his outstretched hand, then at Alex himself. His golden eyes continued to look at her with an astonishing combination of kindness and care, which both irritated her and confused her at the same time. After a brief hesitation, she finally extended her hand to his. "This is the first and last time that I, the great and magnificent Hlok, will join forces with such a brute as you," she grumbled, before their hands touched. As soon as their hands connected, Hlok's body began to glow, gradually dissolving into the air. Her soul merged with Alex's, forming a spiritual bond. In an instant, she found herself in his spiritual realm. What she saw filled her with true terror. Dark whirlwinds, hiding destructive power, and a dark, grim castle, which seemed to float like a planet around Alex's soul, with fragments of memories from battles with gods of other worlds surrounding her. Her gaze stopped on another unexpected aspect, the spiritual thread that connected her to her sister Hrist. This revelation shocked Hlok even more. She suddenly realized that the man fate had tied her to was none other than Adam's brother, the very Alex who had killed Poseidon with his own trident. The weight of this realization was a powerful blow, and Hlok lost consciousness. Alex, unaware of what was happening with his new partner, lowered his gaze to his black gloves. He checked their condition as if it were part of his preparation ritual. After completing the inspection, he nodded to himself, tucked his helmet under his arm, and returned to the spear and shield he had left at the entrance. Atreus, are you sure you can defeat Hercules? Brunhild asked seriously, carefully watching his actions. Her doubts were understandable. She didn't know Alex's true strength or his motives. What bothered her was the fact that Adam's brother, an unknown man to the world, had volunteered to challenge the greatest of heroes. Alex didn't give a direct answer. Calmly, he put on his helmet, hiding his face. Now, only his glowing golden eyes could be seen through the visor. He turned his head towards Brunhild and locked his gaze on her. They call themselves gods. But when they die, their memory is scattered by the wind, he said coldly, turning towards the exit. Taking the spear and shield, Alex confidently made his way toward the arena. His goal was clear. He had deliberately adopted the persona of a simple mortal from the game League of Legends, choosing the pantheon hero from the game solely to show the gods that even an unknown man could defeat them. For the people, he wanted to become an example, proof that greatness was not fame or recognition, but the determination to move forward despite all obstacles. Alex wanted to convey one message: even the most insignificant person could leave a mark if they dared to act. To be continued. I have a question for the readers. Those who gave me money for coffee. Should I release chapters for you on P*3 and 12 hours before the main release, or will you wait? I ask this because your opinion is important to me. For me, you are all the same and I love you equally. It's just that my conscience gnaws at me because you gave me money, and I won't let you read the chapter before everyone else. That's why I'm waiting for your opinion. New members. Lost, Abhishek Mangtani, Zachary Rich, Ash01, Karen, Ivan Ristevsky, Zikri Ritha, Vibrating Taco, Lock Street, The Infiltrator, 0R0B0R0US. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Hero vs. Man. Exiting the contender's room, Alex strode confidently toward the arena's entrance, following a familiar path. His iron greaves echoed loudly against the marble floor, filling the corridors with a resonant cadence. The sound was both light and heavy, as if each step carried a restrained power. Alex's thoughts turned to Pantheon, the great warrior of legend whose spirit had inspired him. Pantheon had been an ordinary man, but his unyielding will had made him a legend. Even after a divine essence overtook his body and was later destroyed by an enemy, Pantheon did not falter. He rose again, wielded his spear and shield, and became the protector of mortals, determined to fight against gods and demons who endlessly brought suffering to the world. To Alex, Pantheon was a testament to how strength of spirit could overcome any challenge. Though Alex had little respect for heroes who relied on the power of friendship, Pantheon was different. His story lacked unnecessary words about unity or magical bonds, only an indomitable will that refused to break under the weight of destiny. Lost in his thoughts, Alex didn't even notice when he reached the stone gates leading to the arena. He stopped, planting his spear in the ground, and lifted his gaze to the vaulted stone ceiling, as if hoping to see the stars. Hey, Hlok, how are you holding up? He asked mentally, frowning slightly. At that moment, Hlok, the seventh of the Valkyrie sisters, was in Alex's spiritual realm. What she saw had left her shaken, memories of bloody battles, the dark castle of the Demon King, and a black blade orbiting his soul, radiating a primal force of destruction. It was too much for her, her consciousness had faltered, and she fainted. Yet, even before losing consciousness, Hlok had managed to realize who stood before her. Alex, hiding his identity, was no ordinary warrior but the very man who had once felled Poseidon. Neither Brunhild nor Hlok herself had recognized his true nature. Now, awakened by his voice, Hlok opened her eyes with a shudder, glancing around. Alex's spiritual realm remained unchanged, the oppressive aura of destruction, a black castle surrounded by ancient sigils, and a sword exuding a threat to all life. Who are you? She stammered, her voice trembling as she struggled to steady herself. Alex, standing by the arena gates, felt her unease and raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Hrist, his previous Valkyrie partner, hadn't been so overwhelmed, though she had been tense. But Hlok seemed ready to faint again. Didn't you see my memories? I didn't hide them. You could have figured out who I am, Alex replied calmly, his voice resonating in her mind like a quiet yet confident call. Hlok took a deep breath, trying to collect herself. She was torn by conflicting emotions, fear, respect, and, surprisingly, curiosity. Alex, embodying destruction itself, appeared calm and kind, a paradox she couldn't comprehend. She attempted to delve into his memories again, but what she saw was unbearable. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more, this time with foam at her mouth. Alex could have sworn she hit the floor when she collapsed. Since when does my spiritual realm have a floor? Alex wondered with mild irritation, noting the odd detail before brushing it aside to focus on the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, the arena began to transform. Before the eyes of mortals and gods alike, its layout changed. The pool with a central stone platform disappeared, replaced by a standard battlefield. Massive stones began rising from the ground, resembling small cliffs. The vibrations from their emergence rippled through the stands, silencing the spectators. The final stone erupted from the earth with dramatic force, and the field now resembled a rocky wasteland, an ideal stage for a clash between two of the strongest warriors. When the transformations were complete, the noise among the spectators subsided. The Colosseum was enveloped in a tense silence, broken only by the resounding heartbeat of anticipation, pulsing as one. And now. The moment we've all been waiting for. Heimdall's voice thundered across the arena, amplified by the Gjallarhorn. The fourth battle of Ragnarok begins. Today, we shall see if humanity can even the score or if the gods will claim yet another victory. His words ignited a new wave of excitement in the hearts of the crowd. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the warriors to step onto the battlefield and fight for the fate of mankind. Heimdall, the Norse god and guardian of the world tree, stood atop the highest rock in the center of the arena. His commanding voice drew immediate attention from both sides of the audience. All eyes turned to him as a broad smile lit up his face. He was dressed in an unusual cloak with a hood pulled over his head, while dark glasses obscured his eyes. His face, with a coal-like hue and a metallic sheen to his mouth, resembled a machine. His body was bare except for the cloak, with dark knee-length shorts and oversized boots reminiscent of clown shoes. Before you stands a stone desert, the final resting place of countless warriors, he declared, his voice amplified further by the Gjallarhorn. Today, on this field, two challengers will meet, each the embodiment of the word warrior. His proclamation stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Mortals, who once cowered before the gods, now gazed at them with defiance, debating the outcome of the battle. Alex's past victory had breathed courage into humanity, transforming their fear into determination. Heated debates erupted in the stands, teetering on the brink of conflict. If we don't crush their hope, mortals will stop fearing us, Loki muttered grimly, his gaze fixed on the human section of the crowd. His words gave other gods pause. They knew that each human victory further threatened their dominance. Noticing the tension, Heimdall raised a hand, commanding attention. But first, welcome the representative of humanity in the fourth battle of Ragnarok. A strong wind whipped up clouds of sand over the arena. A wooden bridge connecting the gates to the battlefield slowly descended. Stone statues of warriors with swords and shields lined the path. At that moment, the heavy gates began to part, and Heimdall's voice grew louder. Born in a humble village at the foot of the mountains, he was named after a star in the constellation of the warrior, and from childhood, he knew his destiny. His path was not easy. He lost comrades but never surrendered. This warrior was once unknown, but his will has become a legend. Out of the sandstorm stepped Alex, clad in armor. His face was hidden beneath a helmet, and a tattered blue cape, marked by the ravages of time and battle, billowed from his shoulders. In one hand, he carried a shield, and in the other, a golden spear. Step by step, he advanced, his movements heavy but assured, as though every fiber of his being radiated strength and resolve. He was neither strong nor skilled. All he had was his indomitable will. Heimdall continued. There have been many like him throughout human history, unknown warriors whose names were lost to time. But what set him apart was his unyielding spirit. Even when wounded, even when broken, he continued to rise and fight. Every battle left scars on his body. In every battle, he lost comrades who fought by his side. Yet, he never fell. He held his shield high to protect his home and gripped his spear tightly, aiming it at his enemies. Reaching the center of the arena, Alex drove his spear into the ground with a sharp motion. Cracks spread across the stone floor, symbolizing the power of his strike. The crowd froze in tense silence. And now, Heimdall extended his hand toward Alex, this nameless hero, whose name no one knows, carries another name. He is the warrior who remained unknown and forgotten, but even so, he would not accept the destruction of what he so fiercely sought to protect. He is the shield of mortals, defending the world from the folly of gods. He is the spear, aimed at the hearts of their enemies. He is Pantheon. The arena erupted in cheers. The name Pantheon echoed across the stone stands, sweeping the spectators into a whirlwind of emotion. The humans in the crowd began to cheer for the warrior, who, though unknown and forgotten, had risen to their defense. They immediately understood that Pantheon sought no glory or greatness. All he wanted was to fulfill his duty and protect what he had sworn to safeguard. This realization brought tears to the people's eyes. Fighting for them was one they had never known, whose name was not recorded in the annals of history, yet who still took up the spear and shield to become their defender and symbol of hope. Brunhild stood at the entrance to the spectator seats, in turmoil. On one side, Hercules, the hero of humanity, on the other, a warrior who, remaining unknown, still stood in defense of mankind. Her thoughts were consumed by the upcoming battle and its potential consequences. "I hope you're as strong as I think you are," she murmured, gazing at the arena. "After all, you were recommended by Adam's own brother." For humanity, this victory was crucial. It could level the odds in the battle against the gods and inspire mortals to fight. But if the battle was lost, the gap would only widen, further shattering the spirit of humanity. The Colosseum, filled with the noise of the spectators, suddenly fell silent as Heimdall's voice once again cut through the stillness. And now, entering the arena is the one ready to bear the burden of his side's defeat and achieve victory. Welcome. The valiant demigod who tamed 2 Nemean lions. The one who, with the power of his fists, subdued Cerberus, the hound of Hades. The wooden gates on the opposite side of the arena swung open, and the spectators were presented with Alex's opponent. A pair of horses pulled a chariot, upon which sat the majestic warrior. It was Hercules. His appearance was accompanied by gusts of wind, and his gaze, peering out from under thick brows, reflected seriousness and determination. In one hand, he held the reins, in the other, a massive club. "He is the one who completed the 12 labors, who ascended the steps of Olympus," Heimdall proclaimed. Cries of excitement and jubilation rang out from both the human and godly sides. For humanity, Hercules was the hero who had completed his great labors. For the gods, he was the one who halted the Gigantomachy and brought the Titans to their fall. But for Alex, Hercules was a traitor, one who had turned away from those he had once sworn to protect. Light for the gods and humans. The messenger of justice. Bravest of the brave. He oracles. Heimdall declared. Hercules leaped off the chariot, gripping his club tightly. He walked toward the center of the arena, where Alex awaited him. The tension between them grew, like a taut string. Justice against indomitable will. Indomitable will against justice. Who will prevail? Who will become a legend, and who will fade into oblivion? We will see this only here and only today. Heimdall proclaimed loudly, announcing the beginning of the battle. Alex and Hercules stood face to face. Alex held his shield firmly, and his golden eyes never left Hercules' gaze, which radiated determination and readiness for battle. "State your name, warrior," Hercules said, with no trace of arrogance. "I see before me a worthy opponent. To fight such an adversary without knowing his name would be disrespectful." Alex did not answer. He confidently grabbed the spear lodged in the ground and pulled it out. Lifting his gaze to the sky, where the clouds drifted slowly, he then refocused on his opponent. "I have no name," Alex boomed. "I am just a man who took up a spear and shield to defend my home. Throughout human history, there have been countless like me. But we all stood until the end, never letting the enemy pass. Here and now, I am the embodiment of the nameless warriors who defended humankind. I am proof that the spirit of these warriors lives on. And I hold the spear and shield to protect those you betrayed." His voice, rough and strong like the rumble of thunder, echoed over the arena, making every spectator freeze in place. Alex's words, like an explosion, reverberated through the crowd. For humanity, he became not just a warrior but a symbol of self-sacrifice and strength, one who sought no glory, wealth, or recognition. Before them stood a man who had dedicated himself to protecting his kind, nameless, but with an unyielding will. The people understood why he called himself the embodiment of all those nameless heroes who had given their lives for their homeland throughout the centuries. However, Alex's words enraged the gods, and in their eyes, he seemed insolent and arrogant. They shouted from the stands, hurling insults at him. But Alex remained indifferent to the noise. To him, the gods were merely beings accustomed to idleness, unaware of what it meant to fight or protect. "You are a worthy opponent," Hercules said with sincere respect, no hint of pride or contempt in his voice. "It will be an honor to fight you." There was genuine resolve in his tone. Hercules accepted Alex's words, but they made him think. He understood the pain and fury his opponent felt. He understood that he had turned away from those he had sworn to protect. But the choice he had made could not be undone, and he resolved to bear this burden until the end, fighting until his last breath. Gripping his club in his hands, Hercules took his battle stance. Alex, seeing his determination, also raised his shield and aimed his spear at his enemy. Time seemed to freeze. The tension between the two opponents was so palpable that even the spectators stood still, afraid to miss the moment the battle would begin. For the seasoned warriors, it was clear that the first strike could be decisive, determining the outcome of the entire duel. Alex and Hercules stood, staring intently at each other, as if trying to peer into each other's soul. Hercules, with his club resting on his shoulder, took a slow step forward. Suddenly, he vanished and instantly appeared before Alex. His club was already raised, ready to strike. Without wasting a second, Alex held up his shield to absorb the powerful blow. The collision of the club with the shield created a deafening shockwave, sending sand into the air and cracking the earth beneath their feet. Alex withstood the attack like an immovable rock, pushing the club back with force. This caused Hercules to slightly expose himself, an opening that Alex immediately seized. He lunged with his spear, aiming for the opponent's torso. Hercules managed to dodge, but the spear grazed his side, leaving a bloody scratch. Feeling the blood trickle down his skin, Hercules did not flinch. He gripped his club with both hands and swung it vertically, targeting Alex's exposed torso. Instead of blocking the strike, Alex struck the flying club with the upper edge of his shield. The collision once again caused a powerful shockwave, scattering stone debris. The force of the blow pushed Hercules back several steps, while Alex remained standing, unmoved, like a mountain that could not be moved. "You are a true warrior," Hercules said with a faint smile. "Fighting you is an honor. Even if I fall in this battle, it will be a worthy death." Alex did not respond immediately. He lifted his gaze to the sky, watching the slowly drifting clouds. His golden eyes dropped back to Hercules, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. "The world moves as the heavens lie still. No matter how much I look at the stars, they remain unmoving. But the world continues to move forward. And you have sided with those who wish to stop it. I cannot honor you as you would like, for you have betrayed those you swore to protect. All your deeds, all your oaths, they were made for the protection of humanity." Alex raised his spear and pointed it at Hercules, his voice carrying an indomitable strength. Alex's deep voice, like the rumble of thunder, spread across the entire Colosseum. Each of his words resonated in the hearts of those watching the battle. Whether old men, young people, or children, Alex's words seemed to awaken something ancient, primal within their souls. The hearts of the spectators, mesmerized by the sight, began to beat in unison. But Alex was not about to stop. His fury, like a wave, continued to swell, crashing down on the heroes standing before him. He looked at Hercules with contempt, the very man who, in the past, stood for justice, now speaking of battle with a look of satisfaction on his face, as if it were merely a glorious fight. "Remember, Hercules." His voice was filled with fury, and it echoed with a dull reverberation from the walls of the Colosseum. "Remember the day when, weak as you were, you rose up to protect your city. Remember how you were willing to fight Ares, knowing you could die. Remember the moment when you were ready to burn your body and soul just to protect those you love. And now, look into the faces of those you swore to protect. Look into the eyes of the mothers who will lose their children if humanity falls. Look at these innocent children who believed in you. How dare you speak of justice standing before them?" His words resonated with the crowd. People who had once admired Hercules could no longer ignore the truth in Alex's voice. Even those who worshipped the hero felt the crushing weight of these accusations. Alex's words struck like hammers against their hearts. Even those who knew Hercules as a legend couldn't help but reflect. From the stands, Brunhild watched the scene with pain in her eyes. Hercules had once been the symbol of humanity, its shield and sword, the one who had completed 12 labors to save them. But now, he stood before a man who, though not immortalized in history, embodied all that Hercules once was. He had become a shield for the people. Hercules listened to every word from Alex, filled with anger and pain. But he didn't try to defend himself. He knew that justifications were pointless here. He had made his choice, and now the consequences were before him. "You are right," Hercules spoke after a long pause. His voice was firm, but there was bitterness in it. "I chose this side, and now I must bear this burden. Yes, in your eyes, I am a traitor. Yes, I am unworthy of being a warrior or a hero. And yet, I will fight. If I win, I will do everything to save humanity. This is my path, my burden. And I will accept any punishment. But first, show me, brave warrior, that you are worthy of being who you claim to be. Show me that your spear is stronger than my club. Show me that your resolve is stronger than mine. Prove to me that you are worthy of being humanity's shield." Alex stared at Hercules. In that moment, he stopped hating him, but the realization that this hero had crossed to the enemy's side remained. Alex could not afford to lose. He took a slow breath. His golden eyes shone brighter, like the light of a star in the darkness. Gripping his spear and shield tightly, Alex spoke. "Then show me, Hercules, the strength of the hero who turned against those he swore to protect. Show me that my spear is stronger than your divine body. Show me that my shield will break faster than your mace. Show me the power of one who completed 12 labors. Show me the hero who kept his former glory." Hercules nodded, acknowledging the challenge. Gripping his club with both hands, he prepared for the fight. His muscles tensed, and the veins in his arms stood out from the force of his grip. Alex took a stance designed for both attack and defense, perfectly coordinated thanks to his ability to replicate everything he had seen before. He realized that his strength was similar to what he had felt from Adam. Just as Adam's eyes allowed him to mimic the gods, Alex's body allowed him to imitate everything that came into his line of sight. Hercules met Alex's golden eyes and unexpectedly smiled. The tattoos on Hercules' body began to spread, like a black disease consuming every part of him. Those who knew the true nature of these symbols felt a sense of dread. These tattoos were not mere decorations, they were a mark of his 12 labors. They granted him the power of the defeated monsters, but with each new use, the price grew higher. When the tattoos covered his entire body, Hercules would die. A desperate cry rang out from the stands. Hercules, stop. You'll burn yourself alive. The god of war, accustomed to blood and pain, couldn't bear the thought of his brother in arms paying such a high price. They had often fought and argued in the past, but in difficult times, they always stood side by side. Today, Ares didn't want to see Hercules sacrifice himself for this battle. But the hero didn't even look back. His resolve was unshakable. Mighty Nemean lion, taste my flesh. Hercules proclaimed loudly. The lion tattoo on his body gleamed, and steam began to rise from his skin. The massive club in his hands transformed, its surface became covered with the golden mane of a lion, and the handle grew larger. Completing the transformation, Hercules took a powerful step forward, and his figure vanished, leaving behind a destroyed portion of the arena. Alex barely had time to raise his shield to block the attack. Hercules reappeared in front of him, raised the club, and with incredible strength, brought it down. Alex, sensing the danger, jumped back to avoid the direct hit. When the club struck the ground, there was a deafening roar, and the powerful blow left a deep crater. Without wasting time, Alex charged forward and, seizing the moment, struck Hercules in the face with the edge of his shield. The hero attempted to block, but the shield hit his forehead, leaving a wound from which blood gushed. The blow was so powerful that it knocked Hercules several steps back. Your pain only binds you, Hercules. Was it worth it? Using your labors to defend your justice? Alex asked, his voice hoarse but firm. Hercules, ignoring the blood streaming down his face, confidently replied. Even if my body burns and crumbles, I will not retreat. This is my choice, my duty. Alex gripped his spear tighter. However, suddenly, the club in Hercules' hands changed shape. Its new form resembled bird wings. Alex immediately understood that this was the power of the second labor, the Stymphalian birds. Second labor, the Stymphalian birds. Hercules declared, swinging the club. With a powerful strike, a strong wind rose from the arena, and small stones were lifted, turning into deadly shrapnel. Alex took cover behind his shield, listening as hundreds of fragments hammered against his defense. Hercules didn't give him time to rest, a second swing created an even stronger gust, lifting Alex into the air. While airborne, Alex kept his eyes fixed on Hercules, who crouched and jumped, instantly reaching his level. The club transformed again, returning to its original shape, and Hercules delivered a direct blow. Alex raised his shield, but the force of the strike sent him flying toward a rock, scattering debris across the arena. Climbing out of the rubble, Alex did not retreat. Stabbing his spear into the rock, he began lifting it with one hand. The crowd froze in shock. A mortal was lifting a boulder the size of a giant. Gripping the spear with both hands, Alex hurled the boulder straight at Hercules. Seeing the boulder flying toward him, Hercules once again transformed his club. This time, it took the shape of a bull. Seventh labor, the Cretan bull. Hercules proclaimed loudly, gripping his weapon tightly. When the boulder approached, Hercules swung his club with one motion, shattering it into thousands of pieces. But he didn't expect Alex to follow right behind it. At the moment the boulder was destroyed, Alex, raising his spear, struck. Hercules couldn't react in time, and the spear's blade pierced his shoulder. A loud roar of pain erupted from the hero's chest, but he didn't fall. His eyes burned with fire, and his wounded body resembled a majestic beast, ready to fight until its last breath. When Alex's spear pierced Hercules' shoulder, the stadium fell into complete silence. Hercules' friends and loved ones watched in horror, while the gods observed the fight with anger and concern. The first wound Hercules received had been minor, just a scratch, but now his shoulder was impaled by the spear. Hercules, gripping Alex's spear with his free hand, stared into his eyes. I see. It's all about these gloves. They give you the strength to wound me, don't they? Hercules growled, shifting his gaze to the black glove on Alex's hand. You guessed it. But you could have just asked, I would have told you anyway. It's pointless, the outcome depends not on the weapon, but on skill and experience, Alex replied calmly, pulling the spear out of his opponent's shoulder. Hercules nodded, agreeing with his words. The power of a weapon truly was insignificant if it fell into the hands of an inexperienced warrior. But in the hands of a master, any weapon became deadly. Meanwhile, Alex noticed that Hercules' body was nearly completely covered in tattoos, which meant the end of this battle was near. Either the hero would die, or it would conclude soon. You're at your limit, Hercules. Why continue this lost fight? Alex said calmly. Hercules silently looked Alex over. He stood without a single scratch, only covered in the dust that had settled after the battle. His body was scarred with old wounds, but today's fight seemed to have left no new marks. The blue cloak continued to flutter behind him, and the helmet on his head looked like it had seen countless battles, yet even now, it was undamaged. Hercules realized that throughout the entire battle, he hadn't managed to inflict a single serious wound on Alex. You're right, my body is at its limit. But as long as my heart is beating, I will fight. I will not retreat, even if I turn to dust, Hercules answered with unwavering determination. Gripping his club with both hands, he hurled it into the sky. At a certain height, the club disappeared into a vortex of black clouds that began to engulf everything around them. 12th labor, come forth, hellhound. Hercules shouted, raising his hand to the sky. Red, gleaming eyes began to emerge from the dark abyss. Massive paws appeared, expanding the whirlwind, until, finally, from the black clouds, Cerberus leaped into view. The three heads of the beast ominously scanned the arena, as though searching for prey. Two of the monster's heads latched onto Hercules' arms, while the third consumed his head. Black mist enveloped his figure, and when it cleared, Hercules stood before the spectators in a new form, almost completely covered in tattoos. Alex observed his opponent carefully and noticed that his life force was rapidly fading. You won't last much longer, Alex said, letting his shield fall to the ground. Let's end this with one blow, hero Hercules. Hercules nodded solemnly. You're right, brave warrior. Let's finish it with one strike. Everything or nothing, he agreed. Alex assumed a spear-throwing stance, tensing every muscle. Veins bulged on his arm, and his gaze sharpened. Hercules, gathering the last of his strength, prepared to strike with all his might. They moved simultaneously. Alex's spear, launched with incredible force, tore through the air, breaking the sound barrier. Hercules, putting everything into a single punch, met the spear with his fist. The collision produced a powerful shockwave, obliterating the nearby rocks and raising a curtain of sand that hid the outcome. As the dust began to settle, the spectators held their breath. The first to appear was Alex, still standing in his spear-throwing pose. His presence filled some with hope and others with terror. When the veil of dust finally cleared, Hercules stood frozen in his striking stance. The right side of his body, including his arm, had been completely destroyed. Seeing this sight, a mournful cry echoed through the Colosseum. People mourned Hercules, their hero, who had fallen in battle. Alex sighed heavily, instinctively reaching for a cigarette, but deciding against it, not wanting to ruin his image. Slowly, he approached the body of Hercules, who remained in the pose of his final strike. Despite his heart being pierced by the spear, he had died standing, like a true warrior. Passing by, Alex cast a brief glance at the motionless body before heading to his spear, which had deeply embedded itself in the ground after piercing the hero. Lifting the spear, Alex noticed tiny cracks in its tip. He was surprised, even in his dying state, Hercules had managed to damage a weapon personally crafted by him. Alex glanced at the hero's remains, silently sympathizing with him. The demigod, so valiant in life, had turned out to be nothing more than a victim of the whims of the capricious gods, who had unleashed a new war against humanity. The twilight of the gods comes every morning when our world shines brighter than the stars, Alex said hoarsely, staring at the blue sky and the white clouds slowly drifting across it. His words echoed through the desolate Colosseum. The spectators mourned Hercules' death. Many of them wanted to unleash their fury on Alex, to condemn him for killing their hero, but they understood it would be pointless. Alex was an unnamed warrior who had risen to defend them in their hour of trial. A warrior who sought neither fame nor fortune. A shield protecting humanity from destruction. As Hercules' body began to turn to ash, Alex picked up his shield from the ground and strapped it back onto his arm. He turned to the spectators and raised his spear, pointing it at the stands. Remember and do not forget. When we breathe in, we must remember that we are drinking the dying sighs of those who died before us, Alex spoke loudly, his voice ringing like a hammer striking the hearts of those who heard him. These words made the people reflect. Each of them realized the truth, their lives and freedom had been paid for with the blood of those who fought and died for them. The crowd, filled with respect and humility, rose to honor Alex's heroism. Glory to the nameless warrior, the Pantheon, a lone voice cried out from the crowd. Glory, hundreds of voices echoed back, filling the Colosseum with thunderous reverberations. Beneath his helmet, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered on Alex's face. He turned and, without saying a word, began to walk toward the arena exit. The crowd watched his broad back, adorned with a tattered blue cloak, covered in dust and rips. His appearance was humble, just a simple iron helmet and worn-out gear that any soldier might wear. But today, Alex had shown humanity that even one whose name would never be recorded in history could perform great feats and protect the weak. To be continued. I still haven't received an answer from you guys. Should I upload chapters earlier to P*Trian for those who fed the author, or do you prefer to read at the time when the chapter usually comes out? And just upload long chapters combined from 3 chapters to P*Trian. My new cute pies. DeSlender. Gustavo Br. Jacob Perkins. Mo, Quinn for my BOI. Chapter 160, New Challenger. Passing through the massive stone gates, Alex heard them slowly shut behind him, cutting him off from the roar of the arena. Yet, even here, faint echoes reached him, the jubilant cheers of the crowd interwoven with the mournful cries for the fallen Hercules. At that moment, both gods and humans had lost a hero who had tried to protect both sides. Yet humanity had gained another, a nameless warrior who had raised his spear and shield for their salvation. On Olympus, anger and sorrow reigned, especially among the gods, for whom Hercules' death was a heavy blow. They could not reconcile themselves to the loss of a defender in whom they had placed so much hope. As the sounds of the arena finally faded, Alex removed his helmet, letting the cool air brush against his face. His weary sigh broke the silence. In Hercules' final moments, Alex had seen neither anger nor fear in his opponent's eyes, but a calm acceptance. Hercules had fought not for victory, but for sacrifice. The demigod had realized his opponent could protect humanity better than he ever could and chose to die with honor, as a warrior defeated by another warrior. Perhaps in those final moments, Hercules had recalled his vow to humanity. But now, Alex would never know. Damn you, Hercules, Alex muttered, staring at the stone ceiling. Why didn't you rise against the gods, like the Valkyries? Why didn't you act as you did when Ares wanted to destroy your city? He knew there would be no answer, and it was pointless to ask questions destined to remain unanswered. A soft light enveloped Alex's body, and he returned to his usual appearance. The armor of Atreus gave way to a black shirt, pants, and boots. He ran a hand through his hair, brushing it back to keep it out of his face. Meanwhile, Hlock, still linked to him spiritually, was in his inner space. She was busy exploring his memories, only those Alex had deemed safe for her to see. The most dangerous and personal ones, like his battles with the avatars of Niam, were securely locked away in the depths of his soul. Hey, Hlock, how are you holding up? Recovered yet? You passed out a couple of times from shock, Alex asked with a teasing tone. Hlock, seated at a lavishly set table, was sipping tea and enjoying desserts. She was engrossed in watching a series, one Alex had once watched with Gloria in Night City. Absorbed in the storyline, she paid no attention to either the battle or Alex himself. Can you not bother me? I'm watching a show here. Sam's about to kiss Bridget, so don't interrupt, she replied dismissively, her eyes glued to the screen. Alex's eye twitched. He pressed a hand to his face and began massaging his forehead in frustration. Are you serious? You were supposed to help me in the fight, and you. You're watching Gloria's favorite soap opera, he muttered, lighting a cigarette. Alex exhaled smoke, trying to calm himself. The exhaustion pressing on him wasn't just from the battle but from the constant need to pretend to be someone else to abide by the rules of Ragnarok. One wrong move or display of excessive power, and the gods would break the truce, starting an all-out war. Hey, come out already. You can finish your show later. I still need to find Brunhild, Alex said irritably. I'm not going anywhere until I finish. Go do whatever you want, search for Brunhild, flip all of Olympus upside down for all I care. I'm not leaving your inner space until I see how this ends, Hlock declared in a petulant tone. Alex sighed, rubbing his temples. His nerves had been on edge since the moment he arrived in this world. Despite everything, he had started to see Hlock as a spoiled yet endearing younger sister. You do realize you're interfering with my plans. If anyone notices the link between us, it'll cause problems, Alex said, exhaling smoke through his nose. I don't care about your plans. Go destroy the gods or whatever it is you do. I'm not leaving until I finish watching, Hlock replied, turning her attention back to the screen. Alex didn't get angry. By now, he understood how to handle this stubborn Valkyrie. Taking his time, he began strategizing how to gently persuade her to cooperate without breaking her trust. Her behavior reminded him of a stubborn teenager locked in their room, refusing to come out. Fortunately, Alex had experience dealing with such obstinacy. You've seen my memories about GIR, haven't you? He asked, attempting once more to distract Hlock from her show. Stop interrupting me. You mean that weird green dog, the Valkyrie retorted, banging her teacup on the table in irritation. Exactly. GIR has the entire series stored. You could watch it uninterrupted, without being stuck in my spiritual space, Alex suggested, striving to sound as calm as possible. Hlock paused to consider. On the one hand, it was tempting, she could enjoy the series without distractions like Alex's wandering gaze or restless thoughts. On the other hand, there didn't seem to be any drawbacks. After a few seconds of deliberation, her figure began to materialize in the real world. Light emanating from his gloves formed into Hlock's human shape, her expression as haughty as it had been during their first encounter. You should have started with that instead of wasting my time, she declared loftily, flipping her hair back. With a wave of her hand, she strode toward the waiting room where Rebecca, Hrist, and 3 troublemakers were staying. Alex shook his head as he watched the Valkyrie walk away. Negotiating with her had cost him precious time. Tossing his cigarette aside, he resolved not to waste another second and headed for one of the hidden areas of the Colosseum, where he suspected Brunhild might be. Brunhild walked through the Colosseum's corridors with a stony expression. Her eyes betrayed an indescribable sorrow. She had lost someone she considered an older brother, a pillar of strength, and a role model. When Ragnarok began, Hercules had been one of those who supported her decision to challenge the gods in an effort to save humanity. Passing through the massive mechanical doors leading to the tomb of fallen heroes, Brunhild entered a spacious chamber adorned with white columns. On the altar stood chalices dedicated to Adam and Lubu. She added another, a silver chalice for Hercules. As the chalice filled with water, an image of the smiling hero appeared above it. "Forgive me, brother. I'm sure you'll forgive me, dear Hercules, for honoring you alongside these fallen warriors," Brunhild whispered as tears began streaming down her face. She sank to her knees before the altar, her restrained grief breaking free. Her sobs filled the silence of the room. "Wait for me just a little longer, brother. When it's all over, I'll join you in the afterlife," she said shakily. Immersed in the pain of her loss, Brunhild failed to notice the presence of an intruder. The figure moved silently, stepping closer to the grieving Valkyrie. Each step was soundless, and they approached her with deliberate slowness as she tried to pour out the sorrow weighing on her heart and soul. Alex walked through the corridors of the Colosseum in search of Brunhild, but he didn't know exactly where she was. All he knew was that she was in a room resembling a memorial tomb for fallen warriors. Using a mana pulse, he was able to locate Brunhild and headed in her direction. When he reached the door, it was locked, requiring fingerprints or something of the sort. But for Alex, it was just a wall, and he decided to pass through it by becoming immaterial. Alex was glad he had mastered this skill, as now any door was open to him. Passing through the locked door, the first thing Alex heard when entering the room was Brunhild's sorrowful crying, a cry that expressed all her pain of loss. Alex felt a weight on his heart. He knew it was his hands that had taken the life of Hercules, someone Brunhild had considered close. This was the first time that his actions had led to the death of someone dear, someone revered as a hero. Alex didn't know how to face the one who was now mourning their loss. Suppressing a heavy sigh, he moved toward Brunhild, hoping to ease her pain, even if just a little. Slowly approaching the grieving woman, Alex stopped behind her for a moment, looking at the portraits of the fallen heroes. His gaze lingered on the image of Adam, and a new wave of sadness rose in his heart. Adam, his brother, whom he had never known, had died at the hands of a god. Instead of sorrow, a wave of rage replaced that feeling, and Alex fought to suppress it, not wanting to destroy everything around him in a burst of emotion. He knew that rash actions would only worsen the situation. To confront the gods and understand their plans, a cool head and strategy were required. Pulling himself away from his thoughts, Alex turned his gaze to Brunhild, who still hadn't noticed his presence. Her tears seemed to fill the room with pain and bitterness. He sighed softly, and, overcoming his internal tension, gently placed his hand on her head, slowly stroking her hair. Brunhild flinched at the unexpected touch but didn't sense any threat. On the contrary, her heart felt a little lighter, as if someone was sharing the heavy burden with her. She looked up and met Alex's gaze. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but behind that, there was an uncontainable rage that he was desperately trying to keep under control. Unable to hold back her emotions, Brunhild suddenly stood up and embraced Alex tightly, finding in him the support she so desperately needed. She cried uncontrollably, soaking his chest with her tears, and he remained silent, gently stroking her back, allowing her to weep. It was important to let her express her feelings now. Alex understood that as long as her heart was mourning her loss, she wouldn't be able to gather the strength to fight. It took a few minutes before her tears began to subside. Brunhild slowly pulled away, wiping her eyes. "Thank you. You helped me endure this moment," she whispered, her voice still trembling with emotion. Alex looked at her with a soft seriousness. "You are not alone in your pain. I lost a brother too. But now is not the time for sorrow. We need to direct this pain and anger at those who caused their deaths. At the gods who decided to destroy humanity," he said, his voice firm. A fire of determination ignited in Brunhild's eyes. She nodded, finally pushing aside the last remnants of sadness. "You're right. We still have work to finish." Her voice gained firmness, and her face became serious. Alex watched her transformation with a slight smile. Sorrow was meaningless if you had the power for vengeance. He knew he would act, channeling his anger at those who had sparked the flame of Ragnarok. He took out a cigarette, lighting it and letting the smoke curl up toward the ceiling. Suddenly, Brunhild tilted her head, looking at him with mild surprise. "But how did you get in?" "The door was locked," she asked, her voice sounding puzzled. Alex, smirking slightly, flicked the ash from his cigarette. There are no locked doors for me, he replied, winking. Still, how did you do it? Brunhild pressed, not backing down. Alex flinched slightly and looked at her, thinking about how to respond. Admitting that he passed through the wall, mimicking a well-known vampire from another world, was out of the question. It's a secret, my dear Valkyrie, Alex said with a grin, gently tapping her on the nose. Brunhild immediately blushed, awkwardly covering her nose with her hands. This gesture Alex had allowed himself twice now, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't get used to such familiarity. Her determination, which had so suddenly risen after her grief, vanished, replaced by embarrassment. However, in this confusion, she unexpectedly found herself seeing Alex in a new light, fully realizing how unusual he was. His black hair, swept back, rainbow-colored eyes reflecting something inexplicable, and his black clothing, all of it sharply contrasted with Adam's image. But despite the differences, in his gaze, she saw the same care and willingness to protect his loved ones. What puzzled her even more was the feeling that Alex's power was impossible to gauge, as if it were hidden beneath a thick fog, preventing one from piercing the depths of his being. Do you already know who our next opponent will be? Alex asked, his perceptive gaze fixed on her. Not yet. Do you have any guesses? She responded, surprised at herself for asking such a question. Her intuition told her that Alex was capable of predicting the outcome of events. His confidence made her feel as though he knew more than he was willing to admit. Alex did indeed know who would be involved in the next battle, but he preferred not to reveal his knowledge completely. I don't have any particular guesses, but I feel they will send someone capable of fighting for a long time, disregarding wounds. Most likely, it will be a god, but not from the Olympian pantheon, someone from another mythology, he said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Brunhild pondered his words. Ideas began to flicker through her mind about who could be put forth in the fifth battle. Her thoughts shifted from sorrow to strategic planning, and Alex noted how quickly she could focus on what truly mattered. I have one candidate for the next battle. But first, he needs to be found, she said decisively, and determination once again flared in her eyes. And who is he? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow in interest. She was intrigued by this sudden shift in Alex's mood, but what fascinated her even more was his clear eagerness to get involved. Alex didn't remember all the participants in the battles of Ragnarok, but he knew one thing: the next contender would lose if things stayed as they were. He already had a plan to fix that, though he understood his actions might seem like a trick. But a trick is only a trick if it's noticed. And if it's not, then it's an art. Why are you so interested? She asked, narrowing her eyes as she studied his face. I want to know if he's strong or weak. If he's a weakling, I'll put forth my fighter again, Alex replied with honest straightforwardness, which intrigued her even more. Brunhild became curious about the contender Alex wanted to send out, and she was also intrigued by what criteria a person would need to meet in order for Alex not to consider them weak. So, who is your warrior? Brunhild asked with genuine interest. If your candidate turns out to be a weakling, you'll be the first to know, Alex replied, extending his hand to her. For now, allow me to escort you to your candidate, beautiful lady. Well, I won't refuse your offer, brother of Adam, she said, taking his hand. Call me Alex. When I'm called brother of Adam, it sounds so strange, he corrected with a light smile. Brunhild nodded at Alex's words and, taking his arm, left the room where the memories of fallen warriors were kept. For a moment, she lingered on a photo of Heracles, then, gathering her thoughts, she headed down the corridors of the Colosseum with Alex, toward where the human candidate was located. During their walk, Brunhild decided to get to know Alex better. Keeping him on her arm, she began asking questions about what he had been doing before this day. Alex, concealing some details, spoke of his life, the battle with the dragon and his work as a mercenary. Brunhild was especially intrigued by how he had encountered the Pantheon and another contender he wanted to put forward for the fight. Alex explained that he had met them during his travels. Gradually, their conversation shifted to more personal topics. They both shared stories, recalling those they had met along the way. Their faces were lit by smiles, when suddenly, fast footsteps rang out behind them. They both turned at once and saw Gal running toward them, gasping for breath, trying to catch up with her sister. Sister! Gal shouted loudly, almost colliding with them. She stopped in front of Brunhild, breathing heavily. It was clear that the girl had already worn herself out, running through the vast corridors of the Colosseum. Alex and Brunhild silently waited for her to catch her breath. Sister, forgive me, Gal began, lowering her head and unable to meet Brunhild's eyes. I went too far. I didn't consider your feelings. I shouldn't have been rude. You also suffer from the fact that Heracles is gone. Brunhild listened attentively to her sister. She stepped closer and placed her hands on Gal's shoulders. Gal flinched, squeezing her eyes shut as though expecting a reprimand, but instead, she heard a calm and gentle voice. You didn't do anything wrong. You were upset, just like I was. But we must look ahead. For the sake of all humanity, Brunhild said with a warm smile. Alex silently nodded, pleased that the sisters had reconciled, though he didn't quite understand when they had fallen out. "Oh, how close you two are," Alex theatrically wiped an imaginary tear. I almost teared up. Alex did this to lift the somber mood that had begun to weigh on him. He couldn't stand all this sadness, it was better to focus on something important than to continue feeling down. When you take on responsibility, there's no time for sorrow, not until the job is done. Alex might seem cold with such thoughts, but that was life. Brunhild and Gall looked at Alex, who was clapping his hands and then began wiping his eyes with a sad expression. Brunhild got annoyed at Alex for ruining the moment, while Gall was surprised and finally noticed Alex, since she had been focusing only on Brunhild and hadn't seen Alex, who had been walking arm in arm with her. "Can you stop ruining the moment? Are you doing this on purpose?" Brunhild frowned, looking at Alex with reproach. "What did you expect?" he smirked, shrugging. "I was just helping you pull yourself together, and now you're back to putting on your sad face. You do realize that I don't help everyone heal their broken hearts." Brunhild's eyebrow twitched. In the short time she had spent with Alex, she had learned a lot about him. He was kind and caring, but at the same time careless, lazy, and at times incredibly annoying. His strange jokes and endless confidence got on her nerves, but she held back, taking a deep breath. "Sister, why are you with Brother of Adam?" Gall asked, shifting her gaze from Alex to Brunhild. "Call me Alex, Brother of Adam, sounds strange," he added with a smile. Gall looked at him carefully, for the first time noticing his relaxed yet confident demeanor. "All right, Alex. Then let's go, we need to hurry," Brunhild said, confidently heading forward. Gall looked at Alex once more, this time more closely, and he, as if responding, simply waved at her and winked. She couldn't help but be surprised by how casually her older sister, Brunhild, referred to Adam's brother by his name. Once Brunhild finished explaining, she walked up to Alex and, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, took his arm again. Gall's surprise only grew when she noticed how familiar and natural it seemed. "Wait for me," the younger Valkyrie exclaimed, hurrying to catch up with them. Alex and Brunhild stopped to wait for her, and when Gall finally caught up, the trio continued their way. While Alex and Brunhild were engaged in a lively conversation, Gall occasionally glanced at Alex, intrigued, trying to figure out who he really was. Noticing her curious gaze, Alex, with a slight smile, took a candy from his pocket and offered it to the young Valkyrie. "Thanks," Gall muttered, accepting the treat and immediately recalling one of the gods who had been just as carefree and easygoing in conversation. Finally, they reached the massive doors, adorned with an image of an eastern dragon soaring through the clouds. Alex glanced at the doors and smirked. "Listen, Bree, if your contender turns out to be an idiot or a weakling, I'll beat him like a dog and put my own guy in his place. You won't mind, right?" he asked with clear irony in his voice, unexpectedly calling Brunhild by a new nickname. "Bree?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Yeah, Bree. Your new nickname." "I'm too lazy to say your long name," Alex replied, rolling his eyes. Brunhild nearly choked in surprise and began coughing, trying to suppress her embarrassment. Gall, seeing her sister's flustered expression, couldn't believe her eyes. The stern and unapproachable Brunhild, embarrassed. "I don't mind, if your contender is truly as strong as you say. But let's first take a look at mine." Brunhild attempted to steer the conversation to manage her embarrassment. "Well then, open these doors so we can look at the next idiot you've chosen," Alex said with a smirk. "Isn't it the man's duty to open doors? And why have you already decided he's an idiot?" Brunhild asked, slightly irritated, rolling her eyes. Gall watched their interaction with delight, her eyes shining as if she had just gained an older brother who could keep her formidable sister in check. Alex only shrugged and with effort pushed open the heavy doors. What they saw beyond the doors made Alex's face darken with black lines. Behind the massive doors were more doors. "Oh, come on," he muttered through clenched teeth, heading toward the second set of doors. After throwing them open, he found a third set. Alex's eye began to twitch, and his patience was running out. Brunhild saw the dark lines on Alex's face, and a victorious smile appeared on the Valkyrie's face, pleased to have made Alex frustrated. With black lines across his face, Alex went to the next door and swung it open, only to find more doors. Alex's eye twitched again, and now he wanted to beat the idiot who designed this layout with a stick. "If there's one more set of doors, I swear by all the gods that I'll find the architect of this place, make him look at it with his ass, and the person living here won't have it easy either," he mumbled under his breath as he opened yet another set of doors. Opening another door, Alex found a room filled with plates from food, as if a pig lived here, constantly eating. With each door opened, Alex's face became more and more covered with dark lines, while Brunhild did her best to suppress her laughter at Alex's irritation. With every step, his expression darkened further, and Brunhild, walking behind him, struggled to hold back her laughter, enjoying his frustration. Finally, Alex swung open the last door and stopped. Well. This is a surprise," he said, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Before them was a room with a huge bed, on which half-naked women were lying. In the middle of this chaos, a man was loudly snoring, seemingly unaware of his guests. Alex quickly covered Gall's eyes with his palm, not wanting the young Valkyrie to see such a lewd sight. "And this is your contender?" he asked skeptically, turning to Brunhild. "He looks more like a lustful dog than a warrior." Gall, unable to resist her curiosity, tried to move Alex's hand, but he held it firmly, not allowing the young Valkyrie to corrupt her mind. Brunhild, giving up any attempt to justify herself, let out a heavy sigh, her demeanor showing that she was not pleased with what was happening. Brunhild couldn't find the words to argue and felt a slight shame for bringing Alex to such a place. Alex surveyed the room and noticed many handprints on the walls, which piqued his curiosity. "Hey, Bree, what are these prints? Like Hollywood for people, or something like that?" he asked, turning to the Valkyrie. "This is a historical Yokozuna wall. Simply put, these handprints were left by famous sumo wrestlers," Brunhild answered in a neutral tone. Alex immediately realized that the contender chosen by Brunhild was a sumo wrestler. Judging by the numerous empty plates, the men ate in huge quantities. However, after carefully studying him, Alex noted that he wasn't fat. His body was made of powerful muscles, the density of which, in Alex's opinion, could break the bones of an ordinary person with a contraction. Alex remembered the previous contender who had lost to Shiva. His name was Raiden Tememen, or something like that. Strong but still lost, the thought flashed in his mind. While Alex was pondering, Brunhild took a deep breath and shouted loudly. "Get up, now." Her deafening voice woke and startled the sleeping women. They jumped up, grabbed their things, and quickly left the room. Alex paid no attention to them, focusing instead on the man, who slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them sleepily. "Why are you yelling like that?" "I just fell asleep," muttered Raiden, sitting on the edge of the bed. Alex, still holding Gall's eyes closed to shield her from the show, sighed inwardly. "Indecent, and he's flashing like a hose," he thought, looking at the half-asleep Raiden. Brunhild furrowed her brow, fixing him with a stern look. Raiden finally looked at the others and, noticing the women, perked up. "Ah, since you woke me up, I guess you want hugs," he shouted, jumping up and rushing toward Brunhild. Alex watched as Raiden leaped into the air to attack Brunhild, looking like some kind of pervert from an anime. Still holding one hand over Gall's eyes and his other hand connected to Brunhild, he sighed heavily. But before Raiden could get any closer, a loud voice rang out. "Taijutsu technique, dynamic entry." In the next moment, as if in slow motion, a man in a green suit appeared in the room and, with incredible speed, kicked Raiden in the face. The sumo wrestler was sent flying out of the room, crashing through walls one after another. Alex mentally praised himself for his foresight in creating a clone just in case of any surprises, while Brunhild's eyes widened in surprise. The stranger landed gracefully on the floor, striking a dramatic pose. Now they could get a good look at him, a tall man with black hair, a bowl cut, and thick eyebrows. A wide grin spread across his face, showing perfectly white teeth. "The green beast of Konoha has arrived at your call," the man proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Alex barely managed to suppress his laughter. His clone, created for this moment, had gotten too carried away with the image of Might Guy. Brunhild shifted her gaze from the stranger to Alex, who was trying not to laugh. "This, your contender?" she asked with suspicion. "Yep, Might Guy, a shinobi. As you can see, he's strong. One hit was enough to send that big guy flying." "I doubt Raiden will be getting up after that," Alex said, glancing at the ruined walls. Brunhild stayed silent, still trying to process what had just happened. Gall, despite having her eyes covered, was smiling, sensing that Alex was capable of anything, even turning a serious situation into something completely absurd. Raiden, after receiving a powerful kick to the face, flew through several walls, leaving a trail of debris behind him before crashing to the floor. A clear imprint of a foot was visible on his face, and blood was pouring from his nose. Brunhild stood frozen in confusion, unsure how to react to what had just occurred. She had barely gotten a chance to imagine her candidate, and now he had already been thrown out of the room. The brunette placed a hand on her forehead and sighed with a hint of exhaustion, while Alex and Might Guy, both struggling to contain their laughter, tried to keep a straight face. Alex feared angering Brunhild, while Guy, being Alex's clone, didn't want to ruin his role. "All right, let's forget about this." "Through," Brunhild called loudly. Alex turned toward the doors, from which the sounds of footsteps crunching gravel could be heard, and finally, a silhouette appeared in the doorway. A tall, muscular woman with pink hair tied in a ponytail and a golden ornament in her hair entered the room. It was Thrud, the third Valkyrie sister. Alex tilted his head to look at her face. Her height was impressive. "What? Disappointed? Expecting someone else?" she asked, surveying everyone in the room. "No, not at all," Alex replied, studying Thrud carefully. "Just surprised by your height. That must be inconvenient in everyday life. I mean, you must need special rooms, furniture, dishes, a house." As he spoke, Thrud froze in confusion, not expecting such a comment. Alex muttered to himself something about room and table sizes, genuinely absorbed in the thought. Suddenly, Thrud burst out laughing, tilting her head back. "You're a funny guy, Adam's brother. I already like you. Too bad I wasn't the one who fought alongside you against Poseidon, but instead, that two-faced wrist," she said, patting Alex on the back with her huge hand. Alex glanced at Thrud but stayed silent, knowing that she would become his partner in the next battle, albeit for a different part of his persona. "Who's my partner in the next battle?" she asked, scanning the room until her attention was caught by the gaping hole in the wall. Brunhild nodded toward Mike Guy. Thrud looked down and saw him, the man in the green jumpsuit with a wide, dazzling smile. "He looks fragile," she said, evaluating him from head to toe. Brunhild turned to Alex, seeking support, and he spoke up. "Don't judge by appearances. This guy is stronger than he looks. I'm sure he'll surprise you." Well then, I'll take your word for it, Adam's brother," Thrud said, extending her hand to Mike Guy. Mike Guy, keeping his signature smile, shook her hand enthusiastically. "With your help, the fire of my youth will burn even brighter, igniting flames in the hearts of others," he proclaimed grandly, laughing loudly. Alex flinched at how much his clone had gotten into the role of Mike Guy. But this was Alex's own choice, and in order to win this tournament, he had to play many roles, just to ensure no one noticed that he was cheating. After all, if no one notices you're cheating, then it didn't happen. When Thrud's silhouette disappeared, Mike Guy clenched his fists, nodded with his wide grin, and headed toward the arena to face the upcoming opponent. Alex and the two Valkyries exchanged glances and moved toward the spectator seats to watch the battle. However, as they walked, Alex discreetly created another clone. This one headed to the waiting room to retrieve Rebecca and the three troublemakers. Alex remembered that this was a chance to meet Buddha. To be continued. In general, the author decided to post chapters in advance for those who treated him to coffee. After all, the author sends chapters to his friends so that they can read them before everyone else, and so the choice is obvious. It is a large chapter consisting of 3 and will still come out, as it should, every third day. My p***trian.com/greedhunter. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Konoha's Green Beast vs. God of Destruction. Alex watched as his clone, Mike Guy, ran off into the distance, shouting about the power of youth. His smile was so dazzling, and his movements so theatrical, that Alex could only sigh heavily, barely suppressing a laugh. The clone had clearly gone overboard, fully immersing himself in the role of Mike Guy, from his signature gleaming smile to his exaggerated, nice guy pose. Alex recalled a time when he had once used that same pose while training the girls in Orario, inspiring them with speeches about the power of youth. However, he was quietly relieved that the clone hadn't taken it a step further by walking onto the arena on his hands, like the real guy might have done. Brunhild, who still held Alex's arm, watched Mike Guy with a mix of surprise and disbelief as his voice echoed through the Colosseum's corridors. Young Valkyrie Gal, on the other hand, stared after him with genuine admiration. "Your friend, he's rather strange. What does this power of youth even mean?" Brunhild asked, turning her gaze to Alex. Her question also caught Gal's interest, and she looked up at Alex, awaiting an explanation. Alex paused, pondering how to simplify the concept. The essence of the phrase lay in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement, no matter the odds. Simply put, the power of youth is the fire of the soul. As long as it burns, you're capable of extraordinary feats, Alex explained, opting for the most concise version. Brunhild nodded, accepting his explanation. She understood that all great heroes, past or present, tended to be a little eccentric. Their remarkable willpower often bordered on madness. Even Raiden, currently unconscious among the ruins, was exceptional despite his peculiarities. "Maybe, while we walk, you can tell me more about your eccentric friend," Brunhild suggested, still holding Alex's arm. Alex agreed and began recounting the story of Mike Guy, the legendary shinobi who, at first glance, seemed an unlikely candidate for such a title. Guy had no talent for the primary ninja arts, neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu. Because of that, he couldn't even enroll in the academy, Alex began calmly. "Then how did he become a shinobi?" Gal asked, surprised. "Through taijutsu. It's a fundamental discipline where the technique is rooted in martial arts and physical prowess. Guy turned his weaknesses into strengths, pushing taijutsu to an extraordinary level," Alex explained. "Taijutsu?" Gal murmured, intrigued by this new knowledge. "But how can someone who lacks chakra and the 2 essential arts be considered a full-fledged shinobi?" Brunhild asked, furrowing her brows. "That's a surprise. If you want to see just how strong he is, wait for the battle. He's the best at what he does," Alex said with a grin, clearly dodging further details. Brunhild nodded thoughtfully. Across the centuries, she had learned that shinobi typically needed to master both ninjutsu and genjutsu. Her curiosity grew about how someone without those talents could overcome his limits and still become a shinobi. The two warriors Alex had chosen for the tournament were unknowns, yet they possessed a striking charisma. Atrus, for example, inspired determination and resilience through his mere presence, while Might Guy radiated friendliness and an unyielding willpower that refused to accept defeat. Gal, satisfied with Alex's explanation, became even more interested in learning about taijutsu. Brunhild, meanwhile, found herself increasingly intrigued by how a shinobi who relied solely on taijutsu could hold such a title. Engrossed in their conversation, neither Brunhild nor Gal noticed Alex's clone quietly appear behind him. Smiling, the clone headed toward the waiting room where Rebecca was. After all, Rebecca had a knack for attracting trouble, no matter what world she was in. Alex's clone, in the form of Might Guy, was racing down the corridors of the Colosseum, beaming with a wide smile. In the spiritual space linking him to the original, Thrud, who had stayed with the clone, established a connection with Alex's true body. Now, it was the clone who harnessed Thrud's power, while she slowly began to understand his essence. Upon entering this unusual space, Thrud first noticed a massive castle, reminiscent of the Demon King's domain, and a blade radiating destructive energy. However, her attention quickly shifted to Alex's memories. The deeper she delved into them, the clearer she understood the motives and goals behind his actions. "How should I call you? Guy or Alex?" Thrud asked, establishing the connection with the clone. "As you prefer," the clone's calm voice responded. "I'm just a projection, so it doesn't matter to me." "Let's stick with Alex, or I'll get confused," she said with a smile. "But I must admit, your plans are even crazier than the gods' schemes for Ragnarok." The clone Alex didn't comment on this. Alex's plan was fairly simple for now: win the battle and gather information. To accomplish this, he needed to send clones to different places while creating an alibi for himself. Then he would just lie, claiming something about ninja clones or something similar, so no one would suspect him. The original Alex accompanied Brunhild and Gal to observe the battle. Clone number 1 followed Rebecca and the trio of troublemakers to stir up problems and anger the gods. Clone number 2, Might Guy, would participate in the battle against Shiva. The original Alex had only recently realized that he could have started using his clones earlier to do more work. He had always dismissed the idea, thinking it unnecessary. But in this world, he found that using clones was essential due to the overwhelming number of events happening at once. To keep up, he needed to be in many places simultaneously. "In this battle, I will only use your power," Thrud, Might Guy said, his voice tinged with amusement. "Ha. Then show them the power of youth," she replied with a smile. Might Guy slightly grimaced but maintained his appearance and manners. Upon reaching the stone gates of the arena, he raised a finger to the sky. "Today, the fire of my youth will shine brighter than the sun." The clone Alex inwardly winced but didn't show it on his face. After all, he needed to stay in character as Might Guy. Thrud, sensing the emotions of the original and both clones, was surprised. "Aren't you embarrassed saying that?" In reality, it wasn't just the clone Alex who felt embarrassed, both the original Alex and the other clone were also feeling awkward about it. After all, the clones were only words; in reality, they were still Alex himself. To him, it felt as though he was in 3 different places at once, one standing before the stone gates, another heading to the waiting room to retrieve the troublemakers, and all of this seemed as though it was happening simultaneously. "Just a little, but there's something exhilarating about it," he replied with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Alex, accompanied by the 2 Valkyries, arrived at the spectator seats. The ruined stone arena began to reconstruct itself, the debris sank into the ground, and the surface returned to its usual state. This marked the beginning of the 5th battle of Ragnarok. On one of the stands stood Heimdall, having changed into a shinobi outfit. He took a horn in his hands and loudly announced, "The score is 2-2. No one knows how the 5th battle of Ragnarok will end. Both humans and gods have staked everything. Let the 5th round begin." The stone gates on the humanity side changed, transforming into wooden torii gates. Among the growing trees, the silhouette of a fighter appeared. In the eastern corner, representing humanity. Born in the shinobi village known as the Village Hidden in the Leaves. He was someone who lacked the talent to become a true shinobi. But thanks to his unbreakable spirit and the power of youth burning in his heart, he managed to become what was called the strongest user of taijutsu. He is the one recognized by other shinobi villages, the one called the strongest. He is known as the noble green beast of Konoha. "Please welcome, Mighty Guy." As Heimdall's words rang out, the torii gates slowly opened, lifting fallen leaves into the air. The crowd on the humanity side erupted in noise. Spectators were in awe, discussing that a real shinobi was going to participate in the battle, and not just any shinobi, but the one called the strongest. However, Alex did not join in the general cheer. His gaze remained fixed on Heimdall, and his mind was bubbling with concern. How could this god tell the story of Might Guy? In this world, no one was supposed to know about ninjas, Guy, or even the hidden villages. Noticing that Alex wasn't looking at the gates but was focused on Heimdall, Brunhild leaned towards him, intrigued. Is Heimdall attracting your attention? Alex considered using his eyes to study the essence of the god but discarded the idea. There was a risk that others might notice the soul investigation. It could expose him. Mentally, he sent a request to his second clone to have GIR check the world for the avatar of Nyan or shards of the power of an outer god. The situation seemed suspicious, especially considering Heimdall's knowledge. No, I just thought he looked ridiculous in that ninja outfit. Like a character from old comics, Alex replied with a smile, shaking his head as if dismissing strange thoughts. The wind picked up, lifting even more fallen leaves into the air. Might Guy made a spectacular entrance, doing a somersault across the entire bridge. Reaching the end, he pushed off with his hands, spun several times in the air, and landed in an impressive pose, flashing a dazzling white smile. Mighty Guy has arrived on stage, the clone proclaimed loudly, pointing to himself with his thumb. Alex barely restrained the urge to facepalm. The spectacle felt so embarrassing to him that he could feel his cheeks burning. But the audience clearly enjoyed it, they screamed, clapped, and even tried to mimic Might Guy's pose. Even some gods in the stands took the same stance, considering it impressive. Alex watched with a blank stare, fighting the inner desire to cover his face with his hands. But then he noticed that the young Gaul next to him had also assumed the same pose. Are you serious? Alex sighed, ruffling the Valkyrie's hair. When he looked back at the arena, his clone was already doing handstands and push-ups, shouting. The power of youth. The crowd on humanity's side enthusiastically picked up the chant and supported Might Guy, applauding and chanting along with him. Here it is, the power of youth in our contender, spreading to all the spectators. Heimdall enthusiastically commented, adding even more fuel to the fire. Alex closed his eyes and sighed deeply, trying to shake off his embarrassment. He understood that this was his own plan, but it was hard to see everything from 3 different perspectives at once. The tension was somewhat relieved as preparations for the appearance of the opponent began. The stone gates on the god's side started to open, and the ground beneath them trembled, as if a herd of giant beasts were approaching the arena. In the western corner, representing the gods, here he comes. The one who created the world according to his will and can destroy it just as easily. After destruction comes rebirth, but for him, the whole world is just a game. His name spreads fear and dread. Presenting. The destroyer of worlds Sheevaya. Heimdall announced loudly, pointing at the gates. Alex watched carefully, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. After this battle, he thought, there will be no more god of destruction in this world. Alex's eyes became empty when Shiva was called the god of destruction. After today's battle, there would be no god of destruction in this world, and Alex's clone would take care of that. Alex didn't want to seem arrogant or vain, but the embodiment of destruction could only be one, and that was him. No one else could exist as such. The more Alex merged with destruction, the more it became part of him, and the more he had to control himself. His situation resembled Superman's, who, under the yellow sun every 15 minutes, becomes twice as strong. And Alex continued to grow and become stronger. While Superman needed the sun, Alex only needed to be himself and pursue destruction, which he did by creating weapons. A herd of mad elephants rushed to the center of the arena, but immediately scattered as Shiva jumped off one of their backs and landed on the ground. Standing on one leg, he dramatically pointed his finger at the stands, causing a storm of applause among the gods. Their chanting drowned out the shouts of humanity's side, creating such a noise that Alex felt his head was about to explode. How much more of this shouting, you mongrels? Alex grumbled, rubbing his temples. His irritation reached its peak, and without thinking, he grabbed a brick from the wall and, with clear intent, swung it toward the gods' stands. Brunhild and Gaul froze, unable to believe their eyes. Alex, what are you doing? Brunhild tried to stop him, but it was too late. Shut up, you mongrels. Alex bellowed, hurling the brick with such force that it broke the sound barrier, accompanied by a deafening boom. The brick smashed through a piece of the wall behind the stands, causing complete confusion among the gods. Brunhild froze with her mouth open, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Gaul nervously glanced between Alex and the bewildered gods, who were now completely silent in shock. Even Shiva, who had been preparing for his dramatic monologue, squinted and frowned, clearly not expecting such boldness. What audacity! Might Guy bellowed with clear approval, giving a thumbs up in support. Alex, however, remained extremely irritated. Shiva, calling himself the destroyer of worlds, was pushing him to the edge. Any more noise from you, mongrels, and next time, it won't be a brick flying. Alex shouted again, his gaze flaring with anger. The gods hesitated to continue their noise. Their eyes met Alex's, which were now bloodshot with fury, and most of them quickly averted their gaze. Even the supporters of humanity, though Alex's wrath was directed at the gods, fell silent, fearing to attract his attention again. Brunhild finally regained her composure and sharply tugged on Alex's arm to get his attention. Are you out of your mind? Do you even understand the consequences this could have? She whispered loudly, gradually raising her voice. Gall nervously swallowed and pressed her hands to her chest, expecting the worst. It's fine. If some idiot crawls out thinking too highly of himself, we can just beat him with a stick, Alex replied calmly, shrugging. Brunhild exhaled heavily, deciding it was easier to ignore what was happening. Heimdall, waiting for the tension to die down, cleared his throat loudly to draw everyone's attention. So, we hope this unexpected incident won't affect the course of events. We can now announce the start of the 5th battle of Ragnarok. The god of destruction versus the strongest shinobi. Who will emerge victorious, he proclaimed loudly. Shiva and Might Guy stepped onto the arena, standing opposite each other. Guy took the characteristic stance for taijutsu, his right hand extended forward, left behind his back, his body slightly turned sideways. Shiva stood in a relaxed, easy pose, with his arms slightly lowered and his body leaning forward. Well, are you ready for destruction? Shiva grinned, his eyes gleaming. Ha ha ha. Great joke, god of destruction. Then let me have one too. Are you ready to feel the wrath of the leaf? Might Guy replied, tilting his head back and laughing out loud. Alex only sighed heavily, looking away. This is going to be a long battle, he thought. The two fighters exchanged jokes, causing the spectators in the Colosseum to exchange confused glances. But the laughter quickly faded. Might Guy was already preparing for battle. Switching to a new stance, he began to lightly bounce in place, stretching his arms and legs like a spring, ready to snap at any moment. And with one final jump, he vanished. Great lightning of the leaf, he shouted, delivering a swift kick. A moment later, Might Guy appeared right in front of Shiva, his leg already aimed at the target. Shiva barely had time to raise his arms to block the strike. In that instant, there was a deafening crash, as if lightning had struck the ground, and the force of the blow made Shiva slide backward, leaving deep grooves in the arena's sand. Not bad for a mortal, Shiva said, shaking his arms, still feeling the power of the impact. And this is just the beginning, god of destruction. Today is the day when the power of my youth burns brighter than ever. Might Guy declared with his signature smile, his voice confident and full of energy. Without wasting any time, Guy disappeared again. This time, he appeared above Shiva, attacking from above. Shiva, sensing the movement, instantly covered his head with his upper arms, while his lower arms protected his torso. However, Guy used the technique very powerful leaf vortex. The first strike shattered the block protecting Shiva's head, and then, spinning in midair, Guy kicked Shiva straight in the jaw, sending him flying to the side. Shiva, like a ball, bounced a few times on the ground but quickly regained his footing, using his lower arms to restore his balance. In the next moment, he lost track of his opponent again, as Might Guy appeared right beneath him and sent him flying upward with a powerful kick. Despite Shiva's impressive mass, he soared into the air, and Guy, pushing off the ground with his hands, began a series of rapid kicks, launching Shiva higher and higher. The spectators watched in amazement as a mortal lifted the god of destruction into the air using only his legs. What is he planning to do? Gall whispered, tugging at Alex's sleeve. You'll see soon. But I can tell you one thing, it's going to be spectacular, Alex replied, his eyes focused on Might Guy's movements. Shiva, despite the blows, gradually felt his rage intensify. However, noticing that the attacks had stopped, he tried to spot his opponent through his defense. Before he could figure anything out, he felt his body tightly ensnared. Taijutsu technique, front lotus, Guy whispered directly in Shiva's ear. Binding Shiva, Guy twisted him head down and began to spin rapidly as he headed toward the ground. Like a meteor, the two fighters relentlessly descended toward the earth, surrounded by a vortex of air created by their speed. The arena fell into a tense silence, broken only by the whistle of the wind. With a heavy thud, they crashed into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. For a moment, everything froze. Then, performing a dramatic backflip, Might Guy shot out of the dust cloud. As the haze cleared, the spectators saw Shiva, stuck halfway into the ground, like a strange tree growing in the sand. Shiva, staggering, rose to his feet, his forehead bleeding, but his eyes burning with the thirst for battle. That hurt, he said, still smiling, as if savoring the challenge. Without wasting any time, Shiva disappeared from his position and appeared in front of Guy, attacking with both right arms simultaneously, the upper one aimed at his head, and the lower one at his torso. Guy managed to block the upper strike with his elbow and the lower one with his raised knee. Their collision turned into a kind of grapple. Shiva grabbed Guy's arm, trying to pull him in, but Guy pushed his leg forward, holding back the force. Taijutsu technique, strong fist, Might Guy said, pulling his free arm back and preparing for the next attack. Shiva smirked, as if Might Guy were repeating the same trick, and raised his free arms to block the strike. Guy's hand collided with Shiva's, and at that moment, there was the sound of breaking bones, echoing loudly across the Colosseum. Due to the high speed of the battle, the spectators had been watching in silence, tensely following each movement of the fighters. However, the sound of the break shattered the stillness, causing everyone to flinch. Oops, looks like you broke my arm. But luckily, I still have 3 left, Shiva said with a grin, looking at his lower arm, which hung limply. A murmur started in the arena. The spectators were discussing how it was Shiva who had taken the first hit, not Mike Guy, who still maintained an aggressive stance, as though preparing for the next strike. The murmur continued until it was silenced by a loud voice from the stands. Guy, stop going easy on him. Show him the full strength of your youth. Alex shouted, waving his hand. Mike Guy turned around, gave Alex a thumbs up, and flashed his signature wide smile. Alex just shook his head, seeing how his doppelganger was fully embracing the persona. The audience's interest grew, everyone froze, waiting for what would happen next. Even Brynhilde and Gaul were watching closely, trying to figure out what more this mortal could do, having already broken the arm of one of the strongest gods. Under the intense gaze of the spectators, Mike Guy slowly knelt down and removed his orange-weighted bracelets. When he held them in his hands, they seemed like regular training tools. But once he dropped them to the ground, the weight caused deep cracks to form in the arena's surface, spreading outward like a web. The spectators gasped, their eyes widening. How much do they weigh to cause such destruction? Brynhilde asked, looking at Alex. A lot. No wonder they call him the strongest, Alex replied with a smile. After removing the weights, Mike Guy suddenly disappeared with such speed that he broke the sound barrier, creating a powerful shockwave. Almost instantly, he appeared next to Shiva and delivered a kick. Despite Shiva's attempt to block it, the strike sent him flying. Before Shiva could regain his balance, Mike Guy reappeared behind him and delivered another blow to his back, sending him flying in the opposite direction. Without giving Shiva a chance to recover, Guy continued the attack, each blow sending him soaring with even greater force. The final strike sent Shiva crashing into the stands where the gods were sitting. With a loud crash, he slammed into the wall, and debris rained down, covering the god's body. A noise erupted among the gods. Ignoring Alex's previous threat, they began to cheer loudly for Shiva, encouraging him. As if responding to their calls, Shiva emerged from under the rubble. He shook off the stones and slowly got up, covered in blood. One of his arms hung broken, and blood flowed from his shattered forehead. Spitting out blood and a knocked-out tooth, he smirked. Since they're cheering for me, I can't lose, he said, raising one of his arms into the air. The cheers grew louder as Shiva took a new combat stance. He extended one arm forward, as if preparing to grab something, while pulling the rest of his arms back. The right side of his body began to blaze with fire. Shiva vanished from his position and appeared in front of Mike Guy, delivering a strike. Guy dodged just in time, dropping into a low stance. Leaf hurricane. Guy shouted, sweeping Shiva's legs. Losing his balance from the trip, Shiva began to fall. Guy's leg continued its motion, and, shifting into a handstand, he slammed his heel into Shiva's chest, driving him into the ground. The powerful strike caused deep cracks to form across the arena. Performing a somersault, Guy landed lightly, ready to continue the fight. Shiva, though shaken, quickly rose, as if the hit only spurred him on. Shiva vanished from his spot with incredible speed and raised his hands, positioning them like a hammer, preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above. Guy, showing phenomenal reflexes, leaned back to avoid the strike, which left fresh cracks on the arena floor. Seizing the moment, Guy stepped on Shiva's hands, jumped up, and delivered a knee strike directly to the god's face, causing his head to snap backward. Without giving Shiva a break, he grabbed his head and used the momentum to deliver another powerful knee strike. Shiva's body was launched into the air before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Lying on his back, Shiva stared at the clear sky. Memories of his rise to the top of the pantheon, the moment he became the strongest of the gods, flashed in his mind. These memories fueled the fire of his resolve. He raised his hand to the sky, clenched his fist, just like the day he swore to never retreat. Rising to his feet, Shiva glanced at Mike Guy, who seemed to have not received a single scratch. The god's eyes burned with excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent. Ready to see my greatest dance? Shiva said with a wide grin. In the stands, Alex calmly smoked a cigarette, watching the events unfold. The chanting and songs from the gods supporting Shiva began to grow louder. Alex pondered, but he couldn't recall anything useful about Shiva's dance. Since you're getting serious, I won't back down either. 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. Mike Guy loudly declared. Blue chakra flames erupted from his body, surrounding him with a powerful energy field. Both fighters froze, waiting for the first move. Questions began to rise in the stands. What are these gates? Brunhild asked, waving away the smoke from Alex's cigarette. It's a secret shinobi technique. Every human body has 8 inner gates through which energy flows. With training, they can be opened. Each one increases strength. The first is the gate of opening, the second is the gate of healing, the third is the gate of life. Alex began to explain, not taking his eyes off the arena. The 7th, which Guy has opened, is called the Gate of Wonder. Opening it increases strength exponentially. The battle continued. The blows from Might Guy and Shiva shook the arena, creating shockwaves that destroyed everything around them. Guy's legs became weapons of destruction, each strike directing energy flows toward Shiva. But you mentioned 8 gates, yet you only named 7, Gall clarified, holding up 7 fingers. Alex smiled and ruffled her hair, as if praising a diligent student. The girl blushed, feeling more and more like Alex's younger sister. The 8th gate, the gate of death, causes an incredible surge in strength. However, it heats the body to such an extent that the blood literally boils, evaporating into a red mist. If you don't know how to handle it, the user dies, Alex continued, recalling the story of the original Might Guy. So, opening these gates is fatal? Brunhild asked anxiously. If done correctly, you can survive. Otherwise, the body burns from the inside, turning to ash, Alex replied, thinking about the time Naruto saved Guy from death. On the arena, Guy and Shiva collided again in close combat, their strikes becoming even more destructive. The spectators couldn't take their eyes off the battle, which had turned into a true legend. Brunhild stopped asking questions and continued to watch the fight. Unconsciously, she leaned her head on Alex's shoulder. Supported by him, she followed every movement of the fighters. Meanwhile, Guy and Shiva continued to exchange blows. But suddenly, Shiva used both hands to deliver a powerful double strike to a single spot. Guy managed to block the attack, but its force pushed him back. This was the first time in the entire fight. From the stands, the gods were jubilant, seeing their champion seemingly starting to gain the upper hand. Alex glanced at the cheering gods, who had already begun to celebrate. But his attention quickly returned to the arena, where Might Guy stood without a single scratch, and his clothes remained undamaged. Ho ho! I managed to push you back, mortal, Shiva smirked, studying his opponent. That only proves that the flame of my youth is not burning brightly enough, Might Guy replied with a serious expression. The chakra around him flared even stronger, like a fire fueled by the wind. Might Guy vanished from his position, reappearing before Shiva in the blink of an eye. His hands were formed into a seal resembling a tiger's face. Midday Tiger, he shouted loudly, releasing a powerful compressed air strike from his hands. Shiva instinctively raised his remaining arms to defend himself, but it was already too late. The air, compressed with incredible force, formed into the shape of a massive tiger that seemed to latch onto the god's arms. The powerful strike tore off 2 of Shiva's upper limbs, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. A roar of triumph erupted from humanity's side, cheering for Might Guy. Brunhild instinctively gripped Alex's arm, on which she was leaning, her eyes never leaving the arena. Alex simply shook his head, knowing that for Might Guy, this was still not his limit. Shiva lay on the ground, struggling to regain his composure. His body trembled with pain, and his ears still rang. Gradually, the noise of the crowd reached his consciousness, but through all the chaos, he clearly heard the voice of his friend, Rudra. This cry awakened memories of past battles and of how he had climbed to the heights of glory. I hear my supporters, green beast of Konoha, Shiva rasped, rising despite the pain. But I cannot fall here for those I've defeated and for those who follow me. For I stand at the peak of Svarga, he declared, striking a heroic pose, mimicking Might Guy. Might Guy's chakra flame flickered slightly as he carefully watched Shiva, barely standing on his feet. Do you mind if I break through my limit? Shiva asked with a wide grin. With those words, he clenched his hand over his chest, intensifying his heart's work. His veins began to swell, and his body heated to its limit. With every beat of his heart, steam poured from his skin, until he was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot from his body, soaring into the sky and illuminating the arena. As the fire subsided, Shiva stood before the audience in a new form. His skin had turned crimson, and tongues of flame flickered and faded all over his body. It would be rude of me not to answer you. The flame of your youth burns like a volcano, but know this, the flame of my youth burns like the sun. 8th gate, the gate of death, open, shouted Might Guy. He pressed his thumb to the area of his heart, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted from his body, stronger than Shiva's flames. Gradually, the chakra transformed into a blood-red mist, enveloping his figure. His hair turned red, and his eyes became snow-white spheres. Brunhild anxiously gripped Alex's hand, recalling his words about the 8th gate leading to death. Alex simply nodded. Now, let's dance, Might Guy said, releasing clouds of white steam from his mouth, preparing for the final battle. Might Guy and Shiva disappeared from their positions, clashing at the center of the arena in an instant. Their strikes were so fast that none of the spectators could follow the fighters' movements. Only the deafening sounds of their collisions filled the arena, creating the sensation that the very earth was trembling from their power. Suddenly, the strikes ceased. Both opponents flew backward to opposite ends of the arena, stopping and silently staring at each other, as if reading each other's thoughts. We won't hold back anymore. Let's end this with one strike, Shiva said, his voice firm, his gaze burning with determination. Let's see who will burn faster, you or me. Show me, god of destruction, the true flame of your youth. Might Guy shouted, taking his starting position as if preparing for the final dash. The world froze. It seemed as if time itself had slowed in anticipation of the last clash. Then, as if waking from a dream, everything moved once more. Shiva and Might Guy launched toward each other with incredible speed. Final stage of the fire dance, Deva Loka. Shiva's voice boomed. Nightmoth, echoed Might Guy in reply. To the spectators, their clash appeared as a battle of two elements. Shiva's fiery meteor rushed forward, blazing brightly, while the red dragon of Might Guy's chakra tore through space in its path. At the center of the arena, they collided, creating a blinding explosion. A massive shockwave spread across the arena, scattering rocks and lifting a thick cloud of dust. The crowd stood in tense anticipation. Who had emerged victorious? The dust slowly settled, revealing the silhouette of the winner. Every spectator stretched their necks, trying to make out who remained standing. When the mist cleared, the arena was in ruins. In the center stood Might Guy. His clothes were torn, and his body emitted the residual heat of red chakra. Beneath his feet lay Shiva, only the head and torso of the god of destruction remained, slowly turning to ash. The silence was shattered by the mournful wail of the gods of the Indian pantheon. Shiva's wives and children wept bitterly, expressing their pain and loss. However, on humanity's side, loud applause and cheers erupted. Might Guy raised a finger in the air, declaring his undisputed victory. His face expressed pride, but in his eyes, there was respect for the fallen opponent. The crowd enthusiastically cheered him on. This was not just humanity's triumph, it was a victory of spirit, fury, and the power of youth. To be continued. Yo-ho-ho, the author managed to overcome his laziness and wrote 2 chapters in one day. And this chapter was released yesterday on P*Trian for those who fed me. I did this because my conscience does not allow me to take something for nothing. And that's why I will try to write 2 chapters a day now, and I will post them on P*Trian for those who fed me.